Chapter 1, Chapter 01, The Book. Chapter Text. Chapter 01. It all started with a book. And, like all books, it started with a title. The title was innocuous enough, an unauthorized biography of Tanya von Digurekoff. The first run was relatively small, and purely intended for academics in the recesses of dusty military libraries. But, like some acts of passion, the bounds grew far beyond what its originator ever intended. Under the title was the name of the author, Professor Frederick Wagner. As a lofty academic, he chose his own projects and intended this to be his final work as he slid into retirement in the post-war period. Despite cuts in the budget and privations experienced by crippling reparations, he had a comfortable pension awaiting him along with some savings and investments that had survived the Great War. Such being said, he had no need of further fame, had no need of remuneration or profits. Thusly, he felt free to pursue the truth without hindrances. Naturally, there was a price to pay for such a draught of truth, that most heady of drinks. The book was either too short or too long. The length of time covered, barely half a decade of a child's life, should have had barely enough pages to keep the covers apart. Conversely, the tome far exceeded the wildest lives of such a small period. The foreword, in part, set the tone for the entire book. When I first started this project, I was prepared to be a light of reason, dispelling the shadows of rumor and myth. But, in the oddest twist, I found that the public accounts profoundly understated the accomplishments of this young woman, then only a child. The more I searched and verified, the more astonished I became. Unburied documents and whispered confidences painted a far different picture than the official record and, it must be said, made far more sense when correlated with confirmed evidence. She was, and is, a modern prophetess, telling of visions that she alone can see, but only to have her words fall on deaf ears. Perhaps this modest tome can rectify this injustice somewhat. Chapter 2, Chapter 02, Execution. Big note. I only have the vaguest idea what the judges in a tribunal are called. Forgive any lack of historic accuracy. Chapter Text. Chapter 02. The period after the Great War was a time of much discontent in Germania. The fatherland was stripped of both treasure, its ability to defend itself, and even their less than beloved monarchy. Certainly, before the war, most civilians would probably have said that it was a useless appendage from an antiquated era, but afterwards, even ardent Republicans found monarchist leanings once it was abolished by mandate of hostile powers. Added to this was the anger over the hefty reparations. Righteous anger, since Germania had always been the defender, never the aggressor in that terrible war. Fear of the rebirth of the mighty war machine forced a reduction in military far below what was needed even for a semblance of defense. Rumors of the treatment of captured soldiers by the Federation were rampant and most likely true and even understated. With a terrible economy, too many out-of-work soldiers, and a vacuum left by the removal of monarchical rule, it would only take a tiny seed to crystallize the solution of discontent. Into this was thrown a single book that quickly became nearly a Bible to its followers. A proof that Germania was strong, was vital, and could outshine all the world despite whatever misfortunes befell her. A ray of hope in otherwise dark and overcast times. Naturally, Tanya knew nothing of this until it was far too late, as she more important matters to deal with, her impending execution. That said, it was still only a potential, not a certainty. Still, one tends to take such things seriously. As the surrendered nation, they suffered the rules laid down by the victorious. Except for those who had acted in a truly atrocious manner, most of which had already been dealt with by Germania already, and those who were easily acquitted, the rest were suffer under cobbled-together guidelines based on international treaties. One of the rules was that she was separated from anyone who might aid her or support her defense. Her lawyer was chosen, as far as she could tell, by the fact that he would fail disastrously while still seeming to actually attempt his best. "Gladio, you are suggesting I wear what?" He wiped the sweat from his face with an already soaked handkerchief. "A dress, Fräulein. Even eliciting a modicum of sympathy will spare you the firing squad, and there are no friendly faces on tribunal today. With your age and the fact that you look younger and shorter than most, we could reasonably pass you for 11, even 10 years old." He tried hard not look at her as the diminutive LT Colonel intimidated more than any of his ex-wives. She looked at him, aghast. "You mean you aren't even going to attempt to get me acquitted? It's your ethical duty as my lawyer to get the best result possible." "That is the best result, I'm afraid." "Was your law degree issued by accident, Herr Gladio? This is an international tribunal. The disposition of the convicted is decided like old women haggling over vegetables. Anyone who wants to score points would sell me out to the Republic, or the Federation, in a heartbeat. I either win, or I'm as good as dead." "I don't think. Obviously." She glared at him as if she could puncture holes in his body by willpower alone. He revised his estimation, all three of his ex-wives, put together. But it couldn't hurt to just, it's only a dress." She made a grasping motion with one hand that he couldn't help but notice his neck would fit into with frightening ease. "If I try to act as a child now, it will ruin any defense I might mount." No, we have to use the rules against them in such a way that they cannot back down. She bit her thumbnail, her mind racing with a speed that would put a modern computer to shame. For the past 2 months of captivity, she had been going over the relevant treaties and laws, but always with the assumption that line soldiers and officers would be shielded by the fact that they were under orders. For some reason, they wanted to make an example of her personally. It's probably the Federation. The Republic owes too many favors as much as they'd like my head. The Republic will cite the grievance and the core issue, yes. Then they'll step back and let those shitty communists have me in exchange for considerations on the division of the colonies. Greed and stupidity. I can work with that. Tanya grinned in a way that made her lawyer swallow nervously and protect his throat with a chubby hand. Listen carefully, here's what we are going to do. He listened carefully with his face growing whiter and whiter. I can't do that. I'd seem like the biggest idiot to pass the bar. You are. You should put that on your business cards. She grabbed his lapels with strength that would have been surprising in a grown man. You will do as I say, or I'm going to cover myself with that fancy cognac you have over there and claim you gave me a few glasses to calm me down and then tried to rape me. She brought his face close to hers. Or I could just defenestrate you right now. You've heard of Prague, yes? He couldn't agree to her plan quickly enough. Chapter 3, Chapter 03, Fool's Client. Chapter Text. Chapter 03. The day of the tribunal was overcast and the atmosphere inside was equally hazy. It seemed like half the men were smoking something with only the arbiters pretending like they didn't want to light up themselves. Tanya wrinkled her nose and tried not to cough too obviously. One day, when I run my own office, the first rule will be a ban on tobacco. She was in her full dress uniform, decorations freshly cleaned and on display. From her mirror Polish boots to her silver wings metal she positively glistened. The day was a misnomer as there had many wearying days of testimonies and judgment before this, but for Tanya, this was the one. Amongst the judges were members of most of the powers involved. She didn't bother to connect faces with countries as it was irrelevant to her plan. Instead, she focused on what was important, giving them the worst day of their lives. She stood in the defendant's spot, unafraid even though she had to look upwards at the jurists. Finally, someone brought over a spacer for her to stand on so that her face could be seen over the top bar of the box around her. Her lawyer stood to one side, sweating even more than the day before. Indeed, his face had a greenish tinge. He stood up shakily. Your honors, may I? This was as far as he got before he violently vomited on the floor, splashing some guards that happened to be too close. With a weak voice. I am afraid that I may be too ill to continue. We request a continuance until I've recovered. He managed to get the last sentence out before he vomited again. The man from Britannia scowled. How long are you talking, sir? A week? Maybe longer. The judges held a quick conference while Tanya apparently ignored them. People busied themselves cleaning up the vomit and, thankfully, opened a few windows which let out the smell and also some smoke. That's unacceptable, Herr Gladio. You must continue or provide appropriate alternative counsel. Or we'll be forced to replace you. With a ghastly grimace, he stammered. To bring a suitable counselor up to speed would take even longer, your honors. I was the only one assigned to the colonel, so there are no replacements. He plowed on, ignoring their objections as if he were deathly afraid. To deny her suitable counsel would be rightfully seen as a travesty of justice. The François was beside himself. He had been the one to insist that she only have one defender, and now that demand was biting back hard. Nonsense. This is merely an attempt to delay the proceedings. Continue and try to vomit in a bucket henceforth. I am afraid I must withdraw. My Apollo. More vomiting followed. Tanya barely glanced his way, impressed at the power of the purgative he had taken at her insistence. Finally, she spoke up. Your honors, I have a simple solution. Instantly, every eye was riveted on her. A beam of sunlight from the opened window caught her blonde locks, now much longer due her time in captivity, which framed her face like a halo. Finally, the Legadonian member rose to her bait. And what would that be? His voice dripped with hatred, not kept in check at all. I'm willing to represent myself. I'm obviously familiar with the case, my own, and I find myself acceptable naturally. You are hardly a lawyer. And yet, self-defense is not disallowed and has been accepted several times by this very tribunal. There was muttering in the gallery as this was true. Regardless, you are too young. Point of order. What now, child? Children, she stressed the word carefully, are legally not responsible for their actions. If you insist on assigning me as such, you must acquit immediately. My time actively involved in military actions ranged from age 9 to 14. Are you trying War Orphan Tanya Digirekov or LT Colonel Tanya von Digirekov today? I demand an immediate answer, sirs. They consulted heatedly with hands over their microphones and finally responded. We recognize the colonel's right to defend herself as a fully recognized member of the military of the Empire. He frowned. Do not forget the adage about fools and lawyers and do not make light of these proceedings again. Point of order. The Commonwealth's judge nodded wearily rather than answering. Is this a trial of law or of popular opinion? I just warned you. Hear me out as I need this clarified. All judgments are to be made on international laws, are they not? To subject a defendant to a vote makes a mockery of judicial proceedings and the sanctity of the wisdom of laws themselves. So I ask again, is this a trial of law? Law. Of course. Excellent, then let us proceed. To simplify matters, let us handle all events other than those in arena first. Taken aback, the judge literally leaned away from the girl. She looked small enough to break under a stiff breeze, but for the first time he felt the force of will of one of the most feared combatants in the entire world. Another consultation followed before he responded. And the reason for this request? She blinked and looked at him as if he were addled. Doesn't it make sense to handle the easiest cases first? Irrelevant issues should be swept aside as quickly as possible, thus we can get to the truth all the faster. Despite heated debate, they took her suggestion and for a week they swept aside charges. Unfortunately for the tribunal, the line between war and war crimes was quite clear in those cases. All evidence showed Tanya to be a brilliant commander, a cunning warrior and a strategist par excellence, but that was it. She committed acts of war, as did all soldiers. The blood of countless men was on her hands. But war is war and warriors are warriors. The Federation was particularly incensed in that almost every issue they brought up had to be dismissed because they were non-signatories of the rules of war. The only time Tanya took obvious pleasure in the trial was in baiting and destroying the arguments the commies presented one after another. Despite exhaustive cross-examination, all were eventually forced to concede nothing she did was outside of the boundaries of acceptable behavior, and in the end, they simply conceded every charge, saving their energy for the final, and most damning. Overcoming objections, they allowed a scant single day of preparation before they took up the matter of arena. Tanya's preparations were to sleep late and enjoy several cups of fine café prepared by her lawyer's maid. Not as good as Serebriakov's, to be sure, but enjoyable. Gladio, by comparison, seemed in worse shape and had noticeably lost weight. Digirekov. She glared at him, unhappy that her coffee break was so interrupted. What? I see you have a strategy, but I cannot fathom what it might be. Technically, I am your lawyer, shouldn't I know something? You should, but it's far too late, I think. Perhaps I'll tell you later, but I'll leave you with one clue. He looked at her genuinely expectant. Everyone talks about how to deal with the Gordian knot, but no one asks about how to tie one in the first place. Ha! After this is over, take the win by riding my coattails and don't do anything to embarrass me. Perhaps a new career, baking or something innocuous and more suited to your intellect. Stunned, the man sat down heavily and actually seemed to contemplate what she had said. Enjoying the newfound silence, Tanya sipped her coffee and read newspapers that Gladio purchased but never opened. Using the excuse of needing to consult with her lawyer, she had spent most of her captivity doing the same in his offices rather than in the minimal comfort of her cell. Though she still had to sleep there, she spent far more time here. She couldn't complain, though, as the food was excellent, the coffee decent, and she had plenty of time to work on her Albaish and François. Once she broke him of the habit of smoking in his own office, it was even better. Tomorrow, she thought, that should decide it all. Chapter 4, Chapter 04, Ignorance. Chapter 04. Two of the younger prosecutors were smoking outside the tribunal chambers and wishing they could be drinking instead. What should have been the trial of the century and an easy win was turning into a nightmare before their eyes. The older one, a blond man of stocky build, took a long drag on his cigarette. I heard Peter had a nervous breakdown after yesterday. His colleague laughed mirthlessly. Devil of the Rhine, indeed. I've never seen anyone who could twist case law and precedent like she does. Every word out of her mouth is an attack. When she questions, she's setting up an assault. When under examination, she is destroying her opponents. If she suddenly sprouted horns and a barbed tail, I couldn't be more surprised. Is she really just 14? Hell if I know. He lit a cigarette off the one he was holding and then threw the longer one away accidentally. Taking it as a sign, he ditched the first one as well. All I know is that I have no certainty that she won't win this. Surely not. Not after arena. You say that like a man, but not like a lawyer, my friend. There are morals, there are ethics, and there are laws. We are here on a matter of law. Technically, yes, but the devil is in the details. He straightened his waistcoat and grimaced. Well, there's one thing to be thankful for. I can't imagine what it could be. Be thankful that she's a soldier and not a lawyer. The other prosecutor blanched at the thought and shakily agreed. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. To say the room was tense would be a lie of omission. The galleries were full and cameramen were using so much flash powder that it seemed as if lightning filled the room since the thunder. The smell of the smoke did nothing to improve Tanya's mood, and she was delighted when the tribunal had had enough and chased them all out except for the official court recorder. The prosecutor did a double take when she did not object to his recounting of the facts of the case. Both sides had long agreed on what happened, but when it came to the legality of the actions, there was the rub. Tanya was in rare form but seemed oddly out of sorts, as if she were distracted by something. As a point of sweeping away the details, can we agree that all under my command could not be responsible for my actions as they were following orders? Surely you're not trying to set up a precedent where you'll argue to excuse your own actions as you were also under orders. Not at all. I was the senior-most officer in the 203rd. All responsibility rests with me. I simply wish that they won't be pursued unjustly after these proceedings. The chief jurist looked as if he had a revelation. It was all leading to this. She's trying to gather all blame on herself so that she could protect her subordinates. If she wasn't such a monster, I could almost admire her. That's standard jurisprudence. Accepting separate incidents not covered, we agree. Excellent. I now call for the dismissal of all charges related to the arena incident on the basis that they were allowed under the rules of war. The gallery, if they weren't already on their feet, would have rose as one. Their faces, outraged. Their voices, cacophonous. Order. Order, I say. Finally, he got control by having the volume of his microphone turned up to maximum and drowning out the rabble. I assume you have some basis for that bad joke, Colonel. Naturally, but let me reiterate a point you agreed to on the first day. This is a court of law, correct? Of course. He hesitated but didn't see any reason to object to his own statement. Then, let me present my case. Fortunately, the important events of that tragic day have been recorded and are in evidence. Primus, per Article 26, Paragraph 3 of the Rules of War on Land is declared in Recording 1173A, the civilian combatants did massacre unarmed Empire citizens and soldiers. Per instructions, scenes of the men being shot in the back as they attempted to escape were displayed along with a recording of the warning she herself had made. Secundus, the irregular combatants were made aware, per Article 8, Paragraph 5 of the Rules of War on Land that we demanded to speak to them to release unjustly imprisoned. Recording 1173 grams, please. Her recorded voice rang out, clearly and calmly asking for a parley with the entrenched resistance. Now, please focus. Here is their response. Recording 1173H, play it. The words of a dead man echoed around through the room. We are the citizens of Arene. There are no prisoners. We are just people asking to be free. None of this is in question, but what is your point? This damns you more than anything. She shook her head as if dealing with simpletons. At that point, remember their previous declarations. There were no prisoners and all non-combatants had been given ample opportunity to retreat. By their own words, that made all remaining inhabitants unlawful combatants. But the women, the children, sputtered an older judge. Sir! You dare drag me to trial and use that as an argument? All non-combatants were gone. All prisoners were dead by the hands of those hooligans. One barrister attacked back gamely. The speaker could have been lying. He stopped himself as he realized the folly of his words, but it was too late. Tanya pounced on them like a hungry leopard. So your argument is that the commander of the unlawful forces in Arene lied to turn the civilian population into human shields? Why haven't you brought him and his cronies here, then? The 203rd followed every rule and every protocol of war. Who then is the true monster? Don't try to weasel your way out of this. You clearly committed atrocities. She amplified her voice with magic slightly and was aided by the microphone. Even without an orb, small tricks could be utilized and she had had months to practice. Rhetoric. Please point to a single law of any sort that was broken. Even one. Today we've established that any and all atrocities were committed by those we fought. Not us. Never us. Her impassioned speech drowned out everything else and had a hypnotic quality, causing all to hang on her every word, her every syllable. How is this justice? You blame the innocent while the guilty wear halos in your eyes. They didn't know. You implied that I was a fool for representing myself. Let me remind you of another truism, ignorance of the law is no excuse. Now I challenge you, find the law that was broken or set me free. All were stunned by her impassioned plea as she stood there defiantly. Then her eyes dropped down in a rare show of apparent humility as if stunned by her own outburst. The crowd, even those who thought her a monster, were moved by her passion if not her argument. This woman, no, this child was fighting for her life, having done no more than what she was asked. Were we wrong? What they didn't realize was that she was looking at the floor. Acting on instinct born of countless battles, she leapt like a cat and grabbed a guard and then pulled him down. Despite his greater bulk, he was caught by surprise and tumbled immediately. Before the other guards could react, they were interrupted. Death to the devil! Shouted a half-dozen voices from the gallery, and even the press corps and hidden guns were pulled out and immediately discharged. Pandemonium ruled the room as armed guards poured in to eliminate the gunmen and restore order. In the end, there were 4 dead gunmen, 8 injured bystanders and 1 death, the guard that Tanya had pulled on top of herself. She did not struggle as she was taken into custody but shouted while covered in blood, "You couldn't beat me with legal tricks, so you resort to assassination. Where's the justice? Give me justice! Justice!" Her cries echoed in their hearts long after she was pulled from the room. Chapter 5, Chapter 05, The Knot, Tied. Chapter Text. Chapter 05. The next day, newspapers were filled with quotes from the trial. The second most popular was, "Give me justice." And the most popular was, "Set me free." It was quickly discovered that the dead guard was part of the assassination plot and had shifted position to give the perpetrators a better shot, not expecting to be turned into a literal human shield. Even the tribunal was too embarrassed to press charges on that count, as his job was to both keep her prisoner and protect her. She flipped through the articles with obvious pleasure. Because of petty restrictions, there were none in the language of the Empire, but she made do with what was available. After delivering the papers, Gladio looked at Tanya with puzzlement, but this time it was in her prison cell. It was deemed too dangerous for her to be anywhere else, and she was decidedly grumpy about the change of venue. "How did you know?" She sighed and responded as if it were obvious. "There were a pair of guards bracketing me at all times, and they stood in designated positions. Those places had been used for so many years that the floor had grooves worn in the old wood despite repeated applications of lacquer. And yet on that day, the guard on my left was out of place by a good 2 feet. She frowned. "I also felt the whisper of magic being used. Probably used to signal those idiots, as the room had detectors to keep orbs out." "Not such idiots, they almost killed you." "Idiots I called them, and idiots they are, or were. The tribunal has to rule on a matter of law, but they also might bow to public opinion. Trying to kill me so blatantly shifts enough public opinion away from guilty to maybe not guilty. And I made a point of asking if it was a court of law or of popularity. If the latter, they might just take a vote and try to justify the result later. But now they have to find an ironclad legal argument, and there isn't one. If they want all their proceedings to have weight internationally, they can't just hand-wave a conviction. Those brain-dead assassins were the best thing that could have happened to me." She took a sip of coffee supplied by the guards and then put it firmly down on the table. "Except for this truly terrible prison food. Surely there must be some way you can bring something palatable next time." "There are rules, von Digerekhoff. Just tell them I'm afraid of being poisoned and they'll likely change their mind." She frowned at her cup. "I'm not so sure that isn't so far from the truth. The Francois claim their cuisine is superior, but I've seen little of it in here. You are a prisoner, it would be unseemly to give you special treatment. This is why you aren't a better lawyer, sir. I'm, at worst, a suspect of unproven crimes. One could argue even illegally detained, as they have no evidence of a crime." Not having anyone else to share her thoughts with, she continued to use Gladio. "Surely you see the quandary they are in." "Ah, yes, of course, of course." He paused. "But, maybe you could elaborate in case I missed some fine detail. I've set up a situation where they have only 2 choices. To convict on a tribunal vote, or to acquit as a matter law. That's why I couldn't appear as a child, as that would give them a third option, and a much less pleasant one than that. What if it was decided that I was not capable of judging my own actions and became a ward of the state? And which state would hold the keys to my prison then? That Loria," he has a twisted look about him. "No, I could not allow that under any circumstances." Gladio wisely decided not to mention twisted could be applied to her just as well. "And if convicted, there really is only one possible penalty, a quick trip to the firing squad, though I might insist on a beheading by sword given my noble status. I suppose they might dig up a guillotine somewhere, given their history. But isn't that worse? How do you even put on your shoes in the morning? No, this makes their choice infinitely harder. They can either execute a child by vote or they can acquit by law. Leaving it to the law gives cover to their actions. They can wash their hands and say they had no choice. A judge lives on reputation, and their reputations are on the line right now. They can seem to be the enlightened ones, dispensing justice from on high, unbounded by emotion and guided by nothing but the rules." She forget herself for a moment and drank a sip of coffee before putting it back down hurriedly. "They might even enhance their reputation in contrast to the slavering beasts like the Federation. Civilization versus the damned commies. Reason versus emotion." She smiled in a way that reminded Gladio that he hadn't been to confession in some time. "Now that is how you tie a Gordian knot. Isn't there the possibility they'll use Alexander's solution?" He made a hacking motion with his hand. Tanya felt her intellect decreasing the longer she talked to him. "Don't you think they tried, What do you think that merry band of trigger-happy conspirators was? They knew better than most." She looked at him sternly, "that acquittal was a definite possibility. A mad act of passion would remove the choice from their hands at the cost of minor embarrassment that a prisoner was executed in front of them. They could blame me for how high emotions had gotten, blame me for my own assassination." "How droll!" Gladio suddenly stammered. "I know it's impossible, you've been under watch for months, but did you somehow arrange for them to attack you? She looked at him calmly. I've been in prison or in your office for the entire time. How could I have arranged such a thing? Even if possible, there are less risky hobbies than getting people to shoot at you. Wouldn't you agree? See, certainly. It is as you say. Privately she was shocked at his insight. Amazing, I have to upgrade him from a stopped clock with no hands to one with hands. Such talk is dangerous, as well. If people actually came to believe that, who is the only person that might have assisted me, Also, she lowered her voice so that he could barely hear it, yet somehow he could make out every word. Having come this far, I'd hate to have to change counsel just before our victory. I understand, Colonel. He sat in the farthest corner of the cell, saying nothing, until the guards let him out at the appointed time. Having nothing better to do, Tanya hummed some patriotic songs, practicing her vocal magic, and thought back to an encounter several months ago. Chapter 6, Chapter 06, What Came Before. I have to admit, I have no idea when the bombing of Irene was. So I just picked a date. If y'all know, please tell me, cause I couldn't find it anywhere. Chapter 06. Shit, 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 shit. Thought Tanya had chosen this course with her eyes open, it didn't make her feel any better to be in the custody of the Republic. It was marginally better than being in the Federation, as the frogs at least pretended to be civilized. A truly impartial body would have had the tribunal almost anywhere else. The Unified States wouldn't be bad, or even Ildoa. Too many axes to grind, though, and they want to grind them close to home. It helped, a little, that so many nations took an interest that they kept each other honest. Even she was shocked at how quickly the politicos back home had sold her out. Over the strenuous objections of Rudersdorf and Zetter, she had been abandoned almost immediately after the Articles of Surrender were signed. The breaking straw was, of course, Irene. She wasn't sure what concessions she was sold for, but she vowed that she'd give those negotiators a hard day someday. Assuming she survived. Technically, she could have escaped, in the short run. Those war nuts in the 203rd probably would have delighted in a chance to take on the Empire's army and the entire world at the same time. But there was no long-term retreat for a child whose own country had turned against me. No, temporary captivity was still the better option. The first time she doubted her decision was when she laid eyes on Loria. He had a horribly possessive look to him, as if she were already his property. Even the screaming crowds of Paris hadn't affected her as much. I need to send that sick bastard to being X and let them play with each other for eternity. No way am I letting him near me. She already had an idea of how to turn the tide, but it would be tricky to set everything up. She'd be facing some ace legal minds, but, to her advantage, they might be too overcome with emotion to do their best. Also, they likely would still underestimate her. Tricky, tricky. Somehow she had to use that against them. She murmured aloud as she thought, hubris, emotion, folly, ah. The guards in the armored vehicle looked at her with alarm, but the surprisingly large steel shackles still secured her firmly. She ignored them as she hit upon a halfway decent plan to navigate the tribunal. The details were troublesome, but she had almost everything she needed. In fact, they were so sure of their victory they may have checkmated themselves. Still, there was the final bow on the knot. How to manage that? She glanced out of the narrow windows of the vehicle, and the incensed crowds, somehow sensing her gaze, screamed even louder. The vehicle was pelted with bottles, rocks, and garbage. Rotten fruit and what might be feces quickly dirted the armored sides. One guard finally spoke in Francois, looking at your admirers, Tanya. No, I'm just glad I don't have to clean this vehicle. It will be quite the chore. Her command of the language was passable, though her accent could use work. Even those few sentences surprised them, however. They say that this is the city of love, let's hope it can be that way again someday. Truly, I'd like to see her at her best. She smiled briefly, then, shocking them even further. For an instant, she was no more than girl on holiday, though dressed in shabby prison clothes. There, that should establish me as a civilized person and thereby deserving of civilized behavior. While these guards don't control my ultimate fate, they could cause me no end of short-term suffering. Now to drive home the point. I've heard the restaurants here are the best in the world. Particularly the patisseries. I have a fondness for chocolate, you see. Coffee as well, I must admit. She chuckled. I'm still too young for wine, but someday I wouldn't mind sampling those as well. She stopped speaking then, deliberately leaving a lull. The discomfort of her guards was increasing exponentially until one broke the silence. Miss Dikurekov, that may not be possible. Not in this life. She nodded. That would be a shame since it's all so close now. She put a hand against the armored side of the vehicle, causing her manacles to clank listlessly. For her seeming melancholy, she was gloating inside. That's it. Those are the last pieces, now all I need is an opportunity and maybe a little luck. It should be said that her guards delivered her safely and respectfully despite the provocations of the crowds. It didn't take long for her to browbeat Gladio into ceding most of his office to her. Of course, there were soldiers everywhere, but they allowed a certain amount of privacy as long as she was thoroughly searched afterwards. A small price to pay. Every day, she went to his balcony and scanned the crowds. It was too high for any but the sharpest of eyes to make out faces, but mage spotters were renowned for having some of the best eyesight in the world. She thought she spied the same person for several days running. More browbeating and she secured opera glasses from Gladio to confirm it. The face was very familiar and she thought back until she placed it. Ah! He was in Irene. One of the refugees she had spotted in her sights during X Day. She went back inside and tossed the glasses on his desk. Better and better. I think this may very well work perfectly. She worked on her vocal magic carefully while reading the main Paris newspaper. Years before she read a research paper about detecting mana waves and found an interesting report. Mana used outside of the body was easily detectable and was as easy to identify as a fingerprint. Used internally, however, and without the aid of an orb, spells were nearly undetectable. Of course, orbless magic was pathetic in comparison, good for little more than parlor tricks. Still, magic existed before orbs and it still had some minor uses. As a prisoner constantly surrounded by magic detectors, she had to be exceedingly cautious. Her imprisonment had given her time to practice modifying and strengthening her voice. Why that? While there were spells that could, theoretically, be embedded in an orb to amplify sound, they were deemed worse than useless as sound amplification technology was cheap and readily available and such spells would take up valuable space in the device. Having grown tired of constantly depending on Weiss to command her battalion in noisy conditions, she had learned the formulas and had been working on them since Norden. She never thought they would become handy in a life-or-death situation like now. Combining the two might be just what she needed. After that, she stood on the balcony, not attempting to hide at all. Her hair caught the slightest breeze and bounced lazily, catching every sunbeam. Shaping a spell formula without an orb took tremendous concentration, but she was nothing if not focused. The man was always there and she kept him in sight with the opera glasses as she constructed the spell. Strengthen the vocal cords, empower the air, focus the effect and then, go. The first time she succeeded, she saw the man jolt as if shot. His eyes immediately jerked up to the balcony and she smirked in response, though too far away for him to see. Each day after that, she sent the same message again, whispered in his ear. Sometimes she would even wave when he looked at her. The message was, on March 19th, I'll be freed. Ah, my distant friend. You remember what March 19th means, right? If you are here about Irene, you could hardly forget, now. People who function on emotion are frequently overly sentimental. When would be the best time to commit an assassination? Why on an anniversary, of course. The other piece was a bit harder. She carefully scouted out her guards to determine their level of distaste, so to speak. Leading up to her turn at the tribunal, she made sure be friendly and even chatty with all the guards except for one named Antoine who was barely civil at best and sometimes abusive when the wardens couldn't see. Usually just a cuff or kick, but one day, he gave her a rifle butt to her ribs before the other guards rescued her. She dodged most of the blow. He was pathetically slow. But she acted like it hurt more than it did. One of the friendlier soldiers told her privately as he helped her, "Ah, that one, he's usually not like this, but he had family in Irene, you know? Just stay away from him as much as possible." Your ribs, are they cracked? She winced and shook her head. No, I'll be okay. And Claude, don't report this, please. He looked a bit shocked. But why? You need treatment. If you report it, you'll get into trouble for not stopping him. And he'll get into even worse trouble. Truly, I can understand his anger. Terrible things happen in war and the dead aren't the only casualties. Claude looked at her with shock. Digirekov, no, Colonel. I will do as you say. He saluted her respectfully and then helped her to her cell. Afterwards, he thought, how wrong are the reports about her are. In the end, she was just a child under terrible orders. She's facing the firing squad and she still has enough compassion to care about someone who has done nothing but abuse her. Well, Antoine will never believe it, but I can keep them apart as much as possible. Ah, I know, let's give him the public guarding duties where he won't dare to misbehave. On the thin mattress of her bunk, her face turned toward the wall, Tanya breathed out in relief and smiled secretly. That was too close. I almost lost my best pawn there. She had been quietly egging Antoine on for several weeks once she determined he had it in for her. Nothing noticeable by the other guards but enough to keep him at a low simmer. The key to a fine meal is to have everything to table at just the right time. If Claude doesn't think about it, I'll suggest Antoine be reassigned to guarding duties where he'll be around at the right time. *****. On March 19th, the anniversary of the bombing of Irene, she saw the conspirators were in place in the courtroom. All the faces she had spotted from Gladio's balcony were there, possibly two more as well. They were so predictable, she was almost comically amused. It had taken some finagling with the schedule, but she even managed to get the Irene question to coincide with the anniversary. She suspected, though, that the François judge had been aiming for that as well. Perhaps he assumed that emotions would be against her and make conviction a simple task. After her impassioned speech, she lowered her head to keep them from getting a clue from her face. She watched as Antoine's boots slowly shifted over. Even in the noisy courtroom, she could the tiniest click as a gun was cocked. Long years on the battlefield made one attuned to any sound that could mean your life was forfeit. Then she leapt for the man. Taken by surprise, he couldn't defend himself as she pulled him on top of her like an unruly blanket. She cast her voice, somewhat modified, at the microphone, "Death to the devil." As if commanded, the conspirators fired as if that had been their actual signal to attack. She felt the bullets puncture the confused, and soon to be dead, Antoine. He was a large man and she a small girl, so the odds of them hitting her were minimal at best. Still, they managed to get at least 5 bullets into the former guard and scarred up the floor near them several times. In the confusion, she slipped a small card in his pocket. On it were only 2 words, Fuehrer. Tanya wasn't certain this was one of their code phrases, but she counted on their stupid sentimentality. It was a common catchphrase amongst her anti-fans in Paris, so it was a good bet. After being rescued by the other guards, she did her best to look outraged as they pulled her from the room. "There you go. I'm the safest prisoner in all the Republic. They don't dare touch me now." Chapter 7, Chapter 07, Tatiana and Anthony. Chapter 07. Mr. John had nearly the ideal job if one liked to stretch one's legs as he did. He was tasked, but he had almost unlimited autonomy on how it got done, as long as it got done. This had taken him to nearly every continent and from tundra to desert inside of a week at times. His trips back to civilization were, ironically, a vacation from traveling. The past week had been spent in Paris as there were 5 people he needed to interact with and they happened to be in the same place at roughly the same time. Even free reign only went so far and budgets weren't infinite, so he jumped at the opportunity when it presented itself. Still, one could only work so many hours a day and he spent the rest of the time enjoying himself and catching up on news. The talk of the town was, of course, the trials and the impending verdicts. And biggest topic of the trials was one Lt. Colonel Tanya von Degurakoff, aka Argent Silver. The screaming mobs had less flattering names and the Devil of the Rhine was likely the least insulting. His superiors gave him a curious assignment, so he invited a friend who happened to be one of her guards out for drinks. Mr. John had lots of friends. It took several rounds of a very bitter ale the man preferred to get him to open up. Naturally, the guards had been warned against talking about their charge, but, of course, they were only human. And drunk humans love to talk. Better than a quiet corner, they shared a table in a noisy bar, much more conducive for clandestine talks. Mr. John smiled and pushed the 5th mug toward him. "I hear you have been guarding a very special prisoner." "Yeah, she." He almost sobered up then, still afraid of potential punishment. "Don't worry that you are revealing secrets. I know you are guarding her." He emphasized the last word and they shared a knowing nod. "What's it like?" "Everyone talks about what a monster she is, but all I can see is a little girl." "You know what she talks about? Not battles, or revenge, or weapons or even the trial. She tells us she wants to visit nice restaurants, read in the Bibliothèque Mazarine, sip coffee in sidewalk cafes, or visit the beaches of Nice. The high point of her day is when her lawyer brings her newspapers and a bit of chocolate to eat." Genuine sadness, bordering on grief, lined the man's face. "I once asked her if she wasn't interested in dresses and shoes and other girlish things. Do you know what she said?" "Go on," Mr. John murmured. "She just looked at me blankly, as if she were confused by the question. She said she had never owned a dress. Orphans wore shapeless clothes that could be conveniently given to other children as they grew older. After joining the military, all she had were uniforms. She didn't even understand why she should want a dress. What kind of world is it when a young girl doesn't want something nice to wear?" The trial must have been a shock to everyone. "That one guard. Antoine? Yeah, people are talking like she used him as a shield, but let me tell you." He leaned forward and lowered his voice. "That bastard abused her more than once. But she always told us not to report it because she didn't want any of us getting into trouble. Including him. And you know what they found on him? Fuehrer propaganda. She put up with his shit for weeks and in the end he was trying to kill her like those other assassins. Stupid bastard. So what happened then?" "They changed out almost all her guards, so I haven't been able to ask, but I think she saw he was about to shoot her and she tried to get the rifle away from him." He motioned, bringing his hands together. "Against a longarm, you need to get close to avoid being shot." Clumsy oaf just fell on her. Such a radical stance. Did he always seem like this? Even 3 months ago, I would have said no. He swallowed his drink without tasting it. Who knows what lies in the hearts of others? I like to think he changed his mind and used his body to protect her. That would make a fine story, eh? Two people who should hate each other finding common ground. A fine story, indeed. He couldn't help but think back to his last conversation with his contact in intelligence. John, this will be tough, but we need you to spread some rumors about Digirekov. Good ones. He blinked at the man, wondering if he had misheard. Good ones? Why ever for? The contact sighed as if shouldering the weight of the world. We can't convict her. It would be a sham and everyone would see through it. But we can't acquit her either. She burned down half a city. She's called a devil across most of the world. So command decided that rehabilitating her reputation just enough to give them cover is the easiest way. You can't do such things overnight, Paul. It's not just hard, it's impossible. Doesn't have to be fast, just effective. When we're feeling the heat of the verdict, this will help quench the fires. I won't tell you how to do it, but I can suggest an idea. If she's a victim in all of this, or even marginally sympathetic, then that might be enough. The Crown has opened up the coffers, so spend what you need to. We can delay the verdict for 2 weeks, but it's going to be an acquittal and we need to be ready. Give me 3 weeks. I'll try, but a good bit of the world wants blood now and they may burn down Paris without the assistance of the Empire's army. ******. A struggling playwright and an equally struggling performing troupe suddenly burst onto the art world soon after this conversation. The play they put on was novel and took the theatres of Paris by storm. Many glowing reviews by top critics pushed it into center stage with alacrity, and by the end of its first week, tickets were impossible to find. It told of a young woman, Tatiana, and Aman, Anthony, that could have been friends but were forced by circumstances to be on opposite sides. Set in an older age, their weapons were swords and daggers but were no less deadly for that. The man's family had been killed by her rebel troops and he had vowed bloody revenge. When they were finally captured, she accepted all the blame so that her clan wouldn't be destroyed. He became one of the prison guards to complete his revenge but discovered a lonely woman rather than a monster. In the final, and most moving scene, he protected her with his own body from the blades of assassins when it looked like she might be set free. Few people dared state, for the record, that this was about Tanya and Antoine, but it was talked about in parlors and cafes and bars far beyond the boundaries of any single theater. ******. I know I said the coffers were open, but this is still. Look, Paul. It takes money to put on a show, to pay the performers, rent the halls and waitle. I rode that playwright for 3 straight days until he had something decent to show me. And do you know how much it costs to bribe that many critics? He smirked. Actually, you shouldn't complain so much. The money is earmarked as an investment in the company, not as a donation. You might get a bit more back than you put into it in the end. The hell you say? Is it doing that well? Far better than we had any right to expect. Rusted Silver's private life and past are a mystery, and curiosity is driving a lot of people to the show. It paints the Empire as right bastards, but you probably don't mind that. Mr. John shook his head. It's actually not far from the truth, most of it. Oh, that guard was almost certainly about to shoot her, so that part is fiction, but it makes their local boy into a sympathetic figure, so that actually helps. Still not sure how you pulled this one off, but good job. Years later they would bitterly rue ever having anything to do with Tatiana and Anthony, but for now they were satisfied. Chapter 8, Chapter 08, Bravery Under Fire. Changed Claude's name to Jean as I already had a Claude earlier. Whoops. Chapter text. Chapter 08. For the next week, a shadowy war was played out in the streets of Paris. Their weapons were not bullets, but brushes. The sounds weren't explosions but music. Dueling bands of vandals defaced buildings and monuments alike. Fuehrer faced off against Free Tanya in nearly every alleyway. The Republic's national anthem had its lyrics changed to extol the virtues and sacrifices of those in Irene, while the less well-known Germanian anthem highlighted Tanya's pure heart and bravery. Neither version was sung aloud, of course, but there was a noticeable increase in the number of people humming patriotic tunes. To call her a modern-day Jeanne d'Arc would not be a stretch for her supporters. She only lacked a tragic death to complete the picture. Fuehrer had their own martyrs, of course, and with the advantage of actually having died for the cause. The 2 surviving assassins were even in the same facility as she, La Santa, so all eyes were on the prison. Eyes, and other things. Some instinct, undulled by her time in prison, caused Tanya to duck and dive for cover as a bullet passed through the spot where her head used to be. She crawled, knees and elbows, to confuse the sniper as to her location while more bullets raced to her previous position. Her mind reached for her orb by reflex but didn't find anything, so she spent her mental energy cursing the inefficiency of the Francois military, that they couldn't stop people from smuggling rifles into the most heavily guarded prison in the Republic. Couldn't stop, or maybe didn't want to. Her guards, to their credit, did their best to spot the attacker and return fire, but whoever they were thoroughly professional and extremely dangerous. Jean, one of the newer guards, was hit in the thigh and collapsed near to where she was hiding. Risking gunfire, she dragged him to safety and started giving him first aid. Merde, he said weakly, so much blood. He didn't seem battle-hardened like most of the others, so she figured him for a home guard unit that hadn't seen much action. Or maybe an actual jailer rather than a repurposed soldier. Is this it for me? Nonsense. She barked. I've seen men take half a dozen bullets like this and go drinking the next day. She grabbed his bayonet and fashioned a quick tourniquet after cutting off the sleeves of her prison gear. 2, 3, 4 twists of the bayonet and the blood slowed to a trickle. She tied it down with her other sleeve. How's that feel? The pain. It's not so bad now. His complexion became better as the fear receded slightly. Good man. You better pick up your rifle because I think there might be more of them. You should use it, you're 10 times the soldier I am. I can't do this. If I grabbed your weapon, I'd be shot for trying to escape. But, Jean, you underestimate yourself. You have the makings of a fine soldier, no a fine warrior. You're already stared death in the face and are still here, right? I wasn't born white silver, it happened because I had no choice. True bravery is acting when you have a choice and in spite of fear. His expression calmed and steely glint entered his eyes. I understand. Help me over to my weapon. He picked it up and propped himself painfully against a wall to give support as he scanned for the enemy. I almost lost one of my shields, and I don't have any to spare. She empowered her voice and shouted, stay low, I'm out of their line of sight. Marcus and Emile, go left and concentrate your fire on the east tower. Give cover to the others. Florian, Gaston, take that time to come to my position. Move. Though they didn't move with the precision of the 203rd, they obeyed with alacrity. Even through her still clumsy François, they could feel the voice of command and responded to her will. Within a minute, they were sufficiently protected and could concentrate their fire at the tower. Suddenly there was a cry from above and body fell 5 stories to the ground below. The gunfire stilled and the only sound was harsh breathing by her guards and shouts of approaching troops. To their surprise, the fighting was done before they arrived. One gunman was found dead in the tower from bullet wounds, the other dead on the ground presumably from the fall. The only other casualty, and a non-fatal one at that, was Jean. They found Tanya bandaging his wound and making sure that the tourniquet didn't cause more harm than good. A trigger-happy soldier actually raised his rifle toward her after seeing the blood on her hands and clothes before it was slapped away by someone with more sense. That should keep you going until a real doctor gets here. How do you feel? Alive, he said gratefully. She chuckled and slapped his shoulder. Good soldier. Remember that feeling, nothing is sweeter than that when the alternative was inches away. Ah, your taxi has arrived. The wounded man was carefully put on a stretcher with a doctor next to them to make sure he didn't die on the way to the infirmary. Jean grabbed her bare arm as they were going. Tanya, thank you. She shook her head. We are comrades, even if only for a few minutes. You have nothing to thank me for. They took him away quickly and a squad of nearly 20 returned her to her cell. *****. The Chancellor of the François Republic had had better days, almost all of them, in fact. He was arguing with their judge on the tribunal until he was red in the face. I understand that you hate her. I hate her, too. But look at the situation, man. She is rapidly becoming a hero, in our own country. Those snipers were supposedly prisoners and armed with our own guards' weapons. Do you know how that makes us look? But we can't just acquit her for that. She's guilty, guilty. Of course she's guilty. Legalities aside, her actions were horrific in Arene, in the Rhine, everywhere. But politics says we need to do what is practical. And right now, she's a terrible liability for us. Send her back as soon as you can. The lives, Chancellor, what of them? The man alternated between rage and something beyond mere anger. Do you know there's a cry to award her with the Croix de Guerre for the fight in the prison? If we take too long, she may get it. The devil of the Rhine getting a goddamned medal for bravery while our prisoner. From us. If you thought the situation couldn't get worse, it just has. We have to save face, somehow. I can't just let her go free, he mumbled. There's a plan for that. There's a clause in the Articles of Surrender to deal with her. Nothing permanent, alas, but enough. Enough for now. He patted the tired man's shoulder. I understand. Look, you can abstain. I've been assured by Judge Edwards that Albion can push through an acquittal as long as we don't oppose it. You have sufficient grounds, of course. Just give a high-minded dissenting opinion but say that you feel you cannot give a fair judgment. That's barely better than voting for her. Barely better is the best we can hope for, I'm afraid. Chapter 9, Chap 09, The Caged Bird. Chapter Text. Chapter 09. It happened so subtly that no one noticed it at first. Most never did, truth be told. Like a minute change in the weather, incremental, quiet, but powerful. A tiny grain of sand that tips a scale left rather than right. One too many snowflakes causing the whole mass to slide off the roof onto an unsuspecting pedestrian. Or, in this case, the sound of a voice. Due to the sheer number of people interested in the tribunal, the Francois Republic had arranged for the testimonies to be broadcast over the radio, a first for the country and the world. Through use of specialized magic orbs and cutting-edge technology, their voices could be captured, edited for clarity and delivered to all interested parties. But the people of Paris were able to hear it live and uncensored. Meeting places, schools, pubs, cafes, any place that could afford a radio receiver would tune into the trials. As fast as they could build them, they were purchased and tuned on to the only broadcast available. Worried about disruptions in civil order, the authorities suggested banning the practice but were met with such overwhelming disapproval, they quickly relented. And, weeks later, they eventually got to hear her. As the chief counsel for her defense, the chief witness and also the sole suspect, she was heard more than any other person. Tanya questioning, Tanya explaining, Tanya exhorting, Tanya overcoming. Her voice carried power and conviction as much as her arguments carried logic. To most it was like a subtle melody that worked its way into your mind before you knew it. For some, a hammer blow that stupefied with a single strike. She was hated by many but ignored by none. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Though in deliberations, the judges still had to answer to interested parties, i.e. everyone. Any world government that was involved in the war had a stake in the case and they let their displeasure be known. Though for different reasons, all were unhappy with the tribunal and pressure was mounting. And now there was a petition by Gladio to move her out of La Santa as it was profoundly unsafe. The suggestion was to relocate her to a secret venue out of the city while the deliberations continued. It was damnably hard to turn down the request as evidence was clearly on her side. The Federation judge slapped his copy of the petition and, feeling this was insufficient, tore it to pieces. How can we accede to this? She's a blatant criminal and now she was a paid vacation in the countryside. Perhaps a chef and maid would be pleasant as well. The Dacian judge mused, even if we agree, there is the question of location. How can we be sure that it is safe? Of all the judges, he was surprisingly the most sympathetic to Digirekov's fate. Though their defeat by the Empire was embarrassing, it was over so quickly that they had suffered little while under imperial rule. Truth be told, Dankians had learned a lot during that time and their country was rapidly modernizing with the help of Germanian engineers and construction teams that could not find work in their home country. The rulers of Dacia had been taken down half a dozen notches and he, privately, thought that was a fine thing. There's no reason why she couldn't be just as secure elsewhere. No vacation, mind, but it would avoid having bloody battles in the middle of a secure prison. She might escape, though. Do not underestimate her cunning. The increasingly frenzied Federation judge argued. Bachimoy, if she gets away, Loria will have me executed as soon as I step off the train. Britannia mediated. I don't think there's much fear of that. Where would she run to at any rate? Without weapons, an orb, or friends, even the dreaded white silver is a defanged tiger. And I'm sure we can find loyal guards that aren't in Fuehre's pocket. Those ones that defended her have the right stuff, I gather. The vote was less close than one might expect and the decision was made. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Gladio felt that his supply of handkerchiefs was woefully insufficient. What lasted for days wouldn't last even an hour now. He contemplated ordering a bulk purchase and having the laundress come twice a week. Handkerchiefs weren't the only thing soaked with sweat. And the cologne expense. I could up the billable hours a bit, certainly no one could say that I haven't worked on this assignment. He was escorted down the very familiar route to Tanya's cell by alert guards. By now, he could navigate the path in the dark, probably in his sleep. Something unfamiliar caused him to pause. Maitre? Is something amiss? The guards naturally stopped at the same time as him. The change of routine put them on alert but, since it was Gladio, they didn't take it too seriously. Oh, my apologies. I just thought I heard singing. The guard smiled. You might have a bit of a surprise waiting for you, then. The sound of music got louder until there was no doubting the source, Tanya herself. Oddly, her voice, objectively, wasn't very special. It had been roughened by years of shouting orders, though it had healed in the last half-year, and there was still a slight burr that an aficionado would find unpleasant. And yet, there was something undeniably hauntingly unique about it. Something beyond purity of tones, talent, or experience. She stopped when they entered the cell and the guards on duty frowned but remained too disciplined to say anything. Ah, von Digirekov, I did not know you sang. Ordering her men to lay waste to entire armies, yes, singing no. She shrugged. My options for entertainment are quite limited and, newspapers aside, my choices of reading material are minimal. There was a chessboard in the cell but the guards weren't allowed to entertain prisoners and Gladio was about as much challenge as a newborn kitten facing a Rottweiler. The guards withdrew to give the two privacy. I bring good news. My acquittal? So soon. No, no, not that. Gladio. She menaced him, all the glamour of her singing now gone. Wait. They will be moving you to a secluded location in the country for security reasons. I argued quite convincingly that La Santa isn't nearly safe enough and they agreed. You mean you presented the arguments I crafted? Well, yes, but I did present them quite successfully. You and hand-selected guards will live there disguised until the verdict is ready. That's surprisingly good news. Well done. The rare bit of praise felt better to him than passing the bar. There is one small matter, though. Her eyes narrowed. What are you hiding, man? Out with it. I did say disguised and it's quite unusual for a girl to, You're trying to put me in a dress again. Please. It's quite necessary this time. In the past, perhaps we could have made an allowance but you've been in too many papers. Your image is quite striking and no one would expect a village girl to be the dreaded Devi, heir. White silver. Tanya looked at him bemusedly. Gladio, have you been eating something different lately? That's twice in one conversation you've impressed me with your intellect. As much as I would like to argue the point, the facts are obvious. When do we leave? Chapter 10, The Simple Life. With little fanfare, a dozen school chums and their old headmaster arrived in a small village for a holiday. It was somewhat distant from Paris and yet also not too far. In the Loire Valley, not far from Montresor, it sat unchanged probably since the last century, and maybe the century before that. It had been too insignificant and out of the way to have played a part in the Great War, so what passions existed ran cool and were more hypothetical than actual. Far from having a radio, there wasn't even a house that had electricity. The mayor, part-time, also being a full-time rancher, had the only phone that he would charge a small fee for the use of. The only thing of note about the visitors was the headmaster's daughter, Maria. She was a child with long auburn hair, lovely pale skin and brilliant blue eyes. She wore glasses that accentuated her intelligent appearance and made her look every bit an up-and-coming scholar. While the others goofed off and enjoyed themselves, she was more likely to spend time reading in the shade, going on walks, while properly escorted, or simply sitting on a rocky outcropping overlooking the village and singing. Tanya had found that her vocal powers were becoming far easier the more she practiced and, to her surprise, when she sang. Never one to waste time, she had been practicing even from her time in prison and saw no reason to stop now. Though she wouldn't admit it, especially to herself, she found herself enjoying making music as well. Her jailers, while vacationing on the surface, properly did their job and there were never less than 4 within her immediate vicinity. Still, she didn't mind an audience and they stayed quite a bit closer when she sang. Claude, one of the guards she had known the longest, sat nearby and kept an eye on things while listening. That song, it was Alba-ish, right? Such a haunting melody, but I've never heard it before. Yesterday, all my troubles seemed so far away. His voice was actually closer to John Lennon's than hers, but his pronunciation was atrocious. Tanya cursed herself for accidentally singing a song from her old world, but then decided that the copyright laws of that earth didn't apply here. Oh, just something I made up. Did you like it? I did. You could be a professional, truly. He looked out over the heather away from the village. Nothing but green hills, distant mountains, and the occasional tree. If you could, would you just go? Leave your old life behind, just be a simple girl or maybe an entertainer. Looking like you do now, with your improved accent, you could pass easily. She shook her head. My path was decided long ago. Dresses and fancy shoes and makeup? Not for me. She leaned back and barely remembered to straighten the damnable skirt to stay presentable. Besides, I gave my word that I wouldn't try to escape. As both an honest human being and an officer of the Empire, can I do anything else? There. Now he'll see me as someone worthy of trust and they'll increase my freedoms until I'm released. If they hear it's a bad verdict, they might even tip me off because they are sympathetic. At least this is less stressful, Maria. And the food is certainly better. Even with no one around, he used her cover name. With the money they're paying the madam of the bed and breakfast, I wouldn't be surprised if she indulged her gourmet fantasies. Then again, perhaps she has. Last night's duck was superb and not at all dry. It's a shame I couldn't sample the wine that went with it. Ahaha. Not for a few years. Of course not, but on that day, I'll drink as much as I want. He clinked an imaginary glass with her and then she stood up again. Without preamble, she started singing again. The hills are alive. Privately, though she wasn't a patch on Julie Andrews, but she didn't see the look in the eyes of those watching her in the immediate vicinity and farther out as her voice spread like a flock of birds that had crested a tall hill and spread out in the valley just below. *****. During dinner, Madame Blanchett commented over the savory pie and steamed carrots she had just served. I heard you singing today, Maria. Lovely. But so many Alba-ish songs, surely you have some favorites in François. The motherly widow puttered around making sure that all the men had plenty to eat. Naturally madam, but when I learn a new language, I try to learn its songs, too. She gave them a few lines of a song popular in Paris, before switching to Dacian for a bit and then moving to Albaish. My word, what variety! So many languages at such a young age. Your father must be very proud. Indeed, Gladio looked proud as if Tanya actually had been his child. Well, in an academic family, it's natural to be academic, yes. Do you know any others, dear? I do. But some are less popular than others. I don't sing those very often, you understand. I suppose. But the war is won, so let's leave all that unpleasantness behind. Things will be back to normal any day now. Once that dreadful trial is over, that's the end. She nodded sagely. It's obvious that poor girl couldn't have done all those terrible things. Imagine. Is that so? Gladio said noncommittally. Certainly. A soldier the age of my grandchild? Preposterous. And a girl at that. She tapped the side of her nose with a forefinger. Probably just some waif they used for the newsreels and then everyone needs someone to blame and there you go. I just want to tell everyone to go back home and mind their own business, I do. Jean pounded the sturdy wooden table, here. Now that makes more sense than anything out of those politicals types. Tanya pushed her glasses up her nose a bit. Truer than you know. Excessive punishments lead to resentment and then to further conflict. History showed this time and again. Sometimes moving forward requires stepping back. In this rare instance, Tanya spoke her true thoughts unfiltered. As long as it didn't personally affect her future, she had no desire for revenge, no grand scheme to get even, no drive to reconquer Europe. She viewed such things as pointless wastes of resources but on a catastrophic scale. No sane person would desire a return to the war just ended. Alas, there were too many not sane people out there. Well, maybe I'd make an exception made for commies. Those bastards are dangerous. If the free market grows quickly enough, they should collapse of their own stupidity before they infect more countries. Without realizing it, she had begun planning the downfall of a huge nation using nothing but market forces, just in case. *****. 2 days later, Tanya and some guards were strolling around the village when one of the local boys approached her with an innocent grin. I heard you singing. It was amazing. She just nodded and said a brief thank you, uncertain on how to handle the praise. It was nothing the military, or even her former life, had prepared her for. The boy seemed expectant so she continued, can I help you? Did you want to go play? He was maybe 11, her exact apparent age. She was still shorter and thinner than her nearly 15 years would lead one to believe. And since she rejected makeup forcefully, even violently, there are few who wouldn't make the wrong assumption. Sorry, I have to get back to Villa after lunch. You should come to my place, then. My parents are bakers but they serve other stuff too. I don't know. Like pastries. He lowered his voice dramatically. Chocolate pastries. All of them ended up in the bakery eating lunch after that. The youngster, Etienne, chattered non-stop, testing their cover stories to the limit. Fortunately, the class they pretended to share was soccer so they didn't have to fake being experts at anything. That said, he spent most of the time asking Maria about her pretended life. Tanya used the background they made up and avoided elaborating excessively as she had no desire to remember a bunch of fictions. So where are you going to go next, Maria? I bet you've been to all sorts of amazing places. Have you been to Paris? I hear it's super amazing. We're going there next. She used the excuse of putting a chocolate croissant into her mouth to keep her comments short. Honestly, though, it was well worth eating and not a chore at all. She licked some stray chocolate off of her fingers justifying by thinking that her cover identity would do the same thing. A sip of passably decent coffee made the experience nearly perfect. Her guards felt the image of the devil of the Rhine recede even further away. Though she never denied anything she had done, even testified to most of it, those were like a fantasy story compared to the girl in front of them that couldn't let a bit of chocolate escape. Etienne had been unusually quiet for an entire minute and then finally said. Why not just stay here? We could get married and you could sing every day. Only inhuman self-control kept her from spitting coffee over everyone around. What? That's quite impossible and will never happen. Tanya thought it quite the feat that she hadn't hit him reflexively. The boy was just a touch too young to feel embarrassed by his suggestion. Why not? We're the same age and you're awfully pretty. I'm going to become a baker like my parents and you enjoy the food, right? You're smart like a teacher and could do that. Etienne, she said with renewed calmness. I have things I must do that I can't do here. Commitments and promises that I cannot break. Someday, years and years from now when I'm an old person, I'll retire somewhere peaceful. Where's that? His proposal of marriage was forgotten almost immediately. A villa by the beach. Big enough to be strong enough to resist storms, not one of those flimsy stick things. Some place of my own that I can keep forever. Maybe nice. What, you'd want a whole city? No, foolish boy. A villa in Nice. Why would I need an entire city? Just some place big enough for me and my hobbies. Maybe a few dogs. Sounds expensive but also amazing. Does your father have a lot of money? She snorted, hardly. I'm trying to find a good job when I, grow up. He nodded sagely. Should stick to singing. It's like nothing I've ever heard before. So you've heard so many songs, then. I know some. He started singing a local song, peasant music really, but fun and easy to follow. Soon the guards and Tanya had joined in, learning the simple song quickly. Etienne's parents stopped what they were doing and stood, transfixed by the music, and the lead singer. Patrons were likewise stunned into silence, and more people from outside quietly crowded into the shop to hear better. Those few who couldn't enter strained to catch a glimpse of the girl even as they fell under the power of her voice. Afterwards, she segued into a rendition of Do Re Mi, translating it on the fly from English to French. Not perfectly, but no one seemed to mind. ******. That night, those not in guard in the house, met outside for a smoke and discussion. They were joined by Gladio as well, as he wouldn't dare smoke within 50 feet of Digurekov. Claude pulled a drag off of his cigarette. How goes the tribunal? Heard anything? He shook his head. Still in deliberations. And that, well, that's not very good. That got all their attention. What do you mean? Long deliberations usually mean they have decided that defendant is guilty and they are deciding how guilty. He stared at his own smoke and found it was not as pleasing as usual. No, he saw blue eyes staring at him when he tried to relax with his tobacco. Giving up, he tossed it aside. That's not good. Will you hear the verdict before it's announced? No, I'm afraid not. One can guess based on how you are ordered to bring her back to Paris. It's quite odd, though. The decision should be easy, there's no grey area at all. Having failed to enjoy his tobacco, he put his mini humidor away and sighed. Good night, friends. We should know soon, as they've dragged this on for too long. After the lawyer had trudged back inside, the guards looked at each other. Finally, one broke the silence. We're going to help her, aren't we? They nodded as if speaking in agreement was too real. We have the backup costume and hair dye prepared, though I don't know how well she would pass as a dark-haired boy. Claude smirked, pretty well. She knows a Kitsusha man pretty well. Not here in the country, but you see them in the bigger cities. Cut and dye her hair, some makeup for her eyes. Or maybe as a girl from the Unified States. Her accent is closer to theirs than the Commonwealth. I think it might work. She'd have to go alone, though. Could she make it? Idiot. Even though she's a little girl, she's still white silver. Don't underestimate her. Still, alone she'd stand out too much. One of us would need to go with her. They grew silent again. Letting her escape would set the entire team up for massive reprisals. Helping her escape, they didn't like to think about the consequences. Jean stopped leaning on the fence and said firmly. I'll do it. If it comes to that, I'll do it. Merde, I'd probably already be dead if not for her. Okay, I'll tell the others later. They are trustworthy and will agree, I'm sure. *****. The next day, Gladio came back from the mayor's house with a bemused expression. Tanya sipped her coffee, made sure that the madam was out of the house and barked. What is it? Out with it, man. There are riots in Paris. Riots over you. They are, what? Whatever for. The Fuehrer side wants your execution moved up immediately, and other, less savory, suggestions. The Free Tanya coalition is suggesting that you've already been killed secretly and the authorities are afraid to admit it. That last attack in the prison, no one is sure what to think. They want you back immediately so you can be seen and heard. She closed her eyes, steeled herself, and opened them again. Blue eyes were calm and she gave a little smirk. Well, then we should prepare for departure. Jean nearly jumped up. But they might. She patted his arm. Promises have been made and they shall be kept. Everyone, start packing. Gladio, find our hostess and pay her through the end of the week. As this is quite sudden for her, everyone strip your linens and take them to the laundry as a final gift for the hospitality. Despite being the prisoner, she easily took charge and organized their departure. All their plans to save her were blown away. Not by the military, the courts, the communists or even Fuehrer, but instead by the very person they were trying to save. Chapter 11. Thank you, Claude Joseph and Rogers and Hammerstein. Madame Blanchett surprised them all with a massive lunch they could eat on the train, and surprised Tanya, in particular, by giving her a big hug and kisses on her cheeks as part of her tearful farewell. Tanya's body stiffened, but, fortunately, she didn't have a computation orb so couldn't respond to it as an attack. Thank you, madam. Au revoir. Most of the villagers gathered to see them off. Suddenly the crowd started shouting, "A song! Please, one more song!" The call was started by a certain 11-year-old boy, it should be noted. Soon, their cries couldn't be ignored. Tanya sighed inside but decided to borrow from Rogers and Hammerstein yet again and gave them a rousing rendition of So Long, Farewell that she had translated the night before. She hadn't known they would insist on another song, but she had guessed it might happen. And she certainly wasn't going to sing 16, going on 17 even if she had someone to do the male part. Now way in hell, not even if you held a gun to her head. They kept to their disguises until very near Paris and then distributed themselves into nondescript delivery vehicles. Even without the ire directed at her personally, she saw the city was in the midst of unrest. She restricted herself to peeking out of security holes in the vehicle and decided she wouldn't want to venture on those streets without her rifle, a computation orb, and about 100 yards head start. Once back in prison, a thorough wash with some special soap restored her hair to its original color though it was now an inch or more longer. She hadn't ever let it get this long since joining the military and found it inconvenient at best. Still, she had no access to a hairdresser and it helped keep Gladio off her back to look more feminine. Come, we mustn't tarry. A broadcast room has been set up in the prison so we can assure the public that you've come to no harm and are, well, still here. Where's my uniform? The lawyer blinked. Why would you need that? This is an official function, is it not? I don't know. We kept it in my office for the court appearances. Well, I can wait until it's brought here. But the broadcast is imminent. We don't have that much time. I have all the time in the world, Gladio. Here I stay until I'm dressed appropriately. Colonel. This may give them an excuse to act more high-handedly than in the past. Also, it's not a public appearance, after all. And the image would be considerably better than in your prison outfit. NNNNGN. So be it, then. In any just world, I wouldn't be forced like this. Yes. I'm sure it will fine. Enough of your platitudes, Gladio. Now get out and I'll be ready momentarily. In far less than 3 minutes, she was clothed in the cleanest of the dresses left from the trip. Frankly, she had not intended on wearing any of them again, so this limited her choices tremendously. Her hair had just finished drying and flowed down in gentle curls over her half-bare shoulders and was a further annoyance. She longed for a good cap to keep the errant locks under control. Her lawyer and guards guided her to a conference room that was one of the few with plenty of natural light in the late afternoon. There were several photographers and even someone manning a hand-cranked movie camera to capture the scene. Well, at least they aren't about to execute me in secret. Not with all these witnesses. I hope. Just to be sure, she scanned the room for makeshift weapons and who would be the best hostage. The warden nodded toward a peculiar microphone. It was similar to the ones used during the trials and had a special magical orb in it just for capturing and amplifying sound with minimal distortion. If you would, von Digerekov. There are also a list of questions you could answer for the recording. Questions. Have we restarted the tribunal, warden? No, not at all. It's just that, he looked pained to admit it. That people think you may have been killed or died in secret, so answering questions we've received recently will let people know that this wasn't prepared in advance. Or from portions of other recordings. Ah, I see the point. Well, bring me today's newspaper. If I read a headline or two, that should be sufficient. Longer than that would be best. Perhaps 10 minutes? Long enough that they can determine it's not just an imitator. Is there such a person in Paris, do you think? Someone with my voice and my speech mannerisms. Please, Colonel. Just 10 minutes and you can speak on anything you like just without being incendiary. Have no fear, I have no wish for tensions to get any worse. She looked at the microphone and then him out of the side of her eyes. Anything. Certainly, within those restrictions. As long as they know it's you. Fine, then. She stepped onto the small stage. Why did they even have a stage in a prison, she wondered, and lowered the microphone to a more reasonable height. People of Paris. I heard that there were some concerned for my health. Her voice took on a droll tone, and perhaps those who were concerned I was too healthy. At any rate, I am fine. She picked up the leading newspaper and read it. According to Le Populaire, I am likely in a very deep grave somewhere under this prison, but I can assure everyone that I remain above ground. She read a few more headlines, many concerning herself, but found that she had many minutes to fill. I spoke with a woman of the Republic recently and she said some things that have remained with me as they seemed very wise. If I may paraphrase, the war is over. Everyone should just go home and handle their own affairs. Just as the weary soldiers of this country have returned, I, too, wish to go back my own fatherland. And, one day, I hope to walk the streets of Paris like any other tourist. Other than that, I don't really have any message for you, but I can fill some space here if I do that. Something anyone who lives here will like, right? I heard the Francois national anthem since I've been here and thought it a beautiful piece of music. If you can forgive my poor rendition, I'll share it with you. Her voice gained power and depth, captured, magnified, amplified and broadcast to Paris. Let's go, children of the fatherland. The day of glory has arrived. Against us tyranny's bloody flag is raised. Listening cafes and other locations with radios had mostly split between the Free Arena and the Free Tanya population with very few neutral spots. To a certain degree, this had reduced the conflicts as only like-minded people would gather. But that had its own problems as like-minded people could become organized people. All were tuned to the broadcast though. The crowds were amazed that someone so young could capture the power and pride of their anthem. They come right to our arms to slit the throats of our sons, our friends. Grab your weapons, citizens. Form your battalions. Let us march. Let us march. May impure blood water our fields. Tanya's voice was both sweeter and more strident than ever as she got the stride of the song. This horde of slaves, traitors, plotting kings. What do they want? For whom these vile shackles, these long-prepared irons? All across Paris, the listeners could imagine her condition. They remember the pictures of a shackled little girl being dragged to the prison months ago. It is us that they dare to consider, returning to ancient slavery. Who were the jailers? Who was guilty? The mood, once happy that they discovered Tanya was well, soon turned dark. Vile despots would become the masters of our fate. Tremble, tyrants! And you, traitors! The disgrace of all groups, tremble! Her voice lowered, full of emotion, as magnanimous warriors bear or hold back your blows, spare these sad victims, regretfully arming against us. Many were moved to weep, thinking of the dead, lost in the terrible war and one live girl who still didn't know her fate. She didn't choose this war, she didn't make it. But not these bloodthirsty despots. All of these animals who, without pity, tear their mother's breast to pieces. Sadness was washed away, to be replaced by righteous anger. Who was responsible for the endless fields of war-torn earth, soaked with the blood of so many young men? Many turned to look at the grim prison with narrowed eyes and unpleasant expressions. Liberty, beloved liberty, fight with your defenders. Under our flags, let victory hasten to your manly tones. May your dying enemies see your triumph and our glory. Grab your weapons, citizens. Form your battalions. Let us march, let us march. Tanya stepped away from the microphone. Okay, that was pretty good I think. They'll see that I'm a reasonable person who respects their culture and we aren't so different. That anthem, though, you really don't realize how violent it is until you say it out loud. Must be the reason they were so ready to jump into a crazy war in the first place. Those in the room were frozen with shock. The cameraman, only by sheer habit of long practice had continued to turn the crank and only stopped when he noticed that the film had long since been used. She cocked her head and looked at the men in the room. Is that sufficient, Warden? Should I say some more? No wait. Stop the broadcast. He turned to the operator. Stop it, I say. But, sir, we cannot. It's being stored for the record, yes, but it has already been sent out. Tanya shook her head. These Republic types. They probably wanted to edit it down and clean up the slow spots. Anyway, not my problem. Gladio, these gentlemen seem busy, we should return to my cell. Why yes, that would be for the best. Neither of them could see, or hear, the massive crowds that were pouring in the streets, angry and looking for something to lash out against. Cries of Free Tanya echoed throughout the city as the fires started to burn. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. The Chancellor was literally tearing out his hair as he yelled at the judge, the generals, the mayor of Paris and everyone else in the room. I told you. I said send her away as quickly as possible. Paris will burn to the ground and we're the ones doing it without the help of the Empire. The general tried to interject calmness. Just some rabble. The troops can block the rioters like before and it will all calm down. The mayor said timidly, sirs. There are reports that some soldiers are part of the air demonstrations. As participants. A sweaty chief of police was still struggling to make sense of it all. He had been dragged from his mistress's bed by his deputy and was lucky that he had his pants on the right way. His weary deputy had filled him in on the way. The Free Tanya protesters are about to tear down La Santa and the judicial building. The Free Arena bastards are trying to tear down everything else. Even all our manpower might only protect a few buildings, but not the whole city. The browbeaten judge looked utterly haggard. What color that had returned to his cheeks during von Degurakov's vacation was gone now. It's her fault, he hissed. Let her fix it. Drag her in front of the crowds, that will shut them up. It was a testament to their desperation that they actively considered throwing a girl to a dangerous mob to solve their problems. Judge, you might be right. The Chancellor said after some thought. His eyes lit up, yes. Just toss her to them in shackles and it will be over. Give the witch to them. No, fool. Her words sparked this fire, maybe they can quench it as well. He started barking orders, get loudspeakers prepared for another broadcast. Anywhere with a receiver. Especially the government buildings. Get Dikurekov back to where she did her recording. Have the warden make her, no. Have the warden beg her to call off the dogs. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Deep in La Santa, Tanya had no idea about what was occurring outside its walls. Certainly, there seemed to be more commotion than most days, but since it had nothing to do with her, she ignored it as she caught up on her newspapers. Though they still refused her any from the Empire, some from the Unified States has some choice quotes from her home country. Oh, they haven't forgotten me, yet? The states didn't get as bruised as the continental powers, so I guess they are still pretending they were neutral. They made massive loans to everyone, so their influence will be rising soon. Privately, she wondered if the Great Depression was a certainty and how she could make use of that. Making money on a crash was easy, if you knew it was coming. Before long, there came a pounding on the door just before the warden burst in, followed by several guards. Tanya responded poorly, ice in her words and eyes. Sir. I realize I'm a prisoner, but please grant me the minimal level of privacy and decency. She held a pen hidden in one hand, prepared to use the carefully sharpened point as a potential tool to puncture his throat or take out an eye. Having disturbed my rest, please see yourself out. LT. Colonel, no, Tanya. Please help me. The normally proud man forced these words out painfully. Puzzled, her mind raced. What would he need her help for? Was this some kind of threat? Warden, whatever could I do for you? I am your captive, not the other way around. The people, they are rioting. Before long, the city may burn. Nothing has worked to calm them. Please, I beg you, get them to stop. I'm only one person, Warden. How shall I do that? Even at my best, with the right gear, the most I could handle was a few thousand. No. A broadcast. Perhaps you can soothe them and send them away. Oh, is that what I've been hearing? The sound is so muffled this deep, I couldn't tell. Well, I suppose I might. She let her voice trail off meaningfully. He caught the hint. Anything. Almost. Please. Then I expect to see the cuisine around here upgraded immediately. Gladio knows my tastes, but I trust my orders will be filled promptly. Yes, of course. Now, let us make our way to the broadcast room. She shook her head. Too far away from the crowd. Bring a more portable radio, you have those I know. They will need to see me, I think. What kind of crazy people does the Republic raise? They're burning down their own capital. Unfortunately, I'm in that capital now without a means of flight. I don't want to face down those madmen, but better than going up in flames with these idiots. To one side, Claude felt his heart swell. How brave she is. She would risk her own life to save people she never met, who might have even fought against her in the Great War. She's our own Jeanne d'Arc, a modern saint. The warden himself carried the radio equipment to the top of one of the outer walls. Loudspeakers were added along the length. Below were angry mobs destroying and setting fires. Shouting "Free Tanya!" All the while. There were even some torches. Where do you get torches in the 20th century? Are you ready, Warden? She grabbed the hefty radio rig and the handheld microphone. Yes, please start. Lights, she commanded as she stood on top of the wall. People of Paris. Her magnified voice echoed around the streets, stopping the crowds magnificently. Why have you come here? Why are you destroying what you love? It was more flowery than she liked, but the language tended in that direction. All eyes looked up as one. A single man, voice louder than most, shouted, "We've come to free you. This injustice must stop." Again the crowds took up the chant, "Free Tanya! Free Tanya!" She held up a hand. "I'm truly humbled and honored you would come to aid me, but surely the progress of law will grant me justice soon. There's no need for violence. You can't trust those shitty bastards." This sentiment was shared by the crowd and, it must be said, by Tanya herself. But she couldn't let her true feelings leak out. "I have faith that law and sweet reason will win in the end. Please, let us have peace tonight. I said once that I wanted to walk this city as a free person." She smiled and the spotlights on her hair gave her halo of gold. "I can't do that if it falls to ruin." The crowd calmed but still seemed restless. Crap, one song riled them up so bad. These Francois are way too passionate. Maybe another can calm them down. My repertoire is not very large, but, wait, maybe that one will do. She inhaled deeply and started to sing. She found that the specialized computation orb still had some wiggle room to run a parallel spell, so she took advantage of that. The crowd, and those on the wall, gasped as she stepped off and floated gently down. Edelweiss, Edelweiss, every morning you greet me. Small and white, clean and bright, you look happy to meet me. Damn, this is hard. This dinky thing takes 20 times the energy to just float a little. The crowd, enraptured, fell completely silent as she settled on an as yet unburned police van. The spotlights turned to follow her. She put the heavy radio down on the roof while still carrying the microphone with the overheating jewel. It glowed brightly, making her appearance seem, literally, magical. Blossom of snow, may you bloom and grow forever. Countless eyes in the crowd, and even more ears across the city stopped to behold her. The universal love of home kindled in their hearts to the wistful yet powerful tune. Edelweiss, Edelweiss, bless my homeland forever. She looked down just as the overstrained jewel burned brightly one last time and then faded out. It was to utter and complete silence that she turned back and re-entered the prison, walking through the front gates. I wish I didn't have to use the B word in that song, but at least it's not a prayer, right? Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Within 72 hours, she was on a luxury train back to Berun, after having eaten many gourmet meals in the finest hotel in Paris. Notes. Okay, it's probably obvious that the sound of music was the big connecting thread in the last 2 chapters. I swear that this was completely not according to any plan, at first. Going to those hills in the country and singing led me to the sound of music, but the rest just fell into place. If you haven't heard these songs, I recommend them, they are quite good. I did pull out Lonely Goatherd of the first draft, but you can assume she sang it sometime when she was there. There were real goatherds in that village. Then again, maybe you can't picture Tanya yodeling. Just sayin'. As a piece of headcanon, I made Tanya a fan of movies in general, in her past life, of course, and American movies in particular. He was a bachelor with no friends, he couldn't have spent all his time firing people and reading history books. All Japanese kids learn some English and there are some that get quite good at it. As an ambitious man, it wouldn't be surprising if he was fairly fluent. He also knows a lot of American songs because music follows movies, naturally. As a point of culture, all salarymen and women in Japan have expected social events with co-workers, and singing is not uncommon. The microphone is passed around and you have to sing, no matter how bad. Having at least one social skill can be viewed as a helping him to get a better job. He also knows how to golf. What was planned was using the French national anthem. Wow, I did not jazz it up at all, it really is that violent. I trimmed a bit, but it is a bloody call to bloody action, with blood. These are the people who invented the guillotine to make public executions more convenient and humane. The 7th verse, not written by the original author so I left it out entirely, is not nearly as exciting, so I just hand-waved it away. At any rate, I hope you enjoyed the first act and will stick around for Act 2. Chapter 12. What came before? Months before, in the Empire. The normally calm General Rudersdorf hammered the conference table with a clenched fist hard enough to crack the wood that had seen many years of use and abuse. In his hand was a missive from the Chancellor's office, now mangled and flecked with his blood. What is this garbage? He was red-faced and you could easily see his warrior ancestors standing behind him, urging him to violence. In another era, he'd be in front of the army with a spiked mace covered with the blood and brains of his enemies. The Assistant Chancellor quietly sweated in front of him, quite clearly seeing those ghostly berserkers. He now knew why the Chancellor had tasked him to come here instead of coming himself. It's quite clear, General. While Dikurekov may be an officer of the Empire, there are higher rules that we all must follow. I'm sure the tribunal will be impartial. Impartial. He bellowed, causing the windows to rattle and a secretary walking by to stumble and drop countless documents. How could she even get a semblance of a fair trial with these restrictions? No contact with anyone from the Empire, no outside counsel, no packages or information from the Empire, no judges outside of the alliance of our enemies. Are you using some new meaning of the word impartial that hasn't reached the rest of the country? Using his one great talent, the ability to seem calm no matter what his emotions, he answered levelly. Between us, General, this was the price we had to pay under the terms of surrender. The offer without her was even more punitive. At least with this, we managed to keep our pre-war borders even if we lost some other issues. Do you even hear yourself, man? We told you to quit while we were ahead, but you greedy bastards wanted more and so we lost everything. Now you are trying to justify the wisdom of your actions. You'd have to search long and hard to find a soldier as dedicated and effective as she, and you're just throwing her away. Please. Would you send one person on a suicide mission if it meant saving dozens, or hundreds, or even the whole nation? Of course you would. And, as effective as you say she is, she's a loose cannon, causing far more harm than good at times. Also, the war is over. What use even the greatest mage when we are at peace? Rudersdorf looked at him as if he were insane. Do you for even a single scintilla of time believe there's some kind of lasting peace from that travesty of a surrender you brokered? This is just them tenderizing the goose before they throw it in the oven. Our army reduced to a shadow. Our coffers are drained in reparations for the war they started. One of our best sacrificed on your altar of incompetence. He raised his voice and pointed at the man who seemed about to interrupt. Admit it. We did everything humanly possible to dominate on the battlefield, but you failed to manage the public and stop the war after we had won. As always, good men have to pay for the failure of half-witted so-called leadership. The assistant chancellor dared not speak as he had no good arguments, and had a reasonable fear for his own well-being. The general finally lowered his voice. Good men, and one very good girl. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. The 203rd were given no warning, mostly due to them being simultaneously the most dangerous and most loyal battalion in the empire, and quite possibly the world. Excellent if they were on your side, otherwise, not so much. Some sixth sense caused Visha to sense something was amiss and she dropped by headquarters after being given weekend leave. Lieutenant, what are you doing here? Tanya asked her calmly as she continued to pack her bags. I had an intuition you would need me, Colonel. I know, just a superstitious feeling, but why are you packing your travel kit? She sighed and blew a stray lock out of her face. The crows of Arene had come to roost after all these months. I've been requested to a military tribunal for war crimes. Tanya looked at her adjutant with steely eyes. This is strictly confidential. No one is to find out about this until I'm well outside of the empire. Visha took over the task, trying to hide the upset she was feeling. But why? Isn't winning enough for them, must they tear us all down? The blonde girl sighed and shook her head. Everyone tallied their chips after the war and they decided we still had too many. It was either my neck or a pile of gold and other items of value, one assumes. I wish our command had put up a bit more of a fight, though. She laughed with a trace of bitterness. I heard that they locked out Zetter from those particular discussions and slipped it in at the last minute. The lieutenant was about to say something, but stopped. What is it? I wanted to say we should fight it, but you've already calculated the chances, decided it wouldn't work and so are leaving quietly. She was nearly done with the travel bags but found herself reluctant to close the last one. A genuine laugh sprang forth from Tanya, surprising them both. You've learned so much. You're a fine officer, Serebryakov, and will keep getting better. Please hold down the fort while I'm gone. Weiss will be in command, but I've put in papers for a promotion for you as well to match your increased responsibilities. She shook her head. That they tried to fight me on, but they backed down pretty quickly. Let's just say they preferred a quiet departure and were willing to make ample concessions. She tapped a booklet. This clinched it, I think. I took your methods of interrogation from the Russie Federation and codified it into a proper manual. Very good work, there. You're listed as the chief author, but I put myself as a co-author so they would take it more seriously. Drop this off to Zetter after I'm gone, I think he'd enjoy reading it. Visha teared up, but she tried to stay strong. Even when they are sending her to prison or death, she's still thinking of us. Of me. No, Visha, don't cry. Perhaps a cup of coffee before the trip? That was the one thing I truly am going to miss. I doubt even the finest cafes of Paris can match your skills. I hate this Ori trading political bullshit. I need to beat this rigged game ASAP and make my way back. But with that raft of promotions I pushed through and all the other compromises they made for the 203rd, my battalion should be in superb shape on my return. General Zetter promised to keep them together until I get back. Weiss gets to the command the battalion, I slide up to Central Command and my future looks bright then. Need to spend some time in Paris working on another concept paper to cement things. Perhaps it was pride, but Tanya assumed any halfway fair deliberations could be bent her way. She had bent over backwards her whole career, both of her careers. To follow the letter of the law. All the proper legal justifications had been hammered out and polished carefully long before now. Here you go, Colonel. She took extreme care to put the cup down carefully as she feared her hand would shake. Oh, there's one more thing you can do. She carefully put her Model 97 computation orb in a case with her name and left it on the desk. She took the 95 and shoved it into a small iron box stuffed into an old, oversized sock. You're clever. Find a good place to hide my 95. Don't tell me or anyone where it is. They'll probably want an inventory of my orb, but as far as you know, it's just the 97, clear? Good. Maybe I can drive you to the train station. Tanya smiled grimly. I'm afraid there will be a full military escort. They apparently don't want their poker chip getting lost. She sipped the coffee, savoring it thoroughly. These beans are new, I didn't see them last time. Parting gift from intelligence. They want me to keep my eyes open while over there. She rolled her eyes. Good roast, though, I'll grant. A gentle knock interrupted them. LT. Colonel? It's time. Rirujan stood there, fit and efficient as ever, though he was noticeable solemn. You're early, General. And aren't you a bit overqualified to be my chauffeur today? They moved the time up, I'm afraid. He seemed about to say more but then just shook his head. A few minutes, we're almost finished. She drank the rest of her coffee without fanfare and snapped her valise shut firmly. He looked at Visha. I trust there won't be any problems. Of course not. I run a tight ship, as you well know. Well, let us be off. The three left the building with Visha insisting on carrying the bags to the discomfort of both Rirarjan and Tanya. Her argument that she was lowest rank carried weight, though. There was an escort of no less than 4 vehicles with armed soldiers. Digirakov and Rirarjan would be in one by themselves. Tanya entered the passenger's side and shut the door firmly. Visha stowed the luggage in the trunk and said in a low voice to the general, "May I speak freely, sir?" Surprised, his eyes widened. "Please, do. I know you are acting under orders and had no hand in this decision, but I despise you for your part in all this." Grief was visible on her face that she wouldn't show her beloved commander. "Ah, Lieutenant, that makes 2 of us." He shut the trunk firmly and then entered the driver's seat. They pulled away smoothly with the quartet of vehicles surrounding them. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Tanya didn't bother to look at the scenery as it was all too familiar. "I thought I was joking when I said you were my chauffeur and yet here you are, sir. This is the last chance we have to talk privately before the train. One can only assume that half or more of the train will be intelligence agents or worse. I trust you've disposed of your weapons and orbs. My officially assigned Type 97 orb is on my desk, naturally." "Good." He was silent for a moment. "I'll be blunt, I don't rate your chances very highly. Then again, no one has made money betting against you, so I expect to see you back in the Empire someday. I appreciate the vote of confidence, but it's still going to be tricky. Though it's a multi-nation tribunal, it'll be on Republic soil and there's the Arene situation. I won't know the lay of the land until I get there." She borrowed a quote from the future. "Plans are worthless, but planning is everything. I've already started planning, you might say." He drove neither fast, nor slow, but the train station was far too close for his desires. He took a very deep breath. "I wish it were otherwise, and please don't think I'm being dramatic, but do you have a last friend?" She sucked in her breath and then let it out slowly. "Yes, and very well disguised. The buttons on my dress uniform, to be exact." "Good." They were nearly to the train station. "I'll leave you with 2 orders, then. Unless you think there is absolutely no hope, you are not to use it. I'm a soldier. When I go, I'll go fighting. And the second is to give them hell." For the first time, she saw a strong emotion from the man, and it was rage. "Ah, allies like this are priceless. I should reassure him that I have the best interests of the fatherland in mind. Don't worry, General. I'll do the Empire proud." He watched the escort take Digirakov to the train. He knew she would ride it just to their border and then switch to a Francois one there. There she goes, the monster disguised as a little girl. They have no idea what they are getting, may God have mercy on their souls. Notes. A bit of back-filled history. Quick question, should this be inserted chronologically? I'm torn. I rather like it here, but there's no tension since you know what's going to happen. Chapter 13, Chapter 13 Earkampf. Online translations are a wonderful thing, if used properly. If you are feeling lazy, the title means her struggle. Chapter 13 Earkampf. No one ever tracked down who found Tanya's biography and illegally published it. Though the original title and author were kept on the inside, the bootleg copies had a stark scarlet title on the cover, Earkampf. It spread like wildfire through the empire, and only the tiniest of hamlets hadn't at least heard of it. No one claimed credit and, almost, no one tried to profit from it. But it was copied and recopied and re-recopied endlessly. Excerpts could be found everywhere, and many were annotated with commentary by later authors. It should be said that copies of original were quite popular with those in the military, but were strictly forbidden for those in the civilian government. The most famous of the bootlegs, and the one that bequeathed its alternate title, was by someone who only signed his work Kartoffel. It added only 1 chapter and described in unflattering detail the deal that sent Tanya into the hands of the Empire's worst enemies, betraying the trust all soldiers should have for their fatherland. In almost lurid prose, it told of how the greatest and most loyal of warriors had taken what might be her last ride quietly and without a fight. A sacrifice for failures that she had no part in. People talked of her dead soldier father, her missing mother, her upbringing at the orphanage. How hard must her life have been? Though Professor Wagner drew no conclusions about her motivations, he noted that every psychological report he found noted her extreme love of country, her prescience and patriotism. As he put it, time and again, her foresight astonished her peers and, it must be said, her enemies as well. When her advice was followed, so followed victory. Not heeding her words led to Brest and all that came after. Could it be that this tiny child, so young and inexperienced, saw the conflict to come? Is this what drove her volunteer for the army the first moment she could? Translated dispatches from the tribunal were the most common topic of conversation and endlessly dissected. Finally, the first copies of the tribunal broadcasts was smuggled out. Though in Francois, they could hear their brave soldier, fighting for her life. More followed and still more. Whoever was doing it, they were getting more efficient until those in Beran could hear the broadcast mere days after those in Paris. And then the final 2 broadcasts arrived. The first, her voice beckoning the people of Paris. Though in a foreign language, they could feel the call to freedom. Even the hated anthem of the Republic became something wonderful when she sang it. Some muttered that perhaps the enemy was never the Francois people, but their leaders who led them astray. Those same people began to wonder whether their own leaders were any better. The last was the sweet, lovely, almost melancholy song about a strong little flower that, no matter how heavy the snow, finds a way to grow every spring. A Germanian translation was quickly made and was often found along with a copy of Ihr Kampf. The most shocking news, however, was that she had faced an angry mob, alone, armed with nothing but her voice to convince them to lay down their weapons and peacefully disperse. The 2 sides of Tanya were laid bare and lines were being drawn. Chapter 14, Departure. Tanya's ride to Paris had been grim at best. Though not subjected to abuse, it was not uncommon to see naked hatred in the eyes of her guards. She always measured how much leeway her manacles gave her and made plans to respond to any attack. She got very little sleep. On her return, however, she was treated to an almost obsessive level of servitude. The train was entirely dedicated to her, her select guards, and staff chosen to cater to her every whim. Her former jailers insisted, that she make her presence known at every stop so that everyone could see she was alive and in good spirits. Tanya had no issues with both requests, but despite protests by Gladio, she insisted on wearing her uniform. Excellent meals, impeccable service, and fine coffee at all hours had put her in a fine mood, and she didn't mind the slower pace of her return. Luxuries were rare in the Empire after the war, and taking advantage of what was freely offered just made sense to her. Again, I will not be wearing that thing no matter how much it costs or how fetching it is. I have no desire to fetch anything with that dress or otherwise. She put down her coffee cup firmly. That reminds me, why are you on this train at all? I have no need of a lawyer, translator, or guide. I'm a free person, on a train that has only one destination. Ah, Lt. Colonel, I have imposed without informing you. The truth is, while your popularity in Paris has gotten quite good, mine can't be said to be on the same level. While I may be toasted by your fans, it only takes one disgruntled Iranian to decide that I'm to blame for your freedom. Contrawise, despite being from the Republic, I might find more amenable lodgings in the Empire. So far from home? And your Germanian is just this side of atrocious. Tell me, do people spontaneously riot in the streets in Beran? Not in my lifetime. That's good enough for me. Well, Gladio, I can't tell you what's required to be a lawyer in my fatherland, but I wish you well. That will not be a problem, I have made ample preparations. As long as you're content. But please cease in your attempts to change my image. I'm happy exactly where I am now, a valued officer that has returned after being fully exonerated. Finally, my career can return to a reasonable path. And I'd rather not have that sullied by frivolous images of a prancing lederhosen-garbed Fräulein. The look on his face revealed that was exactly the image he had in mind. Since that matter has been settled, can you please send Dr. Dupont in? Surely you're not feeling ill. Nothing of the sort. Hop to it. He hopped, and soon Tanya was alone with the physician. Madame Dupont was an older woman and a respected doctor despite the prejudices against her gender. Tanya naturally had no such limitations but had other reasons for wanting a female doctor. She had grown 2 inches while in the Republic and her uniforms were close to becoming unprofessional. Tanya tried to her best to minimize the fact she was A, young, and B, female in her affairs, even to herself. But it was reaching the point where she couldn't ignore it any longer. Through force of will, she forced herself to recognize that her body was maturing. The doctor listened attentively as Tanya explained the situation with a crimson face. She asked a few questions which the colonel answered promptly and truthfully. Examine you, I must. Let us draw the curtains. The two closed all the curtains to the car they were in, ignoring the surprised looks of the guards outside. Disrobe mademoiselle. Completely. Tanya desperately grasped for some semblance of dignity. Naturally. Come now, are we not both women? That's the problem. The former Solariman screamed internally but followed orders like a soldier being sent to die on a nameless hill. After an impersonal and yet all too personal examination, she allowed Tanya to reclothe herself. So, your lack of menstruation is not unusual. You have experienced privations, no? And the rather extreme level of physical activity has given you the body of a very young man, not a young woman. It is not uncommon to see this in athletes. Combining both has delayed your maturation by any number of months, if not years, but changes in diet and exercise have served to correct most of these issues. But what do I do about it? The doctor tilted her head to one side and smiled. Do? My dear, one doesn't do anything, one deals with any matters that arise. You should eat nutritious foods. I'll have a list drawn up, And, for now, wear looser, simpler clothing such as a skirt. Looser for comfort in case you are susceptible to cramps, and a skirt to allow easier access. She pulled out a package wrapped in unmarked brown paper and tied with a pink string. Are you always so prepared? Tanya asked faintly. I have such a thing ready whenever I consult with a young lady. She explained to Tanya what she needed to do and leaving out no details as if she were discussing the weather. Now, it is a bit soon, physiologically, to discuss more intimate matters, but you should learn of them soon. Would you like a lesson on matters between women and men? No, please, no. The military gave all non-adult recruits a crash course on those things. Mostly to warn us about disease, but also the rest. Tanya, to the best her ability, tried hard not to remember the very blunt presentation because, naturally, she had been given the female side of the discussion and wasn't keen on thinking of herself that way. Now, however, she had to think about it and found that her opinion hadn't changed in the slightest. Except for the fact of her femaleness, she never wanted to put those particular lessons to their ultimate test, excepting the ones on disabling unwelcome would-be paramours. The Empire held a very dim view of rapists, and maiming or killing would be at worst deemed a bit excessive. As a mage, Tanya had several creative ways of dealing with such men and lacked any inhibitions about using any and all of them. Ladylike restraint was not one of her virtues. Still blushing, Tanya said, Doctor, I appreciate all your advice. If you ever need my help, my door is open to you. I am a physician, am I not? Doing so is only to be expected. You, poor thing, have no mother or sisters or aunts to teach you such, and your female colleagues may have never even thought to inform you. Now you are ready, no. Prepared, perhaps, but not ready at all. You will be fine. You've faced much worse and survived. This is so much more simple. Half of humanity manages, and so will you. Perhaps it was this that convinced Tanya the most. Not that she looked down on women, or at least no more than she also looked down on men, but the fact there were a billion people better than her at anything galvanized her will. Right now she was statistically indistinguishable from dead last and intended on correcting it immediately. Using Akashitan shorthand in her journal, she made cryptic notes that even someone from that country would have problems interpreting. Tanya had no data, as of yet, but according to the doctor, data would soon make itself abundantly known. Given that there was no way of telling when day one would be, she very reluctantly took her advice to wear skirts rather than pants for at least the remainder of her time in the Republic. Also, her uniform was rapidly becoming embarrassingly small in a thoroughly unprofessional way, and there was hardly a tailor that would make her a new one in the Republic. Plus she kept the somewhat primitive preventative in place just in case. When bothered by its presence, she just told herself it was like bandaging a wound that could bleed at any time and tried not to think about it. Naturally, Gladio was pleased by her change in attire, but somehow managed to avoid complimenting Tanya, as if he realized this would not improve his chances of survival. Continuing her promise, she made an appearance at each stop as the train meandered its way to the Germanian border. The people who greeted her were rather surprised by the fresh-faced girl on the train in attractive but not ostentatious clothing. It gave credence to the stories that she was no monster, but just someone who was caught in circumstance. That being the case, they were emboldened to request a song to commemorate her visit, and she usually complied. This is the best way to cement my innocent verdict and keep these hair-trigger Republic types from burning down another town. Or maybe that's just in Paris. At any rate, there's no problem in a little song or two. Being out of touch with events in the Empire, and having significant amount of leisure at hand, Tanya translated a lot of songs from English to both Francois and Germanian. What Japanese songs she knew simply didn't translate well to those languages or were decidedly too modern. It was a pleasant activity, though she was still concerned over the state of her nation in her absence. With her free time, she had been tempted to send letters to her colleagues in the Empire, but realized that anything she sent would travel at the speed of rail and would hardly arrive much before she did. She contented herself with a terse telephonic message to High Command that she was well and would return home soon. At any rate, what could happen in so short a time? Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Having only one true passenger and 24 others did not amount to any real work for the 3 maids on the train. Linens would be dropped off in towns along the way and new ones picked up. Likewise, supplies were delivered and trash whisked away by personnel at the train stations. This left them with plenty of time for gossip, a pastime they indulged in with great regularity. Feelite, the youngest, was sitting on her bunk but looking dreamily in the distance. I wonder what Miss Tanya will sing next. Maybe that one song. Tomorrow, tomorrow, I love you tomorrow. Isabel shook her head. She hasn't repeated herself yet. What an amazing repertoire. I don't think I've ever heard any of them. How odd that she knows so many Albaish songs. Lucy said, who knows how artists think? Perhaps her teacher was from the Commonwealth, or she just likes the sounds better. They all nodded, as temperamental creative types were universal. Still, to have such a number is an accomplishment, and her translations are quite pretty. Feelite pursed her lips in thought. I don't think she has a repertoire, I think she's writing all of them. What? That's quite impossible, there are too many. Her desk is covered with notes and lyrics and the washtabin is full of used up paper. If she knew those songs, why would this be necessary? And there's that journal she always has near her. She's constantly jotting notes in it. Ideas. Inspirations. Did you see how she has stopped wearing that dreadful uniform? It's because she wants everyone to know her as a person and not some terrible monster now that the war is over. She may be an officer to the Empire, but she is a songstress to the Republic. Chapter 15, Still Departing. Perhaps Tanya shouldn't have been surprised when local musicians started accompanying her songs, after a quick lesson and straining their improvisational skills to the extreme. After the third attempt at this, she finally said, "If you want to play with me, you need to travel on the train and learn on the way." She definitely shouldn't have been surprised when a few extra cars were added to her train just to accommodate the musicians. Is this really necessary, Monsieur Allard? In addition to sleeping quarters, a special car that had an open side was also added. She wasn't sure about its original purpose, most likely something to do with oversized cargo, but it provided a convenient stage for the performances. They would just roll down a heavy tarp and tie it into place before the train had to move again. The conductor, of the band, not the train, just nodded matter-of-factly. Certainement. As you no doubt realize, it is inefficient to load and unload the instruments at each stop. Plus this provides a natural stage, protected from weather. He looked over the setup with pride. It's a little rough right now, but we'll improve it as we go without impacting our schedule. Allard was a hefty man with a permanent redness to his cheeks and a voice that needed no amplification. He spoke with grand gestures but with subtle delicacy when conducting. I mean the sheer number of performers. You have dozens of instruments, practically a mini orchestra. There were a bewildering variety available from xylophones to tubas, and was that a banjo? He nodded in agreement. That's exactly what it is. Your performances are too diverse. I can never tell what will be needed next. This way we can have good chance of matching your vision, no. He laughed, then causing the percussionist to almost fall off the platform. As it turned out, Allard had a genius insight into arranging music. Given Tanya's sometimes detailed, sometimes vague recollections of what the music should sound like, he was able to arrange and train the other musicians in how to accompany her singing. Music in this era had a strong preference toward background singers, but she insisted such embellishments were unnecessary and eventually he agreed with her. He was right about the weather, however. The tarp that was normally kept rolled up on the roof when in the station was mounted on poles to provide a dry area for the audience when the weather turned sour. It was hardly enough, though, as there were throngs of people who seemed content to huddle under umbrellas, with raincoats, or sometimes with no protection whatsoever. Tanya frowned when she saw so many people being drenched, but there were little she could do. Crap, they're going to think I'm heartless for having them stand out in this rain while I'm comfortably dry. How can I fix that? She happened to notice that there was a child standing at the edge of the crowd, jumping up and down trying to see the stage, and had an inspiration. Allard, I'm changing the playlist. She quickly scribbled a list of songs and handed it to him. He looked at it and his eyes widened. Brilliant. In fact, I'll play the first part myself. You play the banjo. I am, as you say, not just a pretty face. Long experience made her comfortable with the jewel-enhanced microphone despite its weight. Even in the dimmer light because of the rain, her golden hair and brilliant blue eyes stood out proudly, or maybe because there was nothing else to outshine her. Hello everyone. Her voice drew happy applause that quickly faded when she raised her hand. As you undoubtedly noticed, the weather isn't ideal. I've heard the rain in the Republic is not for the faint of heart. This drew chuckles from the crowd, long experienced with their own weather. Because of this, can I ask that the adults make room and let the children come under the tarp? I have a few songs that might make things a little sunnier today. After some shuffling, the area around Tanya was ringed by children, youngest closest to her and radiating outwards roughly by age. Without further ado, she began to sing accompanied by the conductor on his banjo. Why are there so many songs about rainbows, and what's on the other side? The children stood enraptured and, it must be said, the adults as well. All of us under its spell, we know that it's probably magic. Someday we'll find it, the rainbow connection, the lovers, the dreamers, and me. When her voice trailed off, she was met with thunderous applause. She remembered a busker she had seen in Winnow Park that seemed to know how to work the crowd, maybe some of his tricks would work? So she followed with a few upbeat tunes, You Are My Sunshine and Keep on the Sunny Side, but she encouraged the crowd to sing along with the chorus on both of those. She mixed in some local tunes, asking the kids to teach her the songs they knew. She would then sing it with them accompanied easily by the musicians as they had heard all these old songs before. For the finale, the conductor once again paired with her, this time on the violin as she belted out a soulful rendition of a Judy Garland favorite. Somewhere over the rainbow, way up high. There's a land that I heard of, once in a lullaby. When she got to the end, theirs wasn't a dry eye in the crowd, rain notwithstanding. If happy little bluebirds fly beyond the rainbow, why oh why can't I? As she finished, the rain clouds, perhaps giving up against her music assault, finally began to peter out. While not visible immediately, the departing crowds were pleasantly surprised when more than one rainbow that greeted them on their way home. Allard carefully put away his violin and asked, "Whatever inspired you to make such beautiful songs? Especially that first one, so unique." "A frog," Tanya said flatly. He nodded sagely. "So it is with artists. The muse may strike at any time." Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Two of Tanya's guards mostly kept to themselves. For their mission, they had code names, Droid and Gauche, but they only used these when alone with each other or sending messages to high command. They had followed von Digurakov from the very beginning with a single mission, to kill her if it looked like she would escape. From the start, the Republic knew that she was perhaps the most dangerous girl, no, the most dangerous person ever to enter their country. Reactionaries wanted to surround her with deadly mages so they could overpower her at a moment's notice. Cooler heads pointed out one crucial point: without her computation jewel and weapons, she was almost certainly harmless. But if there were so many orbs within arm's reach of her, then she might be able to get one and kill her guards before they had a chance to subdue her. So those in charge decided to limit the risk to just 2 mages, the best they had left after the war, but gave them stern instructions: never get too close to the Devil of the Rhine and always be prepared to shoot to kill. As there were only 2, they had different shifts and had to meet up so that the left and right hands would know what each other was doing. They spent so much time together that there was a persistent rumor that they were homosexual, which earned one of the other guards a black eye and a bloody nose. "How was your surveillance, Gauche?" "Very good. I managed to capture La Bijou quite clearly in my orb when she was near the civilians." "Excellent. The images of the crowd were quite clear as well." "Nothing is amiss." With practiced skills, they duplicated the recordings on each other's orb for safety. "Anything else to report, Droid?" "Well, I did manage to catch this one when no one was looking." An image of Tanya in a light cotton dress sprang up from the orb. She was holding onto the rail of the train car with one hand as it was departing the station. Her other hand kept a sunbonnet from blowing away, and she was looking at a rainbow in the distance. "Sacre bleu! I must have that." "Ho ho! What do you have to trade, my friend?" "I happened to have one just after she took a shower." Her wet hair made her blouse in back a bit transparent. "Worthwhile, no." "Worthwhile, yes." A short, but very intense haggling session ensued. Thus the smallest, but possibly the most passionate, Tanya von Digurakov fan club held another meeting. Chapter 16. Still departing. 15 stops later, along with the addition of another train car, this time to improve the quality of the loudspeakers, and they were finally approaching the border between the two countries. This, however, did little to speed things along. The stops had gotten more numerous and the crowds even larger, but eventually they would be at the final destination just before the boundary, Strasbourg. Frankly, going there made Tanya a bit nervous. It was the largest city on the Republic side of the Rhine, and it had suffered the most correspondingly in the war. If she was the Devil of the Rhine, then this land was hell itself. Perhaps as a point of pride, the city was being rebuilt much faster than one would expect. However, the scars of war were likely still raw. As a warrior, a commander, a tactician, and even as a strategist, there was no one who left so indelible a mark on the area than she. Her final performance was to be at the Strasbourg Opera House, surprisingly untouched in all the battles. Too fragile and too obvious to serve as a hardened defensive point, it was ignored by the Empire and Republic alike in the Great War. Even the fires that swept through large portions of the city seemed to feel it wasn't worth the effort to burn. Le Train de Tanya was obviously recognized as it entered the city. As they traveled, the train had been updated several times, but the 2 luxury cars, one with a largish bedroom and bath and the other a living area, had always remained the same. Their stylish grey and red exterior were iconic and always drew attention. Added to that were the gold-colored highlights and trim, and there was little doubt who rode inside. With the addition of the loudspeakers, now they could play recordings of Tanya singing even over the noise of train and the surrounding area. So they arrived at the city central train station merrily playing Edelweiss, which had become something of her theme song. With an exceedingly good sense of timing, the conductor of the train managed to stop at the station just as the song came to an end. The train whistle blew, letting off the excess steam as they came to a stop. Inside, Tanya, Gladio and Allard were discussing the upcoming arrangements. The lawyer was in charge of the planning and coordination while the other 2 concentrated on the musical side of things. Originally, she had just planned a little outdoor event like they had been doing, but the lawyer convinced her that there was a lot of money to be made. Gladio ran his hand through his hair nervously. "One performance simply isn't enough, the demand is too high. We'd need no less than 10, perhaps 20 to even mostly satisfy the crowds." Tanya quickly vetoed that idea. 20 full concerts? Are you mad? These train station stops aren't even a patch on what a full production would be like. 2 at most, and then I'm going home. The conductor nodded. Artistically, a smaller number would be best. Perhaps some people will miss the show, but that is the nature of a performance. He shook his head. Who would think that an opera house of this size would still be too small? She interleaved her fingers with her index fingers pointed together upwards. You have hit upon it, Allard. Why not have just 2 concerts, but in a much bigger venue? There is no larger, that's why we chose it. They are there for the music, right? So why not have 1 performance inside for the elites and 1 people's performance outside with loudspeakers to broadcast the sound? The orb-enhanced loudspeakers have good fidelity and volume, right? Even if they can't see the concert, they can still enjoy it. Gladio murmured, that might just work. It'll be quite the loss of revenue. Tanya smiled wickedly, reminding the other 2 of her less savory reputation. Not at all. Just increase the price of the indoor tickets by a factor of 10. 10. They said together. If anyone complains, tell them part of the ticket sales are going to fund the rebuilding of Strasbourg. In fact, make that essential to the advertising. Also tell them that the public broadcast will be free of charge and there will be a different playlist for the 2. We'll still use the opera house for both and, who knows, some people may buy tickets for both showings. Monday due, Digirakov, that is positively inspired. We'll do the public show first to whet their appetites and the private showing just before you leave. Allard nodded, deep in thought. And since there's a free concert, no one can truly complain about the price without seeming foolish. If I may be so bold, your talents were truly wasted in the military. The still young woman smiled again, but this time with pure pleasure, almost, entirely wiping away the memory of the previous smile. Finally. People are seeing me as something other than just a death machine. My reputation will be rock solid after this, but how to make a bit more money before we go? Why not offer a private show for even more money? There are limits to everything, Gladio. That will make things seem crass, but you've heard of charity banquets? I propose something smaller and more intimate. They listened to her thoughts and only briefly wondered how such a young girl came up with such novel ideas. Soon they were lost in planning and execution. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. She's doing, what? The local Fuehrer cell leader's eyelid twitched uncontrollably. According to the adverts, it's a charity event for Strasbourg. Help Ruby. I know what a charity event is, fool. What's her real motive? That's all we've been able to find out. One thing we did discover is that she will be going back to the Empire immediately after it's all over. But that's our big chance. How so? There's a dinner with the devil after the music. You can buy tickets and be guaranteed a chance to meet her and shake her hand. Apparently. Excellent. Buy up all the tickets and we can overwhelm her. The other man looked uncomfortable. That won't be possible. Well, see for yourself. The cell leader looked at the flyer and paused. Get all our funds together and buy 1 ticket. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. The first event was, to put it bluntly, an unqualified success. Nearly 30% of the city was able to hear the concert on the magically amplified loudspeakers and every inch of space was packed by people straining to hear. Some entrepreneurs even rented out their houses' balconies and rooftops. To those unable to find a spot on the street, newspapers with editions depicting her picture ran long into the night endlessly reprinting the same news. Finally, most just gave up and just printed her pictures below their newspaper's banner and sold them for the same price as a full paper. One particular highlight was when a children's choir sang Do Re Mi with Tanya after an admittedly tiring 2 days of rehearsals. The singing wasn't the problem, it was getting the kids to step onto the right stairs during the final segment. She cut performers out who didn't understand the direction until she had 7 that could meet her standards. During a break on the second day, one of the kids who made the cut brought a largish picture book. Marguerite? What's this? This particular girl was among the less annoying and she followed directions well, so Tanya appointed her the second in command so that she could delegate responsibilities. It's your phonograph album. My, what? Tanya realized why the book was so large then. It was the same size as the phonograph and the pictures were sized to fit the format. The 2 perused it, one confused, one delighted. This was just released yesterday and my papa waited in line all night so he could get a copy. You're supposed to listen to it and turn the pages when you change songs. Someone bring me a phonograph. One of the stagehands hustled one over and the other children clustered around so they could see what was going on. The first page after they opened the cover was a long picture of her iconic train carriages. The photograph was of a very high quality and Tanya recognized the technique involved. Someone had a very good computation orb and transferred stored images to film. It was used frequently to make surveillance photos during the war, but who had done it this time? The phonograph started with Tanya speaking, "Hello everyone. Can I ask that the adults make room and let the children come under the tarp? I have a few songs that might make things a little sunnier today." The next picture had the local children sitting around Tanya under the tarp/tent while the others followed along mixed in with other pictures from the long train ride. Tanya singing, watching sunsets, talking with townsfolk, laying on a picnic blanket, working at her desk, drinking coffee, and so on. After they watched and listened to the whole thing, Tanny quietly signed it, to Marguerite, my loyal second-in-command, with gratitude, Tanya von Digurekov. She then hustled over to Gladio and dragged him to a side room. Tell me about this phonograph recording of me. He wiped his face with a, formerly, dry handkerchief. I have no idea, von Digurekov. I first heard about it last night and hadn't had a chance to inform you. Shall I give them an order to cease and desist? What? No, it's too late for that. Then, perhaps, ask for royalties. Hardly. They went this far without asking for permission. She stood in thought while he sweated. We can't put this genie back in the bottle, but how to take advantage of it without ruining the reputation I've built? It also irks me that they have been following me somehow. Wait, there's one way. Okay, do this. Threaten the publishers with legal action but offer them a compromise. They can continue to publish this, but half of the gross income is to be donated to charity. Keep that in mind, the gross income. That will keep them from cooking the books to get one passed on us. Certainly. What charity? Spare me, no, have it go to a new charity, the Tanya von Digurekov Foundation for Orphans. Oh. Oh. Delightful. I'll see to it and get one of my colleagues to be the chief trustee. A good man, but terrible as a defense attorney. Too honest, you see. Sounds perfect for this, she said drolly. Now hop to, we have to rehearse for the final performance. Notes. Tanya's idea for the album is similar to the copyright for the book, Peter Pan. I didn't even think about this until after I had written that part. The next chapter has some action in it, get ready for that. Chapter 17. Let the show begin. Of course, it couldn't be as simple as having a second concert. With just days to go, they were still hammering out the details. Everything from the playlist to the costumes would have to be different, and the biggest hindrance was Tanya herself. A not insignificant number of people have purchased both tickets, so the second show should be different from the first, yes. Allard said with finality as if the argument was unassailable. I have no problems with that, but what's with this dress? The dress in question was more mature than anything she had ever worn. More of an evening gown for high society. It was black with a tight waist, low collar, and was sleeveless other than a few wisps of cloth on the shoulders. This was accompanied by long opera gloves and highlighted with designs in silver thread. Mature, attractive, even a bit daring, all the things that she hated about it. Then she saw the back was exposed almost to her waist and almost destroyed the thing immediately. Gladio spoke up. It's a lovely dress and perfectly appropriate for the occasion. The first concert was, how shall we say, for the children? The second will have a more adult theme. This is not so different from what those in the audience will be wearing, though I may be so bold that yours will be finer than most of theirs. Your body shape is truly ideal for something this elegant. Allard smelled gunpowder and distracted the two quickly. So, to the songs. What you've performed in the past are beautiful and touching, but there's topics you never explore. Oh? I've been avoiding something. She thought back and the only thing that came to mind was mentions of religion. Certainement. There is no love. No passion. No heart-rending loss or heartwarming reunions. That is true, she said slowly. Honestly, she was really uncomfortable singing most of those songs. If she the male role in most songs, they would sound odd to the audience. And she felt profoundly uncomfortable singing the female part. Frankly, she preferred not to think of herself as a sexual being in any way and avoid the issue, but here it was. I do know some. Have no fear, I understand. You do. You are a young woman but have never known the sweet sting of love. As a creative person, I'm sure you don't want to emulate emotions you haven't experienced yourself. He looked at her meaningfully, or perhaps you have already been there and lost that special someone. Is it due to pain? No. No, nothing like that. Don't worry, I'll have a dozen wonderful songs ready. I just need to write them down. Ah, that's good. Before he could probe into her non-existent love life again, she quickly sang for him It Had to Be You and Just the Way You Are so that he could start work on the arranging. Both had a sound that was perhaps a decade ahead of the local style but could have been written yesterday as well. Moon River rounded out the first three and, frankly, Tanya sang it better than Hepburn. But it didn't require much work from him as it was just accompanied by a guitar or piano. Alternately enraptured and amazed, he quickly jotted down the notes he needed. He paused then and put down his pen. Tanya. I get the strangest feeling that there is so much music in you but for some reason you are not sharing it. She paused and then smiled. What you say is nothing but the truth. But, why? I don't think the world is ready for all the songs. Not ready, you say? How intriguing. Can you give an example? Yes, but I won't perform this one in concert. Your English is pretty good because I haven't translated this one. She lowered her head and gathered her magic in her throat as she didn't have the advantage of the jewel-enhanced microphone and then suddenly sang out, "You better think about what you're trying to do to me." In a voice that would do Aretha Franklin proud, she belted out a tremendous a cappella version of the song almost perfectly matching the original performance in the Blues Brothers movie. Both Gladio and Allard literally fell back in their seats as if assaulted by a wave of sound. Everyone within earshot, and there were a lot of people, had to stop what they were doing to listen closer. Almost against their volition, they found themselves swaying to the music, and then when she started to clap to the beat for a counterpoint, they matched her clapping. When she was done, there was wild applause even though half the workers didn't understand the language. These theater people are good at improvisation. We could probably recreate Stomp in a week or less. That was so wild, so powerful. Allard shook his head. He could see what the song meant and understood it completely. My doubts are vanquished. You are right, the world would not accept such a thing now. She smirked. You're lucky I didn't sing Respect for You, then. I'll get you the rest of the songs by tonight so you can finish the arranging. Tanya left humming the theme to Cabaret. She stopped when she remembered Liza Minnelli's costume. No, never that. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. There was good news, of a sort. Her period had started and finally stopped. Frankly, she'd be happier if it never started back up, but she knew there was a 21-day clock, plus or minus a few days, before it came around again. It hadn't been particularly painful, but it was uncomfortable and terribly inconvenient. The pads her doctor gave her was the best on the market, but they were horribly inadequate. Her knowledge of the future, or at least a future, let her know that better was in the offing, but those were as far away as the moon for all the good it did her. Think, Tanya, prove that you can do better rather than just complaining about it. It's blood, right? And the better bandages are quite a bit more absorbent than this junk. War is good for a few things, and better weapons and medicine were two of them. She stood up immediately and went to see Dr. DuPont. Doctor, are familiar with the latest advances in bandage technology? Naturally. Yes, of course. Near the end of the war, the Empire was using a new style of bandage that used an absorbent new material that I recall was quite a bit more effective than what we started with. Certainly, we preferred using the new ones to old supplies we were sometimes forced to fall back on. Ah, yes, that would be the rather misnamed cellocotton. It's actually made from processed wood fiber and is quite a bit more absorbent than real cotton. She laughed lightly. A colleague made quite a bit of money during the war investing in cellocotton plants and is rather distraught now that demand has dropped off significantly. For quick dressings, it is ideal to handle the... She was about to censor her words and then remembered who she was talking to and decided to treat her as an equal. Gushing wounds you encounter in battle. For other uses, many doctors still prefer the cotton standby. Isn't that exactly what one would need for, menstrual purposes? Is it very expensive? A thoughtful look came across DuPont's face. No, actually, it's quite a bit cheaper to make according to my friend, as wood fibers, even scrap ones, can be used and are much easier to grow than cotton. The eyes of the two met and an understanding was reached immediately. It occurs to me that my acquaintance is quite desperate to unload those devalued shares. Tanya nodded. There are probably many people thinking the same thing right now. You have friends in the medical textiles industry? I do. Perhaps it's time for a new product to be introduced. After some quiet stock purchases, of course. The two then divided the world between them. The doctor would provide most of the funding and design, while Tanya would rope in cheap Empire labor and idle manufacturing. The upside to massive unemployment was that there were many hands and not enough tasks for them. Tanya decided to put them to work. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Gladio was quite confused when a red-faced Tanya shoved some documents in his hand later and tersely ordered him to submit some patents. Of course. But where to? The Republic? The Empire? Everywhere. But especially the Unified States. He started to open the portfolio until she stopped him. Not here. Just do it. His eyebrows raised when he saw what inside, later, in his cabin with the door locked. Monday to. Our little colonel has gotten bigger, I see. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Allard was being run ragged between getting the songs from Tanya, arranging the pieces and then hammering so much new music into so many people. He had 10 times the normal number of score writers working as he had them doing it by hand, as there was no time to get them printed. He never seemed unhappy though and greatly enjoyed every moment, especially when she was giving him feedback. She was constantly pushing for simpler arrangements, the introduction of unexpected instruments and a faster tempo, while he leaned much more to the classic styles. Between them, though, they found a happy medium they thought would entertain the crowds. It was getting to the point that she ordered the man to rest before the big concert. You're understudy and can finish the rehearsals, we need you at your best for tonight. Otherwise, he'll be the one conducting while you recuperate in bed. Go now. The older man felt bemused when he instinctively followed her orders. Years of command trump decades of experience, it seems. Still, she's not wrong. He yawned and stretched before retiring to the quite expensive hotel near the Opera House. As he was walking across the street, he saw 40-foot banners being unrolled outside the Opera House to announce the second show. They hadn't been ready in time for the first. Ah, good likenesses of her. I wonder if she will appreciate them. Another yawn interrupted his thoughts and he made sure to leave stern instructions at the desk as to when he needed to be awakened. *****. Tanya, herself was in a bit of a foul mood when she found that many months of letters to her while in captivity, and the brief time out of captivity, were, somewhere in the Republic. Apparently the ever-efficient François mail service, and various government functionaries, had dithered on what to do with them all and apparently just ended up passing the buck so often that they were all but lost forever. She did have quite a bit of fan mail that made it, though since they were usually addressed to le-trained Tanya rather than a specific location. That bit of ambiguity caused lower-level postal workers to exercise their brainpower and send their letters trailing behind her train on the only track it could possibly take. Stopping in Strasbourg allowed the accumulated mails to finally catch up, discounting those that were MIA. Because there was the slightest chance something important might be delivered, she was forced to go through everything herself. She efficiently sorted them into 4 stacks: people she knew, random fans, people wanting things and others. To her acquaintances, she wrote brief but polite letters and begging off on anything longer because she was too busy. Fan mail she schemed and then put in a box to decide what to do with later. People who wanted thing were enormously diverse. Some wanted money. What money? To meet her, to be coached by her, to sing her songs, to have her sing their songs, requests too numerous to mention. After dithering for all of 3 seconds, she simply discarded them. The last category was the one that tempted her to burn the mailbags rather than open them. There was hate mail, of course. Many people hadn't been charmed by her singing and still wanted to kill the devil, or at least complain with ink and paper. The more troublesome was the love mail. They ranged from romance to activities much less formal. One letter repulsed her so much, she literally burned it and then washed her hands thoroughly. These people are sick. I'm not even an adult yet. Not that that would matter. One person had even kindly included a fairly decent drawing of Tanya in full uniform flogging someone she presumed was the writer. Torn apart, burned and then the ashes were tossed in the toilet. *****. Far too soon, the final concert was ready. Tanya had glanced at all the available newspapers but there were no outcries against the outrageous ticket prices. Well, one paper did complain somewhat but it was part of a general diatribe that was calling for her blood so could be ignored. Even Gladio was surprised by how well they sold and how positive the press was. It's simple. If you wrap your activities in a layer of charity, everyone wins. You can profit, the charity gets money as well and the rich can feel good about indulging themselves. There are no losers, you see. And make that layer as thin as possible and maximize profits. The lawyer nodded sagely. Indeed. There are so few endeavors in life where there are no losers, how forward-thinking. I see. She profits enough so she can attract financing for greater charitable works in the future. How magnanimous. The two smiled and nodded together apparently understanding each other perfectly. Allard bustled in, apparently well-rested and full of energy. Ah, here's our star. As discussed, we'll have you arrive in an open car, you wave to the crowds, walk up the red carpet and into the opera hall. Then you go around to the backstage and the performance starts an hour after that. Closed car. You misremember, assassins would love an opportunity and sharpshooters can be fearsome if you don't have shields. She tapped the side of her head twice. No helmet, no magic shields. As fearsome as my reputation is, it won't stop bullets. Ah, but I have a solution. We have employed mages whose sole purpose will be to protect your car. They swear that unless military force is brought to bear, you will be utterly safe. Reliable ones. She looked doubtful. Of the highest caliber, I guarantee. All right, let's do it your way. Is the cordonnier here yet? We don't have much time. She has just arrived. Your maid took her into the side room. Tanya looked grim as if she were steeling herself for battle which, in a way, she was. I'd rather go back to Norton in the winter than face her. But it must be done. She walked into the room and firmly shut the door behind her. *****. The ride to the opera house went just as planned. Countless people lined the streets, waving and cheering. Mostly out of a sense of obligation, Tanya smiled and waved, trying to emulate celebrities from her former world. Ah, so that's why they wave like that, it's too tiring otherwise. People threw confetti and flowers which, being very low mass and going at low speeds, slid slowly down the magical shields rather than bouncing off, creating the effect of her surrounded by a halo of festive well-wishes. She stepped onto the red carpet, ignoring the hand held out to help her as she had another bit of magic, her shoes. Even after a week of practice, and even given her prodigious athletic skills, she was still hopeless on high heels. The most famous cordonnier in the city fashioned her a pair of silver shoes that acted like high heels but actually had a tiny computation orb in each that allowed just enough flight so she wouldn't fall on her face. The effect was, literally, magical as she sauntered slowly and gracefully down the carpet. At Alad's insistence, she stopped on occasion and posed for the cameras. She almost lost her composure, however, when she saw the two long banners. They were obviously painted on something like silk. One was her in the dress she wore to the children's concert, picking a flower from a trellis or some such. And the other was the damnable dress she was wearing now. Her body was facing away from the artist and he had her looking over her shoulders so that the low-cut back was in full view. She tore her eyes away before she could get too angry but resolved to have words with Allard tomorrow. At any rate, she made to the end, using the 10 basic poses she had been taught, and then she hustled backstage. No costume changes, thankfully, she just needed to relax and let everyone get settled in. While sitting down, she held up one leg and looked at her new shoe. Dorothy's shoes could take her home, but at least these got me to the end of the runway. They used ruby slippers in the movie for the wow factor, but she remembered that the original book had silver ones. These are actually comfortable and take hardly any energy to use. I think I'll keep them in case I need to do something like this again. Then again, how many mages are my shoe size, female, and don't know how to wear high heels? Can't be too many. Finally it was time. Tanya waited in the darkened backstage listening to the MC jazz up the crowd, in a more sedate way than during the last concert, and finally the curtains parted. Chapter 18, What a Show! The Master of Ceremonies did a good job getting the crowd ready. He understood when to tease, when to back off, when to come on strong and when to set up the final, glorious entrance. Even he was unprepared for the reception she would get. The stage was darkened and he judged the moment just right. And, ladies and gentlemen, let me introduce she who needs no introduction, the flower that has stunned the Republic with her voice and her beautiful spirit, the unique and irreplaceable Tanya von Digirekov. A spotlight hit the curtain at its highest point just as it opened up over nothing. Tanya slowly walked down on invisible stairs, her silver shoes glowing each time she put them down on the immaterial steps. To the sides, 2 banks of children's choirs sang Edelweiss but with Digirekov replacing the name of the flower. She had argued against it but Allard simply looked at her and said, "It suits you better." And that was that. She joined the song halfway through, and halfway down, and even without amplification, her voice carried more than 2 entire choirs and the accompanying orchestra. Digirekov, Digirekov, bless my homeland forever. They almost brought down the house with their standing ovation, and it was just the first song. The applause showed no signs of stopping as she stood in the cascade of spotlights waving to the crowd, but they quieted almost immediately when she began to speak. Thank you everyone. I can honestly say that never in my life, either one, she thought, have I ever had as warm a reception as you've given me. Not just the people here tonight, but those all over the Republic have showered me with kindness. Now, please allow me, in some small way, to return that to you. She kicked off the show with a sure winner, La Vue en Rose, leaning much more toward the French Kiss version and away from the one in Natural Born Killers. It took almost all her willpower not to imagine the lyrics literally, but everyone who heard it in rehearsal insisted that of all the songs, this one had to remain. When he takes me into his arms, he speaks to me softly, and I see life through rose-colored glasses. Her voice took on a sultry tone, matching Edith Piaf at her best, and yet there was a perfectly innocent note to it as well. There wasn't a man there who didn't imagine himself as the one who entered her heart and give her un part de bonheur. The alert guards had a hard time keeping the more hot-blooded members of the audience from rushing the stage. Per their plan, she mostly alternated love songs with lighter melodies. Next came Singing in the Rain, accompanied by illusory rain, magical puddles, and an equally ethereal umbrella created by theatrical mages off stage. As poor as the Empire was currently, the Republic had its share of monetary problems, so many decommissioned mages were looking for jobs that didn't involve shooting things. They were more than happy to work for the Devil of the Rhine as long as she paid well and promptly. She sang Can't Help Falling in Love in a key that Elvis never would reach and segued into What a Wonderful World higher than Louis Armstrong ever could without computer assistance. Another shift and she was giving a soulful rendition of Par les moi d'amour, and again the guards had to stop several theater-goers from trying to speak to her of love. Ugh! Why did I promise so many love songs? What was I thinking? A woman in the second row happened to catch her eye as she was singing, hard considering all the lights. So Tanya looked solely at her during the next song so that she wouldn't accidentally incite a riot from the men. When I give my heart it will be completely, or I'll never give my heart. And the moment I can feel that you feel that way too, is when I fall in love with you. At the end of the song, the woman blew her a kiss, making Tanya wonder if that was really a good choice. Bridge over troubled water brought tears to eyes, and she compounded it by hitting them with The Way We Were. When she got to the penultimate stanza, people felt hammer blows to their hearts, leaving none unmoved. Memories may be beautiful, and yet, what's too painful to remember, we simply choose to forget. 2 from Karen Carpenter came next, and Tanya was still amazed that whatever combination of genetics and magic she had allowed her to match, and maybe exceed, the originals. Close to you and then goodbye to love filled the hall with a smooth and pure sound usually associated with angels. She pulled them up with Les Champs-Élysées as she prepared for her finale. She let Unchained melody roll off her lips, the sounds wrapping around her audience like to gentle arms, pulling them in. They literally felt her embracing them as she sang, as if they were the only ones in her eyes. Okay, finish it, will all that fluffy, touchy-feely blather, and then we're done at last. One thing I've learned in my time here, both in that terrible war and more recently, is that if we open our eyes, we can see that we are all different and yet all the same. I'd like to leave with one last song, my gift to our 2 countries as I leave you. Rose and flows of angel hair. And ice cream castles in the air. And feather canyons everywhere. I've looked at clouds that way. But now they only block the sun. They rain and snow on everyone. So many things I would have done. But clouds got in my way. I've looked at clouds from both sides now. From up and down, and still somehow. It's cloud illusions I recall. I really don't know clouds at all. Moons and Junes and Ferris wheels. The dizzy dancing way you feel. As every fairy tale comes real. I've looked at love that way. But now it's just another show. You leave them laughing when you go. And if you care, don't let them know. Don't give yourself away. I've looked at love from both sides now. From give and take, and still somehow. It's love's illusions I recall. I really don't know love at all. Tears and fears and feeling proud. To say I love you right out loud. Dreams and schemes and circus crowds. I've looked at life that way. But now old friends are acting strange. They shake their heads, they say I've changed. Well, something's lost, but something's gained. In living every day. I've looked at life from both sides now. From win and lose and still somehow. It's life's illusions I recall. I really don't know life at all. I've looked at life from both sides now. From up and down and still somehow. It's life's illusions I recall. I really don't know life at all. She curtsied gracefully and exited without another word, simply waving as she left. The thunderous applause rocked the hall a good half hour after she was gone, but there were no encores. ******. Tanya wanted nothing better to get to her dressing room after leaving the stage, but there were so many stagehands, singers, musicians, and others who wanted to congratulate her that she could have made several successive bowls of ramen, eaten them, and cleaned up in the time it took her to break away. Allard was in her dressing room, and it seems he wasn't immune to the music, either, as he was dabbing at his eyes with a handkerchief. Really, an old trooper like you getting emotional over some music? My dear Tanya, I am not made of stone. That was the most beautiful performance I have ever been a part of. So do forgive this old trooper. I couldn't have done it without you, so you had your hand in this. Are we set up for the after party with the big spenders? She semi-reclined on a chaise lounge and ate some pastries and drank fresh coffee that had been put out by her maids. Her new body had a taste for sweets, but she still liked coffee black, which her maids had learned that on their very first day on the train. He sighed, yes, yes. I'm even more amazed how you can switch tracks like that. All is ready, but, of course, the guests have to travel between here and there as well, so there is plenty of time. That is the last thing I'm worried about. They did nothing but sit around all night. I'm the one who needs to rest. She really doesn't know how taxing it is to listen to such a performance. I feel like a rag wrung out on washing day. Fear not, all is in order. We made it clear that this is to be a casual event, so you needn't perform. Did my other dress arrive? Of course. The red is a rather daring color, even if there is less skin showing. I think it will be fine. Oh, I'm going to keep these shoes on. They are uncommonly comfortable, must be part of the formula in them. There's enough silver in your dress to match the color, there should be no problems. I'd rather commit a fashion faux pas than hurt my feet, Allard. If both can be avoided, that's a plus, she said drolly. *****. At the hotel they were staying at, a bellhop was holding up a bag and talking to the concierge. Ah, Peter, I think one of Mademoiselle de Gurekov's party left this in the banquet hall. It was a common travel bag, of good quality, and it opened at the top but was currently latched. Should I open it up to find out who it belongs to? Heavens, no. Can you imagine the consequences if something important is in there? He examined it carefully. It's a man's bag, expensive and, aha, you can see there is a bit of paper caught in the opening. Given the clues, I'd say this was Monsieur Gladio's. He's a lawyer with a famous client and probably has all manner of important documents. The bellhop shuddered. You have my thanks. I almost committed a great error. I'll just slip this into his room and no one will be the wiser. Later that evening, the lawyer opened the bag, puzzled over the contents for a minute and then went to work with a will. That LT Colonel is so demanding. but she pays well. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. The dining area had a casual luxuriousness that was so hard to pull off. Sumptuous to display wealth and yet understated enough not to flaunt it. Elegant for the upper crust but not to the point where the attendees would feel excessively bound by protocol. The only thing that Tanya regretted about the arrangements was that everyone except for her would be enjoying champagne and fine wines. She peeked through curtains at the tables with impeccably arranged flutes and simply sighed as she looked at a small tray on the side that held white grape juice for the star. Not having been a part of the organization, she was shocked at the number of people who paid rather outrageous prices to simply meet her in person. How wealthy is the Republic after the war? I purposely set the prices sky high to limit the number of people. Well, they've paid good money to see me, and keeping promises is what keeps a civilized society together. She nodded to the waiters on the side, and they pulled back the curtain to reveal Tanya. She was wearing the sequined red dress that, technically, covered more skin but only by hugging her all the more tightly, accentuating her still modest curves scandalously. The applause at her entrance rivaled that in the opera house. Tanya was genuinely afraid they would do damage to the hotel in their enthusiasm. I could stop them if I had my orb and rifle, but they are paying customers. Banish the thought and use what we have here, without killing anyone. Before things could get out of hand, she began to sing an a cappella version of My Heart Will Go On. She hadn't translated it in time for the concert, so she just sang it in English. Every night in my dreams, I see you, I feel you. The softer sounds at the beginning caused the room to hush far better than volume ever would as they strained to hear her better. As she continued, she increased the volume and power in her voice to leave an impression and settle them down. Near, far, wherever you are. I believe that the heart does go on. When she finished, trailing off the last few words, quiet overtook the room and a more sedate, but no less intense applause filled the space. Thank you for coming, everyone. Please enjoy yourselves tonight. I promise, no speeches from me. Gentle laughter met her rather weak joke, or was it more genuine? These people have probably heard no end of puffed up speeches in their day. Torn between decorum and the desire to be closer to the star, most had the sense to allow Tanya to mingle without trying to trap her in long conversation. Certain topics were avoided, basically anything to do with her life before the tribunal's decision, and that eliminated much of the unpleasantness that could occur. A rather thin man with an equally thin mustache asked her, "What shall you do once back in the Empire? I understand you are going straight to Berun." "Oh, I'm not sure. I've enjoyed a rather lengthy vacation, so I'm quite certain that a mountain of work awaits me. I have to say that I'm not exactly displeased by that. One should work for a living." "Work, is it? Matters of war." His friend hissed a warning, but the words were already out. "Naturally, but not as you think. One should always prepare for war but strive for peace, don't you think? War is the ultimate waste of materiel and lives, and I would banish it if I could. Still, I have little choice in what I do, so it will be as the fatherland desires." "There, that will make me sound like a peacenik, but if my words make it back to high command I'll still sound loyal and willing to do what I'm ordered." Those nearby found their hearts pained. This girl wishes the end of conflict but is forced into battle, what a terrible thing. A woman smiled and changed the subject. "How about on a more personal level? Do you have any tremendous desires, people to meet?" Tanya took a sip of grape juice and almost wrinkled her nose. "Terrible stuff compared to the flutes around her. I can't tell them I need to revisit how we train new troops, and all the people I want to talk to are in the military. The food is so much better here, so that's out." She smiled and tilted her head up. "I want to fly again. It's one thing that I've truly missed in the Republic. I understand the reasons, but still, once you've flown under your own power, few experiences can match it." The diminutive Lt. Colonel navigated through the room, the sole person who was welcome to every conversation circle, until she noticed something. There was a table everyone was avoiding. A youngish woman sat there with her back to Tanya, and yet she looked very familiar for all that. She decided to go over and introduce herself as the anomaly tickled her curiosity. "Ah, Miss Second Row," blurted Tanya involuntarily. The woman smiled with beautifully even teeth. "Ah, Ms. von Diegereckhoff. But most people know me as Helen Schwab." She held out a hand and Tanya bowed over it formally and kissed it, not caring if it looked odd. It just seemed natural to do so, somehow. "A pleasure, Mrs. Schwab." Given her study of economics and the rather famous name even into the 21st century, she hazarded a guess. "Would that be Mrs. Charles Schwab?" She switched to English, as did the woman. "Excellent guess. Please sit and talk a while, this working will not last forever." She gestured at the small table and Tanya saw that silverware had been obviously arranged in some pattern, but she couldn't discern the purpose. She was tempted to touch it, but some sense stopped her. "That's most impressive, Mrs. Schwab." She saw that people's eyes slid past them as if they weren't there. They weren't invisible, but something more subtle. "Please, Helen. Did we not share a moment earlier tonight?" She laughed, a throaty, sensuous sound, that matched her wavy red hair and mischievous blue eyes. "Moment or no, you had a reason for doing this. Now that her attention had been drawn to it, she was beginning to discern the logic behind the pattern. It's best not to stare too intently. It weakens it somewhat. But to answer your question, I came all the way here to see you and, if I deemed it appropriate, to tell you things. Well, 1 out 2 so far. Now I'm even more curious. So, I won't beat around the bush, you're a witch. Tanya blinked. I've been called much worse than that in about every language on the continent. Please, not that crude imprecation. The original meaning of wiki, a wielder of power. I've been a mage for years, wasn't it obvious from long ago? Tanya found the woman fascinating, so she sat down, being careful not to disturb the silverware. Children with toys. That's a terrible dead end compared to true power. What's a good analogy? Imagine that you find a Pegasus but didn't know what to do with it. So you cut off its wings and use it to pull a plow, never knowing what it might have done. That's a grotesque but powerful image, I must admit. Helen laughed again, a bit louder this time. Magic has been around long before computation orbs after all. The problem is that it's hard to find the path because it's different for every person. So the orb is a crutch, a powerful one, for those who can't manage any other way. Or have no idea there is another way. So what's your path? And for that matter, what's mine? Can you tell? That's a rude question in our circles, but I'll allow it. I am a maker of patterns and life follows the patterns I make. Look more closely at the table, doesn't the silverware remind you of something? Tanya looked again, a bit puzzled and then realized, it's the room we're in. The knives are making the path I walk to get her. Very good. Silver for you as they named you better than they knew, white silver. You can easily break it now but it was never intended to bind, merely to suggest. That's rather frightening, imagine if you suggested that an army take the wrong path or sleep at the worst time. What makes you think we haven't? Unfortunately, there are so few true wielders these days. These orbs have destroyed 2 generations of witches and the war killed so many more. Only by great luck, were you able to avoid their fate. I'm still breathing, if that's what you mean. Actually, I'm not. Your fortune was that your orbs were taken from you before you reached Menark. We are at our most malleable before then and then our potential degenerates afterwards. Even better, you found your path without a guide. She shook her head. I'm shocked at the power you've shown. What if it isn't my power? She mentally cursed being X, was this part of his plan? No matter what he wanted, she wasn't going to sing his praises in some backwoods ritual. No, it is. I can vaguely sense there's a taint on your soul but it's weakening. That can force you to express your power in the sense that you can make that Pegasus plow, but this is all you, and no one else. She tilted her head. I can give you a better examination but you might object. Is it that important? It's your head, how much do you want to be in charge of it? Okay, what do you have to do? Though she wasn't a trusting person, everything this woman had since made too much sense. So being X didn't give me anything. He took what was mine and twisted it to his own ends and made me praise him for it. Oh, one day I'm going to blow his damned head off. She decided to give Helen the benefit of the doubt, at least a little bit. There are a variety of rituals, but I can do the quickest one here. The others are more accurate but can take days and requires props I don't have. Okay, shoot. She braced herself. Helen nodded. Don't tense up too much, this will be over before you know it. The woman took Tanya's face in her hands and stared deeply into her eyes. Azure eyes stared into sapphire for a timeless moment. And gave her a luoung kiss. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. What? They. Hell. Tanya had 2 instincts, fight or flight. They temporarily tied leaving her with indecision as the default state. Before she could take any action, Helen broke the kiss and sat back in her chair, apparently finished. Was that really necessary? Helen winked and licked her lips. I said it was fast and didn't require any props. Yes. Your voice is definitely your path and power. That taint probably took advantage of that when it was using you, I believe. You are more right than you know. I thought it was the corruption of my mind making me say things and do things, but it was actually the other way around. That's how Dybbuk's work. They grab the essential part of you and make it work against you. The more powerful you are, the stronger a hold they can manage if you are unaware. Ignorance is far from bliss, it is deadly. Did you find out anything else? She nodded. The taint is vanishing as I suspected. Stay away from objects or people that might be under influence until you are stronger. Does that include computation orbs? Do my powers mean? No, now that you have awakened, you can use them with caution. The interesting thing I found is that you somehow have a facet of harmony. Truly amazing. Well, I am a magic singer, I guess. Is that so odd? It most certainly is. For a single person to express harmony isn't just rare, it's unheard of. If you could do it consciously, your strength would increase by perhaps an order of magnitude. Tanya was shocked, she on some level thought of being X as a joke. A supremely powerful, malevolent joke, but rather simple-minded. What if he had planned all this? Grab a soul, throw it into another universe as a graft on another soul and then control them utterly. Helen was right, she had gotten damned lucky. I don't like owing favors, Helen, but I owe you a big one now. Bigger than any before now. What can I do for you? She laughed again, delight evident. That's easy. Just keep doing what you're doing. 2 generations gone and we need to fight our way back from the brink. My WIRD, though powerful, is very subtle. The world needs something more blatant. Also. Yes. Tanya steeled herself again. Be my friend. Be your friend. Yes. I can be a really good friend. And I'm a huge fan of your music. She pulled a copy of Tanya's picture album and a very expensive-looking pen off a nearby chair. Helen presented them with a expectant look on her face. Tanya bemusedly signed it. To my friend Helen, Tanya von Digurekov. *****. The evening hit the part just after the midpoint, not precisely in the middle chronologically, but more of an emotion thing, where the early leavers were early leaving but the night owls were just hitting their stride. There were even a few who arrived late and were mocked by some others because they had missed Tanya's solo performance earlier. Helen's spell was broken by then and she left as well but promised. I must go, tick-tock, but we will meet again. She locked eyes with Tanya and licked her lips a small lick before she winked and breezed away. Tanya reflexively gave her own lips a lick before she stopped herself. She felt like she should curse or do something in this situation but for the life of her, could not come up with any way of dealing with the situation. Lacking any good plan, she firmly resolved to do absolutely nothing there and concentrate on other matters. Part of passing the midway point was that the drinks had changed to stronger fare and cigars came out. They quickly were put back when the waiters informed them that Tanya herself disliked smoke. Those that couldn't fight the compulsion found themselves relegated to a rather distant room of the hotel. A new cadre of waiters spelled the first group and helped set the mood for the later hours. Tanya continued to talk to people as she had vanished for a good length of time and she felt like she owed them. But eventually, it was getting a bit late and she announced, I've truly enjoyed this evening, but I must bid you adieu. One of the late arrivals lifted a glass and shouted, a toast. Everyone raised their glasses and waited for him to speak. He was dressed impeccably and even had a short cape and an ornate cane. He looks a bit wild-eyed, maybe serving brandy was a bad idea. Let us toast this evening, our lovely hostess and the death of the devil. He dropped his glass and brought up the cane. Only now, Tanya saw that the metal top was actually a cleverly disguised orb and the rest was a rifle by the way he was aiming it. Even a simple spell with the right ammo would destroy half the room, and her. As the cane took aim, the Fuehrer leader blinked because Tanya had entirely vanished. He only had a moment of time to appreciate this when he found that a furious Tanya had appeared behind him and stabbed a fork through his carotid artery. She pulled the cane out of his suddenly nerveless hands and dodged as a volley of gunfire erupted. Her silver shoes were glowing like the sun due to the amount of mana she pushed through them and a trail of burnt footprints thoroughly ruined the expensive carpet. Not bothering to stop her motion, she attacked a waiter that suddenly pulled out a dagger with hatred in his eyes. She couldn't be bothered to find out how to shoot the cane so she just used momentum and the steel barrel to crush his face. Now that she had an orb and a dagger, courtesy of the ex-waiter, she flitted around the room alternately stabbing or shooting off blasts of pure mage energy without the aid of enchanted bullets. To tell the truth, she hardly missed them. But this was much more tiring and her mana reserves were depleting rapidly. Guests were screaming and running for cover as the remaining assailants recovered more pistols that were hidden around the room and began shooting with disappointing results. Disappointing for them, specifically. Still they managed to put holes in tables, walls, windows as they tried to follow the wildly dodging hole-tight silver. That's what happens when you pick people for fanaticism first and accuracy second. She tried to ignore the burning sensation in her feet as she pushed her shoes far past what they were designed for. One attacker became so frustrated, that he started shooting at the guests who were trying to force open the locked door. Him, Tanya set on fire before stabbing another one in the face with her dagger. It lodged in the eye socket of his skull so she abandoned it rather than slow down to work it free. She was down to the last 3 attackers who had taken cover behind a low decorative wall. She was seriously contemplating using the cane to blow them up when her guards broke down the locked door. It hadn't taken them more than 30 seconds since the start, but that was the bloodiest half-minute the guests had ever seen. The Iranians refused to surrender and died to a man rather than let themselves be captured. Around the room were bleeding, broken, and in several cases burning bodies. Tanya stood in the middle of it, only her ruby red dress disguising the blood splashes that covered large parts of her body. Barely controlling herself, she said a terse, "I'm sorry," and left the room quickly. Chapter 19 Denouement. The next day, a lurid newspaper article castigated the Fuehrer men as abominable terrorists and that only the brave actions of heroic Tanya saved her guests from being blown up by their attack. Fortunately no one, important, died at the charity event, but there were numerous injuries. One paper described her as tearfully running off after a heart-rending apology on what should have been a triumph in her life. WileyC was reading the morning papers aloud with relish as Tanya squirmed on the bed of her hotel room suite. The reason for their location was her heavily bandaged feet and the need for numerous guards as they didn't want to risk her in a public hospital. The lawyer had missed the festivities due to tasks undisclosed and was glad for it now. Is this what really happened? No. Well, technically, yes. But not really. Fuehrer pustled around, plumping pillows for Tanya and making sure her coffee was freshened. The lawyer merely raised an eyebrow. Okay, they were probably going to use a military-grade spell, so a good chunk of the room would have gone up. And yes, I rushed out after apologizing. The tears. My feet were on fire. I dare anyone not to shed a tear or two under those circumstances. That reminds me, order a half-dozen pairs of these shoes with bigger gems. Let the designer make whatever choices she wants as long as I can get them before I leave. The ones you were wearing last night? The fiery ones. They only caught fire because I was pushing them in an emergency situation. They saved my life, so a hot foot is a small price to pay. Besides, I only received second-degree burns, hardly worth noticing. Tanya had turned over the mage ammunition but conveniently forgot the cane which she was currently examining. Either the police were incompetent or they were looking the other way on this matter. She had signed various things for them, mostly pictures she never remembered posing for, so she was leaning toward the latter theory. She hefted the short cane, marveled at how well made it was. Only good for one shot, true, but it wasn't meant to be a combat weapon. The barrel was disguised as polished wood and the ferrule served to cap the barrel and protect from objects getting inside. The spherical handle resembled crystal mounted on a gold shaft, but hidden inside the collar area was a small, but relatively powerful computation orb. The most interesting part was the crystal managed to disguise the presence of the orb even when under active detection. Given her injuries, a cane wouldn't seem out of place and she felt less naked with it around, so she decided to add it to her ensemble. Using it had been odd. She had years of experience with computation orbs and learning how to use a new one wasn't that difficult, much like driving an unfamiliar car. But something about honing her own magical path had slowed her down when activating it. Not reduced her ability, no, it had enhanced her ability, and that additional complexity is what made it harder. Gladio shuddered as he looked at it. Why do you insist on playing with that deadly thing? Orbs are a menace. Oh, they aren't that bad. Admittedly, they've seen more use in war than any other venue due to expense, but it's just a tool. She twirled it one hand like a baton and then stopped it in her grip. And this one is particularly nice and particularly interesting. It's not really a general-purpose weapon, you realize. Ah, I do. She tried and failed to not roll her eyes. It's an assassination tool. You'd never take this to battle, but the ability to hide the orb, the cane disguise, the limitation of only a single round, all of these point to a one-and-done weapon. Even the length of the barrel is just enough to get off a good medium-range shot and give time for the mage to escape. She didn't bother to mention that most of the orb features really weren't for combat either. For example, it had a much better array of illusion features and much less variety in bullet enhancement. If that fellow wasn't so fond of drama, I never would have seen the bullet coming, the room would have just blown up with me in it. By all accounts, they seemed quite confident. Honestly, they had reason to be. That many people backed by a mage and me weaponless, it exceeds mere chance that I escaped almost unharmed. Someone else might have thanked God at this point, but she'd rather be literally damned than do that. I realize that a moving target is hard and we've been moving very fast to get to this border city. Despite that, those idiots didn't even have a semblance of coordination. She twirled the cane, making Gladio pale again despite it being unloaded. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Elsewhere in the city, the remaining Fuehrer cell members were huddled in a basement, worried that the gendarmes would be breaking down the door at any moment. Most were still stunned that their night of victory turned into a harried rout as they retreated to their last safe house in the city. After this last meeting, they were to separate to throw off any chance discovery would capture everyone. What the hell happened? He was perfectly placed to take out the devil and he never even took the shot. The former number 2, now the cell leader, ranted while gesticulating wildly. An older man, missing one hand, scowled as he rocked forward and begged. The devil's own luck, the devil's own luck. He continued to mutter the phrase, ignored by everyone. A sometimes maid-turned spy almost agreed with him. There were no leaks, his cover was flawless. Do you think she'd have poked her nose in there if there was any idea what was going to happen? Maybe he got cold feet, hesitated. No, no, no. Even the newspapers said he was determined. They said many other, less flattering things, as well. But they are blaming us for all the damage, all the injuries. The people with power who were helping us in the shadows have vanished. If anyone turns us in, it will be them. How? Please tell me how. The youngest cell member was curled on the floor, his most desired dream, revenge against Digirekov had collapsed in mere hours. He had had just one night free of the nightmares of Irene, but now they were back and worse than ever, while he was still awake. The cell leader kicked a stool with all his might. It flew across the room and nearly shattered against the cellar well. Most of all, who the fuck were all those other people? Asterisk asterisk asterisk. The old man clutched the arms of his wheelchair as he got the news. Mr. Clark's roomy eyes teared up, but he refused to let a drop fall while listening to the intermediary's report. There would be plenty of time for that later. Nigel, you're telling me that 3 of best assassins that money can buy couldn't take out one unarmed girl? Is this what I'm hearing? He glanced at a picture he always kept on his desk. A smiling man stared back at him wearing a Commonwealth uniform. Peter was a charismatic man, loved by all who knew him, and not given to acts of heroism. But he had volunteered to work right on the front to gather intel about rusted silver as an act of pure patriotism. When asked why, he just bragged how he would have a trunk full of stories to tell and would be able to charm the pants off of any women who would listen. What he got was a funeral with an empty casket. Nothing was left of the observation base but a crater. The mousy man winced at the use of blunt, and admissible in a court of law, language. Mr. Clark, there was nothing to be done. Our fixers were in the right place with a good plan. Without that interference, it would have been a simple. Don't talk to me about simple. He roared. My son's grave is empty and that damned monster still walks the earth. You get one more chance and I'll either have her head in box, or yours. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. A single Dacian, having gotten lost the night before, decided that spending an entire day drinking was in order. Followed by a day in confession and thankful penance for his poor navigation skills. He had no intention of confessing what he hadn't done, so he figured it was better to sin heavily first before he went to church. As for the 2 teammates who had gone to the right place, well, he could pray for their souls tomorrow too. Maybe give them a boost to the right, after place. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Pavel was sweating, both literally and figuratively. An entire squad of elite assassins were now in custody. Thankfully post-mortem, as it would be painfully obvious where they were from just by their accent and language. Loria will have me skinned alive, if I'm lucky. How do I relay this? How? I know, when the wolves are at the door, you need to feed them meat, right? One could easily imagine his ancestors pushing someone out of a wagon being chased by a ravenous pack of monsters in order to escape from becoming dinner. So, let's work with this. Let's say that Squad 1 was under Lewis and Squad 2 under me, fix a few reports and that makes it so. And then Lewis betrayed his own squad, but why? Yes. He fell in love with that witchy girl. It's a motive that Loria would thoroughly believe. Pavel wasn't a good man, by any means, but as long as Loria was alive there was at least one person he could feel morally superior to. He knew well the stories around the man were, if anything, understated. Good, this is good. Let's write up the report, throw blame where it belongs and start the hunt for evil Lewis, the betrayer. He rubbed his hands together as he sat in front of his typewriter. I should probably include a copy of the picture album, too. He would like that. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. 2 sisters, known only as Astrid and Nova by only a select few, were sipping tea casually across the street from the opera house the next day. Both sported blonde hair so pale, it looked like silver in dim light. Their appearance, and their accent, marked them as from the Atnant Alliance, though they could change their accent in the space of seconds. Last night, both sported very natural-looking brunette hair and impeccable lower-class Republic mannerisms. Astrid, the older sister, shook her head. What a disaster. But it could be worse, I suppose. Well, yes, of course anything can be worse, but I fail to see how that observation helps us. Just conversation, sister, pay no attention. The unfortunate part is that we can't count this, so we still owe them for the attempt. What? We did try, it's not our fault those ham-fisted fools messed us up. I say this counts. The new Council of 10 might be cheap bastards, but... Did you even draw your weapon? Work a spell? Or even catch sight of her, Nova? She didn't answer the rhetorical questions. We were ready and it would have worked, I'm positive. Astrid drew rings on the table with a bit of spilled tea. Actually, I'm not so sure. Yesterday's yesterday, I tried a scrying and victory was assured. Today, the death signs were so strong that it might as well been for a different person. Something happened to her between then and now and I'm afraid we would be corpses as well had we not been interrupted. Well, are you going to tell me or just let me wallow in ignorance? Answer 1 is yes, and answer 2 is there's no helping that. Before her sister could protest, she continued. I see her striding the earth like a giant, like a goddess. Her right hand brings blessings, while her left, Devastation. Where she walks, there is destruction, but her footprints are filled with flowers. When she speaks, armies rise to her command and yes, yes. Nova leaned forward, afraid to miss even a single word. And when she sings, she brings the end of all things. Chapter 20 Kartoffel. At the beginning of the trials in Berun, Zetter looked at the intelligence officer with a quiet intensity that made the younger man swallow heavily. Though not his direct superior, only an idiot would willingly get on the general's bad side. Though the war had been lost, it was almost universally understood, though never stated out loud, that the military had overcome Herculean tasks time and time again but were unable to achieve the impossible in the end. Are you trying to tell me that the intelligence department can't get up-to-date information about our officer on trial, during peacetime? Zetter had heard that von Digerekov once destroyed a decoration from this department, so frustrated she was with them. He fully understood her emotions. General, it's not that easy. The tribunal's security is extraordinary and they have denied all access to her. We are not even allowed to send her messages or provide counsel, so we have no means of communication. By public reports and relayed testimony, she seems in good health. I see. Seems in good health, when they trot her out for their impartial tribunal. Is that what you are saying, Major? He felt himself sweating and wishing he were anywhere else, even the Russie front would be preferable to this. There is some good news. The trials are to be made public and so copies of the broadcast could be smuggled to us. So our best, and only, source of news is what they are voluntarily giving out. He tapped his desk lightly with one finger, but it sounded like rifle shots to the Major. The LT. Colonel built the finest battalion I've ever seen. One of her chief methods was in selection and training. Ruthless culling of the unfit and the most extreme methods to bring out the best of the rest. Perhaps in this post-war period, we need to adopt some of her methods. He polished his monocle with a cloth he kept just for that purpose. Not just for mages, but all our staff. What was it she said? Something about the incompetent draining our resources, being functionally no different from enemies in our ranks. The Major, as it turns out, was very familiar with the hell she had put her most loyal troops through. And even at the risk of his own pension, he had no stomach to experience it personally. General, I don't think. Obviously. The word was so cold that the Major couldn't continue. Given this peace forced on us by the political office, we have no choice but to reduce the size of our military. I find myself speculating if that isn't a good thing. A smaller force with a higher caliber of soldiers. Makes you wonder at the possibilities. His gaze was unflinching. I'll do my utmost, sir. See to it. Dismissed. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Ironically, the most sought-after unit in the war was idle during this time. Why? According to the tattered remnants of their interior line strategy, their sort of rapid response unit was best placed not on a quiet front but instead in the heart of the Empire, waiting for a threat to respond to. The fact that they had multiple months of leave owed to them was just a happy coincidence. Even the shameless Russie Federation was unlikely to break a peace when they were, in fact, on the winning side. The Empire never had far-flung colonies or satellite states to manage, so, given that their borders were reset ab initio, there was literally nothing to take from them that wouldn't cause the other winners to protest. Allies of convenience, they trusted each other far less than their erstwhile enemy. This balance, though fragile, protected the Empire better than any words on paper. So the 203rd was given something they hadn't received since their formation, unrestricted leave for a solid 3 months. A token flight would remain in Berun at all times, but a good 3/4 were given permission to finally get the rest they had earned many times over. Normally this would be a cause for great enjoyment, but the mood in their barracks was nothing but grim. Almost as bad as Tanya's secret surrender to the Republic, was the information blackout they were suffering under. The political office, the only ones who could formally protest the situation, were instead complicit with her sale to their enemies. A price their commander paid without protest or even giving word. If not for Serebryakova's accidental discovery, they wouldn't have even known the date of her departure. Tanya's commanders were meeting in the colonel's office, with closed doors. Major Weiss struggled to come up something to say, a command to give them, and finally just said, "What do we do? It's obviously a setup. They'll have their fake trial and kill the colonel in the end. We all know it, so why are we sitting here?" Newman's face was reddening with obvious anger and his clenched fists appeared to be ready to beat down something, anything. Koenig shook his head. Tall order. 50 of us against the whole world. Vishal listened to the others argue back and forth and then finally spoke up. The others quieted immediately. Woman though she may be, no one in the 203rd would ever look down women in general, and Serebryakova in particular. The commander wouldn't have gone if she didn't have a plan. Hell, she's always the first in if it could protect us or the fatherland. Yes, but not without a path out. She has a plan but couldn't tell us about it. They moved too quickly and she was probably being watched. I only found out by accident. Does that mean we do nothing? Weiss protested. No. But remember that the Colonel counts on us to use our heads too. She can't tell us what we need to do because she knows we'll do the right thing without being ordered. She pointed a map that was used to plan the war not too long ago. She's in the Republic alone because what she needs to do can be done by herself. Don't you see that she would have found a way to bring someone along if it was necessary? That means our task does not directly involve her. Our task. Weiss, who had been quiet until now, jumped up as if he had a revelation. We can't fight the tribunal. We can't fight their army. We can't fight their government. But what are they afraid of? It's not us. It's each other. They got into the war because of fear or pride or hatred, the Colonel said that over and over again. He quoted, "Everyone who does wicked things hates the light, and does not come into the light, lest his works should be exposed." Visha said, "So because they are trying to keep everything quiet and controlled." Koenig smiled, an expression not dissimilar to that of their commander. "We should make sure everyone knows everything." Arya had always told Visha that she was an observer even after her observations were less along the lines of spotting artillery encroachments and more towards ferreting out information. She considered pulp novels where people would sneak into high-security areas and take pictures of secret documents with cleverly disguised cameras to be rank amateurs. Any information you might need was also known by people and you just had to get the people to tell you what they know. It's amazing how much someone might say when a pretty girl looks appropriately appreciative as they brag about their job. Plus she was smart enough never to go after the big fish. That was a way to get hooked yourself. No, she threw her line in shallow waters as any sizable secret was surrounded by other, smaller, secrets that was just as good if you knew how to fit the puzzle together. She was on such a fishing expedition in the Francois Republic posing as a clueless tourist whose knowledge of the language was sketchy at best. Even better than the servants of old monarchs who were deaf and dumb, being ditzy and cute and not speaking the language made tongues wag even harder sometimes. Of course, the topic was Lt. Colonel von Digerekov. She had a cleverly disguised recording orb that, if searched, would only reveal tourist pictures of the lovely Republic and one, apparently accidental, recording of Arya bathing in a steamy Paris bathhouse. It had been examined at least 3 times and no one had found the secret recordings yet. Despite taking quite the long time investigating the orb all those times. Still, she was a bit confused when she was pulled off of that rather important project in order to help a train buff, improve the mail system in the Republic. "Christoph, could you run this by me in detail?" The message I got from command was cryptic at best. They were seated on a blanket eating lunch, ostensibly a picnic, and just coincidentally too far for anyone to overhear them. Intelligence was copies of the trial recordings sent back. "Isn't that what I'm doing already? They want it fast. As fast as is technologically possible." Christoph sounded frustrated. He'd love nothing better than to have an express train between Paris and Berun, what a marvel that would be. But he was no John Henry. He was a sleeper agent in the Republic and sent back casual information to his cousin in the Empire once in a while. But he was never intended to be any sort of super spy. "I see. So the choices are to use the laughably inefficient Francois mail service, or to make something on our own that would be glaringly obvious to anyone who decided to take a look. That's about it. Even a Pony Express-style handoff route can't be justified. It would be like waving a red flag to have people going on a route between here and there on a regular basis. Even Digerekov's mages can't fly blatantly in the Republic." She thought on this. "Your cover is something like a third assistant to the railway department." "Pretty much. They lost so many men during the war, that they were desperate for competent people. I could have pushed for a higher position but I'm keeping a low profile. They made an offer just a few weeks ago, in fact. Take it. Get a high enough placement that you can set schedules for the Paris to Strasbourg line." "No problem," they said. "I could pick my position if I would just accept the promotion." "Then what?" "Then, you get to play toy trains on a scale you never dreamed imaginable." 4 years later, it was a minor puzzle to the rail department of the Republic how one department managed unheard of efficiencies when compared to the rest of their network. Eventually, someone was put in charge and improved it to the point it was functioning on par with the other lines. *****. The puzzle actually had many parts. One was a dedicated railroad fanatic. Another was a very detailed proposal by Tanya herself on how to make commercial rail service more efficient. But the last important piece was a dozen of the most dangerous mages on the continent crowded together into a far too small shipping office with Christoph explaining what changes need to be made. "Okay, the problem is that the new system is enormously efficient but there'll be a transition period before it can be put into effect. It'll be better in every way once it's in place but the minor disruptions in implementing the changes will cause people to balk." Christoph sighed somewhat dramatically. "There could be soup raining from heaven but they'll complain that they have to change their socks." Koenig asked, "Which of the changes do you want to implement and what do you need help with?" "First is standardized addressing and requiring the use of numeric postal codes. Mail bins that are labeled with the codes on the outside for faster loading and unloading. Standardized sorting, standardized everything. But it takes time to train my workers and even more time to train the public. During that time, the mail still needs to be delivered at least up to the current slipshod expectations. The mage frowned. Is that even an issue? What do you mean? We can't just throw them away. The big deliveries will function as normal for now, but 10% of the weight is 90% of the mail by piece. What I'm saying is that we mages are far faster than any train. Set us up on every leg that needs help just to tide you over until your plans are in place. How long do you need? 10 days tops for most of them. 2 weeks for the knuckleheads. What if they can't learn in 2 weeks? Koenig asked with a grin. Then they get to experience the joys of delivering mail on foot. Someone has to go the final mile, yes. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Copies of a highly dramatized account of Tanya's life began circulating in the Empire, the latest creation of Kartoffel. While technically it was just an editing of Ihr Kampf, it highlighted the story over her accomplishments. Artistic liberties abounded and the average education level required to enjoy it had dropped from postgraduate to middle school. Almost by accident, Visha and Arya discovered they had happened on the same plan when they bumped into each other at the publisher. Either alone might have a hard time convincing him to make a François edition, but when two beautiful women asked for the same thing, he began to come around. They sat in a cafe, catching up in a way one cannot do with letters. Arya groaned, "Don't talk to me about letters. I've been helping a friend set up a network to ship things back to Baron more efficiently. It all helps. We get info quicker and we can ship these." She tapped the Germania version of Childhood Lost, "all the more efficiently. Have you read it yet?" "I have. It seems light but is entertaining. Any idea who Kartoffel is?" No, I don't. And some of the minor details?" Visha frowned slightly, a wrinkle forming in her brow. "Some of those details only an insider would know. Nothing hurtful for the Colonel, but it must be someone close to us. Or someone close to you. That's more likely the case. But they seem to be a friend, as our dear Argent comes off very sympathetically here. She's going to be unhappy when she reads this." The book highlighted her orphan background, the soldier father she never knew, her struggles in school where everyone was larger and stronger than she was, and overwhelmingly male. Rather than emphasizing her heroic victories, it chose to concentrate on how far she had to come to even be in a place to achieve them. She hates being thought of as weak. Trust me, it doesn't make her look weak. It makes her human. People are going to adore this book. Even people who hate her are inordinately curious. Who is Argent? What makes her tick? Where did she come from? How does she think? This goes beyond love or hate. Beyond love or hate. That describes her so well. I once asked her if she missed not having parents. She just looked at me, slightly puzzled as if the question had no meaning. And you know what she said? How do you miss something you never had? She's so magnificent in what she does, you can forget what she lacks. Arya popped a delightful little pastry into her mouth and chewed with obvious pleasure. Dear Visha, that's why she has us, no. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Newman, despite not being really fluent in François, turned out to having a charming air about him that went far in bringing down people's defenses. He had long since lost track of how many towns he had visited, but the formula was the same each time. In every town, there would be some place where people would gather, gossip and pass the time. It might be a park, a bar, the town hall, somewhere. Next, he would show up with a copy of Childhood Lost with Tanya's face emblazoned on the cover. Inevitably, someone would ask him about it and he'd honestly describe the contents. But always, at the end, he'd say, "There's a François version coming out soon, ask your local bookseller when it's coming out." 8 other mages were doing the same thing, though with somewhat less success. And 9 queries became 19. And 19 became 90. And so on. Soon the demand for a book that didn't exist reached such a height that bookstore owners were sending daily, very harshly worded, inquiries about when they could get their orders filled. In the latest town, he had casually left a copy on a table when he went to the washroom. It was gone by the time he got back. He just grinned and quietly left. If spreading the word depended on people's greed, well, he had plenty more copies back in his luggage. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Mail runs from Paris to the border had become outrageously fast, to the point where they were reaching the theoretical maximum speed a parcel could be delivered by train in the Republic. Koenig even managed to up that maximum a bit by suggesting that a postal worker ride on the train to sort mail while the train was moving to save even more time. It was a minor struggle to convince the users of the post, and the postal workers as well, to accept all the changes. So Christoph used the simplest argument: money. Properly addressed mail shipped at a discount. Productive workers and those who learned fastest got bonuses. He paid for it all by the increase in mail usage and, in fact, turned a tidy profit after only a month. Emil. Good job, good job. Christoph clapped the young man on the shoulder. Here's your 1,000-mile badge and look for my thanks in your next paycheck. Emil grinned and replaced his 500-mile badge with the new one. I doubted you, postmaster, but the writing shift isn't as bad as I thought. Bumpy and it could be quieter but not bad all in all. He polished the new badge with the cuff of his shirt cuff. I'll make sure to spend the bonus on something fun, haha. The badges had been an idea by one of the mages but, in fact, all the mages who worked the line were happy to share their experiences and suggestions. You can't give medals for delivering the mail but everyone likes recognition, you know? More than a few soldiers died in the war keeping the supplies running on time, so it's not too crazy, right? Esprit de corps extended beyond the military. Christophe made them proud to do a good job and so they did a great job. There were other changes as well. He had a hard time hiring new workers to handle the increased workload. He grumbled to Arya on one of her trips through his station. So many men died in the war, that I can't get enough manpower to handle things. My friend, have you gotten stupid in just a few weeks? Well, maybe. What do you mean? You can't hire men, why not women or even children? They can't handle the big bins but I bet they can sort just as well as anyone and they can man the desk. Arya. I have gotten stupid. I'm sure there are a lot of girls who wouldn't mind part-time work. And if they can handle it, I can make them full-time. As there aren't enough men, there are plenty of unmarried women and, sadly, widows out there. This might help out both here and back home. An unexpected bonus came later as filles de cour, as they were called, became a minor sensation. With the cute uniforms and public face, it became the premier job for women who were looking for husbands, but that was only long after their mission had been completed successfully. ******. General Rirujan monitored the situation, naturally. While Zetter and Rudersdorf were in charge preparing their armies for the next war, whenever it might come, he was to keep his eyes facing outward. He was pleasantly surprised at how fast Arya was able to set up a reliable communication channel to Parisi that made what the intelligence department had offered in the past look like mule-drawn carriages. He also turned a blind eye to the doings of the 203rd. As long as they didn't start any trouble, he wouldn't interfere. He listened, heart in throat, to the tribunal broadcasts. Even knowing what he knew, he couldn't help but cheer for her. She was toying with the judges and prosecutors. He could imagine her wicked smile as she shredded their arguments, much like the one she sported when she found out she'd do what she wanted to the Dacians. A predatory grin suited to the ultimate predator. Still, he couldn't spend all his time re-listening to the broadcasts or the excuses intelligence was giving him. He had a job outside of the LT Colonel, but even he couldn't ignore when a book was put on his desk where it lay untouched for a week. Initially dismissing Childhood Lost as cheap propaganda, he was forced to change his mind when sales started to climb. And climb. And climb even higher. The Germanian edition wasn't alone, as it was followed by the Francois copies, the English version, and so on. He finally forced himself to read it. This is surprisingly well done. Not exactly a reliable history but more like a dramatized play. He found himself engrossed in the story when he suddenly stopped, closed the book and put it down. An unnoticed bead of sweat made its way down his forehead even as a chill overtook him. This isn't a biography. This isn't a biography at all. It's a whitewashing of every sin she's ever committed. If this is all anyone ever knew of her, they would think she was just a lonely orphan that was given a rifle and thrown directly into battle. The implications raced through his head. Wait, it's worse than that. She has a plan with this book, but what is it? No doubt she's still a patriot, but this is preparing for some grand scheme. Preparing us for the new Tanya von Digerekhoff. The general slept very little that night. Or the next, which is when he received a copy of the song that almost burned Parisi to the ground. Mein Gott! She is the most dangerous person I know. Do I even want her to return? Is she a danger to the Empire, or even the world? He mixed a strong drink, unusual for him this early in the day, and drank it without tasting it. He let out a grim laugh. Does it even matter where she is? ******. Onluk Kottajanen shuffled to his desk after walking around his property. Food poisoning had ravaged his body, which had caused him to miss the last half of the war, maybe even saved his life. He did get a nice pension, which continued due to the colonel's peremptory demand, no matter how bad the budget might have gotten. He could do the things a normal man his age could do, perhaps just a bit slower. Recovery continued, though it, too, had slowed in pace. Commander, I hope you are well. He kept a bottle of fine wine on his desk as he had promised to share one with her when she came of age. The box that kept the wine from the harsh light of the sun revealed that it was a very nice vintage. There was a case of nearly as good bottles in the cellar to share with his old comrades, but he liked to keep this one nearby for inspiration. To avoid stress on his own body, he had become a teetotaler as well, but he fully intended to share this with her one day soon. For the war effort, he had turned in his computation orb without a qualm, but Visha had managed to snag him a captured Francois orb. Not as good as a Type 97 but a godsend for someone who was having problems getting around at first. This, too, he knew came to him with von Digerekov's blessings. He pulled his office chair closer to the desk as he loosened his shoulders for another day of work. Onluk put his hands on the keys and thought for a moment. Then Kartoffel began to type. Chapter 21 Homeward Bound. The crowds as she was leaving the station were immense. As far as the eye could see with little regard to either traffic laws or common sense. She was tempted to sing a farewell as had become her habit but she was afraid that it would take a wall of speakers 20 feet high to be heard over the cheering throngs. So she contented herself with just waving with her free hand. Her other hand was using her new cane as her feet were still bandaged though she could stand with difficulty by using a new pair of lift shoes. In addition, she was wearing an attractive dress that she was very, very slowly getting used to. Honestly, she would have preferred to wear her uniform but it was hopelessly short on her now and the boots would be impossible at any rate. Gladio had picked out the dress, of course. The train puffed its out of the city and onto the bridge that crossed the Rhine River. It moved slowly enough that they could see Tanya as more than just a blur moving by. More fans waved from the riverbank and along the tracks. Allard, is it my misremembering or has the demographics of the crowds shifted significantly? In what way? Doesn't there seem to be far more girls than in the beginning? School-aged ones, to be specific. She continued to wave and the girls in question got very excited when they made eye contact and waved what she thought were empire flags from the distance but turned out to be books that had black, white and red on their covers. You're popular with everybody so how is one to tell? All have their reasons, some are lovers of music. Most surely. Others find your cause to be noble and just. But those girls, those girls. Don't those girls at me, just spit it out. It is simple. They admire you and look up to you. Surely not. I conquered their country, laid waste to large sections of it, killed countless people. What is there to admire? He waved off her arguments with a fine Gallic disregard for trivialities. You see them clearly, but you cannot see the you reflected in their eyes. Who doesn't feel weak or powerless or without direction at some point in their lives? Perhaps young girls more than most, What they see is someone exactly their age who has changed the world. We lost, though, she said dryly. It matters not. Who doesn't know your name? When the devil's mask is removed, there is Tanya, a girl who made a difference. Good or ill, I do not judge, nor do they. They see strength and think, maybe, I too have that kind of strength as well. It's good that I'm leaving the country, then. Someone less scrupulous than me might try to take advantage of them. And more male than me, damn you being X. All those war stories aside, the von Digerekov I know would never harm a child. And no one who sings like you moreover. Haven't you heard that even the devil quotes scripture? Why can't he sing hymns, too? Ha 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 ha. He laughed uproariously. When your music touches someone's soul, do you not think they see a part of you as well? I am no cheering schoolgirl and I trust you. Allard, you are the biggest and manliest cheering schoolgirl of them all. This just made him laugh even harder. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Between the two countries was a buffer zone, theoretically maintained by treaty, that belonged to neither country. The Empire snidely, though correctly, pointed out that they were the only ones who ever obeyed the agreement but it did make a convenient place to officially, and finally, release Tanya from any sort of custody. As she was without visa, this was the Republic's flimsy excuse for keeping her monitored until she left their soil. She met Allard, Dr. Dupont, her guards, maids and the other train workers on the stage carriage with the side opened up as it was the only area large enough to talk to everyone at once, there being nothing around but war-torn fields. All of you, I can't thank you enough for all the care and kindness you've shown me these past weeks. You turned what could have been a dreary experience and made it truly a cherished memory. The three maids were openly weeping and even some of the battle-hardened soldiers looked a bit misty-eyed. The head chef, and de facto leader of the staff, took upon himself to step forward. Ms. Digerekov, I think I speak for everyone when I say it's been a pleasure, no, our honor to serve you on this journey. You brought much joy to our country and have helped heal the wounds of that terrible war. Perhaps next time our leaders have a conflict, they'll think of your music and not old grudges. Tanya thought of what her music almost did to the emotional hotheads of Paris but just smiled and shook his hand. Of course, this led to a lot more handshakes and even some surprise hugs from the distaff members of the entourage. The guards kept the men from getting too grabby with an underaged girl. Lucy was still bawling as she hugged Tanya, her cleavage almost suffocating the smaller girl. Why can't we go with you? With great effort, and help, Tanya managed to escape the soft, perfumed death trap. It's part of the agreement between the political offices, I'm afraid. Someone seems to think that I might be under coercion and this is to minimize that. He gets to go. She pointed an accusing finger at Gladio who had the good grace to look embarrassed. As her attorney of record, I'm legally, bound to her for the duration. No one was crass enough to point out that the only real lawyer here was also the former defendant, but they were all thinking it. In addition to having to leave you behind, I also have to say farewell to LE train, but I can blame that on the politicos on the Empire's side. I think they didn't like the image of me arriving home in too much luxury. As they chatted and reminisced, they saw the Empire train arriving in the distance. It was approaching slower than usual and in reverse so it could use the same single, and only, track on this stretch of rail. As it approached, she pulled Droid and Gauche aside to speak privately. They just nodded their heads as their faces got paler and paler. She returned to the others and Gladio asked curiously, "What did you say to them?" "I just reminded them that sometimes memories are better than mementos." She waved the band leader over. "Can we set up for one more song? The one we practiced 2 nights ago." "Oh, that one. Excellent choice." As they just needed a guitar, drum and amplification, they were done quickly. Everyone quickly gathered and quieted for her farewell song. "Well, I guess I can try this out now, they won't judge me too harshly if it doesn't work. I'm sittin' in the railway station, got a ticket to my destination." The song flowed out of her like a stream over water-smoothed rocks. But, somehow, they heard it as a harmonious duet to their amazement. "I wish I was homeward bound." As much as they loved her and wanted to keep her with them, they could feel her longing to return that she had been torn from months ago. "Tonight I'll sing my songs again, I'll play the game and pretend. But all my words come back to me, in shades of mediocrity. Like emptiness in harmony, I need someone to comfort me." They had felt the power of her music before, but there was something beyond that today, as if she had hit a new level, touching them as they had never been touched before. A feeling that lifted their souls into the light as if they had only dwelled in murky darkness before. "Home, where my thoughts escapin'. Home, where my music's playin'. Home, where my love lies waitin'. Silently for me. Silently for me." She let her voice trail off and pretended not to notice that a dozen soldiers, deadly veterans of innumerable battles, were crying just as much as the others around her. I don't know if China has ever been given a name in the LN anime or the manga. So I'll just call it China until informed otherwise. Likewise, I probably won't make up names for historic people/places. If it's in the source material, I'll use it. If they have a common name historically, I'll probably also use it. Otherwise it's too much of a pain to come up with something that sounds right. Chapter text. Chapter 22 Baron, Ho. Having arrived in the Francois Republic with little more than the clothes on her back, Tanya was leaving with quite a bit more stuff. Clothing that fit, multiple, pairs of shoes, feminine things, music scores, even gifts for her colleagues in the Empire. She looked less like an officer released from prison and more like a young lady returning from holiday. Certainly the cheering crowd and women waving, tear-stained, handkerchiefs did nothing to dispel this impression. Certainly it was a shock to the officers sent to retrieve her. Their commander was completing the necessary paperwork for the handoff while Tanya herself floated toward them over the official demarcation line, technically, just an ill-maintained sign stuck in the mud. If tensions were higher, there would be armed guards on both sides, but the war-weary nations didn't bother, though there were observation posts on the outside of the zone. She was wearing a summer weight dress consisting most of whites with a blushing rose floral print and matching wide-brimmed toucan hat with a jaunty pink bow. Silver high-heeled sandals with pink lacing completed the outfit. The image was only marred by the obvious bandages on her feet and the out-of-place cane she held in her left hand. "That is von Digerekov? Could there be some mistake?" The younger officer looked at the lovely girl coming toward them and swallowed heavily. "Oh, J.A. You are probably too young to remember the recruitment posters from 6 years ago when she was just a child, but it's still the same Argent, just a bit taller." Behind her the non-magical lawyer had to struggle with summer mud to go between one train and the next. He was certain that his pants would require a thorough laundering and his shoes were likely a complete loss. Somehow in all their discussions, he hadn't realized there wouldn't be a train station to switch vehicles. Nad hadn't bothered to dress appropriately. She settled down on the few patches of dry-ish ground next to the soldiers and they saluted smartly. "Welcome back to the Empire LT. Colonel von Digerekov." Tanya saluted back with a smile. "At ease, Captain, Lieutenant. I'm hardly in uniform here. Not that I have one my size at the moment. I found the Francois frightfully lacking in proper Empire attire." The two men laughed and the captain added, "They claim to be the fashion center of the world and they have such a gap in their closet. Shameful, truly it is." He glanced at her sending off party and asked, "I trust your trip was comfortable." "Very much so, but I'll be glad to get back to work. I never fancied being a prisoner, no matter how comfortable the cage. All is well in the Empire, I hope." He shook his head. "It could be better. The reparations are hitting hard and there's a lot of good men out of work, and not just from the layoffs in the army. There's no rationing, thank God, but you won't find the luxuries we had before the war. Just not having to eat K-broad is luxury enough, gentlemen." Behind her, sweating former bodyguards were hauling box after box of luggage from one train to the other. That's quite a bit of luggage, Colonel. She shrugged. I was barred from earning money by not having a proper legal status in the Republic, so they gave me things for my performances and called them gifts. Don't worry, everything's been thoroughly searched and there's nothing dangerous in there. The lieutenant chimed in. I wish I could have heard your concerts in person. The recordings are quite nice, but it can't beat the real thing. Tanya blinked. Recordings? Oh, yes, ma'am. They are quite the rage in the Empire. Too bad that 90% are in that Francois gabble, but maybe you can re-record them in proper Germanian soon. He went on with the enthusiasm of a true otaku. The tribunal ones aren't as popular, of course, but I still managed to get a complete set. The performances from the train ride and across the river there are a miracle all by themselves, let me tell you. It's hard to get a good quality pressing of anything except for the picture album, but if you have deep pockets, orb recordings can be had. He laughed self-depreciatingly. Nothing I can afford on a lieutenant's salary, naturally. Well, I'm glad you like them, even if I don't intend to make a career of it. The stricken look on his face caused her to backtrack hastily. I will likely re-record at least a few songs with better fidelity, though. And in Germanian. Can't let the Republic have all the good stuff, right? Absolutely, ma'am. He said fervently. After a few more minutes, all bags and crates were packed and they were ready for their ride back. Though the train carriage was luxurious compared to mainstream travel, it wasn't a patch on LE train to Tanya. The commander, Major Fisher, saluted and introduced himself as he got on board. Sorry about that delay, Colonel. While protocol demands that we make sure you are in a reasonably healthy condition, he glanced at her feet. Before the handoff, it seemed like they were more concerned that we would treat you with the proper care. If this is how they treat their prisoners, I'd be tempted to commit a few crimes myself. I gather this was a special case, she responded dryly. I don't mean to ask for special treatment, but I'm rather surprised none of my battalion is here. I'm not sure about that, ma'am. Grapevine said that they all wanted to join us, but the political office intervened. It struck me as odd. Odd, it's more than odd. The 203rd is directly under High Command, so there should be no way that they could swing that kind of weight unless either High Command agreed or it came from the head of the civilian government. Briefly, she was worried about being assassinated as a liability to someone, but who? Also, they would have done it on the other side of the Rhine to keep their hands clean. Wait, though, why think this is so dire? Those war nuts in the 203rd are probably looking for an excuse to attack the Republic. Tanya was reluctantly forced to admit that the political office might have made a rare rational decision. I'm sure it's nothing. The Premier, and only, all-mage battalion is a precious resource. Not to be wasted escorting one LT. Colonel back from vacation. After the hustle and bustle of the Republic, uneventful was the only description of the ride to Berun. Not that she minded. It was a puzzle that there wasn't some sort of attention. Then again, it wasn't like her itinerary was broadcast and she wasn't riding in a custom-made performance stage. Dropping down from a team of 30 to one steward that made a barely passable cup of coffee was difficult, however. Soon, though, she would be in Berun soon, and memories of Vish's increasingly perfect brews let her tolerate the dross she was currently being served. Without the constant stops and the deliberately zigzagging route, what took many days in the Republic could be handled in 2 in the Empire. Intact rails kept their train moving at a fair clip, though the amount of traffic was nowhere near that of pre-war Empire. As late as the surrender was, it was in time to spare their country the devastation that the Republic had suffered. But, still, literally millions of her countrymen had died and their absence could be felt as they breezed through empty rail stations. Gladio looked out into the early evening landscape as it slid past their windows. It's so quiet. Not at all like back home. The Republic isn't suffering under crippling unemployment. Rather the opposite, you desperately need workers now. Tanya hadn't had any news from the Empire at all, and no one thought to stock the train with any newspapers. But she was quite familiar with the history of her old world, macroeconomics, and the fate of the Second Reich. I imagine significant portions of the Empire's industry has ground to a halt as we struggle to meet the reparation demands. The downsized military has made matters worse as the former soldiers don't have skills needed by the market, a market that doesn't need men whose resumes are only about war. Widows abound and the orphanages are full, I would guess. She tried to remember what one historian had said about the period between the world wars: when you sow the seeds of despair, you will reap fields of hatred. The lawyer saw the far-off look in her eyes and felt a chill go down his back. He had on more than one occasion felt put upon or browbeaten by Tanya, but now he felt frightened by whatever vision she alone saw outside the darkened windows. He had tried to read Ihr Kampf but found it too dull to maintain his interest, but one thing that the historian had pointed out was how often she was right when every other person said she was wrong. What happens then? Remember that the Empire didn't start any wars, we were always the victims. No treaties were honored, no ceasefire was made in good faith. The world has taught us a terrible lesson: we are truly alone, and that only through overwhelming might will we know a lasting peace. The war to end all wars, words of an idiot. The next one will make this one seem like a schoolyard spat over stolen treats. Gladio, and the others within earshot, looked shocked. They. Next, war. She nodded, not bothering to look at him, just staring out the window. The deaths will be counted not in millions, but tens of millions. Cities will burn and everyone will forget Irene ever existed. She seemed to get focused then. You should probably forget everything I just said, for your own peace of mind. If you tell anyone, they'll just think you're crazy. The lawyer fervently wished to do just that and, with the assistance of several bottles of a rather expensive brandy, mostly managed it. Major Fisher, as a loyal officer of the Empire, did not have an option and quickly wrote down everything he could remember and put it in his report to Baron. ******. Ever since the acquittal, the political office had been in a tizzy, or, to be more accurate, a flat-out blind panic. Director Gruber was close to tearing out what little hair he had left. Why couldn't she just take the guilty verdict? We had even arranged that the punishment would quietly revoked when she was 21. Oh, all our deals, ruined. The political office had built a house of cards based on the promise that she would be found guilty and sentenced. Nothing they could publicly admit, of course, but it was only with the Francois Republic and Russie Federation's help that they could get as good a deal as they did on the reparations and border issues. In the intervening weeks, the situation got no better. All promises of aid and considerations vanished like morning mist and all the auditors were suddenly very hawkish about finding every possible error or miscalculation. Even the most innocent issue of arithmetic was suddenly ballooned to existential importance. He stared at the nervously smoking men around the table. They had been so proud half a year ago when rusted silver was hauled off in chains, wine had been the main course that night, now look at them. I need ideas and I need them now. She'll be crossing the border in a day at most. Fuehrer was worse than useless. One man frowned. That language sounds like you wanted them to succeed. Privately, he agreed it would have been better, but some things you didn't say aloud. Oh, of course not. But how do 15 well-armed assassins fail to kill an unarmed girl? Idiot. Gruber barked. This isn't just some girl, it's the Digirekov. We have two problems, the Colonel and the rest of the world. The first has been handled, but how about the rest? We can't negotiate anything because the deal was under the table. We obviously can't send her back. They are the ones that acquitted her. Maybe we can? She gathered a lot of popularity in Francois in a very short time. Maybe send her as a goodwill ambassador to the Federation. Gruber looked even grimmer. Have you not read her latest paper? She sent it to us the day she was acquitted and it was here weeks ago. I think the title was Analyzing the Essential Paradox of Communist Power. It not only lays out their strengths, but also their weaknesses and posits several avenues to dismantling their regime. More damningly, it argues that coexistence is impossible and only accepts that the total destruction of their ideology can make the world safe. The paper wasn't the problem, not really. The problem was that the political office, rather than the army, got a hold of it first and a communist-leaning member had given a copy to the Federation ambassador who immediately sent it to Moscow. Central Command continued to be livid about it and essentially wanted the perpetrator shot as a foreign spy for leaking a report by a high-ranking Empire officer. Only by expending years of political capital did he manage to save the man's life with the very tenuous theory that someone in the Republic had been the one to send it to the Russies. Despite the black eye, he would have let the man be shot, but his wife would have given him hell if her brother had been executed as a traitor. *****. Naturally, General Ryugen had gotten a copy of the paper and was slightly shocked at the level of vitriol hidden beneath a very well-reasoned analysis. I think we have found something that Digirekov hates more than she loves mayhem. He thought back to her history and couldn't remember anything done to her by communists. They were enemies of the state, of course, but this seemed personal somehow. Her adjutant came from the Russie Federation, but they get along uncommonly well. Maybe this is for her benefit. Almost against his will, he had been the leading expert on Digirekov, outside of Wagner. And he suspected the academic had already fallen under her spell like the members of the 203rd. No, I can't imagine she would start another war just to make her assistant happy, but, wait. What if that is her plan? The Empire had taken a pounding in the last war, millions of lives and Deutschmarks wasted with nothing to show for it. A lot of the blame could be laid at the feet of the damnable Federation with their nearly limitless resources, both human and otherwise. I see it now. The Empire made an enemy of the rest of the world. But if you can harness that kind of hatred and direct it against the Federation, then she can have her war and be on the winning side. He dragged out a larger map of the world to look at the Russie borders and began to understand her paper more clearly. With the Empire beaten, they had no natural enemies. The only large country on their land border was China, but both shared an almost religious avoidance against antagonizing each other. Their power was too much alike for them to risk a conflict that would likely destroy both of them. The enemy nations joined with the Federation because they viewed us as the great threat. But we no longer provide a good buffer. If we are all joined against an even greater threat, we become the heroes and the past is forgiven. Germania, Dacia, Akitsushima of course, and anyone else who didn't like the outcome of the last war. There were a dozen small countries sweating about Russie ambitions that had previously worried about the empire. He cynically believed that any country would be willing to participate if convinced just right, but some were far easier to convince. He tried not to give in to panic. She wouldn't disobey direct orders, she scrupulously stays within the letter of every law or regulation. Even with her skills, it would take a decade and a half before she could be in a position of any real control in the military, more like 20 years. Even the most passionate youngster can cool off in 20 years, right? He didn't believe it, though. He knew there was something he was missing, but what was it? Chapter 23, Turnout, Def 1. Though she missed her train, she appreciated the low-key return to Berun. Looking out the window didn't evoke any pleasant feelings, however. Every city had a bad side and signs of poverty that was endemic to the human condition after all, but she had never seen it so starkly visible. Not in Berun. Years of war had started the process and the peace was near to completing it. She sighed and shook her head. The upcoming depression, hyperinflation, and even the next war that would result from it were as clear to her as if she were reading a newspaper from the future. The new government, technically a republic but everyone still called it the empire, had decided that honoring the reparations was the best move and made up for the lack of funds by printing money. A lot of money. There were ways out of the situations but none that would be obvious to anyone currently alive, excepting Tanya, naturally. Several excellent theoretical papers, mostly out the Chicago School of Economics, laid out hard-nosed solutions that didn't rely on pie-in-the-sky wish fulfillment to make them happen. Almost all required a ridiculous amount of support from every sector of the country, but they would work. It might be time to consider moving. I can leverage my hero status into at least one more promotion as I retire. Switch to the private sector in a few years and make my mark there. With no war in the way, I can make a lot of contacts inside the industry. A few dozen inventions from the future and I can make an easy killing. I don't know how to make an iPhone, but I certainly can introduce frozen dinners or something else that doesn't require a specialized degree. It was just a rough sketch of a path, but she was happy to have it. It seemed doable and she didn't see any way that being X could accelerate things so fast that World War II would occur 20 years sooner. Plenty of time to set her plans, especially escape plans, properly and live out a life of luxury somewhere warm, sandy, and far from people with an irrational love for weaponry. That reminds me, I need to get my money out of payroll now that the war has ended and make some targeted investments. Fiat currencies are going to take it on the chin all over the world, soon, not just the mark. She was happily planning her future when the train pulled into the station. Mages weren't allowed to fly in most major cities for security reasons. But when 100 mages were deliberately not flying and standing in formation, they exuded a presence Tanya could sense from 50 feet away. She was actually mildly surprised that even normal people couldn't sense it. Ever since the attack in Strasbourg, she had been inordinately sensitive to magical energies, as if a veil had been removed from her senses. She had the good grace to look surprised when she got off the train. The full battalion, even including members who had been released from duty due to health reasons, were there. They saluted as one, perfectly polished boots clicking together. It was an unusual sight in one regard, they had spent all their time rushing from battle to battle, so their dress uniforms hardly left their closets. In some cases, they had never even been issued until long after the war was over. Weiss and Serebriakov marched smartly to the front, waited for her to return the salute and announced, "Welcome back to Berun, Commander. And it's good to be back. With a welcome like that, I hope there's a party waiting, with plenty of alcohol." There was. ******. The beer alley had been reserved in its entirety and could barely fit all of them. The owner had been thoroughly briefed on who the guest of honor was and had simply left the hall in their care for the night, getting around the no-serving minors rule. Not that Tanya indulged, tempted though she was. They were shocked, however, at the number of fine vintages that she had brought with her from the Republic. "Colonel, did you raid their best wine cellars before you left? This is an amazing bottle." Weiss was savoring a 30-year-old red. It was fruity and strong. It felt like an apple tree had fallen on him and he was doing nothing to dodge. "I have numerous admirers there and they ignored the fact that I'm too young to legally consume their gifts. It's better that all of you enjoy it in my stead." She sipped a delightful cup of coffee that Visha had made for her, but she still looked longingly at quickly emptying bottles. "Haha. We appreciate and your generosity." He lifted his glass and shouted, "Ich möchte Ihnen Toast auf die Gerecht Ausbringen. To your safe return and continued health, Commander." There was a general shout of Zoom wall. And everyone drained whatever they had in hand before refilling them again. This was not the first toast of the evening, it was far from the last. Serebriakov had indulged only a bit but had participated in every toast. She seemed quietly happy to just be there. Her Russie ancestry made her nearly immune to alcohol, especially such, relatively, small quantities. "So, Commander, you seem no worse for wear, though I must admit that I found your outfit both fetching and quite shocking. Tanya shrugged and shook her head with a smile. What can I say? It was the first time since this damnable war began, and ended, where I could eat as much as I liked without having to burn it off every day. My doctor says that there should be no permanent effects, though I'll likely never be very tall. At any rate, none of my uniforms fit me anymore. They've gone far beyond tailoring and need to be replaced. I'll make sure that's done immediately, Colonel. She made a note in a well-worn journal and then slipped it back in her pocket. No need to rush, but I'll definitely feel more comfortable when I'm attired properly. Do you feel that your clothing is improper? Visha looked at the lovely dress that her commander was wearing. It was both feminine and yet had an air of innocence, perfect for a girl her age. A few weeks isn't going to change the habits of years, Captain. And it's hardly something I'd wear in front of the general staff. When is my leave over, by the way? 6 more days and your uniforms will certainly be ready before then. She laughed. It's very odd not to be rushed around. This peace won't last, they never do. So savor this time and rejuvenate, but be ready for the next war, if you are still in the military then. She sipped her coffee, taking her own advice to savor the moment. Have you thought of what you'll do after your service? As a draftee who served admirably, you can probably do any number of things. Stay in the military, make a go at it in the private sector, even shoot for a government position with your knowledge of how the Russies think and act. I hadn't thought that far ahead. Her face became somewhat troubled. It seemed like a luxury at best and a distraction at worst to have such thoughts during the war. She poured herself a shot of aquavit but didn't drink it yet. How about you? It seems that you have even more options than I do. Does it seem that way? No, having come this far, I'll probably shoot for full colonel. It'll take a few years, I think, but maybe I can make my mark for my brains and not brawn. I've invested a lot in my career and I'd hate to start over right now. No, when I retire from service, it will be with eyes open and plans in place. Have to get away before the next war starts. There's almost no way it can be prevented now. Damn being X. We were so close to having a lasting peace in Europa. Still, we'll do this right and with a healthy bank account and civilian contacts in place. Eyes open, yes ma'am. Visha downed the powerful drink with a single shot and slammed her shot glass on the counter. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. In the end, more than half of the 203rd needed some kind of assistance to get to the barracks, and several ended up sleeping rather uncomfortably on the floor as their helpers were only in marginally better shape than they were. Notable exceptions were Visha and, of course, Tanya. They were breakfasting off base, as they wanted to enjoy their meal, but they were joined by a surprise guest, Onluk Kotajanen. He had only drank during toasts and only a sip each time. Tanya nibbled on her, excellent, pastry and, acceptable, sausage and eggs. She found that despite continued growth and the presence of good food, she didn't have the appetite she had when she was flying or fighting on a near-daily basis. How have you been, Onluk? He smiled genially. I have no problems, Colonel. Between a small inheritance and my pension, I do tolerably well, all things considered. I have to thank you again for making sure that I got that. A lot of former soldiers and widows are having a harder time. You served honorably, it was the least I could do. If you don't treat the injured soldiers right, then current soldiers won't have the same esprit de corps they should have, that's basic psychology. If you don't keep promises with your human resources, they won't perform properly when you need them most. Also, if I were you, I'd invest whatever cash you have into things of value. Hard currency, land, or something that will generate revenue. Oh? Investors say otherwise. She snorted. I've read their advice and I wonder that they can even operate a typewriter without injuring themselves. It's simple, really. Fiat money is not backed by anything in particular other than people's trust in their government. She pulled a 1-mark note out of her purse. This looks like money to you, to almost everyone. But what I see is a piece of paper with bad art on it. What would its value be if no one was willing to accept it? The other two thought and then Visha answered slowly. Nothing. Nothing at all. Correct. It's just a piece of paper at that point, not even worth as much as a blank piece as you can't use it to write on. Now our fearless leaders have a lot of debts they need to pay and our oh-so understanding conquerors don't accept paper, but only hard goods like coal and gold. But they can pay us with paper. And all it takes to make more of these, she waved the bill before putting it on the table as a tip, is to run the printing presses a few more hours. Onluk looked at the note and said slowly, I've never heard anyone explain it like this before. Of course not. Their job is to sell you whatever is the common wisdom of the times, until the times go bad. The Unified States has the strongest economy in the world, now, but they printed their money into worthlessness during their revolution. That's very interesting, Commander. Do you mind if I take some notes? Onluk asked. Certainly, but it's really just common sense. Simplifying where necessary, she laid out the macroeconomic principles of hyperinflation and devaluations of currencies. Truthfully, none of the concepts were hard, even obvious once laid out, but they were shockingly different from what people believed in their day-to-day lives. Despite the unscheduled lecture, they had a pleasant, hangover-free breakfast, a fate not shared by the rest of the 203rd. ******. Having had little to do in the Francois Republic other than read newspapers, Tanya was a bit tired of the activity. Still, she wanted to catch up on the news as quickly as possible, and it was pleasant to read in a language she more familiar with. The news was much the same as always: births and deaths, crime and punishment, endings and new beginnings. She was puzzled, however, that there was no news about herself. Tanya was not so vain to think she would be front-page material, but it seemed odd that the trial of the century had ended in an acquittal, the former prisoner exonerated and even lauded by her former captives, that she had narrowly escaped a massive assassination plot and was now finally back in her home country, and it still didn't even rate a page 3 byline. Finally, by going back several days, she found a tiny mention of her upcoming arrival into the country. The wording was almost entirely noncommittal, and she sensed the heavy and unsubtle hand of the propaganda department. Honestly, they have the people skills of a tank in a rose garden. Do they really think people believe all this nonsense? She found the same situation in all the papers she bothered to look into. Whoever was clamping down on the news, they were doing it hard. The curious incident of the dog in the nighttime. She murmured to herself. "Excuse me, Colonel." Visha stopped her organization efforts for a moment. She had been trying, with some success, to boil down more than half a year's worth of news to a convenient amount while also going about her duties as adjutant. Nothing, just thinking out loud. She stretched out her bare feet under the desk. They were nearly healed, and when she wasn't using her floaters, she kept them exposed to help the process. Considering she was wearing a summer weight blouse and knee-length skirt, she could hardly be less in uniform, so she did her best to put the additional ignominy out of mind. She mechanically signed amazing stacks of documents that Visha presented to her. She drew on tiny amounts of mana without resorting to the orb to keep her fountain pen filled and the ink moving smoothly. Mostly it was for practice, but it did speed her task somewhat. When did they get a practical ballpoint pen? World War II, I think. She tried to remember the history as she worked through the stack of paper towering on her desk. Ah, that's right, the idea has been around for a while, but they needed a better ink. Something quicker drying like printer's ink. "Captain, do you know anyone in the printing industry?" As she wasn't facing her adjutant, she didn't notice the fleeting guilty look on her face. "Yes, ma'am. In passing." "Excellent. There was a machinist that worked on orbs named Lang, I think." "Yes, Sergeant Lang. Have him look up the patent for the ballpoint pen, but make one designed to use printer's ink. It'll probably take some tweaking to get the ink mix right, but the surrender agreement has put a lot of our skilled men out of work, so he should be available." "Yes, ma'am. May I ask why?" "The real reason is I'm tired of using these stupid fountain pens, but I can't say that. Fountain pens are not very efficient. You have to keep refilling them, they are prone to spatter, and you certainly can't use them when the altitude changes. The ink expands and you got a mess on your hands. It would be nice to have something that a pilot could use. Or a mage. I've rarely had the luxury to write anything down while flying, but you make a good point." She responded dryly. She never noticed the dozen or so legal documents in the stack of papers while talking. "Oh, also dig up a report on how many manufacturing plants are closed down or operating at less than capacity. The War Department probably has the latest figures." Before Visha could ask, she continued. "I may have some work for them to do from outside the country. One of the few things the commies have right is that people are happier when they have work to do. And the ones who aren't, well, they aren't my concern anymore." Chapter 24, Turnout, Def 2. Chapter Text. Tanya looked at her new uniform in the mirror, pleased with what she saw. Oh, she was certainly different, inches taller and more adult, or at least more like a teenager than a child. The uniform was spotless and perfectly pressed, with the only two details different: she didn't have her orb back and she still kept her cane. It was an acceptable variant on the uniform, much like an eye patch or a sling for an injury, and even the most finicky rule stickler would agree it looked professional. As she was back in Germania, she snagged some magical rounds for it of the proper calibers so that wasn't completely disarmed. One shot might not make much difference, or it could make all the difference in the world. One of the things that was strictly enforced in the surrender agreement was orb control and research cessation. They wanted to know exactly how many orbs they had and where they were at all times. She supposed her usual Type 97 was in a vault somewhere waiting for someone to fill out the proper paperwork. Visha was looking into it. The Type 95 was officially classified as a prototype, however, and was hidden away somewhere. Technically, the definition was precisely correct because it was irreproducible and most of its features weren't even comprehensible. Good riddance. They need to seal that cursed thing in lead and dump it in the ocean. The one good thing is that Skugel almost had an aneurysm when he found out that all military research was halted. I heard he had to be literally dragged from the lab, raving the entire time. Tanya felt a warm glow just imagining the scene. Still, it would be good to have her Type 97 back. Assassins were still a thing to be feared, but here in Berun, she felt somewhat safer. It would be pleasant to settle into a nice, peaceful routine. Writing research papers, maybe some training, flying where allowed, anything but fighting. Visha knocked briefly and walked in with her new cap and a brush. We don't have time to get your hair cut, but I can do it up so you'll still be within regulations for today. She seemed particularly eager as she held up the brush, and there was a glow in her eyes that Tanya had rarely seen. Ahem, thank you, Captain. I don't have any experience with this sort of thing. That was nothing less than the truth. Even in the Republic, her hair had been handled by the train mates or makeup people for her performances. While not dawdling overly long, Visha brushed out Tanya's blonde hair until it gleamed and then expertly pinned it up so that it was attractive and fit neatly under her cap. With her well-pressed uniform, shiny new boots, and polished cane, she was the spitting image of a young officer, a very, very young officer. Colonel, are you floating? While not obvious, it seemed that she was lighter on her feet than one might expect. Just a bit. My feet aren't completely healed and new boots are, well, new boots. Hopefully, they won't order us to march any place soon. She laughed and clicked her heels together. Let's be off. I've lazed around long enough. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. The two went to Central Command in a staff car. The corporal who drove them seemed rather starstruck to be in the presence of such famous people. He maneuvered through the Berun traffic with skill and occasionally looked back at the officers in the rear-view mirror. I can't believe White Silver and Shadow Gold are in my vehicle. Alton had grown up on the stories of them and the 203rd and had joined the army as soon as could, just in time for the end of the war. Tales of impossible missions, endless heroism, and improbable victories filled his childhood. She was so much larger than life that he was shocked at how much younger, and shorter, she was than him. And Serebryakov. She was always described as Digirakov's right hand and a genius at finding whatever her commander needs, whether it was provisions, equipment, or even luxuries. But no one mentioned how beautiful she was. He couldn't decide which passenger was more distracting. He had dreamed of joining the 203rd but tested negative for mage ability. He had gone to different recruiters so he could test it again but came up empty twice more. Still, he joined anyway despite the removal of the draft toward the end of the war. Everyone knew the end was near when the tides had turned against the Empire, and many people were even relieved it would be over, even if they lost. The surrender happened while he was still in training, but he had completed it and was duly sworn in. Most of the reduction in the armed forces had been from the conscripts, some of whom regretted it as jobs were scarce, but Alton had settled into military life with ease. When he had heard of the colonel's trial, he was devastated and imagined rushing to her defense with like-minded patriots, but of course that was impossible. He couldn't afford recordings of the trial, but he didn't miss a broadcast. And he felt the change in tone from day to day from the tribunal. From a hopeless last to a triumphant victory, it was a rare light in the otherwise dismal news. It was a final victory from the Great War, months after the fighting had stopped. He snapped up copies of Ihr Kampf and the picture album. In fact, he just got his copy of Childhood Lost that morning. He glanced in the review mirror again. Dare I ask? They arrived at Central and Alton rushed out to open the door for the women. He had enough sense not to offer his hand. Thank you, Corporal. Tanya stepped lightly out of the car and waited for Visha to join her. Colonel, may I presume? What is it? Tanya tilted her head slightly. I would love to have your signature, if you don't mind. She gave a little grin that sent a jolt through him. Sure, why not? She turned to Visha. Did you bring a pen? Ah. Actually, I have a prototype from Lang this morning. I haven't had time to test it, though. She pulled out a pen wrapped in cloth. It was made of machined metal that had been polished to a high sheen and looked like it could have sat alongside surgical instruments. How did he get it done so soon? She turned it over and over curiously. It was balanced well and felt good in her hand. I'm not certain, but he seemed very excited to work on it. He hasn't had much to do since they shut down the research facility. Well, I'm glad he enjoyed it. A step down from the precision stuff on orbs, but still this great work. She took the book from the corporal, already open to the first blank page. She signed it with military precision, pleased at how well the ink came out of the pen. You know, Captain, this is the first fan signature I've made in the Empire. I thought I put all that behind me in the Republic. There you go, Corporal, for what it's worth. She closed the book with a snap and was handing it back and happened to spot the front. Corporal. Could you explain why my picture is on the cover? But Colonel, the book is about you. Tanya scanned the title and flipped through the first few pages. Captain Serebryakov. It would make sense that I would have a copy of a book where I'm the subject, yes. Yes, ma'am. I'll make sure you have copies on your desk by nightfall. Copies. Plural. Yes, ma'am. One per book. Tanya literally didn't know how to react to that news and decided to file it away to contemplate later. Thank you again, Colonel. He saluted smartly and held it until they entered the building. Only then, did he look inside his book. To Corporal Bonikov from LT. Colonel Tanya von Digerekov. To succeed in life, set a goal, formulate a plan, and execute it. That's all. He looked Central Command again. Thank you. I understand now. He closed the book almost reverently and drove the staff car back to the motor pool. Tanya thought as she walked down the corridor, I hope he didn't mind rehashed catchphrases with that signature. Ah, well, it doesn't matter. That book will just sit on his shelf for the next 50 years. If he's lucky, it might fetch a few marks for him someday. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Comrade Loria lived a simple life, simpler, at any rate, than many party members of his clout. His mansion wasn't excessively large, nor did he own a car, preferring to ride in vehicles owned by the state like a proper communist. What he did enjoy was power and his simple pleasures. He reminded himself almost daily that a man under so much stress and working on such important projects needed a proper release to do his job properly. For the good of the people, of course. The Russie Federation, though victors in the Great War, saw little return for all their sacrifices. Oh, the reparations weren't unwelcome, but they were a pittance compared to the vast resources they already controlled, or used in the fight. They gained nothing from the conflict of any real value, and they had lost the only thing that Loria cared about, her. His perfect angel, lost. She was perfectly ripe at the end of the tribunal. So clean, so enticing. He tolerated the sham court because he rather enjoyed her futile struggles and then would be waiting for her with open arms to teach her the ways of the world. He was even anticipating giving her back once he was through with her. Enemies of the state were either eliminated quietly or were returned when they were too damaged to be of use, to save on funeral expenses. Why, with the proper drugs and care, they could forestall that pernicious despoiler of innocence called puberty for years and years. This was not to be borne. The judge was already in the gulag, traitorous pig. And 2 crack teams of agents sent to take her somehow failed. Failed. Pavel's report was an obvious attempt to dodge blame. He was about to sign orders to send both him and Louis to the nearest gulag when he spotted an extra package of important documents from Pavel. The picture album slid out of the folder and onto his desk like a holy object. He opened it with trembling fingers and saw his angel surrounded by an adoring crowd of children. Loria almost turned another page but closed it suddenly. No, no, my sweet. I'll save this for tonight. Before he left, he sent off the orders to apprehend Louis, and to capture Tanya, but put the ones for Pavel in a drawer. Just in case. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Central Command was refreshingly the same. The clerks and adjutants were mostly interchangeable, so one could pretend it was the same office as 5 years ago, or 50. Often the sole voice of reason in the war effort, Tanya had been striving for a permanent position here since enlisting. Now it was within reach. She could barely stop from skipping down the hallway. Since officers, other than mages, didn't count on the enforced troop limitations, there had been a large number of promotions recently. Technically, the number of officers was suited for the wartime troop levels, and if an inordinate number of second lieutenants used to be sergeants, no one questioned it. The top of the military had been shaken up a lot as well. Basically, anyone who had been deadweight or too cozy with the political office or the monarchy had been ushered out. This had been Zetter and Rudersdorf's demand to keep them from retiring. The powers that be swallowed heavily and signed the papers in the end. I'm glad a competent officer like Rirujan made the cut. Intelligent, efficient, and also a good friend to have. What could be better for me? Visha took her leave. I'll go about my tasks unless you need me, ma'am. No, go on ahead. There's nothing I'll need until we leave. She knocked on the large oaken door and entered after a somewhat muffled, enter. Was heard. Lieutenant Colonel Tanya von Digerekov reporting for duty, General. She gave him a parade ground salute which he returned promptly. At ease, at ease. Please have a seat, this may take a while. I can only imagine. I've blocked out a week just for debriefing. I'm glad that I was given some leave before that chore commences. She glanced around his new office out of the corner of her eyes. Papers and documents were everywhere, even worse than during the war. Tanya knew he was a man who liked order and efficiency, so this must be quite trying for him. He's bound to be one of the busiest officers during peacetime, even more so than during the war. Maybe I can get posted here? It could be even better than strategic planning. Your detailed notes made that almost superfluous. Given your schedule there, I'm surprised you had time. Coffee. Yes, please. She saw him make her a cup the way she liked it, black, no sugar. One of the advantages of a long-term relationship, even it was a superior to subordinate. He sat down on a little used but comfortable chair near the coffee table. It the table, and the couch for guests were nearly the only surfaces not covered with paperwork. Other than the official reports, can you tell me what you thought of the Republic? No great details, just your general impressions. They were surprisingly accommodating, I have to say. They are an emotional culture rather than a rational one at their base. Honestly, all our troubles in the war stemmed from not understanding who we were fighting. She quoted, "If you know the enemy and know yourself, you need not fear the result of 100 battles." That's from that Oriental general, isn't it? Yes, sir. I hope to have his teachings made mandatory for all officers as soon as possible. If it produces results like you've shown, I don't see how anyone could possibly object. His face seemed troubled by this, but he quickly cleared his expression. Ah, he must be thinking that if we had done that years ago, we wouldn't have lost the war. How insightful. Mein Gott. I'll have to read his theories very thoroughly. I can't imagine an entire generation of Degurakovs as our officers. That aside, there are many other ways we can improve our military while meeting the letter of the surrender agreement. People are always planning for the last war, when they should be planning for the next war. That's a common sense idea from the 21st century but not very well known now. And it shows I'm not a war nut trying to fight the war we've already lost. I see. Could you, elaborate on that? Is she talking about the next total war? Already? She's only been back for a week. Because of the restrictions on orb research, it's obvious that we should invest in more mundane technologies. As efficient as mages are for some things, the fact is that we, are a rare resource that can't be automated or pumped out by building another factory. A bomber can pack more ordnance than any mage, a fighter can outgun us, and either can fly higher and farther. This gap can only increase with time because there will always be more non-mages than mages, and each advancement of technology can be copied 1,000 or 1,000,000 times. Wait, what? She's arguing against making mages more prominent on the battlefield? What is she planning now? I'm surprised to hear you say that, Colonel, given how hard you fought for an all-mage battalion. I'm not ashamed at our performance. Far from it, but facts do not bow to opinion. What was right then is far from right now. I suspect mages will always have a place in war, but not simply because we can swing a bigger club with fewer bodies. So, what are you proposing? 2 things, research and elite units designed for specialized or covered tasks. The power of the modern mage shines in special forces style situations, where you might only get a dozen people on the ground so everyone has to count. An elite unit is horrifically expensive and it's senseless to use them like a more mobile form of artillery. She made a disgusted face and sipped on her coffee to compose herself. Not bad, though it ranked lower than LE trained Tanya's maids. Yes, your activities in Norden and during shock and awe proved that. He made a note. What's this about research? She leaned forward. The reason mages were so useful in war was their flexibility. Why not apply that to civilian life or military research? We've been so focused on the ability of our mages to blow things up, that we've never explored what else can be done with magic. We have computation orbs that are the pinnacle of current technology, but why not cheaper ones that can do other, more useful peacetime activities? She's making a lot of sense, but what am I missing? The damnable thing is that she's right, no matter what her goals might be. She honestly sounds as if she would be happy with either assignment. A crack squad of murderous commandos or the peaceful forefront of a new industrial revolution. That bears a lot of thought. I'm afraid, though, that our hands are tied on this, or rather, yours are. She tilted her head slightly to one side. General? I'm afraid I don't understand. By the Treaty of Paris, I'm afraid you can no longer serve in the military. Chapter 25, Turnout, Def 3. Tanya sat there, stunned, her cup half raised to her lips. Could you please repeat that? Riragen sighed. I wish I could change the situation, but here's what happened, briefly. During the removal of the emperor from power and the creation of the post-war government, the political office had an extraordinary amount of power. Basically, they had assumed the role of chancellor and emperor during the transition. This also included the negotiating of the peace treaty. But I read the treaty. There was nothing in there that would cause me to lose my commission. Other than war crimes, which are covered by treaties that predate the surrender, there's nothing applicable. And after the tribunal, even that wouldn't apply. He frowned. The problem was an addendum clause to cover situations that might crop up not covered by the initial treaty. Any addenda would have to be unanimous amongst all the interested parties, and the political office allowed a change that would ban any non-adult mage from serving as an officer and any graduate of the war college from serving until age 21. Tanya heard all her plans shattering at once. I can't believe, no I can. Those bastards. She quickly regained control of herself. My utmost apologies, General. The look on her face could only be described as murderous, and he was suddenly glad she didn't have her computational orb right now. No need, I felt the same way. As happy as I am to see her transition to civilian life, it's a shameful way to treat any officer of the Empire. There was specific language in the second part disallowing grandfathering anyone. In essence, it was written for a single person, and a single person alone. I don't know how to respond to this. I assume there are no loopholes to exploit. They kept the language very clear and simple. It's impossible to misconstrue, I'm afraid. The only thing that could have made it clearer is to have put your name directly on the document. He cleared his throat. Over the protests of the political office, we insisted that you retain your full military rank with a promotion to full colonel as per our current policies and all associated honors. She smiled wanly and even let out a strained laugh. What use is a colonel with no men to lead? 6 goddamned years. I'll have to wait longer that I served in the war before I can get my place back. By then, it'll be too late to make my mark. Many of my allies would be retired by then, and the new guard will have forgotten what they owe me in the 203rd. Also, that will be getting far too close to the next World War. I was planning my exit not long after that, not having to fight for my place again. When does all of this happen? Honestly, we've been fighting them for months now. We argued they couldn't do it during the trial as that would affect your position there. But now that you are back on Empire soil, it's gotten harder. With your service, you have accumulated several more weeks of accrued leave, but after that, I won't be able to hold them off. I never thought I'd be grateful for all those failed attempts at using my leave during the war, but I'll take them now. Too much to do, and almost no time to do it. I guess I should be used to that by now. Rirujen said carefully, so you aren't going to take your leave as leave? She snorted, hardly. I'd always planned to retire from the military someday, but on my terms. After the war was over, of course. Of course. She'd never leave while the fighting was going on, but that's over now. Where will go? No, what will she do now? No, I have to accelerate all my plans to the breaking point and even then I'm not sure I can make it. She laughed, a more natural sound than before. I always imagined I'd retire as a respected general on the command staff, not as a political embarrassment. There's no helping it, I might as well just ask. What will you do, then? From all reports, you were quite popular in the Republic. Have you considered that as a career? She looked almost shocked. Please. That was something I did to keep them pacified until I could get on friendly soil. She quoted, it's better to be feared than loved, but that only applies if one has significant power. When one is weak, it's much better to be loved. Honestly, can you imagine me as a professional entertainer? Rirujen shook his head. No, I can't. Despite countless reports, I still can't believe it. This child monster singing and dancing for the masses? Ridiculous. It's fitting that she's quoting Machiavelli, they would be great friends had they ever met. With the war over, the world will be shifting into a post-conflict economy. Plenty of opportunities for a smart person with some capital and connections. The world of finance is pretty rough for a novice. If I hadn't been in the military, and had a few marks to my name, I'd be a millionaire by now. All the lost opportunities irk me, but at least we saved the empire, She sported an appearance of utter confidence that on anyone else would have seemed egotistical, but on her was a simple statement of fact. And Rirujen believed her. She had always had the clearest eye on both the future and her own capabilities. Still, he was curious. Oh, you have a path decided already? Absolutely. What is an invention? It's basically an idea. Finances are no different. Someone with a new idea or way of looking at things that makes sense can make money fairly easily. The trick is to be first, be fast, and to capitalize before everyone else catches up. Good ideas will become commonplace and then you have to come up with the next good idea. He smiled wryly, you make it sound easy. Well, people with new bad ideas will jump out of windows once they've lost all their money. Still, you can make money on other people's bad decisions just like every horse race has winners and losers. She raised an eyebrow. What, are you thinking about investing? I can let you write on my decisions, for a fee, of course. I won't lie, this is extremely high risk, high return. I have the utmost confidence that it will work, but anyone who isn't me will think it looks crazy. He was about to reject her immediately but paused. Was it really so crazy? The one thing Tanya had always done is keep her promises. He had a more than comfortable income, some investments, a bit of family land he had inherited and some money socked away for retirement. As a long-time bachelor with no expensive habits, it tallied to a decent sum, but it would never be enough to make him well-to-do. The war had hit almost all his investments hard, proving that he wasn't better than the average man when it came to such things. Why not risk money that was already losing value? Is there a minimum? Not at all. I'll only be investing what I have as well, and I am by no means wealthy. Admittedly, I was counting on the military covering most of my expenses. Just one more debt I need to put at the feet of the political office. I'll think about it, Colonel, and let you know soon. He steeled himself before asking the next question, but it was the right thing to do. Is there any help you need from me? Tanya gave him a brilliant smile. one of the few he'd ever seen from her that didn't involve mayhem of some sort. If he hadn't known her, he might have been moved by it. I'm sure you'll take care of my men for me, I couldn't ask for more than that. But if anything comes up in the next few weeks, I'll be sure to call. She made her goodbyes and saluted, but as she was leaving she paused. General, may I speak freely? Yes. Yes, of course. She took a deep breath. You are a good officer, a good man, and a good friend. The times ahead are going to be harder than you can imagine. The Empire needs you, so make sure to take care of yourself. She clicked her heels and left smartly before he could respond. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Tanya gathered Visha as she headed to the exchequer to get her back pay. It had languished in her accounts for years and had become quite a sizable sum. Between her regular pay as an officer, which had increased dramatically, combat and hazard pay, she had enough to live on for many years already. Her expenses during all the time had been minimal. She had no expensive hobbies, lived on base, and only worn army-issued uniforms. Her sole significant expense had been for dinner or fine coffee, and even that was infrequent as she was deployed for more than 90% of her enlistment. She had mostly calmed down, but Visha was still fuming after she heard the news. How could they do this? You're one of the most respected officers in the entire Reich. Ooh. Serebriakov, it's fine. She put her hand on the older girl's arm and she almost immediately became calmer. My fate is not worth upsetting even a bad piece. I'm still alive, am I not? And, despite all odds, I have all my limbs, my senses are intact, and my brain hasn't been addled by one explosion too many. I'm lucky compared to so many others. Visha let out a long breath. You are right, Commander. We are both lucky. Let's get your money and then go for lunch, your treat. Tanya laughed. There you go, look on the bright side. By the way, what do you want for your birthday? It's coming up soon. You're right. Is it only a week from now? Of all the things to forget. You'll be officially an adult then and free from the nonsense I'm facing currently. She glanced at her adjutant out of the corner of her eye. There were few people who could mistake the woman for anything less than an adult, while Tanya could easily pass for a 10-year-old with a change of clothes and her hair tied into a ponytail with a big ribbon. I don't really need anything. Come now. You only become an adult once. Well, except for me. Assuming I survive. Anything would be fine, Colonel. Well, if you think of anything, just tell me soon. I'm not lacking for funds. The exchequer was a portly, middle-aged man, something rather rare in the lean and hungry times that gripped the Empire. He spent an inordinate amount of time tallying her account and did not take it well when reminded of her accrued combat and hazard pay. When, finally, he had come to a tally that they both agree on, she said, Excellent. Finally. Please withdraw all my funds, and I'd prefer gold marks or solid coins. I'm afraid you don't have the authority, he said with a smug little smile as he sat at his oversized desk. Excuse me? Herr Sommer, perhaps my ears are playing tricks on me. One too many artillery bursts or exploding magic shells, I'm sure. What I thought I heard you say was that I didn't have the authority to withdraw my own pay. The tone of her voice dropped the temperature of the room by 10 degrees instantly. You heard correctly. Now, if that will be all, I have many tasks. He never got to finish the sentence because Tanya had grabbed him by the throat with one hand and threatened him with her cane. He struggled in vain but could break the grip of her child-sized hand. I've risked my life protecting the Empire for that pay, and I'm no good mood at this time. Either I get paid or I'm going to screw your head into the ground, shove that ledger so far up your ass that you will taste ink, and then light it like a wick and watch your lard turn into the ugliest candle ever seen. Her eyes began to glow and Visha sensed waves of magic coming off her with every syllable. Visha shouted, Commander. The accountant looked at her gratefully but realized she wasn't paying him any attention. If you kill him, it will slow down the withdrawal of your back pay. You make a good point, Captain. She watched his face go from red to purple before she finally released him. You have 2 minutes and not a second longer to explain yourself, or I will carry out my threat and I'll deal with the consequences afterwards. She put her hand on a very large, and very flammable, ledger. Why yes, Colonel. My apologies. New regulations were put into place disallowing children from accessing their funds freely other than what's needed for day-to-day expenses. Seeing her dark expression, he shrieked slightly and held up his hands defensively. It wasn't my idea. It wasn't my idea. Many new regulations have come out recently. Tanya recalled Kotajanen's difficulties in getting his pension. Apparently they are already tightening up the money supply, starting with the soldiers. Bastards. And how are these so-called children supposed to get their pay? I am not sure. Get sure. Her voice practically blasted his hair back. She started to stomp toward him, an 80-pound girl confronting a man 3 times her mass. A parent. A parent could legally demand the pay. She stopped inches from the man on the floor. I see. I'll be back and I expect to see you here. She turned on her heel. Come, Captain, we have things to do. A week later, Tanya returned to see Herr Sommer at his desk. He had a wan, greyish look about him as if he had been locked in a prison cell with only a view of the gallows for company. "CC Colonel. I'm sorry, but I truly can't give you your money. There's nothing I can do." She drew very close to him and said, "You'll have to speak about that, with my mother." Mother? But are you not an orphan?" Tanya stepped to one side and Visha walked up with a sheaf of official-looking documents. "That would be me. Please prepare both of our back pays. Immediately. And in gold. Asterisk asterisk asterisk." 1 week earlier. As she stormed out of the office, Tanya still wasn't certain if her threat had been a bluff. Still, her brain hadn't stopped working and she already had a solution in mind. But it was so damned embarrassing. "Captain, no, Visha. Can I ask a favor of you? A massive one, so don't agree too quickly." The young woman was almost as shocked by the colonel asking for any sort of favor as she was by hearing her use her first name. "What's that?" "I'm sure to do it if I can." "Have you considered becoming a mother?" Visha's mind went blank. I have been too busy with the war, Colonel, to even think of such things." "No, I meant for me." She sat down on a bench along a boulevard and her adjutant sat beside her. "They are obviously targeting all the veterans, but especially me. I guess they figure if they take our guns and orbs away, we won't be a threat." She grinned ghoulishly. "But it's the only solution I can think of. If I'm adopted by a responsible adult, they can't keep me from my money. It has to be someone I trust, someone close enough to me to make it even thinly plausible and someone whose career can't be overly damaged by associating with me." Her head whirled as if the planet were suddenly off-kilter. She respected and admired Digirekov more than anyone in the world and thought of being her mother in any sense of the word caused her brain to overload. She sat up firmly. "Of course I will. Don't decide just yet. The political office has far too much power and I think they are an ally of both the president and the chancellor. Anyone close to me is going to suffer from scrutiny at best and reprisals at worst. That's why I can't even ask some of the few other people I know. Rirujen, Zetter, even Ugur would be sacrificing even more." She clenched her fist and pounded it on the bench. "Damn you, being X. I know this is your doing. You want to shove me to the brink, you couldn't do it in war, now you want to do it in peacetime. This not an order. This is favor from you to me. The greatest favor I've ever asked anyone." She swallowed strongly. Would you please adopt me?" "Yes. There is no doubt, Colonel." "Tanya. I would never turn my back on you." She put her hand on Tanya's fist and whispered, "We guide him always, abandon him never. I've already gone through the forest of swords and hails of bullets, how could I say no now?" Tanya hesitantly put her other hand on Visha's. "Thank you." A gleam entered her eye. "Now let's go screw those bastards." Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Visha's birthday party was almost as raucous as Tanya's welcome home and no less welcome. Several foolish comrades tried to outdrink Visha but her outrageous metabolism and Russie heritage made her nearly immune to their efforts and she was at worst mildly tipsy by evening's end. Still, they had been warned not to overindulge too much as they had a mission the next day, thankfully in the afternoon. That morning, Visha and Tanya visited a judge sympathetic to them. His son was a soldier that'd been saved by the 203rd in Norden and he had gotten in contact with Weiss and Serebriakov while Tanya was on trial. He was fuming as he signed the papers, causing his brush-cut silver hair to shake. "I can't believe them. I had not idea things had devolved so far as to lead them to crush our heroes to pay for their failures. It's an outrage." Tanya nodded. "It's ever the lot of the soldier to pay for the mistakes of others. Well, not this time, I say. Pissants think they are great because they can lord their power over real men." He cleared his throat. "And women, no offense meant. None taken, Your Honor. Why, I'd adopt you myself but I gather Miss Serebriakov someone in whom you place great trust." "Good choice, that. Better one trustworthy comrade than 1,000 pathetic lickspittles." His ranting was putting more than its fair share of saliva spray on the documents, but his heart was in the right place so neither of the other two stopped him. "That's always been my philosophy." She nodded and blew gently on the papers he already completed to help the ink dry faster. "Maybe I should gift him with one of the new ballpoint pens? The initial run of prototypes are working well and we can ramp up to full production given a bit of factory space and some workers." "Ha! It occurs to me that your mother could apply for on-base family housing and there's no reason why you cannot wear your uniform even while retired. It'll be like you never left. Be quite the shock to those bastards." Tanya laughed. "Ah, that would be amusing, but I already have plans." "Perhaps in law? Your self-defense was masterful both in planning and execution. I wager you could become a top barrister inside of 10 years and a respected judge in 20. She shook her head. "Too slow. I'm afraid I don't have that kind of time." "Slow? My dear Colonel, that rate is obscenely fast. But I suppose you know your position better than anyone. Still, it'd be a shame not to put your gifts to work. He stroked his rather magnificent white mustache as he thought. There's a point of law you might find interesting. It only applies to a select few and it depends on your ultimate goals. He spent the next half hour explaining as Tanya's eyes grew wider. Finally, she laughed delightfully. She continued to laugh so long that someone who didn't see her would assume that children were playing inside. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Tanya and Visha collected their pay, every pfennig they were owed, and all in hard metal. The hapless accountant reached for his phone with a shaky hand but stopped suddenly when the colonel said, "There's no use reaching for that. I believe you'll find that the phones are out of order. I'm sure they'll be repaired by the time we leave." "See, Colonel. I've done what you said, what more can you ask of me?" As if on cue, they were cued by Serebryakov. More than 50 magic soldiers squeezed their way into the room, with several hundred more waiting outside. "You'll find that all these brave men want their back pay immediately. In gold. IW was able to make an exception for you too, but the reserves of hard currencies." She pinned him with a glare. "Do not talk about exceptions. The regulations state that anyone wanting their pay can specify the type of currency as long as there are sufficient supplies on hand, yes." His shoulders slumped and he whispered, "Yes, yes, you are correct." "Then be quick about it." The snap in her voice sent a jolt of electricity down his spine. He literally felt a shock as if a mini bolt of lightning had struck him. "Yes, ma'am." The entirety of the 203rd, members of the Salamander Kampfgruppe, and other acquaintances owed money by the military had listened to Tanya's description of the upcoming financial disaster. Most military people just used the Exchequer's office as an unofficial bank for convenience, but getting the money out took stronger measures. Sommer finally stopped paying when he was halfway done. "I'm sorry, but we are out of metal currency and gold marks. We have sufficient papier marks to cover the remainder, I'm sure." "No, don't be foolish. Issue them drafts for gold and silver that they can get cashed in at other banks. Be quick about it, I have many things to do today." He didn't argue any further and all the banks for half a mile around found their supplies of hard currency going out based on these drafts. But no bank was hit too hard, so no one noticed a pattern just then. Visha kept tally and finally announced. "All have reported in, Colonel. Mission successful." "Excellent. So, Herr Sommer, you'll likely find that your phones will work properly in half an hour or so. Please call whomever you need to then, but make sure you indicate that everything was done strictly according to regulations." "Yes." "Why yes." The broken man had no fight left in him and just sat with a bowed head as the cream of the Empire's military marched out of his building singing patriotic songs led by their undersized commander, keeping them all in tune. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Visha almost staggered into Tanya's office with a stack of books. Tanya raised an eyebrow as they had spent much of the previous week emptying the office personal items or filing paperwork. "Captain, whatever are you doing? You asked that I bring the books about you here, Commander. I thought we might as well pack them along with the other items. While that shows commendable foresight, I only needed one copy." She dropped the tall stack on a nearby table. "There is only copy, ma'am. One copy of each, that is." Intrigued, she went over to where her adjutant was fanning herself with one hand. "Can you summarize what I'm seeing then?" "Yes, ma'am. This the picture book, the Germanian version, of course. These two are your unauthorized biography and the Kartoffel edition, Ihr Kampf." "Catchy title," she said dryly. "These are the François, Germanian, Albaisch and Eidolon editions of Childhood Lost. First printings." Those books all sported a picture that must have been pulled from her earliest military records when she was first tested for magic abilities. "These ones," she waved at a stack that were neatly bound with matching covers, "are a 14-volume set of your music along with arrangements for accompaniment. The various translations are included inside. Allard is listed as co-author, but I thought you'd want these as well." Tanya nodded, a bit stunned. "He did do a lot of work getting those songs ready." Visha pouted a bit. "All these lovely songs, but you never sing for us." "Colonel, that's hardly fair. There'll be time for that later." "What are these pamphlets?" "Oh, one is Write-up of the Perils of Communism, the Red Menace. Since it had been leaked to the Russies, it was being passed around already, so I got one of the better copies. The other is The Dangers of Bad Monetary Policy. I think he titled it Hyperinflation." Tanya began rubbing her forehead. "How did so many books getting written about me without me even knowing about it?" She picked up the last book and it turned out to be transcripts of the tribunal on lovely paper with very small print and many pages. "That was ordered by one of the law schools, Heidelberg I think, but I believe a version will be coming out as a textbook soon. It's been fairly popular among non-lawyers who can't afford to get copies of the broadcasts. Since this is almost entirely in François, I hope they translate it, too." She looked over the stacks of books and said, "Dare I ask if I'm getting any compensation for any of this?" "Of course." "Well, the picture book proceeds are earmarks for orphanages, the biography is a scholarly work and Earkampf is a bootleg effort. Your lawyer made sure proper copyrights were in place for much of the rest. She looked a little surprised. He seemed somewhat, less than competent from your description, but he did a good job on getting the international rights secured. It's amazing what high expectations and fear can do even outside the military. When did I ever even hint that he should copyright all this? Well, I guess I underestimated him. Since he's been a valuable human resource, he should be rewarded. Do you know where he is now? I've been too busy to keep track of him. I believe he's set up shop in Berun. Shouldn't be too hard to find from the postmark. Let's do that. She looked over the piles of books. After we get this all packed. Notes. The old currency of Germany prior to WWI was called the Goldmark, pretty much pronounced like that, and it was exchangeable for hard currency like gold or silver, and was replaced with the papier mark, paper mark, which was infamously used to light fires in post-WWI Germany since it became so worthless. There are consequences to just printing money. You'd think everyone would have learned that lesson, and then you turn on the news in 2021. Oi, vey. Chapter 26, K. brought. Chapter text. It was simplicity itself to find the return address of the letter, but instead of leading to a business building, which would be well suited for a lawyer, or to a house or hotel, assuming he had sent it from his current residence, they found themselves in front of a shop in the commercial sector of town. Visha, this is a bakery, is it not? Yes, Colonel, it is. You should call me Tanya. I'll be a civilian soon. Not yet, though, and in public, it's best to keep up proper appearances. She said primly. As you wish. Well, let's go in. Maybe he just got the address wrong and he's living near here. She looked up at the multi-story building. I think those could be apartments above. They entered to the tinkling of the bell on the door and were hit with the smell of baking wheat and yeast. A woman's voice called from a back room, apologies, but we are not open for business yet. The owner of the voice bustled from the kitchen. It was a rather matronly woman, but she had red-tinted cheeks from the heat of the ovens and flour on her apron. We'll be ready for business in just 2 days, so please come back then. Tanya cleared her throat. I'm not here for baked goods though, if they taste as good as they smell, I'll certainly be back then. No, I'm looking for Herr Gladio. I understand this is his address. Oh, you want to talk to Henri, I'll go. She suddenly stopped and blinked. You are Tanya. I didn't recognize you at first. Oh my. She clapped her floured hands to her cheeks in a way that would seem overly dramatic if it weren't so obviously natural. Henri. Come down quickly. She turned back. I read your book. You poor, brave thing. To suffer so from such a young age. But look at you now, it is like a miracle. She dabbed away tears forming in her eyes with the edge of her apron, getting even more flour on her face. What the hell did they put in that book? I have to read it as soon as possible. She glanced at Visha, who looked away uncomfortably, not willing to meet her eyes. Yes, well, thank you. May I know your name, ma'am? Oh, just call me Helga, everyone does. She turned and yelled again, Henri. Coming, an affable voice, with a terrible accent, came down from the stairs to one side. What problem is that? When he came into sight, Tanya saw that Gladio was no longer wearing tailored suits and instead was sporting workman's clothes and his own apron. Oh, Colonel. He called out gratefully, switching to François. What brings you here? We just wanted to confirm some details about the copyrights on the books and make sure you get paid. But it seems like you are not doing as much legal work as before. Haha, yes. I took your advice and opened a bakery. Well, technically not opened, but became a partner of Helga here. She was going to get out of the business because sales were so bad, but I convinced her that she just needed some more capital and an updated menu. He leaned over and whispered conspiratorially, one of the previous main items was K. brought. He suppressed a shudder. She clapped him on the shoulder. You are doing a great thing, Gladio. But, I must ask, what do you know of baking? Well, my mother was a cook and I would help her as a child. In fact, that was how she paid my way through law school. We are revamping the menu and the only thing we have to do is find something to do with all the K. brought. It doesn't go bad, technically. But we have many unsold barrels of the stuff on hand. Just give it away. Remember that an act of charity, properly publicized, can reap great rewards. He slapped his head. Monday Dieu. How could I forget? In fact, there is an orphanage I was going to help with the proceeds from the Germanian picture album. What an excellent idea. As much as I don't wish to subject orphans to K. brought, they would probably appreciate the donation. If anyone can stretch a meal and make it semi-edible, it's those nuns. While Tanya hated being intensely, she had nothing against the women who had raised her. They were conscientious to a fault despite their bad habit of praying 3 times a day. Hey! I was about to say my fellow orphans, but that's not true anymore. An entirely unexpected wave of emotion hit her, almost robbing her of breath. Even if it's just a legal fiction, I have a family now. How about that? Well, it seems you have your hands full, but are you able to handle more copyright issues and other minor things? If not, I can always retain another lawyer. Perish the thought. I'd be honored to handle those issues. Truth be told, I'm not as facile in the kitchen as Helga here, so my contributions do not take up nearly all my time. Honestly, I found the copyright work to be much more soothing than public defense, if not nearly as lucrative. Do you need more help now? I have a few patents I need filed. Ah, I see. More, feminine, items. No. I mean, no. A practical ballpoint pen. She pulled the first prototype out of her pocket and showed it to him. May I try it? Of course, it's fully functional. He wrote on a scrap of paper with it. How novel. The ink flows so smoothly and it appears to dry almost instantly. Just the time saved on that will make this an instant success. This definitely needs to be patented post-haste. He, somewhat reluctantly, returned it to her. Don't worry, there are more prototypes being prepared even now. I'll make sure to send you several so you can submit them with the patents. His face beamed. Many thanks. I won't say this will make you a mint, but it will certainly bring in some money internationally as well as locally. He pondered this for a moment. You might consider forming partnerships with various pen manufacturers while keeping control of the patents, of course. Let them handle the marketing and production, at least for their own markets. Once again, she found herself surprised that he had such a good suggestion. I see that you were wasted where you were. How did the dumb cop I knew become so sharp? He smiled wryly. I can't answer that myself. It's just that since I've known you, I find my thinking has cleared up. Your habit of sweeping aside trivialities and striking the crux of the matter. I've taken that to heart. So how much do you want to charge for your services? I'm sure I have sufficient funds for any reasonable amount. He pursed his lips and said thoughtfully. I hadn't actually thought about that. Truly, I lack the temperament of a hard-nosed lawyer. I'll make you a deal. While I have sufficient funds to pay you appropriately, I'll be doing some investing soon. Why don't I offer you a fraction of the licensing fees? That way I preserve my capital and you might eventually reap far more than you would have otherwise. Of course, you'll bear some risk. He raised his eyebrows. That might be quite a generous sum. While I'm no expert, I think this invention will net you quite a bit in the end. I'd rather preserve my funds right now. Besides, people work most passionately when it's for their own gain, do they not? Ha ha ha. How true, Colonel, how true. She quoted him a percentage for his services and he accepted immediately. I have no problems with licensing, but inside Germania, we'll be making our own pens. I want to put some of my unemployed countrymen to work. With the labor market, I can get them cheaply right now. If any show real skill, I can raise their wages in the future. Nurturing human resources is a long-term endeavor. Gladio looked at her with admiration. Even now, she's thinking of lifting up others rather than just enriching herself. What a wonderful girl this is. So the initial production will be from this country and you'll spread out from there. I want the empires to be considered the ultimate in quality, so we'll get our factories converted as quickly as possible and our people trained up. The local brands elsewhere will have to be a good quality, or we'll pull their license, but when people want the best, they'll come to us. We have lots of skilled labor, a huge unemployment rate, and limited resources. Low volume, high quality is the way to go. He nodded. I think that will work. People like luxury items, and because they will have the non-luxury local product to compare against, yours will naturally seem even better. He flipped through the papers and then paused. You are also patenting the ink. Naturally. We spent a lot of effort getting just the right mix that will work in just our pens. Eventually, we'll earn more from the ink than pens. Also, make sure to put Visha down for 20% on the ink profits. She was the one who did all the legwork. If my experience with 21st century printers is any indicator, it'll be a lot more. And this will keep all my human resources properly motivated. Those internet startups got some things right. Don't give people money up front and don't worry if 90% of your ideas flop. If even 1 or 2 pan out, I'll be able to live comfortably on a sunny beach somewhere even if the rest of the world goes to hell. Hearing her name in the rapid flow of Francois caused the captain to interrupt her conversation with Helga. Commander? Do you need me? Not yet, but we'll be done soon here. She turned back to Gladio. So, do we need anything else? This should be fine. Oh, Monday too. There is one thing. He hurried upstairs and came down with a thick envelope. This came from your physician friend on that other patent. She had numerous questions that Ahem, couldn't answer. I'll look at this later and be back to you. She was sure she was blushing and had no idea what to do about it, so she just ignored it. Come along, Visha, we have things to do. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. At the same time on the other side of the bakery, Helga asked, those things in the book, are they all true? Visha nodded. The author took certain liberties, but they are essentially correct. When have I ever been called the commander's shadow gold? Honestly, though, she had never protested it because she rather liked the sound of it. And she's never owned a dress? Surely this cannot be. As far as I know, before she went to the Republic, the only dresses she ever wore were for publicity shoots. And she gave those back afterwards. To this day, I've never seen her wear makeup even though she did have a dress on when she came back. Helga, ever emotional, dabbed back more tears. That poor dear. We are going to buy some today as she can't wear uniforms for much longer other than official functions like parades and whatnot. Oh, why is that? She's being forced out of the military by the political office. Helga gasped. But how will she survive? She is but a child that has known nothing but the military her whole life. Do not worry, Frau Helga. I will take care of her. She tapped her chest with a balled fist firmly. Oh, such a loyal comrade. She pondered. I think I have some of my older dresses, maybe she can use some of those. Visha looked at the woman who was taller and bigger than Tanya in every way possible. Fear not, we won't have any problems. Her fans in the Republic gifted her many dresses, so we just need business and casual clothing. How about ribbons and rings and girly things? Surely she has something as basic as that. I'm pretty sure I would have noticed if she did. I don't think medals or computation orbs count. And what happened in Arene? Was that true? Visha sighed. The book got mostly right. The truth is we were commanded to do what we did. If they had evacuated or not shot our soldiers, we wouldn't have attacked the city. But they did, so we followed orders or faced military justice ourselves. She didn't point out that the fictional Tanya had protested the orders repeatedly while the real one simply carried them out. The baker looked almost as scandalized as when she heard about Tanya's lack of feminine clothing. I cannot believe they would make a little girl give such orders. And then they ship her off to Francois without a by your leave as if it were her fault. She put her hand on the other woman's arm. It all worked out, didn't it? She's back now and safe. The war is over and she will be a woman of business. Ah, that's good, that's good. She lowered her voice. If she is thinking of boys now, I have a nephew who is her age and loves her music. He's a good lad, don't forget to tell her, yes. Oh, of course. I will never let this conversation cross my lips. Chapter 27, Paperwork. Chapter Text. Tanya's final day in the military was rapidly arriving and she was trying to decide how best to leave. After the fiasco of her acquittal, from the political office's point of view, she was sure that they would rather she quietly fade away. That being the case, what can I squeeze out of them before I go? Normally, she wouldn't even consider such a thing. 2 weeks' notice with no bridges burnt, that was how a rational person acted. In this case, however, there was zero goodwill between her and the political office and she was in fine standing with the military. This was a good opportunity to use them for whatever advantage she could. Money is out, the government is basically broke. So how can I use them? That's it. Now to prepare for the most appropriate exit. Captain, do you have a second? Visha poked her head from behind a pile of boxes. Fortunately, she had been able to commandeer a squad of underlings to handle the grunt work while she just handled logistics. Still, the task was daunting as paperwork had piled up even during the times when they were on every front of the war. Of course, ma'am. Check to see if news outlets are still subject to wartime censorship and get me the names of some journalists who might be hungry for an interesting story. Actually, I know a few people and the rules came off of the papers when you were in the Republic. Tanya blinked. You never cease to amaze me, Serebryakov. I'll miss having you as my adjutant after I leave. Visha paused and then stood at attention. Permission to speak freely, ma'am. Granted, of course. Thank you, ma'am. Her eyes were serene but with an unwavering will that surprised her commander. I have no intention of remaining in the military if you aren't here. She responded slowly. There are hard times coming ahead. In the military, at least in peacetime, you'll never miss a meal and you'll always have a roof over your head. The pay won't be worth the paper it's printed on, but you'll get by. We fought to save the country and we did it. We fought to stay alive and we did that too. We fought to protect our comrades and were mostly successful. Isn't it time to stop fighting and start living again? What will you do, then? This is the only career you've ever had and you'll be throwing that away. If I could, I'd like to stay with you, Commander. You may be down, but you're never out and there are other, personal, reasons. May I ask? She drew in a deep breath. I don't want to see one of my dearest friends all alone in the world. A twinkle entered her eye. Besides, wouldn't it bad if I made my daughter had to fend for herself? Tanya reddened. That. Then she started laughing at the absurdity of it all. I can't fault your argument, mother. I assume you've handled your own paperwork. Yes, ma'am. The day we found out you were being ousted. How about the rest of the camp grub? I convinced them to stay until you told them when it would be best to retire. It will be a lot harder for them to quit on a specific schedule, especially any mages, but with budget cuts and forced drawdowns, a few at least might manage it. Good. It'll be better for them to stay where they are. One day, they will be the core of the new army and it's better to use a good seed than having to start from scratch. New army. Tanya sniffed. The old army was a horrible use of precious resources. The fact that there was a war at all was an insane waste, millions of lives lost, the riches of a continent drained in just a few years. If one must have an army, and any sane country must have one, it's better to be smaller, more efficient, better trained, higher quality, better equipped. Something like the 203 RD. Exactly. Imagine if we had only a tenth the troops but they were all up to that standard. How long would the war have lasted? Months? Weeks? Mere days? People not suited for war should passionately serve their country as cooks, or farmers, or bricklayers, not soldiers. Not as just another body in a muddy field somewhere. Even now, she's trying so save lives in the future, and those idiots are chasing her out of the military. Her patriotism is so inspiring even when she should be the most cynical. Vish's loyalty to Tanya, already high, spiked yet again. Tanya thought, the main key to human resourcing is to put the right people in the right job with the right tools. I'm glad to be rid of these foolish orders and go where more rational economic choices rule. I'm finally going to be free of this combat nonsense. At any rate, back to my question. Can we get some reporters together soon? I want to give them a bombshell of a story as soon. I'm not certain that they'll be 100% sympathetic to whatever you have to say. But I've met quite a few and they are all interested in news now that the censors don't write all the articles. She didn't mention that she knew all those reporters because she was trying to get the press to write about Digirekov's plight in the Republic. Both she and the newsmen were equally unhappy with the political office and their heavy-handed control of the news, though. You never cease to amaze. I bet if I asked you to come up with a dozen computation orbs, you'd manage somehow. That's ridiculous, Commander. She paused in thought for a few seconds. The most I could get are 7, and nothing as good as the Type 97 models. I'll keep that in mind. At any rate, don't talk to your reporter friends yet. I need to clear something here first. Keep at the paperwork, I'll return soon. She stepped smartly down the halls of Central Command, happy that she didn't have to rely on a lift from enchanted shoes anymore. Still, she had gotten amazingly attached to the extra mobility. Nothing she needed constantly, but as the shortest officer in the Reich, it made getting things off of tall shelves considerably easier. Rirujen's office door was open this time and, if possible, it looked as if the paperwork was about to win against the harried man. General Rirujen? May I have a moment? She saluted per protocol but could barely see the top of the man's head over the paperwork. Certainly, Colonel. I could use a break from these damnable reports. He didn't mention that a fairly large stacks was solely about her battalion. She looked over the paper mountains and shook her head. I wish I could stay and help you with these. I'm pretty handy with paperwork but never got the chance to exercise those skills during the war. Rirujen's heart leapt when he heard this. If she could get rid of all this, I'd gladly join hands with the devil. But he brought himself back to reality almost immediately. There was no way she could continue as an officer and she would never deign to function as a clerk. If there was any way. No need to apologize, General. What's done is done. I was hoping, though, you could do me a small favor. Rirujen steeled himself. Oh, what would that be? I'd like you to request a parade for the veterans of the war. I believe those requests go through the political office now, do they not? Well, they do, but such a thing is unlikely to be granted. Budgetary constraints aside, they want to forget the war ever happened. Especially if, pardon my bluntness, your name is associated with it in any way. Naturally. She agreed dryly. But that brings up a point, why me? If Zetter or Rudersdorf pushed for this, they could probably make it happen. In fact, they'd be tickled to do something for you and the other veterans. Oh, you misunderstand. I want them to deny it. That's why you should feature my name prominently in the proposal. Rirujen, not a stupid man, ran the scenarios through his head. I see. I assume that you are making other preparations based on the denial. Of course. I'm ashamed that I have to further burden you when you are already so busy. No, Colonel. I'm more than happy to help out. Let me draft the proposal now and get it to the right people. I suspect the response will be swift, so you might as well wait here. Certainly. Would you object if I rolled up my sleeves and assisted you until then? At least to the point where you can see the door from your desk. Please. He quickly typed out the request, with some suggestions from Tanya, and had his adjutant take it to the political office. He gave the man instructions to wait for the response. While leaving the high-level decisions to him, she dived into the waiting reports and missives. After an hour, he looked up from his work and was shocked by how much progress she had made. A cursory inspection showed that her work was excellent and she had a deep understanding of how to deal with the multitude of demands coming through the office. When they took a break for coffee, Tanya pointed out the stacks she had newly formed. These are just situational reports. I've schemed them, but you only really need to read the topmost ones and file the rest. That stack requires your signature to approve. That other stack requires your signature to deny. These 3 here are nonsense requests for information. I left a note on each to reroute them to a different department or deny them. And this stack, she patted the smallest of them all, actually requires you to think and make policy decisions. I put a suggestion on each, but you should probably look them over anyway. If I had her for even another week, or even just a few days, I'd be able to get my office back. Would I be able to trust her work? Probably, yes. For all her bloodthirsty ways, she's a loyal officer, honest and abides by all regulations, that she can't twist to suit her. Many thanks, Colonel. Ah, I see my adjutant has returned. They looked over the paper he delivered together. It was stamped, denied with prejudice in a rather lurid red ink and signed by the chief of the political office. Denied would simply mean that, for whatever reason, the request was not accepted. With prejudice, however, meant that the request could never be resubmitted. Rirujen saw her almost manic grin and asked rhetorically, I assume you're pleased. It's even better than I hoped for. I should check to see if it's my birthday today. I realize you are very busy now, but is there any way I could get your assistance with the rest of these damnable piles? I don't want to order you because that would be truly unbefitting. But, as you can clearly see, I could use some help now. I'd be willing to help your transition if possible in return. Actually, there is one thing you might help with. It's nothing major, but it will save me a lot of time. She explained what she needed and he nodded his head carefully. That's actually pretty reasonable. And if it helps a few veterans out without causing problems, there's no reason not to do it. Why do I get the feeling I'm missing something though? Lured by the thought of a clear office, he reluctantly made a deal with the Digirekov. Chapter 28, Papers, please. Having the denial paperwork in hand, she told Visha to set up the interviews while she helped Rirujen with his paper mountains. She found the work rather pleasant and the tedium was alleviated by watching the work vanish as it was completed. I should have been doing this back office work the entire war. Tanya was soon in the zone and processing paperwork at peak speeds. On the other side of the desk, Rirujen discovered the foundations of his universe turning upside down. Working with Digirekov was pleasant. She was incredibly efficient and, after she understood his thought processes and how he managed, she became even more productive. Soon, he was only giving her the vaguest of instructions, if any, and she carried out the tasks as well as he would have done. He remembered something Rommel had said, I don't tell her how to do something, I just tell her what I need done. And it gets done. His incipient ulcer hadn't acted up at all and his sleep was no longer haunted with unfinished duties lurking in his office. She was even handling his calls and visitors to keep time-wasters from bothering him while he was working. His own adjutant was too easily bullied by high-ranking callers, but Digirekov was polite, but firm, to anyone that didn't rank at least general. One overly persistent major got a withering diatribe from her that sent him almost running from the room. At other times, he could hear her humming or even singing softly and he found that he was enchanted with her voice. Had it always been this melodious? Surely not. His memories of her harsh voice when barking orders or dressing down some foolish cadet were fading and only the present Tanya remained. Several times, he had to force himself back to work rather than continue to listen to her. Still, the work was getting done fast enough he thought it would be better to measure their progress in pounds of paperwork rather than number of tasks. Near the end of the second day, with completion in sight, Rirujen said, I do believe, I'll survive this thanks to your timely help, Colonel. She laughed lightly. It's nothing you couldn't have done, General, if you just had time to do it. It's similar to a medical triage, honestly. Once you know that, it's much easier to handle. A triage. While quite intelligent, he was momentarily confused by the use of the unexpected medical term. Certainly. Some tasks are crucial, so we deal with them first. Others can sit in the waiting room and can be handled later. Others are pretty much dead issues, so the only thing to do is bury them or put them out of their misery. She fished one message from a stack. This one on modifying the standard uniform? Garbage. We are drawing down our forces, if anything, we'll have an outrageous surplus of uniforms. Even if all their suggestions are fine any other time, the Empire doesn't have the gold for frivolities like fashion. She put it in the denied stack after putting a budget notice on it. Once you have it sorted, you hit the crucial ones and then the rest can wait until you have time. Most of them, you'll only have to touch twice at most, or only once if you have an assistant capable of making proper decisions. Rirujan immediately saw the benefits of such an arrangement, both for paperwork and for the medical field. It seems like a flexible strategy. Do you use it often? She laughed. Not as often as I'd like. No, in battle you don't have the luxury of choosing your assignments, and rarely your men. You just have to make do with they send you and weed out the useless if you can't train them up. There's a Kitsushitan warrior that said about soldiers, straight unknotted timber of good appearance is used for the revealed pillars, straight timber with small defects is used for the inner pillars. Timbers of the finest appearance, even if a little weak, is used for the thresholds, lintels, doors, and sliding doors, and so on. Good strong timber, though it be gnarled and knotted, can always be used discreetly in construction. Timber which is weak or knotted throughout should be used as scaffolding, and later for firewood. The general's eyes widened. She really does think of people as materials. And, God help me, I can totally understand what she's getting at. I wonder how much scaffolding or firewood she's dealt with over the war. He almost missed what she said next. That's why I think we, or should I say you, need to tighten up recruitment and strive for only the best. A willingness to serve does not equal ability. As you say, it's up to us now. Do you envision yourself back in the military once you can legally rejoin? 6 years is a huge chunk of time cut out of a career. I can't just sit on my hands for over half a decade. Crap. I need to leave Missilev with a way back because I can't seem unpatriotic. You never know what's going to happen. But if my country needs me, I'll be available, of course. Hopefully, I won't be too rusty then. She's about to exit neatly but she's already thinking about what she'll do if she's back in service. I need to discourage this if at all possible. Don't take this the wrong way, Colonel, but let's hope that the country never again needs soldiers so badly that we are conscripting our retirees. It's so good to have someone that understands that I never wanted to be part of this war machine. It's too bad he's stuck in a military career and we won't see much of each other after this. Naturally. I'm sure everyone will have forgotten about me in a few years. No, Digirakov, I will never ever forget about you. ******. Done with her promise to Rirujan, her next stop was to visit Colonel Ogre. Having literally written the book on modern logistics, his department would have welcomed her with open arms had she been able to stay in the military. Though it wasn't to be, she was tickled that the contact she had carefully groomed for years was still mutually beneficial. Indeed, other than her immediate subordinates, their relationship was the closest she had to any other officer. He was, as usual, quite busy but without the frenzied, white-knuckled intensity of the war era. Critical needs were downgraded to merely necessary and life-saving to just convenient. Ah, Colonel Digirakov. Come in. How can I help you today? Surely there are no desperate needs you have for the next few days. He truly felt grateful for the advice she had given him in War College when he left the command track for logistics. Though less flashy, he knew his service was just as necessary as those on the front lines. He often felt that she was beside him, encouraging him, even as their supply chains were stretched the breaking point and beyond. He and his staff had moved mountains, one train carriage at a time, but how could they do less than those risking their lives for the fatherland? And now? He had survived the war and could go home to his lovely wife and daughter. And Digirakov herself had managed to make it through somehow. Haha. No, no this time. It's actually a last bit of business or, perhaps, the first of a new business. You are looking at the proud holder of the military surplus contract for the post-war period. Ah. They finally moved on that, did they? About time, as I have better use for the warehouse space. In her monograph, she had argued that endlessly stockpiling decrepit inventory was a waste of time, money, and manpower. Anything that there wasn't a mission-critical need to have in storage, such as ammunition, should be ruthlessly culled even if a paper loss was taken. Colonel Ogre believed this as well, but during the war their main concern was immediate needs and not long-term efficiency. I had General Rirujan twist some arms but Zetter backed him up. What finally clinched it, I think, was that the company's charter stated that we would primarily hire military veterans, myself included. This might be selfing, but how soon can you start taking shipments? There's a lot of, well, everything. He chuckled. With your help, we might finally put your concept paper to its fullest completion yet. It might be a few more months, I'm afraid. But there are some things I can take off your hands right now. Oh? Now I'm intrigued. How are you stocked for non-military grade computation orbs? I know there was an unsuccessful run before the Type 97 was approved plus scrapped older ones. I think we have a few of those, but I'll need to send a query out to the various depots to see what they have in stock. We're finally getting our warehouses inventoried, but when done, we'll really need your services. He seemed in a good mood about it. To think that a sign of success in the railway department would be fewer items rather than more. If you don't mind my asking, what do you need with those failed orbs for? There are a lot of mages out of work and I don't need them to blow anything up, just getting jobs with their skills is enough. While sub-military grade, they are still dangerous in the wrong hands. So is an automobile, and they are a lot more common and cheaper to boot. Besides, I'm going to disable the weapon settings. I don't have the team to replace them with anything more useful, but just the rest should be acceptable. She thought for a bit. Even the recording functions can have a wide variety of uses. What if reporters could return with sound and images? And if they could fly? Can you imagine it? Hey! I guess I'm making drone journalism a century early. Might have to work around the no-fly rules over Berun. Still, not every mage can fly anyway, and hovering is better for getting good shots. I hadn't ever thought of it. Orb are weapons to most people. Given their expense, I can see why that's the common perception. Even I was lulled into that mindset. That's one of the best things, as well. Commercial orbs will be a fraction the cost of military ones. Reject orbs are a reasonable substitute for now, and dirt cheap, but eventually ones specialized for the civilian market will dwarf the amount combat mages could ever use. There are hundreds, maybe thousands, of out-of-work mages. What a bonanza. Hooger nodded thoughtfully. Even now, she's thinking of the destitute soldiers. Mages and non-mages alike. Well, I supported her during the war, this isn't that much different. I'll be happy to do anything to help, Colonel. Many thanks. And get used to calling me Tanya pretty soon. I would have liked to make general before I was 21, but that possibility has been closed off. Still, the youngest colonel in the empire, possibly the world. Surely a worthy accomplishment. Ah, if only that put food on the table. Right now, I'll settle for being the youngest millionaire in Berun, ha. He laughed with her before she set off on her next errand. Asterisk. Inside the political office the mood was swinging between despair and blind panic. What do you mean we have no hard currency? It's true, Chief. Hundreds of soldiers withdrew the entirety of their balances yesterday. Most of them had substantial amounts of back pay built up during the war. The total was staggering. The harried clerk was scanning the account books with bloodshot eyes. The withdrawals are legitimate, but the problem is they all demanded payment in coin or foreign currencies, mostly dollars or pounds. There was nowhere near enough reserves on hand to cover these amounts. Pull from the Berun banks immediately. He gulped. That's not possible. The soldiers who couldn't get their pay here got bank drafts, which were honored. But why? Why would they honor them? Because the drafts came from our exchequer. By law, they had to honor them in hard currencies because we would need to that money soon. For months, the political office had caused most of the fatherland's gold and silver supply to become concentrated in Berun so they could make the scheduled reparation payments. Naturally, the Allied powers weren't accepting marks as payment. Unfortunately, while they would take commodities like coal, it took time to gather and ship many tons of to their destination. To make things worse, the only country willing to take very large quantities, the Russi Federation, suddenly became very hard-nosed and insisted that reparations, either coal or cash, be delivered precisely on schedule. And that was simply impossible. They couldn't ship fast enough and they couldn't make up the difference in allowable precious metals. Who authorized this? I want him here immediately. A quick investigation determined that Herr Sommer was responsible, had applied for 12 weeks of accrued vacation and couldn't be found anywhere. He was cursed repeatedly in the halls where he had worked as countless accountants and politicos struggled to meet outrageous demands. Before long, his name became synonymous with doom and disaster. Ironically, years later, he would be spoken of very differently, but for now, he was everyone's favorite expletive. With Sommer being the current scapegoat, it somehow escaped them that Tanya was the source of their problems. Asterisk. Having spent a busy couple of days with Rirujen, Tanya stopped in to see how Visha had handled her tasks. While she could have checked in regularly, she was confident her adjutant was equal to any challenge she might be assigned. She recalled pleasantly that the relationship would continue even in civilian life. Truly the man I used to be was foolish not realize how much human capital could be improved. You may have to dig up a lot of potatoes, but eventually you'll strike gold. Ah, Colonel. Visha called out cheerfully. Are you finished with General Rirujen's assignment? Indeed. And as tedious as it was, it certainly beats the trenches. I'll take comfortable boredom over excitement any day. Even now, the bravest person I know, and always the first in combat, manages to joke. How could anyone think she was anything less than a hero? I've arranged for your interviews. For simplicity, I thought it best to hold them all at once as your message won't change between them. Excellent work. Yes, I won't try to massage their egos independently. Frankly, I think I'd rather go back to the Rhine than deal with that foolishness. What interest from investors? Anyone nibbling the bait? Not nibbles, but... Really? I'm surprised that wasn't some interest. I mean that almost to a person, everyone went all in. There's a rather staggering amount of precious metal and foreign currencies being guarded by the 203rd right now. I've never seen so much money in one place. She showed Tanya an untitled sheet with the tally at the bottom. Every day, more money comes in. Even some from foreign investors. That's most surprising. I think Lady EO was in contact with your friends in the Republic and happened to mention it. He's been handling all those details and keeping the books straight. We'll need to formalize this soon, but for now we need to move fast and worry about the details later. Just make sure you keep track of the amount so that everyone gets what they are owed. Hopefully magnified many times. I'm sure it will be, ma'am. She glanced at the clock, less than 36 hours left. Is there anything else we need to do before the end? Surprisingly, no. Let's set the stage for the final act tomorrow. I'll be very interested on how they enjoy the show. Chapter 29 Black and White. Visha had set up the group interview in a modest, but pleasant hotel suite. This allowed them to speak freely without using government resources. The reporters shuffled around the room, some nervously, others with anticipation. After all, this was the first interview White Silver had given after returning from the Republic and one of the few she had given ever. Who would want to miss that? As such, the various periodicals had sent some of their most senior people and finest war correspondents. Half of them were regretting it as they had arrived early to get a good spot and were informed of the no smoking rule. Having gotten good seats, they were unwilling to give them up and simply fidgeted while they waited. All eyes turned toward the grandfather clock in the room as it began to strike the hour. Just then, Visha came out with a stack of papers that she put on a small table. Behind it was a covered easel of some sort that had drawn the attention of the reporters, but they hadn't been bold enough to investigate it. Thank you for coming today. The format will be informal, but please allow the Colonel to choose the order of the questioners to avoid needless confusion. I assure you, all relevant questions will be answered, but they are limited to the approved topic for today and any related issues. Despite her gender and age, few doubted this was a blooded officer used to having her commands obeyed. One of the exceptions spoke up. That's hardly reasonable. Surely the trial and her time in the Republic are up for discussion. Visha smiled using an imitation of one she saw on the Colonel, and a shudder went through the room. You are free to discuss that, of course, but not here. She nodded slightly, but obviously, toward the exit. Nobody left. 5 minutes after the hour, Tanya entered. Instead of her uniform, which everyone had expected, she was clothed in a simple dress. Clean and neat, but not overly stylish, she resembled an upscale professional, or rather a minor dressing as one. She had no desire to wear the dozens of stylish dresses in her wardrobe and would much rather be in uniform, but it didn't match the image she wanted to present. Dressing in trousers was equally impossible as it would be too distracting and muddy the waters. I look like a kid playing dress up. Once I'm established, I'm going to have clothes designed that I can tolerate. What the reporters saw was a serious young girl, not much different from any they could find at any secondary school in the country. This was the fiercest warrior of their generation? The famous, or rather infamous, White Silver that wreaked havoc over most of Europa. I'm sure you gentlemen have a lot of questions, but I'll preface this by answering the main one. Yes, I've been forced out of the Empire's military by the political office. The quickest reporter spoke up. That's a most serious charge. Do you have evidence to back this up? This isn't a court of law, nor is that a charge, it's simply a fact. The surrender agreement was set before I left, and the only body that could change it was the political office. Only they had the authority, and they did it while I was on trial in the Republic. All of this is a matter of public record. Why did they do it? A younger man jumped in. He was from a smaller newspaper and could smell blood and powder in this story and wanted the juiciest details. You'll have to ask them their motives, but here's another fact, I'm the only veteran affected by this change. The other underaged soldiers are allowed to serve in civilian capacities until their majority, whereupon they will automatically revert to their previous grade. She gave them a sardonic smile, which appeared more cute than bitter. So why do you think they did it? He asked, not willing to let her go with that. The change only affects one person, so it makes it hard not to think I've been specifically targeted. Does it seem like there's a personal component? It's difficult to imagine otherwise. Does this have anything to do with what happened in the war? Speaking as a civilian, not as an officer of the Empire, it seems obvious. My comrades died to protect the fatherland, and somehow our pale victory was turned into terrible, humiliating defeat. Not because we lacked the will to fight and die, but because politicians wanted some magical pot of gold built on a mountain of corpses. She waved to the window. Berun is a large, formerly prosperous city. About 1.8 million people live here. That's almost exactly the number of our brave warriors died in the war. Imagine every street, every building, everything as far as the eye can see, empty of all life. What a waste. That's another dangerous accusation, Colonel. Again, it's a matter of public record. The military advocated on several occasions to sue for peace, to the point that our enemies were even willing to accept it. But every time we were rejected. We could have come out of the war battered, bloodied, sadder and weary, but with our heads held high. Instead now we labor under the yoke of crippling reparations. Our country's lifeblood being sent to the people who attacked us. Who was in charge of that surrender? You don't have to look far. The questions went on for a while in the same vein while the reporters scribbled furiously. There was one more thing I wanted to mention, the real reason I asked you here today. It's obvious those in the political office had their own agenda, no matter the cost to the soldiers dying in the trenches of the Rhine, or in Norden, or in the Federation. But having given us that bitter draft of surrender, they are still abusing those same soldiers. Even now. The reporters looked shocked and their questions overlapped each other until she held up her hand. First, personally, they wouldn't even allow me to withdraw my pay earned for years on the front. I had to be legally adopted so that I could force them to relinquish my back pay. But other veterans, crippled from their service, have seen their pensions delayed, current soldiers their pay withheld, widows and orphans not receiving just compensation. They, unlike me, don't have enough influence to force the issue. What recourse do they have? Before they could ask, all of this is public record. The policies are clear. As a military officer, I couldn't do anything, but I could ask, at the very least, that they give some recognition of the sacrifice to all those heroes. Just a token gesture, but an important one so we don't forget our horrible loss. Her voice lowered, and I was denied. She pulled down the cover of the easel and showed an oversized copy of the parade request, and the glaring rejection stamp. The print shop even reproduced the bright red of the extreme prejudice and they made extra sure that the signature of the head of the political office was clear. Was that too much to ask? Those millions of dead and those weary survivors, don't they deserve even this much? Or are they an embarrassment to those people? While they looked in shock, Visha distributed normal-sized copies of the rejection for the reporters to use. One reporter's pen ran out of ink but the ever-perceptive adjutant put a ballpoint in his hand and murmured, "Try this one," before handing out the rest of the documents. "This is why you have been called here. Not for me. I'll be fine. But for them. They don't have a voice, but I do, and I'm using it. The dead deserve respect and admiration, but never forget the living." Unbeknownst to both her and her audience, her voice was reaching them in a way they didn't expect. When she spoke, her arguments carried extra weight. Prejudices were blown away and even those who were opposed to her point of view persuasive. Hard-nosed and cynical reporters found themselves moved almost to tears as they imagined the plight of the forgotten soldiers. The interview was done not long after with Tanya responding to not-so-subtle off-topic questions with a cold glare. To their surprise, Visha gave each a gift bag on their way out. When they questioned her, she just smiled. "Just something the Colonel has been working on. We expect they will be quite popular soon." The reporter who had borrowed a pen looked delighted. "You mean, I can keep this? How marvelous. Eric, is it so special?" asked one of his friends/competitors. "It's the smoothest writing instrument I've ever used, it doesn't spill and the ink dried immediately. I must admit, I was tempted to borrow it and now I'm glad I've been saved from sin. Venial or mortal?" he joked. "Oh, mortal for sure. This is a very nice pen. *****. The next day, nearly every newspaper in Bahrain was haranguing the political office in one way or another. The censors of the war were gone and there was a lot of pent-up resentment in the Fourth Estate that needed to be vented. None of the stories were identical. Some focused on the plight of the veterans, others on the survivors left behind, several on the catastrophic death toll of the war and the looming recession, and most on the personal attacks on von Digerekhoff. One thing they shared in common was their disdain for the political office, even newspapers that were usually supporters of the administration. Their feeble protests about lack of funds were universally ignored. Even more troubling was that, now, they were actually telling the truth. As Tanya had promised, all the evidence was easily obtained and verifiable so they didn't even try to hide it. Lacking any means of getting their point of view out, they closed their offices and refused calls and visitors. What started as a few angry citizens, grew day by day. Whether they were protesting the wrongdoings of the war, the surrender, the treatment of the soldiers, bad road maintenance or even the price of beer, everyone with a grievance came here to vent. There was no organization and most people only yelled and stomped around for a day or two. But there were always more to take their place and the Capitol Police gave up trying to disperse them or find out who was responsible for the incessant graffiti. Naturally, it made the business of government nearly impossible for them. They went from being the movers and shakers to the unpleasant relatives no one wanted to claim. On a nearly daily basis, he bellowed for someone to find Sommer and bring him back. Honestly, he had no use for the man, he just wanted to make someone more miserable than himself. This time, the political office definitely knew the cause of their problems but she was immune to anything they could do to her. Certainly, she barely gave them a second thought after that. *****. After the reporters left, Visha and Tanya relaxed with coffee and cakes in their rented rooms. Colonel. Please use my name, unless you see me in uniform again. Tanya, why did you do that? How will it really help our veterans? She had puzzled through the consequences of the interview and, other than an increased public awareness, she didn't see the ultimate benefit. The diminutive soon-to-be former officer sipped her drink contentedly. 2 reasons. The first is that it shields those veterans, and us, pretty thoroughly. If the political office tries anything nasty, they will get the worst of it. And the second is more indirect. If I ever whistle for those reporters in the future, they'll come immediately. We are going to make a huge corporation, Visha. You and I and all those veterans and unemployed people. That takes money, however, and advertising, which usually means money. Ah. Those reporters will be like free advertising for whatever you do. Exactly. As long as I'm interesting enough, they'll ramble on all day about our new products, opportunities for veterans or whatever. They are dogs that are barely tamed. They'll skulk around and do tricks and make themselves useful at times, but you need to throw them a bone every so often. Mutually beneficial. They seemed to enjoy the bone we gave them this time. They couldn't stop talking about the ballpoint pens. You see? Every time they use that pen, they'll think of us. Plus they'll come back around when they need to buy more ink. When TVD becomes a household name, they'll brag about how they were there first with the story. They had engraved those 3 letters on the shaft of every pen. I'm glad you agreed to the company logo. Tanya grumbled, what could I do? You and the men were so insistent. It still makes sense. You have the highest profile of any of us. And there's no other unifying feature. Do we make pens? Do we sell surplus parts? Do we provide contract labor? Yes, yes, and yes. There's nothing in common. No need to rehash the arguments, I've already surrendered. She clapped her hands softly together, changing the topic. Now that we have funds, and more on the way, it's time for phase 2. Start hiring veterans but be picky at first. Smart people who can become managers in the future. Have them scout out property in the city that can be had cheaply. We'll use those as the surplus discount storefronts at first. Fuehrer has kindly let us purchase his surplus piecemeal rather than all at once, but I don't want to abuse his generosity. Remember to tell them we aren't looking to squeeze every mark out of the sales. We want volume and no dead stock. We're getting everything cheaply enough, it might as well be free. That can't last forever, ma'am. It doesn't have to. I'm guessing maybe 2 years at most, with maybe a trickle after that. By then, we'll convert those storefronts to something more profitable. Also, get someone who can schmooze with the banking types without raising hackles. Ah. I think I know a person. Sergeant Hammerschmidt was very successful in getting the bank to accept the gold drafts. He helped out a lot of people during that time. Excellent. His job is hunt down foreclosed properties, upside down mortgages, and businesses about to go under. I don't care what type of business or industry as long as they own real assets like land or equipment. Wait, modify that. We're especially interested in farms and manufacturing, others are secondary. They still need to own the land, but we want land that can produce. May I ask why? Yes, and don't be so hesitant. These aren't military secrets and you are my first partner. She didn't notice Visha's happy blush and started to pontificate. Whereas people will see something failing, or worth far less than what they paid for it, what I see is something of real value that people are attaching foolish numbers to. We need to look past the surface and see the potential. She snapped her fingers. That reminds me. All other things being equal, veterans that can't get jobs due to injuries are to be preferred. Not at the expense of quality, but if they can work, I don't care if they've been scarred by the war. Visha nearly teared up. She's saving all our comrades. The Great War is over and she's still saving lives. She remembered how the 2 of them had walked through the streets a few days ago and at how many beggars there were in Berun. A staggering amount compared to a decade ago. And the majority, by far, were veterans, usually missing a limb, or an eye, or scarred by flame and steel. Tanya had frowned then and had been quiet all the way back to the apartment. This will be excellent, better than I could have dreamed. We can get disciplined men on the cheap and they'll be so grateful for the work, we can count on them to give it their all every day. I can't believe people are ignoring such valuable human resources even considering the unemployment rate. Along those same lines, I already have a listed of shuttered textile plants we'll be converting. Oh. Yes. We need facilities to produce, She forced herself to continue. Sanitary pads. Yes. Ma'am. I find it hard to imagine former soldiers making those. In fact, the thought is rather unpleasant. She wrinkled her nose at the idea. Ah, that won't be a problem. We'll only hire women to work there. Give preference to widows and offer cheap daycare for those with children too young for school. Inexpensive housing near to the factory is already available and is included in their wages. When those plants went belly up, they left a lot of empty buildings behind. Meals will be provided, too. Visha was stunned. She hadn't even considered that. Will that work? It seems too generous to make a profit, and then what will happen? Don't worry. Semi-communal living can be quite inexpensive, and since the outlying buildings are already there, we just need to get them up to living standards. The cooks and caregivers will get the same benefits as well, but everyone will be expected to keep their own areas neat. She reached for her cup and only paused so Visha could top it off. Really, it's just the army model in civilian clothes. You can do a lot with a little if you plan properly. But I'm going to insist the food actually be edible. The woman laughed. Army food isn't that bad. My dear Visha, your opinion is noted no matter how wrong it is. We'll give the cooks a budget and let them stretch it however they see fit. Housewives have done it for centuries and managed to feed people without torturing them. Widows, there are so many of them. Tanya nodded. It's worse than that. The war removed almost 2 million eligible bachelors and husbands from this world. Women are going to need to fend for themselves. Immediately. We'll have no dearth of applicants. You've even given me an idea for a slogan for those. Made by women, for women. Oh, that's nice. It reminds me when my mother made my first ones for me. Yours are so much better, though. Ahem, yes. Our advertisements might use that idea, actually. Maybe market them as a gift as well as a necessity. Something like a picture of a mother giving her daughter a box, hugging her, both smiling. Tanya stared at her adjutant. Visha, you might have a talent for this. Keep that in mind, we'll use it. I might put you completely in charge of this line, actually. No, don't object, you take it over. Give yourself 10% of the net, I'll sign as soon as you get me the paperwork. Ma'am. Enough with the arguments. You'll sweat for your 10%, I assure you. Oh, I also find the thought of men touching those very unpleasant. Very. Design a display case that has a cash slot so that customers can pick up their packages and pay for them without anyone even having to talk about them. I think this will save embarrassment all around and boost sales. What name brand? Ah, something easy to pronounce anywhere in the world. We are going to ship these everywhere. Something feminine. Serebryakov thought about it. How about Zart? That's catchy enough, and it means tender/gentle in Germanian, so our initial customers will like it. Go with that. If we make other products for women, they'll be under the Zart brand and use the same catchphrase. She stood up and looked out at the city. It was getting dark, but even she could tell fewer people were willing to spend money to have lights on in the evening. But even these are asides. Let me tell you how our real money is going to be made. Chapter 30, Bringing Down the Hammer. Chapter text. Hammerschmidt, former sergeant of the Empire, came from a banking background. That is to say, he knew the lingo, understood the personalities, but lacked the resources to do anything about it. Their lands had been right in the middle of the invasion of the Republic, and to say they had been ruined by the war was a gross understatement. Still, he had survived pretty intact, excepting a few interesting scars he could impress the Fräuleins with when he the opportunity to take off his shirt. Today, however, he was on a different mission, treasure hunting. He was dressed in his best suit. Newish but not excessively so. Worn just enough that it appeared to be everyday clothing rather than something for special occasions. The perfect outfit for fitting in at a bank like a camouflaged predator. He had a disarming smile and was a favorite with tellers all over Berun, and he was going to make good use of those contacts. Women were relegated to the most menial positions at the bank, mostly due to seniority, but that didn't mean they lacked ability or wit. Not a thing was done by their male bosses that didn't also go under their eyes to be remembered when prompted by one Jonas Hammerschmidt. Ah, Yvette, you are as lovely as dawn on a spring day. Why must your radiance be obscured in these dusty and dim halls? Come have lunch with me and breathe the air of freedom. Jonas, you rogue, you only come when you need something. Despite her words, she was already reaching for her hat and coat. Breakers sound good. For you, anything. Over lunch, he told her what Digirakov was looking for, without mentioning the colonel by name, naturally. She sipped a nice Riesling, rare these days, and asked bluntly. Why are you chasing after so much bad debt? And don't give me any nonsense, I can see through you like a stained glass window, that's been broken by vandals. Truce, truce. I had enough of violence during the war. Instead of information, how about an offer? You help me out with this, and your name goes on a major win for your bank. Maybe a promotion as well. You officially have my interest. But I also want some details. First, to preface things, what are the bank's two biggest problems right now? Lack of liquidity and bad debt, she answered immediately. If they were any more illiquid, the air would solidify. And to say they are drowning in bad debt is at best a horrible understatement and probably closer to outright perjury. Well, I might be able to fix, to a certain degree, both of those problems. She stared at him like he grew another head. I'm sorry, I think I drank too much wine. She poured herself a new glass to emphasize the point. I think I'd be less startled if you said you could walk on water. How? Moreover, why? How is easy? Gold. Specifically gold owned by people who want to invest. Why is also easy? To make even more money. Details. Now. He grinned amiably. This is the part where we talk. If I'm talking, you are in. Nothing criminal, right? It wouldn't be like you, but these are desperate times. Of course not. She took a deep breath. It might mean her job, but her career wasn't going anywhere, and if there were cuts, she'd be the first to go. I'm in. We want those debts, but at Pfennig's on the mark. Anything foreclosed, anything owned by the bank and sitting idle, even any mortgages or loans about to go belly up. Let's be honest, no one is buying, and whatever value they have is dropping daily. Oh, they have value on the books, but we all know what a solid audit would say about that. God in Himmel, Jonas, you say that so casually. The president has been keeping the auditors at bay only through his personal contacts and favors for months. Your job is to find what we need and find their absolute bottom line. I walk in there with a hard offer for the entire portfolio, and the bank gets some needed hard currency. No one is taking marks these days, but everyone wants gold. The write-offs would be staggering. He shrugged. That's a problem for tomorrow. For today, survival is still not certain. Don't worry, you get me knife and I'll do the twisting. She grinned with a feral gleam that reminded Jonas of his time in the Rhine. Give them an extra twist for me, okay? Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Jonas repeated this conversation with dozens of his friends in various banks. He was careful who he talked to, and chose them well. That being the case, he was well prepared for the meetings to follow. All the bankers knew going into it was that he had money and was looking to spend it. Banker Oberman had been tipped off to this opportunity by Yvette and, after suitable compensation and a written promise of a raise if it came to fruition, the meeting was scheduled. They kept the meeting intimate, just the two of them. Oberman because he didn't want anyone getting a cut of the action, and Jonas because he didn't have anyone who could act as an assistant. Fortunately, his solo presence was viewed as confidence and not a lack of manpower. So, Herr Oberman, I have a number of properties and loans I want to purchase. I think you'll find that all are close to wasted paper at this point. He pushed his wish list to the man, mixed in with some other items to not make it seem too obvious. Jonas was prepared to cut those other items out as a bargaining tactic. The banker could hardly contain his excitement. This would write off a significant portion of the bank's bad debt. It would be ugly in the short term, but better than a death by inches. I think we can come to an agreement on these, Herr Hammerschmidt. Do you have a figure in mind? Jonas confidently tossed out a number. It was about half of what Yvette had said was his bottom line, not even including the red herring items on the list. I think you'll find that figure most fair. My dear sir, that's barely better than theft. We want to write off some bad debt, true, but not give it away. He actually became angry that he wasting his time with this nonsense. Surely not. Didn't I make something clear? I'd be paying in gold and dollars from the Unified States. The entire amount? In gold and dollars. Indeed. Immediately. He patted his briefcase, which was full of gold bullion and high-denomination dollars. Oberman swallowed heavily but tried not to show it. That's still an unprecedented write-off. I'm not sure I could justify it to the board. Jonas leaned forward. May I be frank? That debt is nigh worthless now, and it's getting worse. I could come back tomorrow, but my offer will be lower then, not higher. So you know, I am visiting a good dozen other banks as well. My pockets are deep, but not infinitely so. When my budget is reached, the shopping spree ends. Who are you working for, I must know? Tut tut. Surely you don't believe I'd reveal that? So you have a decision to make, cut the wound and lose a hand, or bleed out for months until it diseases the rest of the body. A most unpleasant analogy. The war changed us all. So what's your answer? I have places to be and my schedule is quite tight. The banker sighed and then squared his shoulders. Deal. He stuck out his hand. Now it was Hammerschmidt's turn to be surprised. He hadn't bothered to dicker at all. He was only lost for a second though and shook the proffered hand. After much signing of papers, the briefcase of money turned into a briefcase of mortgages, deeds and other paper. He blew Yvette a kiss on his way out, which she ignored, as left for his next stop. 3 very dangerous members of the 203rd escorted him and guarded a stack of nearly identical briefcases as they chauffeured him to all the major banks of Berun. In the end, he got almost everything he wanted, usually at prices that boggled the mind. He knew times were rough, but this level of capitulation was stunning. What was he missing? Asterisk asterisk asterisk. The missing factor was the desperation of the political office and the current administration. The pressure they were putting on the banks to acquire hard currencies was enormous. There was talk of nationalizing all of them which, in layman's terms, was little more than a call for theft and looting of their assets. Besides, Hammerschmidt had told the exact truth, he was buying something that worthless to them in practical terms but only had significant value on paper. Not having a sucker to dump it on, the next best thing was to get some amount for them, even a token amount, as long as the token was made of gold. Having managed to more than complete his mission, Jonas had an embarrassingly large quantity of gold left on hand. To his credit, he wasn't even slightly tempted to take it since he was both a good man and patriot. Unlike most, he intimately understood what Digerekov was planning and wanted to be part of it, to revitalize the bloodied and bowed empire so that it could rise again. The headquarters of TVD was modest apartment near downtown Berun. He strongly suspected that it was the flat rented by the Digerekov and Serebryakov, but he hadn't had the gauche or courage to ask. "Ah, Colonel, my mission is complete." Visha correctly mildly, "That's Frau von Digerekov, if you must be formal. Military ranks are behind us now." Of course. The soldiers from the 203rd came in with many briefcases full of deeds and paperwork and somewhat fewer cases still filled with gold. Tanya looked over them with a raised eyebrow. "Complete, but there's a lot of funds left." "Was it successful?" "Incredibly so, if I may be bold. They took my low offer without more than token protest and seemed relieved to do so. I ended up with much more than we had discussed." She looked slightly shocked at the tally he presented her. "This much? I had several plans if we were running low on funds, but none to account for such a surplus. Take a quarter, no half of what's left and go bargain hunting. There is no need to rush, it's better if they get somewhat desperate." "Bargains better than what we already have?" "I find that idea exciting and disturbing all at once." "As well you should. What's sweet today is hiding the bitter pills of tomorrow. The best we can do is adjust the sail and try to ride out the storm." She rapped on the table to change the subject. "Enough of that, you have your next task, go have fun with it. This time, we really only want their true bottom line. Every day you have to go back, drop your offer by a percentage point or two and remind them about the difference in 0 and not 0. Oh, and see if you can recruit some smart people who know how to handle finances. We'll need a lot of them soon. 4 or 5 more like him should be enough to handle all our needs for next few years. What a great resource we found in him." Hammerschmidt was smart, even when compared to his peers. His intelligence had gotten him through college until he joined the army and then helped him survive the Rhine front. Part of that was knowing what his superiors wanted with only a hint of a direction. She obviously has big plans in the financial world that go beyond these first steps. "Let me pull in all my contacts and the ambitious ones at the banks. 50 should be enough, I think." "Yes, ma'am." After he left, Visha and she went through the huge stack of their new properties and sorted them. Shuttered businesses in one pile, upside-down mortgages or ones long past due in another, and so on. What's this?" Tanya examined one more closely. "Oh, a bankrupt newspaper. All the facilities are intact. This could be useful." She put it aside for special handling later. "We're going to run our own newspaper. Publishing house, actually, but a newspaper first. The commies are wrong about everything but they are skilled at some things. One is their use of propaganda. If you tell a big lie, often enough, and with enough passion, people will begin to believe it. Since they are masters of lies, they never realized that the same techniques work with the truth as well." She sighed. People who believe in the rightness of truth and logic expect everyone else to see things equally dispassionately and they get surprised when the world is against them, even if they are 100% correct. What we can do is tell big truths in such a way that they have the same emotional impact as big lies. Don't mistake it. We were beaten by passion in the Great War, not tanks, not men, not mages, not tactics. Both theirs and ours, I'm ashamed to say. Fortunately, our politicos in Berun are terrible at propaganda so we just have to be slightly better than them." "Shall we start soon, then?" Visha said after thinking for a second. Tanya chuckled. "You are getting better by the day." "Yes, of course. This foreclosure statement is just a month old so the facilities should be in fine shape when we print the truth. In fact, Die Wahrheit is a good name for it, so let's go with that. Find a couple of veterans that have worked in papers before either on the presses or as reporters. For the most part, I want to only use reliable freelancers and have minimal permanent staff. Oh, all permanent staff get a share of the profits but lower salaries. Make sure they know that." Visha took notes as Tanya spoke. "We should do something different from the other papers. We'll need to get a lot of attention or it might fold again." "Easily done. Keep your pen out." ******. Gustav found his brother reading a newspaper with unusual care, which was rather out of character for him as he was hardly a person who spent excessive amounts of time in study of any sort, much less current events. "Walter, what's so exciting there? You look like a man possessed." "Oh, Gustav. It's White Silver's new newspaper, Die Wahrheit. White, you mean Colonel Digirekov, the mage? Yes, yes. You still haven't answered my question. I can't recall the last time I saw you reading a newspaper. This one is a bit different. They have a prize every week, you see. HRM. Tell me more. So, if they print something inaccurate, you can get 100 marks, in coins. Gustav snorted. Ridiculous. They would go out of business immediately if even a tiny thing slipped by. Well, there are restrictions. The prize is only given out once per week and it has to be more than just a little typo or grammar error. He turned to the back of the paper and read the rules. If they print a correction in time, that doesn't qualify, it has to be within the last 2 weeks and you have to use this form printed here and mail it in. That does sound interesting, but what if? Walter stopped him. I know what you are going to say. What if they don't give out the prize that often or don't admit they are wrong? That's where it gets interesting. The prize accumulates until it is paid out. So eventually there will be an error and boom, big money. You just have to be the first to find it. Fine, that does sound interesting. Mind if I give it a read? Get your own, I'm using this one. Although featuring that gimmick, the paper focused on solid reporting, sometimes mixed in with scandals of various public officials. It prominently announced each winner on the prize page along with an amusing selection of failed attempts. Also of note were the dramatic photos by aerial journalists that graced every edition. The entertainment value caused people to ignore the slightly higher price as they very carefully read every article. Advertisers were a bit more wary, despite the rapidly increasing readership, because one of the first winners pointed out the inaccuracies in an advertisement. That didn't stop most, however, from buying space, as their products would get a halo of respectability. Everything in Die Wahrheit was literally the truth in the eyes of many readers. Which is exactly what Tanya wanted. Chapter 31, Land Ho. Visha sat on her favorite chair, or rather she collapsed onto it. While her time in the trenches was no comparison, she found her days beginning to resemble them even if she wasn't being shelled by artillery. Just a few minutes and then there's that meeting with the new workers. Before she knew it, she was sound asleep. Tanya floated in the room, because she forgotten her slippers, and saw her adjutant asleep, slumped in her chair. She frowned and then carefully placed a blanket on her before floating out again. Due to being unconscious, Visha didn't witness the blistering diatribe the devil of the Rhine laid on her workers. The essence was that everyone, at every level, needed to think for themselves, and if they wanted to forego higher thought processes, they were no better than cattle and needed to head to the slaughterhouse so they could feed people more productive than they are. When the ex-captain woke up, it was to the smell of dinner, or, rather, she woke up because of the smell of dinner. That smells lovely. Wait, what time is it? Oh no. Relax, Visha, everything's been handled. Come, let's eat. The table had been set with some largish Weisswursts, Himmel und Erde, Apfelkraut, and what looked like a light ale that Visha enjoyed. I'm afraid I didn't cook, but I did pick it out. As if in a dream, Visha sat down and loaded her plate with the Bavarian treats and sides. I don't know what to say. No need. You've been working far too hard. You need to learn to delegate more and find some reliable subordinates. Hammerschmidt should be bringing us a few soon, but I reminded everyone else that you aren't their personal oracle that can answer all their questions. She cut her sausage and enjoyed a bite that had cooled just enough to be enjoyable. Though her caloric output had dropped tremendously due to the lack of combat, her still growing body demanded nearly the same amount as in the past. I know, I've been trying hard to. That's the problem. We're not at war and there's nothing happening that we should sacrifice for. Not sleep, not health, nothing. Here's an order, find time to enjoy yourself. Go to nice restaurants, get a hobby, take a nap, pet a cat, whatever. You don't do any of those things, she said primly while eating heartily. Except for the restaurants. You got me. But to tell the truth, I'm doing what I enjoy. I like the intellectual challenge, making plans, seeing them through. You also don't see me falling asleep in the middle of the day, Visha blushed and nodded. Now remember, you are my right hand, not some grunt. When they should see your authority as well. It's almost time to incorporate and start handing out titles and formalizing everything, but there's so many eggs in the air right now. Give it a week and we'll be ready Ms. Vice President. Visha almost choked on a mouth of Apfelkraut. Cough cough cough. What? Tanya grinned, amused by the reaction. Don't sell yourself short, Visha. I trust you more than anyone on the planet and you are good at what you do. Who else would I pick? I guess that makes 2 planets if I was being precise. Well, you accepting or what? I don't know, it's so sudden. Shouldn't it be more formal, you know? She was thinking of contracts and other legal matters. Goodness, I didn't think she'd fight this much. Well, if I must. Tanya got on one knee, held her hand and said solemnly, "Victoria Ivanovna Serebryakov, would you do me the honor of being my vice president?" Visha blushed in ways that she had never experienced before, but her combat experience allowed her to recover quickly. "Well, I guess I could for a while at least." She then broke down laughing. Tanya took her seat, momentarily remembering that it wasn't long ago that she needed a boost to eat with others, and laughed as well. "Good. Now that is settled, we are going on a short trip tomorrow. It shouldn't take more than 3 days." "A trip? This is sudden." "Yes, well, some things have to be done in person." She waved at the stacks of paper in their office. "We are the proud owners of far too many mortgages about to default. Unlike those banks, I have no desire to lose money on worthless documents because they can't find a new idea with both hands." She nodded knowingly. "One great advantage of not having incorporated yet is that we can make all the decisions even if they would normally cause a board of directors to scream like banshees. Later on, we'll have to be more strict about things, but right now things are freer. It's because they trust you," she said with conviction. "Of course you're right. And working hard not to betray that trust is important. Just remember, life is to live and not just surviving. Hear that, being X? Screw you. I'm going to live a great life and spite you." They clinked glasses then, ale to water. ******. The town meeting was unusual in that it had been called by an outsider. The farmers were of hardy stock, used to labor and privation, but even they looked beaten down. Their eyes had the long stares that you saw in soldiers who had lost hope but were still breathing, just getting by from day to day even though the future was too bleak to fathom. Everyone here was suffering from mounting bills, terrible loans, defaulted mortgages. Mostly on farms, but other businesses as well. So many had lost loved ones in the Great War as soldiers came back broken or hadn't come back at all. Even those that hadn't lost all hope were angry. Angry at the war, the banks, the François, or just the world. They had heard that their loans and mortgages had been purchased, but why were the people whose properties had already been foreclosed here? They talked amongst themselves but no one had an answer. Finally, 2 women came into the room. Well, 1 woman and a teenager to be perfectly accurate. The older one was barely an adult herself and was amazingly attractive. Her brown hair, beautiful skin, and large blue eyes would do credit to a model or an actress, but she was dressed conservatively and carried a largish portfolio. Despite this, every eye was drawn to her companion. The younger one looked to be around 13 but carried an air of authority like a cloak blown a convenient breeze. She had even paler skin than the other one, gleaming blonde hair and ice blue eyes that seemed to stare through everyone she looked at. Any thought about asking questions stopped the second they saw her, and the room quieted immediately. Given the first impression, they were shocked when she began to speak. Somehow her lone voice carried to the ends of the room as if she was sitting right next to each of them. It was warm and somewhat comforting and made them feel like holding a hot cup of soup from a friend on a cold night. "Thank you for coming here tonight. I'm Tanya von Digurakov, you may have heard of me." Heard of her? At least this close to the Rhine, she was more well known than the Chancellor and certainly more famous than even the old Emperor. Even when news was censored to meaninglessness, word of mouth spread and amplified her exploits. "I know you've all been troubled recently, as have we all. The war, the aftermath, terrible things. My friends and I, want to help." There was a silence and one old farmer, bolder than most from having seen so much over his life, asked, "What can you do?" "The bills mount because no one can afford what we grow. We can't pay our loans, so we'll lose everything. Some of us have already lost their farms, their stores, their homes. How can you help with that?" Near the end, there was steel in his voice, but it faded quickly as he sat down. "Believe me, I understand. Visha here, formerly Captain Serebryakov, and I went through hail of sword and storms of bullet and somehow survived. But surely all of you can say the same thing. We are still here. We are still alive. And where there's life, there's hope." Before anyone could ask anything else, she continued. "You want solid answers and not rhetoric, so let's move on to that." Visha piled up a largish stack of legal documents. Those close enough could see there were mortgages and loan papers in the untidy pile. "My comrades and I, almost entirely made up of veterans and current officers of the Empire, have pooled our back pay and resources and bought out your loans. How does that help? A youngster, too young to have been drafted but now working an adult's work in place of a missing adult. We still owe so much, just now to you and not to the banks." She smiled briefly. "You would be surprised how much that can make a difference." She tapped the papers with her cane and they suddenly caught on fire. Those closest back off in fear, but soon they noticed that the flames were entirely contained and didn't extend beyond the table. Soon there was nothing left but ashes. "I want you, all of you, to have a fresh start. Let us make a new covenant for a new future. We'll make new loan documents but with crucial changes. Instead of possessing nothing, each of you will now own half of whatever the value of your land, your homes, and your businesses. Even if they have already been foreclosed. There will be a 5-year moratorium on interest and any old capitalized interest is gone just like these old papers. How can you manage to do this? That must have taken a fortune. Surely you're not so wealthy. She shook her head. A colonel's pay is handsome, but not so much as that. We went to the banks and convinced them it was better to sell to us than not. That was it. Even the greediest banker would rather see some money than none. That still doesn't help with how we pay you when no one is buying. The speaker was a middle-aged woman, hard-nosed and practical. She had widow's eyes but wasn't nearly as depressed as the rest. Good point. We are going to use an accounting trick. Instead of marks, all transactions will be in credits. If you grow potatoes, we'll take potatoes. If you grow wheat, we'll take wheat. This is a stopgap, naturally. Instead of gold or some metal, credits are backed by the value of our half of your deeds and whatever stock you have given us. Surely, you've all seen what the government is doing to the money? At the very least we have land and, well, potatoes to back these credits. Trade them amongst yourselves just like marks, but when you deal with other towns, we'll do the business and whatever is needed to sell in those markets. It was a foreign concept to most of them, but, even if they didn't understand it, they found her words oddly persuasive. The way her eyes glistened with the light of honest and belief won them over. The more experienced ones realized it was just a way of moving debt and ownership around. Moreover, what persuaded most of them was the fact that when they came in the building, they had nothing, and now they had a hope for the future. The new loan officer was an ex-soldier who was shy a leg and his other foot but was otherwise healthy. He patiently explained to all of them how to use credits in day-to-day life. Fortunately, farm country wasn't a hotbed of commerce and they had little need to purchase things every day. The middle-aged woman took it all in and seemed satisfied with the explanation, but she suddenly hugged Tanya tightly. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Her voice ended in a whisper. The war took my Anton, my sons too. And it was soon to take me. Thank you. Thank you. Why you're welcome, Frau. The woman finally let her go, unshed tears in her eyes. I heard that you sang for the François. Maybe you could sing for us and our lost ones. Tanya looked at her sternly. They are not lost. Their blood is soaked into every field of battle, they are the foundation of the empire. She gestured to the whole room. As are you all. She thought back through her repertoire and hit upon a song that fit. Thankfully Marlene Dietrich had sung it in half a dozen languages. Where have the flowers gone? Long time passing. Where have the flowers gone? Long time ago. When she was finished, she was greeted by tears or smiles, and most often both. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Officially, Visha and Tanya no longer had combat-grade orbs. In actuality, Tanya her assassin's toy and Visha had a carefully hidden orb captured from a mage from the Unified States that would never need it, or anything else, anymore. Naturally, they didn't do anything foolish like fight with them, but Visha recorded everything important and became a deft hand at using tiny amounts of space to record the images of papers so they could be called up without resorting to warehouses of bulky papers. Most certainly, anytime Tanya sang, it was very carefully recorded. For her part, Tanya rarely used her orb. Her ability to shape magic without the need for an intermediary device was growing daily. She still couldn't do the massive amount of destruction possible with a military orb, but during peacetime, who would need to? Still, it was a lengthy process to transfer orb images to paper for long-term preservation. Basically they had to be photographed and then printed in a variety of time-consuming steps. And there was an inevitable loss of fidelity. Die Wahrheit was known for its extensive use of aerial photography, but it certainly slowed down the production of the newspaper. Tanya was at the printers, asking about the delays while a sweat-faced worker tried to explain the process. So the orb image is photographed and that picture is transferred by heating this surface, right? Basically. That's a simplification, of course. Let me ask you, if the orb image was hot in the proper way, could it be applied directly to the printing surface over there? I guess so. Get all the reporters in here that are in the building. Let's give this a try. It took several minutes to explain what they needed. The reporter mages had underpowered orbs, good enough to lift and hover, and to capture images. She was asking them to do something a little tricky but not beyond what the devices could manage. Tanya was able to get a good enough heat gradient out of her orb images to affect the printing plate quickly. After an hour, only 2 of the reporters could do it reliably. Those of you who can't do it, don't worry, just keep doing your job as is. You too, the others will transfer their images to you, orb to orb, so there'll be no image quality degradation. One of you stop by in mornings and the other in the afternoon to do that chore. I know this takes up time from your reporting, so you'll get a bonus as well for every image we use in the paper, so make them good, right? Yes, ma'am. Tanya looked over the results between her and the other 2. Frankly, both of theirs were somewhat better than hers and she attributed that to their artistic natures. One day we'll have some technicians to make specialized orbs to simplify the process, but this is a reasonable workaround. In fact, you men have good heads, if any ideas occur to you, send them my way. I don't have a monopoly on inspiration. She turned to Visha, pass that down to everyone, please. Good ideas, opportunities, interesting news, anything that might be important. Bonuses for anything we can use and promotions for anyone who seems sharp enough to handle more responsibility. Ma'am, is this another area we are skipping formalities? Tanya grinned widely, what are those? We're the bosses, Visha. If they can perform, they are in. If they can't, they are out. That's the way it should be, right? Asterisk asterisk asterisk. A thin man with round shaded lenses watched a building from a rented apartment through a gap in the curtains. He made careful notes in a small journal in a shorthand impossible to decipher by anyone else. Each person, the time, and other relevant details. On occasion, he would lift his glasses and examine something through a small telescope. Next to him was a long, oblong case, suitable for holding an instrument. It was currently closed and secured with brass latches. He tapped his journal with a finger and then jotted down one more note. He pursed his lips and murmured. Tomorrow. Yes. Notes. True story, one of my former co-workers was a German expat, lovely woman. Very cheerful and fun to be around, and heard me say Gesundheit, when someone sneezed and it really tickled her. She mentioned no one ever spoke German around her in the States and she also missed the cuisine. So that weekend, I made her basically the menu I included in this chapter, different sausage because of availability. She was so touched. She admitted afterwards that despite it being from her home country, she had never eaten Apfelkraut and thought it was very tasty. Chapter 32, Crosshairs. Notes. Chutzpah is a precious commodity and Tanya somewhat reminds me of Theo Albrecht. He's one of the two brothers that run the Aldi empire. At any rate he was kidnapped, locked in a wardrobe for 17 days and held for ransom. While in there, he negotiated with the kidnappers to reduce the amount demanded. He was eventually released unharmed after being paid. Wait, it gets better. After his ordeal, he wrote the 7 million Deutschmark, about $3.5 million, ransom off on his company's taxes as a business expense for Aldi. The German government rejected this, so he took them to court and won. Now that is some awesome stuff, right? Chapter text. Astrid purchased a variety of things that it was better not to travel with and worked in their rented flat. Meanwhile Nova was enjoying a bit of a shopping spree that her francs afforded her as the exchange rates were ever in her favor here in Germania. Not that she spent all her time spending money. Of the two, she had the knack of ferreting out information from more corporeal sources while her partner was in contact with the ethereal. Astrid looked up from the floor when Nova came in but went back to her work. She had moved all the furniture to the edges of the room and had rolled up the carpet. She was drawing runes on the wooden floor and had embedded pins into the wood, some iron, some gold, and a large silver one. Her clothes were piled on a chair in the corner and her pale skin was marked with pigment here and there. Nova waited until Astrid stood up and stretched the kinks out of her back. Nice look. You keeping it for winter? Amusing, Nova? No, I didn't want to paint on my clothes. She walked carefully out of her diagram and then wiped herself down. So what have you found out? Well, our target has been busy over the past few months. Oh. She's founded a charity for orphans, made a new kind of pen, supported veterans to get their back pay, created a newspaper, gave jobs to widows, opened a store to sell discount goods, helped a bunch of farmers keep their land, and, she invented Zarts. What, really? She seemed more surprised about the last item than all the rest. By the way. Don't worry, I picked up a new stack while I was out. Astrid shrugged into a white dress and looked at the very intricate diagram she had created. Even before activating it, she sensed there were powerful forces at play and she had the devil of a time getting the pins in the right places. They kept fighting against her, wanting to choose their own locations. Nova brooded in thought, not usually a common habit of her. Sis, are we doing the right thing? Our original contract was pretty clear, take out the devil of the Rhine and all that. But I'm looking at the girl after the war and things are getting a lot muddier. The older sister sighed and suddenly wished she had some bad habit she could indulge in to relieve stress. Alas, she was unfortunately free of such harmful comforts. I wonder myself. My magic is fighting me ever since the last time. I've tried to cast her fortune again and I get nothing but contradictions, like she's more than one person. My best guess is that she is one of those rare people who can tip fates so she's standing at a crossroads. That's a problem. That's a big problem. This post-war Tanya is like a living saint. If we eliminate someone like that, the backlash. I know. She lowered her voice, I know. So our contract specifies that we have to make the attempt but not the method, correct? Naturally. We don't want them to get too fussy about details. So, if we gave information to one of the other assassins that are converging on Berun, that would qualify, right? Yes, probably. But that still leaves us with the problem of the fates hitting us with a metaphysical stick afterwards. Astrid smirked, not if we also warn Digirekov that they are coming and give her enough information that she has a fighting chance, right? Nova blinked. Will that really work? It's not perfect but we don't have a lot of useful tools right now. Nova looked at the diagrams on the floor and then at her notes on Digirekov and said softly, let's hedge it on her side, okay? Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Tanya looked over the rooms she shared with Visha. Nearly every surface was covered with paperwork. Personal items were squeezed into their 2 small bedrooms and were given over to business matters. Everything was organized precisely but that only highlighted how full the rooms had gotten. They had talked about moving for months but there was always something more to do and the transition would inevitably push back something on their schedules. As she worked on the latest reports, going through them with the speed that only a modern paper pusher could ever achieve, she heard a knock on the door. She didn't get up and let Visha answer it, assuming it was an unscheduled visitor. During business hours, she had trained all her workers to just knock once and enter. After a few minutes of too low to hear conversation, Tanya began to wonder what was taking so long. Just then Visha returned with a bemused look on her face. That was our landlady, Frau Linden. We have to move, don't we? As she put it, as soon as humanly possible. Tanya sighed. I can't blame her, honestly. We are quiet enough but the amount of foot and vehicular traffic must have been troublesome. She clapped her hands together suddenly. Okay. Close down everything on Friday. Get everyone to help move this paperwork carefully. You'll be in charge of packing, I'll handle unpacking. We'll move our offices into the small warehouse near the Capitol building. Full pay for everyone and let's have a true company meeting. Those that can't make it, we'll send memos. I want food and drink for lunch and dinner. The way the company is growing, this may be the last time we can have everyone under one roof. Let's enjoy it. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. The November wines were dry and still had the tiniest traces of fall even as they promised a bitter winter. As she stepped out of the car, Tanya pulled up the collar of her coat and surreptitiously ran a heat spell from her cane orb. It wasn't a patch on Norden but she was long out of practice sleeping in trenches or in snow-covered lands. The warehouse, which also functioned as one of the discount stores, officially called Schnäppchenmarkt but colloquially known as Tanya Markt. Though smallish for a warehouse, it had ample room in a second and third story and there was a parking area behind the building that they owned. It was currently tightly packed with army surplus trucks and transports plus a good selection of motorcycles. One more bus was just squeezing in and bevy of Zart factory workers dressed in their good clothes were disembarking. They spotted Tanya and Visha and started whispering amongst themselves, unsure of what to do. Tanya smiled and waved. Don't stand out here, it's too cold. Go inside, and get something warm to drink. I can't have my precious human resources freezing out here. And this way they'll know that I recognize their worth. I'll meet everyone later, I still have to organize my office. She made her way upstairs and let the rest mingle for a bit. The Zart workers were the ones that had come from farthest away so they were the last to arrive. Though the transports were efficient enough, they weren't heated and were by no means overly comfortable. They bustled in and were greeted by tables of drinks and light snacks. Up front were carafes of hot tea and coffee, accompanied by mulled cider. While they warmed up, they chatted with each other. Mostly about their employer. What a lovely person. I honestly had no idea she would be so young. I mean there were so many stories. Another woman laughed. Me too. I rather imagined someone much taller and more muscular than me somehow. Except with, you know. She gestured toward her chest. The laughter of those who overheard her drowned out the rest of the conversations. After they had warmed up and shed their outer coats, they went to the main part of the warehouse. Well-made kerosene heaters had been brought in to keep the room comfortable and there were plenty of chairs so no one was forced to stand if they didn't wish to. It was an interesting assortment of people though the vast majority were ex-military or female factory workers. By chance, the gender ratio was about even so it quickly came to feel more like a mixer than a business meeting. 30 minutes later, Tanya and Visha came out of the office. Visha was carrying a rather daunting stack of certificates while Tanya was spared the burden because she had a cane in one hand and very large bottle under her other arm. Hello everyone. Thank you for coming today. I know the trip was rather long and chilly for you and I hope you don't mind a bit of chilled champagne to celebrate today. She walked up the steps to a low platform and put the bottle on the table with an audible thud. They call this a Balthazar of champagne. Honestly I had no idea they even came in these sizes before we went looking. She had actually lucked into the purchase because the company that had ordered it had gone under very suddenly. Tanya snapped up the bottle at a discount and made a note to buy the other company later. Before we open that, let's get past the boring business part of this get-together. I'll keep it brief. But please ask any questions you might have. She shrugged off her coat to reveal her outfit. It was a quite unconventional but not completely unfamiliar. Her slacks had a narrow cuff, wider at the hips, with a narrow waist. This combined with a long-sleeved banded collar blouse with more room around the chest than men's clothing without being overly tight. She made no mention of her clothing and got straight to business. All of you have been working for us without formalities and I want to say we very much appreciate it. TVD will doing many things going forward and the only constant will be change. Tanya briefly wondered if she was the first person to say that trite phrase in this world. But I want to let you to know our core philosophy, people will be rewarded for their level of work. In fact, the goal is to have every worker be a partial owner so that you know when we do well, you are personally doing well. She went on to briefly describe the concept of stock options and how the longer they work, the more shares they would own. They will work hard for a long time and not insist on getting raises all the time. That should provide plenty of motivation without me having to spend any out of pocket right now. What Tanya failed to realize was that lifetime employment with minimal chances for advancement was the norm in the world she now lived in. To the people in the room, it looked like she trying to come up with a justification to give them more than they had earned yet because she wanted them to have a secure future. Okay, now for some unpleasant news but I'll keep it short. I'm sure you have all noticed how inflation has caused prices to spike recently. This will not get better anytime in the near future. That's why internally, the company will only use credits for all transactions. The vast benefit is that credits are as close to immune to inflation as possible since it's based on actual assets. Another benefit is that it's entirely non-taxable. Externally, of course, we have to take marks and buy things with marks but we're keeping that to a minimum. One woman, a foreman in her factory, raised her hand. Isn't that, less than legal? Ma'am. Good question. The answer is absolutely no. It's really just a glorified bartering system which we are keeping track of. When people buy from us with actual currency, we'll pay tax but not otherwise. So, for now and a long while, we will be rich in possessions but not so much in cash. Now, if you insist on taking some or all of your salaries in marks, that's fine and that lets us dump that paper even quicker. But I don't recommend it. To put it bluntly, to an outsider it looks like you are working for room and board and not much else. I'm hoping to have at least a weekly credit to gold to mark ratio posted for everyone soon. If you need to buy something we don't stock, you can ask our vendors to see if they can work out a supply or you can just exchange for marks as necessary. Again, I recommend carrying as few marks as possible. One of the newspapermen piped in. Is it really that bad? Here's a good analogy, imagine every paper mark as being on fire. That's how fast they are losing their value. The man smirked. So hold them too long and you'll get burned. Tanya was startled for a split second and then laughed. Exactly so. I, myself, only keep enough paper marks on hand to buy a meal or get coffee. She cleared her throat. Okay, enough of the depressing stuff. The empire has weathered worse but there's nothing to be done about that. We'll keep our people as safe as possible, eh? Visha, the agreements, please. Visha efficiently handed out the certificates. So if you want to participate in the company and not just be employee, you can sign these. I know, a tiny fraction of a % of the company's assets doesn't sound like a lot but we have a lot of assets and they are growing every day. The current value of 1/1000th of 1% before inflation is, how much was it? Visha looked at her notes and called out an improbably high figure. Ah, that's right. Remember as an owner when your stock vests, it might be worth many times than that. Frankly, it depends on all of our hard work together. At any rate, read those over and decide whether you want to be involved. Next, let's go to our department heads. Zarts. An older woman named Helga with a no-nonsense look about her stood up. Production is going very well. We can't keep up with demand and most of our product is being exported right now to the Republic and the Commonwealth. Your doctor is exploring opening up farther countries in Europa and the Unified States but likely we would need factories closer to the customers. Good. Keep hiring people as fast as you can as we find suitable properties to build new factories. And remember the hiring rule, only women in production and management. Men are acceptable for any other job. People who actually use Zarts should be the ones that will have the best ideas, right? Her comment was met with nervous, but genuine, laughter. One of the line workers raised her hand. My mother taught me to carefully wrap dried flower petals in mine so they would smell nicer. Helga makes sure she gets a bonus for that idea. Put some people in charge about finding ways to improve them like that. Try flowers, perfumes, baking soda, and talc or whatever else you can try to see if there's an easy way to make things more pleasant for all of us. Examine the possibility of both a high-end and a common market. I want every rich woman to consider our products essential to their lives. That money will help everyone else in the long run since they will be paying for our research costs. Okay, finance next. Hammerschmidt said, I gathered some smart people that understand what we're trying to do. Some want to work directly for you now while others are willing to bide their time as they help me hunt for bargains. I'd say 90+% wanted to buy shares immediately once they realized how large our portfolio had gotten. She saw that he had half a dozen smart-looking people with him, 5 women and a man. So these are direct hires, then. How many others are waiting? I've gotten commitments from most of them, around 65? No less than 50 if we had to move quickly. What? 65. We only need 5. I have to keep them busy. She didn't let her consternation show. Good job. Remember, the value to the corporation is based on results. Pay, at first, will only be credits and options. But make sure they know that every credit is basically an access to our assets. If they pile up enough and want some land we aren't using or other material goods in stock, that's what they are there for. Your people should be smart enough to make money like that, and if they aren't, they shouldn't be working for us. Yes, ma'am. I see it now. Our financial information network will let us know everything that's happening before everyone else. We can leverage that into guiding our investments and bargain hunting. And there's no paper or money trail of any sort. This is brilliant. He looked at Tanya with fresh surprise and admiration. Do you need any more gold for leverage? No, ma'am, we've been hitting only best bargains and have even managed some like-for-like trades if someone wanted a property we had in our portfolio. Good, good. Bartering is the way to go if at all possible. She glanced at the head of the Tanya marks. The same goes for our stores, actually. If anyone has something better than marks to trade, you have the authority to do it. Try to avoid perishables, of course, unless you intend to sell them the same day. She frowned and sighed. Don't take a loss, but try your best. People will be pawning their family heirlooms soon. Anything made of gold and silver is worth it. It's almost a certainty that the government will ban the private ownership of gold any day now and will demand that citizens turn it in exchange for marks. Keep your ears out and be ready to move all our reserves over the border to the Republic before that happens. Help people keep their valuables from being taken for a pittance and then get the metal out of the country so that it can't be taken from us. Help them and help us at the same time. How far ahead is she looking? The head of the marks made a careful note and reminded himself to explain things to the others when he had a moment. Okay, for the newspaper, anything new to report? Well, that is our job, ha ha ha. But seriously, the image transfer process is going swimmingly. Actually, we wanted to show you the results. He produced a piece of paper and the picture on it was stunning. It depicted a scene from the park in the finest detail and resolution. Tanya and Visha looked it over with interest. Visha's eyes opened wider. That's remarkable. It looks so real. We can only get this level of quality when not using newsprint, but even our paper pictures are miles ahead of our competitors. Go with this for the paper and expand our print shop to take orders for these photo quality prints. Tanya began to think of how modern prints were created. See if one of the mages can find a way to separate the color components of the images so we can print with colored inks. The publisher caught on immediately. I see. Different ink colors on separate plates and then combined on the paper. It's just a thought, but if you can make it work, it could be valuable. Don't go overboard if it's too hard. Will do. She turned to a cheerful man in a wheelchair. How are the farms doing? Good, good. People are glad to have a market for their goods, even if they are being paid in credits rather than marks. Most of the produce is going to the Schnäppchen marts and we bring back needed supplies on the return leg. He brushed his somewhat tangled hair out of his eyes. Frankly, I didn't think it would be this smooth. People got used to using credits much faster than I thought they would, although there has been a call to print some for general convenience. We'll have to skip that for now. Founding a new physical currency might get regulators poking around our business and we don't want that. She pondered briefly. If they want to use something just among themselves, take some 1 pfennig coins and do something to mark them as credit substitutes. Make sure you deduct those credits from their account and inform them, they should only be traded to other people with credit accounts. So if someone comes around trying to buy with credits that they don't know, just have them directed to you and can find out where they got them. Yes, ma'am. He gave a jaunty salute. Tanya turned to the next person. Sergeant Lang, how goes the pen business? Quite well, Colonel. With the production lines working well, but my machinists and electricians are looking for the next project. Crud, I've forgotten these creative types always need something new to keep them occupied. Let's stall for a bit. Certainly. First though, how's the feedback on the high-end pens? Oh, quite good. In fact, one lawyer said it was the best thing since the invention of the wheel. Best thing since, okay, here's some ideas to keep your men busy. But keep in mind, if they have their own idea for an invention, it's not a bad idea to let them try it out to see if it goes anywhere. There's a world of uninvented things, yes? Okay, first is a machine to slice bread neatly. I suggest have a row of knives hooked up to an oscillating engine. Along with that, a toaster that toasts on both sides and automatically ejects the bread when it's done. Putting white paint in small bottles with an applicator brush that screws on the lid top for getting rid of typos. A better entrenching tool, one that folds for easy storage. She rattled off a dozen things that hadn't been created yet but were quite possible with the current technology. Tanya even drew rough sketches when just her suggestions weren't good enough to convey the idea fully. Lang jotted down all the suggestions, not willing to miss even one. One common element in all of them is that they seemed to be things that his men could create with just a bit of trial and error, and yet no one had attempted to make them before. Since they were getting a share of the profits, it was like giving them money. "I'll see to it, Colonel." "Ah, that was useful after all. Given enough hints, those fellows will reproduce every convenience I was accustomed to in Japan. Speaking of which, now that the war is over, maybe we can look into getting some condiments and ingredients from there? Perhaps this body prefers Western food, but once in a while, I do crave a nice tonkatsu with the proper sauce." She looked around. "Is that everyone? Good, then. Please, everyone enjoy yourselves. If you have any questions or ideas or just want to chat, we have all the time between luncheon and dinner for that." The plan was to transport everyone back home after dinner, but she wanted them to have a relaxing, if short, paid vacation until then. The meeting turned into a casual party with plenty of food catered in. The massive bottle of champagne was opened with much hoopla and enjoyed by all, other than Tanya, of course. Gladio ambled over, with a pleased look on his face and a sandwich in hand. He had arrived late due to necessary work but quickly found his way to the buffet. "Quite the nice get-together you organized here. Much better than the stuffy meetings I've been in." "Oh, my report, yes, of course. We've gotten phonograph record pressers under contract in most countries now and they are already producing albums. They remit us our royalties quarterly, so no money yet, but I expect soon. Foreign currencies only, right?" "Yes, yes, as instructed." "Good. Convert everything to gold reserves as you can and ship it to the Waldstadt Confederacy. How about the ballpoint business and Zarts? A little later, but we expect to see results from the factories next year. You'll need to find good managers in each of those countries, I think." She waved him off. "Talk to Hammerschmidt. See if anyone has a yen to travel and speaks the language. If they can find someone trustworthy locally, that's good too. Better to have someone honest than having the best business acumen. We can hire experts, but we need to count on the managers. Honestly, Gladio, the less I have to do there, the better. Treat any new inventions or ventures the same. I understand MLLE Girekov. I may take one of those trips myself to inspect. My English is quite good." He spoke a few garbled phrases that set Tanya's teeth on edge. She responded in fluent, though accented, English. "Stop, stop. The only one you would convince that was correct are dogs and the deaf." Her grasp of the language shocked several people, but not those who knew her well. The fact that she liked to create songs in English was well known to some, and Visha was used to her reading Alba-ish newspapers whenever she could. "Ah, perhaps I should practice some more, yes. That would be for the best," she responded dryly. She looked at the time. "Pardon, I have to step out right now. Please don't mind me." Gladio looked puzzled before Visha filled him in. "Ah, she likes to step out for breaks during long meetings. I think it mostly to get away from smoky rooms, but it's a bit of a habit now." Tanya shrugged into her coat and stepped outside into the crowded parking lot. She felt the cold more keenly than she did when she was a man in Japan, and mentally apologized to the women she thought were just weak at that time. The nearly full moon cast sharp shadows everywhere. She tapped a motorcycle with her cane, wondering if they could institute a courier service with them. "What am I thinking? Mages could do it so much better. I'll need to get the laws changed for messengers and emergency uses. Mage ambulances." Just then there was a muffled crack. She fell to the ground, and a wide splatter of red splashed on the side of the bus behind her. She lay on her back with a small red hole in her forehead and stared lifelessly at the uncaring sky. A widening pool of blood formed around her head, staining the gold of her hair a bright crimson as dogs responded to unexpected noise. Chapter 33, Rewind. 6 hours earlier. Tanya and Visha went into their warehouse office for last-minute preparations before the meeting. Visha, her senses highly tuned by her time in the field in general, and with white silver in particular, knew something was wrong. "What is it, Tanya?" She grimaced and said, "I can't hide it from you, can I? I received a letter this morning." She pushed the piece of paper across her desk. The paper featured a carefully drawn depiction of a night sky over a city. The lines were precise but the proportions were off, emphasizing some things and downplaying others. Instead of a moon, however, there was a circle-filled characters of some sort. "That's quite odd, what do you think it means?" "The moon is the second ring of Charlemagne, said to protect against fear in your heart or sudden death." Visha blinked. "That's quite esoteric, Tanya." "How? No, why, do you even know that?" "I've been studying pre-orb magic systems since I was attacked in the Republic. I met someone that made it abundantly clear to me that we, the modern world, are missing something important because of our reliance on this technology." She spun her cane in one hand nonchalantly. The other woman examined the picture carefully. If this depicts an actual sky, by the height of the moon and the constellations, I'd say this was close to now, even today possibly, about 6 p.m. All her time in reckoning training hadn't been wasted. Good guess since you didn't use tools. It's almost precisely 6:30. That building, she tapped a part of the picture, is just outside. Whatever it's depicting is now I'm certain. Today. We have no plans to be here at any other time, so in about 6 hours this is saying something is going to happen. Something involving sudden death. A bomb or a sniper. In the middle of Berun? A sniper is the most likely. Can you imagine the size of the bomb required to get through a mage shield? And it'd have to be close enough to be sure to get me. She put on a predatory grin. I hope you don't think I'm being egotistical in thinking I'm the target. It is a bit vain but I suppose you're right. So, do you trust this warning? Actually I do. There's a word of truth drawn invisibly on the paper. You can feel it, just lightly touch the paper or spread a fine powder on the surface. There would be quite the backlash on the caster should they violate its trust. Those northern traditions place great emphasis on honor and balance. To violate the word would be like swallowing an armed grenade. This seems a bit too elaborate though. Vishal looked skeptical. Why be so obscure? That I couldn't tell you. Maybe I'll get to ask them someday. For now, though, here's what we're going to do. *****. 12 hours earlier. Excuse me, sir, may I have a moment? An attractive brunette woman asked a nondescript man carrying an instrument case as he was purchasing groceries. Pardon me, Fräulein, I'm quite busy. Oh, but you'll want to hear what I have to say, Mr. Raven. A dozen scenarios flashed through his head before he decided. Shall we go someplace to speak, then? The restaurant lacked outdoor seating, which would have been ideal, but it also lacked customers and the side room they sat in was blissfully free service staff. The man sat across from the mage carefully. He noted that people avoided the room as if it didn't exist. So, what do you want? Nova grinned and released her disguise spell. He sucked in his breath through his teeth. I see. I assume the other half of the Witches of the North is near us now. She pouted. Now. That's not the most flattering description of two lovely young ladies such as ourselves. Enough. What do you want? That's simplicity itself. We want to give you information that will help you on your mission. And, may I add, entirely for free. He mentally revisited his options but had to admit that they had him dead to rights here. They could have set up anything and half of their pair was entirely out of sight and could be planning anything. The odds of killing her and surviving himself were so close to zero, they were next door neighbors. I'm not one to believe in Sinterklaas, four-leaf clovers, or anything for free. So you're going to have to do better than that. Fine, if I have to tell all the details. Our mission is likely the exact same as yours. To be perfectly blunt, Berun is about to turn into an assassins' convention pretty soon now. Maybe not as spectacular as the one in the Republic but still a good chance to mingle and chat with fellow. Enough, woman. Can you please get to the point? He rarely lost his temper and he never visibly lost it but this was a special occasion. This is why conversation is a dying art, you know. Okay, we want to help you in your little mission but don't want to get directly involved. You might know that we get credit for the attempt of a mission. Win, lose, or draw. But it gets even better, mein Freund. We also get credit if someone else completes a mission on our watch. That's generous of them. He didn't mention who they are, as they both knew. Oh, they hate it, but we wrote the contract and that's how the game is played. So if we give you assistance and you succeed, we win. He frowned slightly. And if I fail, you can still try again. Clever Mr. Raven. We can give you a top-notch location where the target will be, the time, and a near-certain guarantee that she will be alone. There are even buildings nearby with great elevation and line of sight. Not quite shooting ducks on a pond but pretty close, The sniper considered the offer carefully. It was well known that a legion of assassins had rusted silver in their sights. Given the ties the witches had to the Council of 10, it was quite plausible they would have pulled a favor to make this happen. And, since he could always check out the information ahead of time, the worst that could happen is that he could just ignore it and continue as planned. Truly the mythical free lunch had appeared before him. I accept. Tell me more. No reason not to take their offer. After all, what could go wrong? *****. 18 hours earlier. Astrid was modifying her mystic map of Berun, using only moonlight as a light source. This required Nova to jimmy a half-dozen or so artificial lights outside their room but she was careful to note which ones so she could set them right again in a few hours. Besides, very few people really need a light on at midnight anyway. Grasping fate as opposed to reading it was like the difference between creating sculpture and merely appreciating it. Both require a fine eye and a firm grasp of artistry, but the skills and strength required were profoundly different. Even with her skills, she had to use the lightest touch or face horrifying consequences. Touching Digirekov directly was completely out of the question, of course. There were more lines of fate going through her than 1,000 random people. Forces, powerful ones, were pulling her to and fro. Astrid sensed one had been severed recently, a large one, and that had caused the headstrong former colonel to drag the remainder behind her like a wild bull pulling a score of outmatched cowboys by their own lariats. No, what she was doing was far more subtle. She was giving tiny hexes to killers who were spiraling their way to the city. One man accidentally took the wrong bus, 6 more were stopped at the border when their false papers smudged after accidentally being splashed by sudden rain, 2 others who had an on-again, off-again affair met each other unexpectedly and lost nearly 5 days before getting back to business. Minute setbacks, but they prevented the other killers from arriving at the same time. The last, and easiest, thing she did was to elaborate on the drawing Nova had given her. Other than the WIRD, there was no power in the paper, just a hint of what was to come. Careful lines, a dot here, a tiny mark there. Of course, the Ring of Charlemagne took the most time, as a misdrawn rune with no power instilled could be dangerous in and of itself. She touched one of the lines when she was done and looked at her pen with admiration. What a wonderful thing she has wrought. I should buy some more for Christmas gifts. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. 24 hours earlier. Nova, posing as a common shopper, picked up various items from the warehouse/store. The items were a bit of a hodgepodge, though they were roughly organized by function. Food items were on one side, mostly consisting of simple staple products like potatoes, carrots, wheat flour, and the like, though there was a small display of day-old bread on sale, currently empty. The right and most of the rear had larger things like furniture and industrial machinery. None of it was new, and all showed signs of wear, but nothing was broken even if it had been refurbished. The center was housewares and clothing and all manner of military surplus. Near the cashier, she saw there was a stack of newspapers, a art display, and inside a glass case a number of finely made pens. Honestly, they looked out of place with their fresh newness compared to the rest of the market, but all appeared to be selling along with the other items. Out of curiosity, she bought 2 of the pens and a newspaper since they had piqued her interest. Plus she'd need to draw soon anyway. She paid for her purchases and stepped into the chilly, early evening air. Using the newspaper to provide support for a square of paper, she quickly drew the night sky and the surrounding buildings, but leaving the moon a blank circle. Having finished early, she traipsed to a local eatery for a solo dinner. Astrid was fasting and Nova thought it best and kindest to not eat in front of her. Plus her temper became very short when she was hungry. To pass the time, she flipped through Die Wahrheit as she ate. She was amused by the inaccuracy contest and noticed that the advertisements were almost clinically free from hyperbole. TVD's products had the most eye-catching advertisements and occupied prime real estate. She was amazed by the high quality of the numerous pictures that graced its articles and giggled at the rather droll commentary on the state of the leadership of the empire. Oh, our little Silver had her hand in these editorials, I'm sure. It seems she likes the taste of sacred cow after she's flamed it a bit. The financial section had a prominent place and there was a chart denoting the fall of the mark against gold. She gathered that it was a regular, if not fixed, feature on the page. Nova was no financial genius, but even she could tell that a currency losing half its value in a few short months wasn't good. The entertainment section was rather small, but there was an announcement of something being made for sale in December by TVD. What is a holiday album? I guess it's music of some sort. Maybe I should get a copy. She sipped a digestive and wondered if it would ever get produced. I guess we'll know in a day. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Now. Mr. Raven examined the body through his scope carefully. He had only 4 of the mage killer rounds, as they were more expensive than their weight in gold, or 100 times their weight in gold. He needed to know whether an additional round would be required and was loath to waste such a precious resource on a dead girl. Unlike other assassins, he didn't have a trace of magic so that he could avoid tipping off the ultra-sensitive white silver to his presence. His analysis of the past failures made him conclude she always had advance warning of their attacks, and he concluded that this was the key element. A non-mage sniper with rounds specially crafted to penetrate even a potent magic shield would provide an optimal chance. Something was nagging him about the kill, though. It was a clean wound, right on target, and he had seen many dead bodies in his days. There were few people who looked like her, so he saw no reason to think it was a look-alike. But what was wrong? Fuck. He jumped back as a mage beam shot through the space his head had just occupied seconds ago. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. 5 minutes earlier. Visha heard the expected gunshot and nodded. The ex-military men instinctively tried to grab weapons that weren't there or looked for cover. She raised her voice as the startled guests looked around. Please, everyone, don't worry. There's an incident outside and Frau Digirekov is taking care of it. But, for now, please remain indoors. Outside, Tanya scanned the surrounding buildings invisible in a shadowy cover while she maintained the illusion of her dead body. She spotted the tiny glint of light reflected off of the sniper's scope. Gotcha! She fired a mage bolt with an insane level of precision but noted with annoyance that he had anticipated the attack and had gotten out of sight. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Now. I knew something was wrong. No one came out of the building after the noise. He was scrambling toward the exit, so he didn't get to see Tanya rocketing toward him with glowing red shoes and several decoys all maneuvering independently. He ejected the blank cartridge from his rifle and reloaded it with a mage killer despite his fear. In all his years as an assassin, he never had failed a mission and certainly not against the most dangerous girl on 2 continents. When she flew into the window, he reflexively fired his weapon and cursed when the illusion vanished like a popped bubble. Fuck. His facade of calmness left him as he fumbled to reload his gun. In those moments, 2 copies of Tanya floated into the room. His mind raced faster than it ever had before. One of them is fake, but I only have one chance. She has to be in the room because she needs line of sight to control her illusions, so it has to be one of them. Both were floating toward him with truly devilish smiles on their faces and puffs of steam coming from their mouths in the cold night air. He wavered for a second and then he noticed he could hear the gentle breathing of the one on the left. In a split-second decision, he fired at the one on the right. As Tanya stumbled backwards, he thought with pride, she's an expert with sounds, so she quieted her own and gave her illusion the semblance of. It was then that he felt something enter his back, neatly severing his spine and destroying his heart. As he slumped over, he saw the very tip of a mage blade pulled out of his dying body and a blonde girl dispassionately looking down on him. The moonlight from a side window lit up half of her face like an angel with the other half was wreathed in darkness. Notes. Shrouded in curses was the one who guessed an illusory Tanya took the bullet. Congrats. -1 point for the body double idea, though, haha. Tanya is not evil despite the name of the series, at least the way I write her. Chapter 34 'Tis the season. Tanya carefully searched the room for a second assassin but only found the one man. When she first saw him, she wanted to capture him for interrogation but the room was too dark and too filled with broken furniture and abandoned items to give her that luxury. So she naturally decided the quickest, safest way to kill him and did so without hesitation. She pushed the body over with one foot and examined the man. Other than the look of surprise on his face, he was nondescript. Interesting, not a mage but still deadly. She found the last round clutched in his hand. It was made of a shiny alloy that looked like reddened gold. Her fingers felt oddly cold as she touched it, as if the heat were being forcibly pulled from her body. What the hell is this thing? She shook her head and wrapped it in a handkerchief before stuffing it in her pocket. Getting the authorities involved is so much trouble. She did a quick calculation between the guaranteed hassle if she reported it, the likely response and consequences compared to if she covered up the incident multiplied by the chance it would be discovered. Okay, then. She cast a spell she normally used to get rid of classified documents, just with a larger area. Inside the boundaries, the heat was extreme but no gases and very little light leaked out. When she was done and released the spell, there was little left but hot CO2 and a fine ash that blew away with the chilly late autumn wind. Because of the amount of metal involved, she took the sniper rifle with her in the convenient case provided. Though it wasn't her usual style, she decided to either keep or dispose of it later. She checked her internal clock, less than 10 minutes had transpired. Time to get back inside. She found that the meeting-goers were unsettled but not panicked and her return alleviated even that. No problems, everyone, please continue enjoying yourselves. Vishal looked over questioningly and Tanya just nodded. An entire conversation in just 2 glances. With that off her mind, she felt freer than she had all day and decided to finish up some business, one-on-one. She figuratively grabbed the head of the Schnäppchenmarts. How are the inventory levels? My military contacts are eager to empty a lot more warehouses. The man looked rather embarrassed. Generally good, ma'am, but I made a poor decision I think. Oh. She strove to recall anything that stood out but he had been handling things competently so nothing came to mind. I accepted large quantities of surplus blankets assuming that they would be appropriately seasonal but I'm not getting nearly the sales I expected, not even a tenth. There's so little interest in blankets? With winter coming on? Surely not. He looked somewhat melancholy. Oh, there's interest, but the people most interested don't have the money to pay. Slash the price to the bone and if you think that won't do it, just give them away. Ma'am. She shrugged. We are getting them at prices that are literally cheaper than dirt. If we take a little loss, at least we don't have to keep them in inventory. Tanya patted the man on the shoulder, wishing she was as tall as she was in her last life to make the gesture more natural. Don't sweat every pfennig and look at the big picture. If you have other stock with high interest but isn't moving, just do the same and we'll make it up with other things. This will be good advertising or even function as a loss leader for other sales. Those blankets will be useless in a few months and this is a good lesson for him on inventory management. The man nearly teared up. She's telling me to give away blankets to the poor with winter coming. How generous can she be? And she wants me to give away other things that they might need, too. I'll make sure of it. That December, many families were grateful for the gift of blankets or surprised when extra items like a bag of potatoes or a bar of army surplus chocolate for their children was slipped into their purchases. With that, family by family, neighborhood by neighborhood, the word began to spread. But that word was a name. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. The next day, an intense man with circular glasses and a starched collar approached her at their new office. Frau Diegereckhoff, a moment. She was puzzled for a second and then recalled him. Herr Braunfels, so good of you to come even on such short notice. Have you decided to work with me on the album? I would like to say yes, but I was curious why you chose me. He did, indeed, look somewhat puzzled but not displeased. You appreciate, and compose, such a wide range of styles. That you are also a veteran and a man of honor are points in your favor as well. I'm glad you can come down from the lofty works of the orchestra for my little jingles. He smiled, a gentler expression than before. Music is music. Am I so lofty to think my music is the be-all and end-all? To be honest, having my name tied to a project of yours might raise interest in my other works. Excellent. I've had a studio constructed in a spare building with excellent sound equipment to properly capture our work. She nodded knowingly. Of course, a recording is not as good as hearing fantastisk Erscheinungen live, but we are not making art this time. You do yourself a discredit. I found myself profoundly moved by the title track, moved to tears I must admit. As a veteran, no as a human being, how can one not feel the pathos? My goal is more smiles than tears, Walter. There are those aplenty. To a fruitful collaboration. He shook her hand firmly before leaving, perhaps not even realizing that he was humming I'm Dreaming of a White Christmas as he walked away. Tanya grinned as she went back into her office. An expression that can only be described as wicked. See that, being X? I'm going to turn your favorite holiday into a hotbed of schmaltz and commercialism. I have enough material to put out a thoroughly secular Christmas album every year for the rest of my life. No religion, just sleigh bells, Santa Claus, winter wonderlands, and Rudolph the goddamned reindeer. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. The Christmas album was a runaway success. Its official title was I'm Dreaming of a White Christmas, but the more informal title was how people referred to it. Despite her threats to being X, there was no mention of flying reindeer, red-nosed or otherwise. In addition to that song, she covered Jingle Bells and had new songs like Walking in a Winter Wonderland, Most Wonderful Time of the Year and Silver Bells. The jacket cover featured Tanya in a long fur-lined coat walking down a snowy road with fanciful visions floating above head in rather stylized artwork. The beautiful detail of her face and clothes contrasted wonderfully with the drawn artwork, make the image surreal and magical. Certainly, two of the more magical women in Berun were enjoying it. Nova was putting the needle back for another listen on the first side while Astrid made a hot tea to ward off the cold seeping in from outside. Snow had just begun to fall, ushering in both December and true winter weather. Nova relaxed as she listened and sipped her tea. These songs are so much fun. Do you think she'll translate them like her other albums? Why wouldn't she? Our figurative Miss Silver loves a more literal Silver when she can get it. Why, have you become a fan? Astrid noted which assassins were in reference to Berun and how best to guide them properly. It was like scheduling a station with too many trains coming in. She just absorbed Nova's rants without paying too much attention. No. Well, yes, technically. But there's something off about all this. She's a peace-loving warmonger. She destroys the armies of entire countries, but she is also supporting widows, orphans and veterans. She's a born and bred Germanian citizen but has a weird preference for English music, Francois cuisine, fine coffee from whoever sells it. She's a huge puzzle and we don't have enough pieces, but we should. Her life is practically an open book. She slapped a copy of Tanya's biography next to her. I take that back, it is an open book. This one right here. Astrid smiled. She felt the threads of fate while her sister was much more here and now about life. Don't trouble yourself so much. The past is just the box around the future. It can hint at what's inside but it can't truly encompass it. Wow. I mean, wow. That makes even less sense than usual. Never you mind, short and surly sister. We've bet on her once, I say let's continue. We could work quite a few, hey, who's short? When you grow up, I'll stop calling you short. Now, attention please. We have our next helper arriving soon. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Rirajan had added Die Wahrheit to his list of regular periodicals. It was not published daily like some, but he actually found it both entertaining and insightful. Less pleasant, though not at all untruthful, were the attacks on the administration. The only politician that dared to speak out against the paper soon found a multi-page expose of his darkest secrets revealed not 2 weeks later. With photos. He resigned in disgrace immediately. It was a frightening amount of power they now wielded, as no one knew how she got her information, just that it proved accurate. On the other hand, he had won 200 marks by correcting a small error of fact in that very article. He wasn't sure what had prompted him to submit to their contest, but the very polite congratulations letter they sent him along with the money was locked tightly in his safe. In addition, his investment in her was growing at a rather amazing rate. But, as far as he could tell, there wasn't a whiff of a Ponzi scheme to be found. She simply bought cheap and sold high. Over and over again. As a test, he had withdrawn a bit of his stock in the form of land. Somehow her corporation happened to own 50 acres of pasture land near his family home. Because he was an early investor, and that had bloomed nicely, he already considered himself repaid. That purchase still barely dented his portfolio, though. The political office was still planning something involving gold. The first round of reparation payments had barely met muster, but the next would be simply impossible. Yet the word gold was heard in more whispered conversations than any other, though the speakers would quickly shut up if they thought anyone else was around. He knew whatever it was, it would be underhanded and potentially disastrous for the country. Dreading the necessity, he decided to beard the devil in her own lair, or perhaps just one of the lesser imps. Serebryakov agreed to meet him at a cafe not too far distant from either office of theirs. Certainly he could have called, their business now had the wherewithal and need to have a dedicated phone, but it was hardly secure. Every call in or out of Central Command was logged, even if not actively monitored, and he wished no trail of this conversation. Visha waved toward him as he entered. "Ah, General. I've taken the liberty of ordering some appetizers. You take your coffee with a dash of cream, yes?" He sat down and nodded. "You have a good memory, Frau Serebryakov." "Please, sir, just Visha. I'm not as formal as that." She waved over a waiter and ordered drinks for the two of them. Rirujan found the changes in her to be quite interesting. She had a growing confidence and maturity so rare in someone her age, man or woman. Honestly, she was exactly the kind of person the military needed now more than ever, but Digirekov had gotten to her first. "Then I insist you call me Eric. Too many people who just want something from me, call me General." "Eric it is, then." She smiled, and he was struck by how attractive the former captain was. Dressed in appropriately feminine civilian clothes rather than the less than flattering uniforms of the Empire, she cut quite the image. Deliberately distracting himself from that line of thought, he broached the topic on his mind. "The political office is planning something big. All I know is that gold is involved. They are past desperate, and what foresight they ever had is long gone now." Visha breathed in quickly and then said slowly. "Any time frame you can deduce?" "Soon." He almost felt guilty about helping Digirekov, but he honestly considered her the lesser of the two evils, and that was saying a lot. "Excuse me, Eric. I think Tanya would want to hear of this immediately." She tucked a bill under her plate to pay for their food and stood up abruptly. Before she left, she stopped and squeezed his arm warmly. "Thanks. You're a good friend." He sat there, a bit stunned by the contact and her sudden departure. As he sipped his coffee, he wondered why he was avoiding thinking about the attractive woman who just left. She was no longer a minor and no longer a subordinate of his. Her obvious attractiveness, both physical and mental, were considerable. Then he remembered that she was Digirekov's mother. He shuddered and resolutely put Visha back in the unavailable category. *****. Tanya nodded as Visha gave her the news. "Ah, sooner than I thought. It's good that we learned this now." "What did we learn? Are they coming after our gold?" Tanya looked positively grim. "No, they are coming after everyone's. They will make public ownership of gold illegal soon and will buy it with worthless marks. We have at most a few days. Send out word to get all our gold to the Confederacy ahead of schedule. Use foreign currencies as much as possible in our trading." "What about silver?" Keep the silver for now. It might even see a spike in value as the gold is drawn off. Also, keep a minimal amount of necessary gold in the form of rings, jewelry and the like. Not too much in one place, make it look like personal property." She tapped her desk as she thought. "Tell our colleagues, too. There's no reason why they shouldn't protect themselves as well. What a great ally Rirujan is. He's helping us even at risk to his own reputation and safety. I must do something for him to show our sincerity." Given her relationship with being X, she was loath to celebrate anything involved with religion. But given her desire to turn one of the great religious holidays into an exercise of crass commercialism, it wouldn't be bad to start at home with a few presents. Certainly, she could easily afford a few gifts now, and her network of contacts had grown dramatically. Keep the true spirit of Christmas in mind, she planned gifts for everyone she wanted to stay in her circle of acquaintances, another group of close acquaintances and a tiny group that had become true friends. The first group got mostly gold-plated pens with fine stationery, the second a selection of the new inventions that were beginning to be produced, and the rest actual gifts that she thought through more carefully. The men of the 203rd got bottles of fine liquor apiece and new combat gear. Survival knives based on what she remembered from the 21st century, foldable entrenching tools and a tiny hidden backup orb in the knife, good for one good blast on an enemy in dire situations. The liquor was the most popular, but the rest was appreciated. Rudersdorf got fine cigars in a silver humidor, along with a card that begged him not to smoke them around her, and Zetter received an extending pointer and a collection of translated strategy books from the Far East. To Uger and his family was a collection of board games they had never seen before so that he could play with his family, now working on their third child. Rirujen himself was surprised when he received a new electric phonograph and a full set of Tanya's recordings. The note that came with it just said, "Thank you for all you've done for me. Best wishes, Tanya von Digerekov." He spent the rest of Christmas wondering exactly what she meant by that. As for Visha, the two spent a very quiet Christmas together, sipping hot cocoa or coffee as the mood struck, eating treats and listening to music. Visha was surprised that Tanya didn't want to go to Christmas Mass, but she had come to realize that Tanya's relationships with any higher power was somewhat unusual. Visha had given her a lovely fur-trimmed coat, much like her own, with matching boots and furry hat. In return, Tanya had given her a gold necklace with a picture charm, currently empty. Inscribed inside, in very fine letters it said, "To my friend." "Oh, Tanya, it's lovely." She put it on immediately. "I'm sorry that it's just a practical gift. If you ever need to sell it, it won't bother me." Visha looked scandalized, as if I would. She admired it in the mirror before sitting down again. "Merry Christmas, Tanya." "What the hell, it's just one day." "Merry Christmas to you too." Notes. This marks the end of ARC2. It's been a great ride so far and I have much more planned. If you want a good laugh, check out this. https://babylonbee.com/news/Rudolph changes name to Rolanda dominates female reindeer games. White Christmas is not a Christmas song despite the name and lyrics. Irving Berlin, a Jewish immigrant, wrote it, perhaps remembering the death of his son on Christmas 1928. To soldiers, it was always about soldiers wanting to be home and many, maybe most, realizing they might not survive the war. Irving Berlin said to his secretary after he wrote it, "I want you to take down a song I wrote over the weekend. Not only is it the best song I ever wrote, it's the best song anybody ever wrote. Hey, everyone, have a Merry Christmas. See you next year." Chapter 35, Silver Eagles. Notes. Tanya looked at the headline of the newspapers, but one stood out the most, from hers, of course. Gold band, in red ink with a more detailed description below. They had scooped their competitors by having the article pre-written and from friends in the government who were aghast at the notion. Pride goeth before a fall, what errant nonsense. Those bureaucrats struggle under the inane belief that they understand anything at all and are constantly amazed at how screwed up the world has become. They'll take that pride to their deathbeds, insisting they were right to the last breath. Both Germany's downfall and the Great Depression in my old world came from the same source, ignorant meddling by politicians. They do seem to be moving faster than what I remember, though. I'm glad we moved our assets in time. She had made sure that her office was well insulated with prototype double-glazed windows so she could look out on the snowy streets in relative comfort while drinking her coffee. It was a decent bean, much better than average. TVD Incorporated had picked up a contract from a bankrupt import-export business and had tripled their orders in just 2 months, though most went to Francois in the Unified States and less to the cash-strapped Germania. Visha had just hung up her phone. Their businesses had become extensive enough that she had her own private phone, along with one for the Tanya and one general-purpose phone, and said, "What are they doing so wrong?" "Everything. Capital is like water, it'll find its natural place through the most efficient methods. Laws should only exist to prevent theft and ensure free flow of capital through the system. Trying to impede that movement is like trying to push water uphill with your bare hands. It wastes time, energy, and water in the end, so you have less than you started with." She looked at a largish board that had their various businesses posted on it. The display covered much of one wall and they were already talking about reducing the size of the note cards so they could fit more up there. That's why bankruptcies aren't really a bad thing, not overall. It's a reallocation of assets from the unproductive to the productive. The reason why our businesses are doing well and theirs weren't is that they weren't good at whatever they were doing. That's it. If we ever get any enterprise we're bad at, I'll sell it immediately because someone else can do it better than me. Visha nodded. So that's why she gave half of those farms back to their original owners. She's no farmer and wanted to give them a chance to pay back their mortgages, or so she might claim. I know, she just wanted to help them save their farms but also didn't want to waste the money of our comrades. So the best thing they could do is, nothing at all. Yes. Exactly so. It's painful in the short run but the capital will flow to the most fertile fields and everyone would benefit in the end. They can't do that, though. Why not? Useless, idiotic, horribly misplaced pride. Just then, all 3 office phones rang simultaneously. Tanya picked up hers immediately, Digerekov. She listened for a few seconds and her face turned white and then red. What? Get our combat veterans together, all of them. I want them here before midnight. Visha looked up at her, visibly upset. She continued to talk on the phone. All of it? No sign. Their office manager rushed from downstairs. President. The gold shipment. It's gone. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. The mood was grim at TVD headquarters, you could almost feel anxiety coming from the gathering people. Conversations were muted and no one was talking to Tanya herself other than to answer her questions as she posed them in clipped tones. Visha organized people and tried her best to keep things moving along. Tanya, for her part, was preternaturally calm. After her initial outburst, she simply stared at a map of Europa. Mostly unspeaking, no expression on her face, revealing nothing. Once everyone was gathered, she turned to face the room. Most were ex-military, half-mages, plus a few financial sorts and her other manager-level employees. She nodded to Hammerschmidt. Recap the situation. We felt that obvious guards would draw more attention rather than less and might actually cause the shipments to be blocked at the border, so we just sent one person per each of 3 separate shipment and they would meet in the Confederacy on the same train with the gold disguised as different products. Then the shipments were to go to a Waldstadt bank via trucks to be deposited safely in protected accounts. He cleared his throat. During a stop, apparently the car with the gold was switched out at a station during a stop when passengers weren't allowed to exit the train. According to our people, the replacement car was nearly identical to the correct one. Because the gold wasn't officially there, we can't even protest other than for the cost of our cover shipment. He sat down as if exhausted. Tanya nodded. There are 3 likely suspects. Some faction in Germania, possibly the government itself. I've discounted this as unlikely for a variety of reasons, mostly due to the location of the theft. The second is a group of Francois mercenaries that fled the Rhine when the war turned bloody and have been functioning as raiders along the borders of several nations during the conflicts. They were never a force to worry about, but with the end of the war, they've lost their natural niche and are getting out of control. Last word is that they were in that area and their current leader is somewhat clever. The third is more difficult. For a brief moment, an emotion flashed across her face, but it was gone before it could register. Our local people are fairly sure that the train couldn't have gotten far. There were enough crates that unloading would have been impossible. They got the whole car. She tapped a map of Waldstadt with the train routes laid out clearly. If it was the Moot de Loops, they would be here or nearby. We have maybe 24 hours before the gold is broken up and distributed. There was a silence until On Veteran said, "What's the plan, Colonel?" For once, she didn't deny the military rank. These wolves have gotten annoying to the point where there is a bounty on their heads by most countries, including Waldstadt. Basically, as long as civilians aren't harmed, we can treat them as a hostile force. And since Waldstadt is an armed nation, we don't have to worry about onerous weapon laws. Visha piped in. I've registered our own mercenary company so we are within their laws and can pursue them openly. The plan, the plan. Step 1 is to find the Moot de Loops and wipe them out. And if they don't have the gold, then we move on to step 2. She sported a predatory grin that made the less combat-hardened quail. It seems a shame that the Confederacy missed out on all the fun of the war. We'll give them a little taste of what that's like. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Jules, leader of the Moot de Loops, looked out at the snowy Alps and scowled. He hated the snow, hated the country and most of all, hated the cold. The abandoned town near the abandoned mine had few comforts, of course. It kept the snow off, barely, and was little protection against the cold. He had no idea why he had been hired to steal the rail car and drive up the little-used mining tracks, but he wasn't going to turn down easy money. The pay had been decent and the remainder would be more than welcome. Banditry had kept them in beer and hookers, but that was drying up as the post-war countries started to look sharply at lawlessness within their borders. His clients had been very clear that the cars weren't to be entered and seals had been placed on all the doors. There was no place to go out here and no way to forge those seals, so they would be sitting ducks, at best if they were targeted. Better to get easy money than none. Even if he had planned to steal something, where was there to go? Asterisk asterisk asterisk. One of the reasons for Tanya's confidence that the gold hadn't gone far is that Waldstadt's winters were not to be trifled with, and this was a colder, heavier winter than most. Even hardy mountain folk were loath to travel in weather like this and did so only as necessary. There were only a very limited number of places the gold could have gone, and moving it through a snowstorm was unlikely. She looked over her soldiers, wishing she could have the full 203rd behind her. What she had was the youngest members of the 203rd, who were force retired like herself, and assorted others, some who were medically discharged. And, of course, always Visha. Here's the breakdown: everyone who can handle a rifle and an orb will go with me after the bandits. We'll be leaving in an hour. Everyone else will follow Vice President Serebriakov to where the rest of the train went. There's a bare possibility this is just a horrible mix-up. Gather intel, watch for movement, but wait until we join you. A grizzled sergeant lacking an eye spoke up. He had enough fire in his other to make up for it. Colonel, what will do about orbs? We had to turn ours in when we decommissioned. Officially we acquired war surplus orbs too damaged to be of use for anything dangerous. Unofficially, we have some very good technicians that can do amazing things. Plus we have captured orbs, mostly from the Republic, that are usable. You can familiarize yourself with them on the way. Got the rifles the same way, he chortled. It's amazing how happy they are to get rid of stockpiles deemed scrap without having to worry about the details. Group 1 will fly, Group 2 by transport. I apologize but you'll be sitting on fuel cans for most of the trip. Try to sleep as much as you can on the way. Alright, everyone get geared up. Serebriakov, please. Group 1 was rather amazed at the quality of their gear. The orbs, though refurbished, were still tuned and carefully stored. They had insulated gear in a mottled white pattern including their rifles. Everyone also had snow goggles and white painted survival gear. Group 2 had more standard equipment, but all was in excellent repair. Visha explained. Group 2, mostly, will be out in the open, so there's no need for camouflage. All the uniforms had an eagle emblem. Tanya looked at the logo and glanced at Visha. She said matter-of-factly, I had to use some name so I chose Silver Eagles. Ahem. It's better than Fairy. Well done. With minutes to spare, 2 large transports drove away into the snowy night. Notes. I didn't explain it in text but flying is still illegal in Berun so they have to drive to at least the city limits before they take off. Chapter 36, 12 Drummers Drumming. At the city limits, the mages quickly took off, dashing into the early evening like ghosts with their white gear and silent flight, leaving nothing but eddies of snow in the air that quickly vanished. The effectiveness of a rapidly deployed mage battalion, though much reduced in numbers, was proven again. Their destination was barely 5 hours away without pushing their speed at all. As half their computation joules weren't up to the standards of the Type 97S, this was more than sufficient. One regret Tanya had was that she didn't have her usual navigator, Visha, or any of the other more experienced members of the 203rd to handle those chores. On the other hand, she made it clear with just a few words that she expected even the youngest graduates from her old battalion to be able to make their way to any spot on the planet if they had a clear night sky and a pocket watch. In the past, they would have quaked in fear at even a hint of threat from her, but now they were so thrilled to be back in action with their commander, that they took it all in stride. Needless to say, they didn't get lost. She looked at her troops and mentally tut-tutted at their age. By law and necessity, they were all underaged or barely adults. To have her entire platoon made up of such youngsters was bizarre in her eyes. In the past they had at least been mixed in with more adults. Tanya forgot that she looked, and was, younger than any of them and made the scene even more surreal. The town is ahead and it should only have the loops inside. Scout the perimeter, don't be seen. All but 2 nodded and vanished into the night, their garb causing them to blend in almost immediately. Tanya floated from on high, noting that only a few windows in the entire town showed any sign of life or light. The train tracks led along the village and directly into the mine. She presumed the car was in there, out of the snow but also harder to approach easily. After 20 minutes, her scouts had regathered. There don't appear to be any real lookouts anywhere, Colonel. A few men are looking out the windows and there are 2 at the mouth of the cave but they are not spending much time keeping watch. Only 2 of the buildings are occupied. Excellent. The peace-loving and democratic nations of Europa have decided that this band of thieves, murderers, and rapists have exhausted their breathing rights. Therefore, we will carry out the will of the people today. Keep a few alive because we need intel, just in case. Above all, I expect each and every one of you to return alive and unharmed. If anyone I trained allows this motley band of yahoos to get the jump on you, you will wish they had killed you. Understood? Yes ma'am. On my mark, I want everyone to fire 1 volley and then wait for my signal. Reports say there are 20 odd, so save a few for later. Go. They nodded and returned to the night. It would have been easier, far easier, to just blast the buildings into kindling but it would be hard to question anyone afterwards. She floated above everything, scanning the town with new, snow camouflage binoculars. Visha had the only other pair with her but she expected to sell a lot of them to the army someday. After giving her men enough time to get into position, she fired a quick flare above the town, invisible to the bandits huddled inside the poorly insulated houses but painfully clear to her company. As if acting on one will, rifle shots rang out from all directions. Screams of pain were few as lethal hits were far more common than those that merely injured. Confused yelling mixed with harsh commands and shouted François. Tanya's hearing, always good, had been enhanced the longer she used her new magics. She could spot the bandits' commander by sound alone, and waited for a minute for them to panic and partially regroup and then indicated with glowing arrows for the smaller house and the mine to receive a second volley. The sound of yelling decreased remarkably after that. Satisfied that their numbers had been reduced sufficiently, she concentrated her hearing on the remaining house. 5, no 6 left judging by the sounds. Their heartbeats were fast and loud, an out-of-rhythm cacophony of drumming. She focused carefully as she lifted her rifle, visualizing where each heart was through the flimsy walls. 1, 2, 3. 3 of the little drums stopped one after the other. The others increased tempo as if to make up the difference. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Rirujan finally allowed himself to listen to one of Digirekov's recordings. Certainly, she had caused him enough grief in the past, but he was very tentatively willing to admit she might be leaning away from her homicidal nature this past year. Even he couldn't blame her for whatever damage occurred when targeted by assassins. He had put it off long enough, so, after work, he steeled himself and he put a random selection on her other gift, the new electric phonograph. It was a delight to use and the sound quality was superb. He sat back and, setting aside his prejudices with effort, he strove to listen with unbiased ears. She was good. She was really, really good. Frankly, he was amazed at the quality of her voice, the masterful vocal control, and the gut punch of emotion in her songs. While people could lie with words, he found it hard to believe she could sing so powerfully without feeling the same emotions. Songs of joy, of loss, of love, of sorrow. And, other than the very few covers, they were all original to her. Is this where her life would have gone had she not been a war orphan? Was her path truly as an artist and was only in the military as a choice of desperation? Not only that, but her accomplishments as a businesswoman had drawn a lot of attention. When all market news was bad, even being mediocre made one stand out. And she was far from mediocre. He imagined how her life would have gone, a stable family recognizing her talent would have supported her career. She would achieve fame and her razor-sharp intelligence would turn her into a force majeure of the entertainment world. Not the devil of the Rhine, but queen of the radio. A polite knock interrupted his musings. One of his assistants was standing there, Verland, he recalled. Sorry to bother you, General, but you asked me to keep you up to date on anything noteworthy involving her. He nodded toward the phonograph. Hey. That's pretty good. I thought it was just hype, but it sounds nice. The news, Lieutenant? Oh. Yes, sir. TVD has established a mercenary company. What? When? He was shaken out of his reverie by the news. What reason does their charter state? Yesterday, and I believe it was to protect business interests. She also queried about several notorious international criminal organizations at the same time. In Rirujan's mind, certain facts clicked into place. She had formed a mercenary company. She was the largest employer of ex-soldiers currently. She even hired out-of-work foreign mages from downsized armies. She bought massive quantities of army surplus. To him, that could only mean one thing. Mein Gott, he thought, since she can't be in the army, she's making her own army. Under the veneer of respectability, yes, but she can't stop her bloodlust. In the background, Tanya's voice singing, "These are a few of my favorite things," went unnoticed by the two men. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Time to talk to the thieves. But since they are criminals and, therefore on average, likely to be very, very stupid, I'll need to talk loudly. She shot up another glowing beacon, but this time it was a stylized monkey holding its ears. She watched and made sure that her troops had their hearing protection in place. As they did so, she pondered a bit. What should I choose? Wait, what was they played against Noriega? This is a just cause, so let's go with Martha. She opened her mouth and her computation orb, a fully refurbished Type 97, began to glow brilliantly, and soon the sound began to beat down on the hapless criminals. At volumes that would shatter rocks, much less human bodies, she sang. Nowhere to run to, baby, nowhere to hide. You got nowhere to run to, baby, nowhere to hide. It's not love you're running from. Just the heartbreak you know will come. 'Cause I know you're no good for me, you're no good. But you've become dead to me. She modified the lyrics a lot, but since she was likely the only one who understood the words, even if their eardrums weren't blasted open by the volume, she kept it until the last chorus and then waved her men in. Minutes later they dragged two twitching bodies out. She landed lightly near them and asked with a raised eyebrow. Only two. Last one shot himself, ma'am. He grinned widely. Guess he wasn't a music lover. Guards in the cave. Winged the one when he came to check out the noise. The other took one in the head. All clear in there. Good work, men. I couldn't have asked for better. Keep an eye on these yahoos and check the houses. I'm going to look in the rail car. She flew over with an ease that still amazed her soldiers, as if she were born to fly. The seal on the car, mostly there to make tampering evident and not as a real impediment, didn't even last a second as her magically powered bayonet blade sliced it off, leaving the sheared ends of the metal glowing briefly before fading. The soldiers kept track of the 3 survivors who were barely recovering from the audio assault in 2 cases and taking a bullet in the shoulder in the last case. Inside the train car, they saw lights come on and shine through cracks and small holes that any structure had. The lights became suddenly brighter and they heard banging from inside. Suddenly, Tanya burst out and flew back faster, some 10 times her earlier speed. She grabbed one of the men and flew him through a building, using his body as a battering ram to knock down the walls. On the other side, she finally stopped and screamed at him at stunning volumes, not aided by an orb. Where the fuck is my gold? Chapter 37, Withdrawal Slip. Chapter Text. Though dressed in new uniforms depicting their mercenary company, Group 2 didn't look very menacing at first glance. The veterans had a steely look in their eyes, but they were mostly over age, or obviously crippled in one way or another. The only one of fighting age and complete in body was the enchantingly attractive Victoria Serebriakov. If mercenaries were considered irregular troops, her squad was more irregular than most. There were no complaints about the forced drive to their destination. Old hands, they were able to sleep in the noisy, smelly transport vehicle with little more than cold fuel cans for bedding. Certainly their leader had long learned to sleep when she could on the Rhine and elsewhere, following behind White Silver. They had switched off drivers at every refueling, so everyone was in fit shape as they neared their destination. Captain? We're getting close. Visha snapped out of sleep in an instant, automatically reaching for her rifle. Were anyone present familiar with wartime Tanya, they'd recognize this habit they shared. She blinked, a bit disoriented. I slipped back into old habits so easily. The war is over out there, but not inside, apparently. I suppose I can't complain, they kept me alive. And Tanya, of course. Just outside of the city, she told them, there are no used branches of the railway along this route other than the one the colonel took. Weather conditions barely let us through on these transports, and they wouldn't risk a train on these grades with ice on the tracks. If she hasn't already found the shipment, then it's in this city somewhere. So, until we hear word from her, we are to scout out the situation but absolutely prevent transportation of the cargo out of the city. One old-timer asked, how do we know they haven't already moved it? Hard ain't the same thing as impossible. We can't be certain, but we know that our people here have been keeping an eye on things as best they could with limited personnel. Plus we have arrived far faster than could have expected. And in far greater numbers. Given the weather and how cumbersome the cargo would be, if it made it here, it's still here. She pulled out a map. I want mages at all roads leading out. Anything that looks like it could be hauling that much gold, sound the alarm and we'll gather on you. Those boxes are far too heavy for a private vehicle, so it'll be obvious. Don't try to intercept them yourselves. A small flight can make light work of whatever they might have waiting, but I don't want anyone taken out by a lucky shot. She grinned. If you are certain that you have the right transports, go ahead of them and sabotage the road. A downed tree, a rock slide, or even a little avalanche will send them back home when they get there. Her grin sent chills down the spines of even some of the long-time veterans. She spoke so casually of actions they hadn't even considered outside a time of war. Truly, the 203rd was not to be trifled with, and most certainly not the right hand of White Silver, herself. Though her mages were all wounded from the Great War, each still had at least one eye to see with and one hand to hold a weapon. It would be enough. The rest will be with me. Shameful though it is, they may not take a mere girl as seriously as you veterans. Ha! Only if they are idiots, which they would have to be to steal from von Digirekov. If some old wolves will help with that, we'll do our part, Major. Though not mages, these men were forged in the only crucible hot enough to create steel of their caliber, war. Good then? Okay, dismissed. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Rirujen was poring over the information his adjutant had managed to dig up for him. She didn't have just a few businesses under her control, there were dozens, perhaps as many as 200. Many of them were very small, a tiny farm, a little shop, but the total was simply staggering. What was even more disturbing was the number of them that employed mages or veterans. Though the justifications were flimsy, all the mages had some reason to have an orb, even if it weren't combat quality. Aerial mages to take better photos. Explosive experts to assist mining concerns. Magic researchers to help with dangerous compounds. A new service where paramedics would fly to victims and stabilize them before ambulances could arrive. Parachuting, but with magic rather than silk. The last annoyed him in particular because he viewed that as a sign that she was trying to make the world a better place after the horrors of war. He had enthusiastically signed off on the flight exemption after reading her moving description. Time is of the essence in critical care situations. I've seen many men die because medical help didn't arrive an hour, or even a minute earlier. Just last week, there was a moving account in the papers, and hers naturally, of a mage bursting into a burning building, kept a child alive with oxygen spells and flew her to the hospital before the fire department had even arrived. After that, the exemption was made and her magi medics were in business in Berun. The populace dubbed them the Angel Wing, but Rirujen could only imagine them as potential soldiers now, dressed in white but ready for war. Once the precedent had been set, there were more to come. A courier service that quickly became essential in Berun but also nearby cities. Entertainers and illusionists for theater productions. And the list went on. Limited orbs for crippled veterans. She had argued strongly that they had served the Empire with honor and it was shameful to deny them a simple tool to improve their lives. Having gotten a black eye for their treatment of the ex-military in the past, they had quietly signed off on that one lest she take to the court of public opinion again. How did she found so many companies so quickly? The adjutant tried to respond quickly as he sensed his superior's mood was none too good. Most were simply acquired in bankruptcy. She founded a few as her engineers came up with new inventions. He glanced at Rirujan's electric phonograph but had the sense not to mention it aloud. But for a few, she has done something so radical, I can't really describe it adequately. Go on. He said, his voice steely. Yes sir. I heard this from several subordinates of hers who were more than enthusiastic to explain her methods. When someone has an idea that sounds reasonable, they go to her or the vice president and proposes it. If it sounds reasonable, she gives them money and tells them to give it a try. All them were gushing at how they enjoyed the freedom to explore new ideas without having their elbows jogged. Rirujan was very still as he analyzed this novel idea. This is an extension of something she told me years ago. Find good subordinates and just let them do their jobs with minimal direction. It's nearly the ultimate decentralized force, but this time in civilian form. Instead of body count, she's measuring success in marks. But what if her command was, make a business that employs mages and just let her people come up with the justifications? And these foreign mages? The man looked uncomfortable. Well, apparently with the end of the Great War, most militaries downgraded their mage forces as a cost-saving measure. She hired them at decent wages and put them to work, usually in their home countries. The same kind of jobs as here, mostly. She's quite popular in the Republic and, other than Germanian mages, they make up most of her magical workforce. From the Republic. Ah, yes. Most who held grudges against her are, well, dead. The remaining were bitter over their treatment during and after the war by their government. She approached them as a fellow veteran who was also ill-treated. When other businesses started thinking about hiring those fellows, most were already working for her, and apparently quite pleased to do so. With great effort, Rirujan calmed himself down. So she has amassed a loyal, international group of ex-soldiers, spread out far enough not to cause alarm. She has farms and factories to produce supplies. Researchers to make new inventions. Logistics to move everything around and now, the final piece, she has a mercenary charter to make use of all that. With her brilliant strategic mind and unorthodox strategies, she could even take out a small country. But would just that satisfy her? It's rather amazing what she's done in such a short time, General. It almost seems like the military was holding her back and now that she's a civilian, she can really reach her potential. Holding her back, holding her back. You might be more right than you know. At least twice by my count, if she had been allowed to have her way, the war would have ended sooner with Germania the winner. That way was through blood and destruction but undoubtedly sooner. Sir. Is that a fact? He looked at the clock, it was hours after quitting time. He poured himself a drink and one for his adjutant. Not officially. Not even spoken out loud, but yes, that is my belief. I think it haunts her to this day that if she had had just a tiny bit more power, a little more influence, the empire would have won and she would be the architect of the victory. What would that do to someone so young who had only known war and victory? Her defeats were not at the hands of foreign powers but, he stopped, glass half raised to his lips. The other man tried to say something but he waved him silent. She was always a proponent of removing all ability of an enemy to wage war, but who is her enemy now? The Francois were well on her way to making her a national treasure. The Dacians and she were working hand in hand. Her albums were selling in English-speaking countries like ice in July. Wasn't her true enemy? Oh, skies. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Visha did a final calculation as she looked at her wristwatch. It was a fine piece of machinery, almost as good as her trusty Type 97. In fact, they had a similar background as the techniques used to build one had advanced the other technology as well. Waldstedt was a bit peeved that some of the best watches were now made in the Empire, even after the war had taken its toll. In fact, it had accelerated as the former Germanian orb makers, restricted by treaty, now turned their skills to civilian purposes. Inscribed in gold under the lens glass was the TVD logo. The majority of the out-of-work machinists were working for the corporation now, and generally earning more than they had for the military. The same men were also in charge of repairing and maintaining what orbs they did have, even modifying them at times. Okay, it's time. Head out. She walked with confidence into the main office of Zurcher Kantonalbank, flanked by Team 2. Conversations came to an end as they marched into the lobby in their matching new uniforms. Both workers and customers stared at the phalanx of mercenaries led by their own Valkyrie. We're here to see Herr Meyer. Send him out. Her normally friendly tone was clipped and military, no nonsense, no warmth. Why yes ma'am. The secretary rushed into an office without knocking. Meyer was stenciled on the door in precise letters. Miss Andressen, I've told you repeatedly. Sir, you have important clients here. You really need to come out. Hrumph. We'll speak of this later. He pried his rather portly frame out of his chair. Though his suit was exceedingly well made, it was getting worn on the sides where it rubbed against the leather. He trundled out to the lobby and stopped suddenly as he saw Visha and her men. "Ah, how may I help you, miss? You may call me Vice President Serebryakov. You'll find that I'm the CO officer of TVD and a customer of this bank." "Ahem. Yes, dear." The oldest veteran frowned and growled. "That's Vice President." "Yes, yes, yes. What do you need today?" He felt the tiniest prickling of sweat forming. Though the girl was young and the men were old, they felt dangerous and a faint existential fear began to curl around his spine. She looked around. "Is this normally where you conduct business?" "And no, of course not. Please, come this way." He scurried to a conference room with them behind him. "May we get you refreshment?" "That will not be necessary. We won't be here that long." She sat but the men remained at attention around her. Meyer sat opposite her, worried at what she would say or do next. She just looked at him and the silence grew longer until the tension became near unbearable. Finally, he spoke. "Your business today, Vice President. There are two ways things can go today, Herr Meyer. As long as we are speaking and I hear what I need to hear, that will be the easy way. Once the President arrives, then you will have chosen the hard way by default. The very, very hard way." He tried to speak but his throat was overly dry. She continued without his input. "We entrusted your bank with a shipment of valuable metals, primarily gold, but also other items. All you need to say, and do, is tell me that our shipment has arrived here safely, show me the shipment, and give me a receipt." "But Vice President, it has not arrived." Visha shook her head. She looked down at her watch without speaking, just letting the silence mount. "This is very foolish of you, Meyer. Every second you waste means you want the hard way. You seem like a man who is well insulated from the troubles of the world. Waldstadt as well, yes? Millions of deaths all around you and your hands are still so clean." She looked at him levelly and he imagined he could see the deaths she had witnessed behind her eyes. "Still, even behind tall mountains and the sturdy walls of the institution you may have heard of the Devil of the Rhine." "Yes," he said faintly. "Ah, very good. That should make your choice easier. The President hates that nickname, honestly, but to those who oppose her, it's quite appropriate. And she's on her way here right now. And she is not happy." She leaned forward, put both her hands on the conference table and leaned over him as if she were 7 feet tall and not 5 and change. "The only thing that will make her happy is to find that what belongs to her is safe. Do you go to church, Herr Meyer?" He nodded quickly, without words. "Then you might have heard this quote? For what shall it profit a man, if he shall gain the whole world, and lose his own soul? Herr Meyer, the devil is coming for your soul right now and those tiny little things are all that's keeping her from claiming it. Do we really have to do this the hard way?" What little courage he had, he mustered and said with only a slight quaver, "I cannot help you. The gold is not here." Just then, Visha's watch made a tiny chiming sound. She shook her head. "Ah, it's too late for you, Herr Meyer. I hope you survive to regret your decision." Chapter 38, Bad Mage, Good Mage. If Visha's arrival attracted attention, Tanya's demanded it. Her every footstep echoed as if a giant were walking with terrible weight. The observers felt a sense of dread overtake them and those who were leaving, left quickly, while those outside hurriedly decided not to enter. One guard instinctively reached for his gun but one glance from her caused him to stumble back and almost fall down only to be saved when he collided with a wall. She smiled and the expression so frightened them, that one teller fainted dead off, his falling body making quite the clatter as the tray of coins he was carrying spilled everywhere. No one stooped to pick them up. "Where is Herr Meyer?" When no one moved, she pointed at one man and said. "You. Why yes. Take me to Meyer. Now." The man nearly ran off with Tanya walking leisurely behind him, boots on marble, her cane swinging in her grip. Even the untrained eye saw it more as a weapon than any kind of crutch for the warrior that walked amongst them. Few dared look but all knew she was there. The entire bank listened to her bootheels go down the hall, none brave enough to interrupt that ominous metronome. She threw open the doors to the conference room and they hit the walls like Thor's hammer, sending a thunderous boom through the building. "I have arrived. I trust to good news." Visha just shook her head as she got up to stand by her men. "He says it's not here." Tanya stood over the still-seated banker. "Herr Meyer. Wait, your given name is Conrad, yes? Conrad, let's take a walk to the vaults. As a customer, we obviously have a right to see our vault, right?" "Why yes, President von Digerekov." He didn't move. "Now, Conrad." The man shot up, an action he was unfamiliar with. He stumbled to an elevator only to be surrounded by mercenaries. "Oh God, why didn't I walk down the stairs?" He ignored the fact that the last time he took stairs, he was in university. Keep going, Conrad. She encouraged him as the elevator doors opened. I'm sure you know the way. Please, take me to my gold. The man's eyes darted around as she kept her eyes on his face. He let out a gasp, when she put a hand on his arm. Steady, Conrad, steady. They came to a vault door and he wiped his face with an already soaked handkerchief. Here it is. Of course, only you have the key and combination both. But nothing has been placed inside, Madam President, I swear it. Oh Conrad, Conrad. Things that are empty, can always be filled. She stared at him while Visha turned one key and Meyer fumblingly turned the other key. Tanya herself spun the dial and pulled open the door, a task that normally took two grown men to do easily. As promised, when they turned the light on, the vault was starkly empty. There. You see? Please, please can we go now? He turned to go but two sets of steely hands held him place. Older they might be, but the veteran's arms were little weakened by age. Tut-tut, Conrad. Now we need to fill the vault. I assure you, we are not leaving until I'm satisfied. He looked into her steady eyes and could easily imagine them staring just as calmly as she shut the vault door, with him inside. She walked back down the hallway, Visha beside her, Conrad being pulled behind them. She walked confidently until she stopped next to an unmarked wall. Visha, tell me, do you smell anything? Smell. She sniffed the air and got a puzzled look on her face. Paint. The banker managed to choke out. We painted down here recently. Tanya grinned, I'm sure you have, I'm sure you have. She looked at the wall and then suddenly shouted. The wall dented as if a wrecking ball had slammed into it. Cracks spread in a circular pattern. Wait, what? Stop. Meyer looked scared, panicked, and was only prevented from moving by those restraining him. Tanya took a deep breath and shouted again. The plaster and laths exploded in all directions except toward her. Normally dust would billow but the plaster merely broke into pieces. Behind the wall was a short corridor with several vaults that had been hidden from view. Oh, what's this? Now if I were a gambler, I'd say that if I wanted to find my gold, it would all be in the biggest vault. But as I abhor taking chances, it's probably best if I tear them all open. Please. These are just our secret vaults. Nothing here is yours. Nothing yet, Conrad, nothing yet. But if I can't find my items here, I don't mind taking the equivalent in exchange. Life is about trades, is it not? It doesn't matter anyway, he said, slumping, only kept upright by the ex-soldiers. You can't break into them, no one can. She was suddenly directly in his face but he couldn't back away from her. Are you so sure about that? Would you be willing to bet your life? Please. Point out the right one, Conrad. Otherwise I tear them all open. He indicated the one on the end. But I don't have the keys or the combination. Not to these vaults. Did I say I needed them? Tanya looked at the door and put her hand on the cold steel. She tapped it with a bit of mana and felt it vibrate. I haven't tried this on anything so large, but it should work in principle. I'm no Ella Fitzgerald but then again, she's no Tanya von Digerekov. After having felt out the door she started to sing a low tone, lower than anyone thought she could go. It built in intensity second by second, apparently to no effect. Visha hustled everyone out of the short corridor but they stayed just outside so they could see what was happening. Her song was building in power and they heard a high-pitched screeching sound, just outside of hearing range, that set their teeth on edge, like something was screaming. Tanya sang louder and louder and the others saw the vault door start to shake. More plaster rained down from the surrounding walls and light fixtures popped and went out all up and down the basement level. With one final, ear-piercing cry, the door shattered. 1.5 tons of fine steel crumbled and fell to the ground in large pieces. Amazingly, the light inside the vault still worked. In the middle of the floor were very familiar sealed steel crates. Apparently, they hadn't even had time to break into them. Visha. The woman came up and inventoried the crates efficiently. All here, ma'am. They don't look to be opened. Good, move them to our vault. She turned her attention to Meyer and gently patted his cheek. So, Conrad, mind telling me why my possessions are locked inside someone else's vault, behind a fake wall? You can't prove those are yours. This is just theft. Tana sighed and pulled out a knife from her belt. It was 18 inches long and a dull black color that didn't reflect light at all except for the tiniest glint off the razor edge. Meyer's courage, or greed, ran out and he almost began to cry. With one swipe, Tanya's blade cut the end off of a crate, the steel not even slowing down her arm in the slightest. She reached into the packing straw and pulled out a bar of metal. There was a particular luster to gold that no other metal could match. Oh, can't prove that it's mine. She held up the bar and then flipped it around. Stamped into the bar was the TVD logo and a serial number. Is it common for your bank to use my company's symbol to mark your gold? She got closer to his face. Well, is it, Conrad? Finally broken, he collapsed and confessed the entire scheme. We heard you were going to transport gold looted in the war to our vaults. We thought if it went missing, stolen by outlaws, you wouldn't even be able to protest since you stole it originally. The man swallowed heavily. Aiden said we would be patriots if we took the shipment and hid it, and then we could find out who it belonged to afterwards and return it to the victims. Visha, do you hear this? What's our top 3 sources of this gold? Yes ma'am. That would be retirement funds from veterans and other investors. Followed by profits from art and sales of your albums. Ballpoint pens may be passing them soon, though. She looked down at the banker. Let's be clear. I can track every pfennig from where I got it to where it is now. I thought that Waldstadt would be a good, safe place to keep our profits to protect my fellow veterans who want to retire comfortably. I'm very disappointed. Meyer didn't know how to answer that. What do you do if you disappoint the devil? Visha, the document. She pulled out a receipt. Here's a receipt to indicate the arrival of our delivery. Please sign here. She also produced a pen and handed it to him. He signed it with difficulty on the floor where he was sitting. The receipt he handed back was in a hand shaking so much that the paper rattled audibly. Ahem. Ah. My pen. Visha held out her hand until he returned it. She frowned and then wiped the sweat off of it before putting it back in her pocket. Just then a pompous-looking man with the local police came storming in. What is the meaning of this robbery? Officers, take this criminal to jail immediately. Shoot her if she resists. Meyer blanched and tried to stop him but was ignored. Robbery, is it? Tanya shook her head, sadly, not threatening at all. I'm afraid, he's right. You see. She admits it, do your duty. The policemen, not as ignorant as most, were very reluctant to approach one of the war's most decorated, and notorious, warriors. Oh, I didn't mean me. Officers, if I can show the bank president a little something, I think we can clear all this up. Harumph. Doubtful, you murdering, thieving, strumpet. Highly doubtful. Meyer hid his face, not willing to watch what was about to happen. Out of sight of the police officers, Tanya showed him videos of the surviving bandits and who hired them. This was followed by Meyer's confession and how the gold bars were uniquely stamped. Now, whatever your name is. I think we can agree that showing this information to the honorable men of the law is not in your best interest. As his face drained of color, she tapped the side of her chin with one finger and looked up in thought. Oh, even better, what if the world saw these videos and found out that the safety of their funds is not so safe in Waldstadt? She got closer and whispered in his ear. If the country takes a hit to its wonderful neutral reputation, then the banks will bleed. And if the banks bleed, ZKB will be crippled. And if ZKB is crippled, what will happen to its president? Tanya had forgotten about Switzerland's spotty record for honesty in her old world but was quite willing to learn from that mistake. One officer eventually asked, Is anything wrong, Herr Keller? No. Ahem, no, all is well. This was simply a mistake. My friend von Digerekhoff was helping to test our security systems and I forgot that was today. Ha ha ha. Please, this matter has been blown up too much. Let us treat you to lunch, yes, lunch. Meyer, take these officers to lunch in the finest restaurant, no expense spared. Again, my apologies. Well, if there's no problem. Tanya nodded, it is as he says. He was just about to pay us for our services. I believe it was 100,000 Swiss francs in gold, right? 100. I mean yes, that was the right amount. I'll be sure to pay. Oh, President Keller, it's best to pay for services immediately. We can wait, right? She smiled at the officers and sat on a crate, crossing her legs, apparently willing to wait all day. Keller tried to indicate to Meyer to take the policeman out of the vault but he just pretended not to see the sign. Finally, lacking any other option, he got a clerk to bring a cart loaded with several £100 of gold coins. One officer tilted back his hat, impressed. Goodness. Security services pay well. Tanya shrugged. If you protecting millions it's worth it to spend thousands. Would you believe, they thought steel only this thick and a flimsy fake wall would keep criminals out. She shared a laugh with them while Keller looked apoplectic. After the additional gold was stored, and a proper receipt received, Tanya said, I believe Herr Keller invited us all to lunch, yes. She went outside and sent a brilliant green and red firework into the sky. Within minutes, all the members of both strike forces had gathered. Come, boys, we're going to the best restaurant in the city. She bowed her head slightly to the policeman. If you could lead the way. The less senior seemed that he might object or demur, but the elder stopped him. I believe our lunch break can be taken now. Besides, how often do you get a chance to eat with a living legend? Tanya, Visha, their men, 2 policemen and a thoroughly subdued Conrad occupied the entire second floor of the restaurant, normally reserved for large parties or special events. In the end, enough food and wine flowed that it started to challenge how much she had gotten for her security advice. Tanya toasted. My friends and comrades, good job. Remember that we work hard, get paid, and enjoy the rewards. That is essential to civilization, essential to prosperity, and essential to peace. So lift your glasses with the peace-loving people of the world and rejoice. They cheered and downed their drinks with gusto. Visha sat with her drink, a dangerously subtle habit that challenged even the mage's notoriously high alcohol tolerance. Ah, Tanya, that was so scary. The diminutive leader drank her coffee, a fine brew made with an expensive bean that the restaurant managed to procure, and grinned. I told you it would work, right? One has to present a dangerous face to those types. By using me as an even bigger threat, it set up my entrance perfectly. Even when I knew you were doing it, I found it creepy. What did you call that again? Infrasound. Low-level vibrations you can't hear but make you feel like something weird is going on. It's fairly useless by itself, but if someone's been prepped psychologically, it can have a great impact. She sipped her coffee while thinking. We should also practice good mage, bad mage in the future. A wonderful interrogation technique. Visha blinked. It isn't, painful, is it? Tanya grinned. Not physically, not even mentally, but we are about perfect for it. And I'm the good mage, she asked a bit hesitantly. Yes, you are. They clinked cups and Tanya finished her coffee. Speaking of bad mages, we have to spoil the party and get these rowdies back to Berun. She stood up and announced powerfully but not loudly, all right. You've had your fun and now it's time to go home. Please thank your host and get back to the transports. She clapped her hands twice. There was some good-natured grumbling as the men pulled themselves together. There was a general round of applause for Meyer that he was in no state to appreciate. He had drunk a lot himself, much like a condemned man would indulge before execution. Visha piped up, and there'll be a bonus for everyone for your work, so let's make haste. This perked them up and they left with good time. Despite problems, we came out with quite the profit. Oh, here's Hammerschmidt, let's see what he has to say. The ex-banker had arrived late as he was handling matters in town. We've processed the paperwork for the rewards for the bandits. Quite a sum because there were bounties from several countries. If you could manage this every week or so, you'd be a millionaire in no time at all. Tanya snorted. Please. Like I want to spend my life chasing dangerous and heavily armed social rejects? My goal is to find a nice beach and sunbathe every day while reading. Visha didn't believe it for a second. Her boss was either working or helping the community, or the country or her comrades, every day. Even vacations were a foreign concept. Tanya, why not take a vacation? This windfall is off budget. Surely it can be used as found money. That's a great idea. Let's talk more in Berun. The meeting between Keller and Meyer was more resigned than fiery. Oh, Keller had yelled at the top of his lungs for 90 minutes, but it was half-hearted toward the end. So, what can we do about this? Meyer was still somewhat drunk, though sobered by the dressing down he had just received. Herr Keller, I don't see any way. They had video evidence of everything. Who thinks that far ahead? Crate markings, serial marked gold bars, detailed invoices of every item. Keller collapsed in a chair. Do you think she's lying? About how she earned her money? Meyer thought long and hard. I doubt it. She's likely the most dangerous person I know, but she seems frighteningly honest. If she borrowed 5 marks, she'd return every pfennig. If she promised to cut off your head, she'd do that with a smile as well. Damn those bastards. They assured me that she'd have no recourse. That she was hoarding stolen riches. But, no. We can't do anything, we've been boxed in completely. He had lost money, a lot of money, but he was more rankled that someone had played on both his better nature and his greed at the same time. When took up the position as president, his predecessor had reminded him, we deal with saints and sinners, Keller, but we treat all honestly and hold our heads up. Remember that. In the end, he hadn't remembered that very important advice. Even if his contact had been 100% right, he had almost led his bank to ruin, and possibly harmed the country. Meyer, who had spent the entire afternoon with Tanya, had had a flash of insight. President Keller. Maybe this isn't all bad. Desperate for any sign of good news, though doubtful, he said, go on. Even though we tried to rob her, she still left her funds in our care. Not without a fine, of sorts, but she's still willing to work with us. He stood up animatedly. In a stunningly short amount of time, she has amassed so much wealth. Surely her future will be equally sanguine, Yes? In spite of, no, because she has a hold over us. Keller, growing excited, completed the thought. Because she has those damnable videos, she's more likely to work with us because we present no risk to her. Instead of pulling back, we should be her partner in the financial world. TVD is just a group of companies now, but is on the brink of becoming a massive international conglomerate, with the right help. Yes, yes. That payment, though large, can we not think of it as a slap on the wrist? A reminder to behave? The necessary cost of riding this new wave of prosperity. Meyer, I'm glad you are using your head. You are in charge of the Digirekov account. When she thinks of banking or finance anywhere, she should only think of ZKB. He stood up in a considerably better mood. And once we are such close partners in the future, there'll be no advantage to harming us and we will be safe then. I was too swayed by emotion before. I'm going to let cool reason be my guide from now on. He smiled and patted the shorter man on the shoulder. And, Meyer, we're going to make a deal with the devil, so make sure we hold up our side, Notes. Part of this was taken from the history of World War II. The Nazi regime tried to hide their definitely ill-gotten loot in Switzerland, and the banks hid the wealth and eventually returned some of it to the victims. And some never was and was discreetly sold off. Chapter 39, On the Road Again. Chapter text. Being ex-brooded on his throne, in a metaphysical sense since how mortals imagined him was hardly indicative of his true self. He had made an error, not that he would ever admit that, in trying to push the unbeliever to faith, he had put her into a losing position, in a manner of speaking. With the end of the Great War, he had won the battle but had lost his most valuable tool and nearly the greater conflict. Who would have thought that she would be more wily and much more in her element in defeat than in victory? It was a galling realization, to be sure. With the holy object locked away, and no conflicts currently, his influence on her had dropped remarkably. While powerful, there were limitations to be maintained, and he couldn't act without care. Even now, the high balance was tilting too much and he would be forced to rely on subtle manipulations, never his strong suit. He looked at a chessboard, again, a wildly inaccurate metaphysical characterization of reality, and touched a piece ever so lightly. There. My will be done. Tanya and Visha were poring over a map of Europe intently. There were pins stuck in several hot spots and they were discussing it vigorously. Tanya tapped the map several times with a pointer. East and north are obviously out of the question. Logistics are terrible and the weather abhorrent. Visha nodded. That applies to the west as well. The Commonwealth is, well, not ideal for this mission. Ispagna has gotten unstable. And the Unified States is too far away. I agree. Our only escape is to the south. She tapped firmly on the kingdom of Ildoa. There. We can escape this miserable winter and have our vacation. Of course, there were certain issues before both the president and vice president could be away from the office for any length of time. But this when the genius of Tanya's management system really made itself known. A slave to the corporate rules in Japan, and quite skilled at navigating them, her new business structure was much simpler: find good people and give them the freedom to do their jobs. Naturally, if someone did not perform, she had no issues about changing their roles or responsibilities. In this era without onerous workers' rights legislation, she was quite free to move people to the best tasks to match their skills. At first, she thought there would be resistance to these decisions, but her workers took their new duties in stride. Could it be that modern workers were just that spoiled and entitled? Certainly the final moments of her last life lent credence to this theory. In the end, they just needed to handle current issues and assign subordinates to keep track of the unexpected and call them if necessary. With their new funds, an international call or two would hardly dent their finances. Visha looked at her open, and empty, luggage with a little frown. What do I pack for a beach vacation? Nothing. What? Oh, take some toiletries, and maybe a single change of clothes, but let's just buy what we need when we get there. Her sensibilities as a modern traveler tended toward light rather than inclusive. We're not invading the Russi Federation, just taking a few weeks off. They have launderers in Ildoa, do they not? We'll buy a few outfits and if there's absolutely something you want to keep, we can have it shipped back. Tanya steeled herself for this. Germania was rather stodgy and, if history ran the same here, would be so for years to come. But Italy was sufficiently far away that she stepped outside of the common norms for a few days with none the wiser. Visha nodded with greater and greater enthusiasm. You're right. We can have a vacation, do some shopping, go to beaches, eat great food. We can do it all. She pushed her big suitcase aside, grabbed a small valise and was packed inside of 15 minutes. That the spirit. We have a few hours before the train arrives. Is there anything you need to do? No actually. I left the extra time for packing and all that, but that's not necessary anymore. Why don't we get an early dinner then? Whatever food might be found around the train stations between here and there are unlikely to be better than what we can get in Berun. Okay. Having left early, they were not available when a visitor arrived. Rirujen showed up at their main office after looking around the neighborhood briefly. He found that all the locals went the way there and, indeed, many were customers. He had received an invitation to drop by whenever he wanted from Tanya, but this first time he had taken advantage of it. The clerk at the front asked politely, "May I help you, sir?" "Good afternoon. Can you tell Tanya von Digerekov that General Rirujen came by to visit?" Though he was in uniform, he didn't expect a civilian to know military ranks. "Oh. Please come this way, General." The woman led him to the offices on the upper floor to a pleasant meeting room. "Would you like some tea while I get the president?" "Coffee, please, if that's no problem." "No problem at all, sir. The president always has some available." She left to brew a cup while he looked around the room. It was an interesting mess, an obvious thumbnail sketch as to the current state of the business. One wall was entirely given over to small cards with little more on them but their name, who was in charge, and a few words as to what they did. As a view into the workings of Digerekov's head, it left him quite puzzled. He always imagined her as relentlessly focused on precise goals to the exclusion of all else, but this glorious chaos defied what he knew. Perhaps this is how she sees the world, and it was only the extreme structure of the military that gave her actions a semblance of order. She's always been a big fan of rules, if only to figure out how to subvert them. Even at Brest, when she knew she could stop the war, she obeyed. In his darker moments, he wished she had been just a bit more bloodthirsty, a bit more rebellious. The celebrations they had after the fall of Paris, so pathetic in retrospect. What if victory had been their future and not the slow, grinding defeat the empire had eventually succumbed to? The woman returned with a pleasant-smelling tray with a cup of coffee and a few salty snacks. "It will be just a bit longer until I can locate the president, my apologies. Again, this is just a social visit of sorts. You don't have to go to all this effort." He glanced around the room. "Shouldn't you hide these company secrets from outsiders?" The woman shook her head with a smile. "Oh no. There's a very short list of visitors that are to be given top hospitality, and you're certainly on there. It's short enough that we have it memorized. The president said specifically that you can look at anything you want to or check the books if you like." She paused. "I'd have to get the accountant here for that thought." No, that won't be necessary. If you have some time, could I just ask a few questions? And please sit, I find it uncomfortable to look up all the time." He gave her a gentlemanly reason to relax. She took it gracefully. "So, do you like working here? How did that come about?" "Well, sir, it was hard after the war. With my Victor gone and no jobs to be had, I was rather desperate." She unconsciously rubbed her wedding ring with her right thumb. "But the president gives preference to widows and veterans, so I decided to put in an application and she hired me after just talking to me for a few minutes. As to how I like it, I'd have to say I couldn't be happier. Visha, I mean the vice president, says I am a candidate to run a new store in the future as soon as an opportunity opens up. Imagine that. What kind of questions did she ask you?" "Oh, they were a little odd. She asked how I organized my day. With 3 kids, there's a lot to do. How I felt about the war, and women working, things like that." He nodded. "How do you feel, then?" She hesitated. "Well, the war devastated me. I thought I lost everything. I was bereft, down to just a few pfennigs, and prices kept getting higher. But I told her, when have women ever not worked? Taking care of your kids, cooking and cleaning, don't give you a paycheck, but it's still work. And if I can do that, there's no reason I can't work for her, too." As soon as I said that, she hired me on the spot. She gave him a brilliant smile. The memories of hard times vanished from her face. "I don't blame the army, it wasn't their stupid decisions that made us lose. They fought hard and suffered and died like my Victor. Not like those stupid politicians. If someone sensible had been in charge, the war would have been over in a trice. All those poor boys would be home now." Rirujen had to agree with her. If they had pulled back after giving Norden a quick lesson. If they had assaulted Brest or insisted on a true surrender. If they pulled back from the southern continent or sued for peace when they had the apparent upper hand, so many lost opportunities. He said gently, "Perhaps, someday, that spirit will reach them. It had better. Can you imagine another war as bad as that one?" He tensed up and recalled how casually Digerekov had accepted that possibility, even predicted it. "I can, a lot of us can. It should be our duty to make sure that never happens again. At least President Digerekov is always thinking about the future. Just today, she was about logistics and where she'll go next." "Did you say, logistics?" She nodded. "Oh yes. It was right over." She looked embarrassed. "Sorry, you can't see it from here, but there's a map in her office. It would probably mean more to you than to me." I'm quite the homebody. She pointed at a door that just said President on it in unornamented, strictly functional block text. Just then a man poked his head in the room. Oh, sorry. If you're not finished, I can come back later. She glanced at Rirujen who waved her off gently. Please, go back to your business. I'll just sit and think here for a bit. If someone could find out when von Digurekov will return. The man said, give me a few minutes. I know someone who has that info. They left the military man alone in the conference room. Well, she did say I'd have free access. He pushed open the unlocked door and immediately saw the large map on the wall. Europa lay spread before him with a bewildering variety of pins with tabs of various colors. One stood out though. A large black pin, alone in splendorous glory, right in the middle of Berun. The man came back then. I'm sorry, General. The President and Vice President are going on a trip and left early. Oh? Where did they go? He managed to get out, wondering where, or rather what, they were surveilling. Ildoa, I believe. They left quite hurriedly and only took a small bag apiece. He looked puzzled. I thought they would be gone for a few weeks. But, that means they might be back sooner once they are done. I see. Can you please inform me when they return? Yes, sir. The man almost saluted and only then did Rirujen notice that his right arm was just a pinned-up sleeve. At ease, soldier. And thank you. He left quietly. Chapter 40, Cyrene. After a pleasant dinner, Tanya and Visha boarded the train with first-class tickets at Tanya's insistence. It seems some of my most pleasant experiences in this life involve trains. I should really travel more in the future, if that's the case. After stowing their bags, they took their after-dinner drinks in the rather luxurious dining car. She had countered Visha's reluctance to spending money firmly. You said it yourself, this is found money, so why pinch pennies? We are here to have a good time and not worry about the bill. Visha's argument melted away and she smiled brightly. Okay. So no stress, no detailed plans, just having fun, yes. Exactly. We aren't taking over Europa, just a tiny sandy bit of it, for a few weeks. She rubbed her hands together enthusiastically. I can't remember the last time I had a real vacation where someone couldn't cancel it on a whim. Even when you have time off, you spend most of it reading or studying something. You're doing it right now. I guess you're right. She let the spoon she was levitating settle back onto the table. The past year or so has convinced me that we take far too narrow a view on magic. A certain amount of that makes sense. It might take years to teach someone that little trick, but the right mage and an orb can learn to fly in a month. But outside of mana accumulation the orb provides, you can theoretically do anything without it you can with it. Is that how you could fly, or float, using those orbs in the Republic? She nodded. I was ignoring the built-in spells and just using it like a power battery. Overcharging the shoe jewels let me move far beyond their capacity, but all three were burnt out in the end because they weren't designed for it. They are great tools, but they have pretty strict limitations. The young mage waved her hand and the silverware began to dance on the table in neat formations before settling down again. I think orbs are a great shortcut to power, but they probably limit their wielders in the long run. The more I practice orbless magic, the stronger this feeling has gotten. It irks me that it's hard to compare such nebulous concepts as strength empirically. How do you stack up against the old you? Tanya laughed deprecatingly. I could probably take on an average mage without much problem. Against someone with a type 97, I'd lose 7 out of 10 times. Against me with a type 97, I'd always lose without even considering the 95. How about against me? Victoria asked impishly. You'd win well over 90% of the time. Don't ever underestimate how lethal you are. I have better discrimination and mobility, but you actually rate higher than me in simple, raw power. They kept their voices moderate, as they didn't want to announce to everyone who they were. To avoid attention, Tanya also was dressed conservatively in a long, heavy skirt, blouse and half jacket. Over it, however, she was trying out a new invention, the down jacket. In fact, it worked too well and she was forced to take it off after only her first cup of coffee on the heated train. It was thinner than the version she planned to sell soon. As much as I appreciate these new jackets outside, they are quite impractical inside. Visha had chosen not to wear hers today but had helped in the trial phases. I wish we had these when we were in the Federation. I think the military will pay through the nose for the down sleeping bags, too. Plus well-heeled adventurers, of course. It won't be of much use in Ildoa, though. Last report put the daytime temperatures at 80 this week. That rather defeats our goal of traveling light. Oh, didn't I show you the trick? With deft hands, she folded and rolled the coat into a surprisingly tiny cylinder which she tied neatly with concealed straps. This is why I think the bags will sell amazingly well. Light, warm, compact. It's perfect. Expensive, though. Tanya grinned, as I said, perfect. The price will come down eventually, but we've pre-ordered all the down from the top goose farms in the Empire and the Republic. I want to go overseas and tie up some more sources in the Unified States and Canada, though. Visha grinned like a schoolgirl about to receive a treat. Oh, that sounds like fun. My dear Ms. Serebriakov, the trip would be for business, of course. Oh, of course. And I'm sure you'd never think about mixing in some sightseeing. The Digurekov realized that her vice president was right. They had had some terrible times, but weren't they in the past? The world was weary of war, and that gave her a bit of a buffer, so why not spend more time relaxing, just like now? It would take years, if not decades, to whip up more nonsense like the Great War, and being X was not exactly creative. Tanya had the sense that, though powerful, there were definitely limits on what he could do. So keep an eye out for trouble, yes. But living life like a paranoid recluse, hell no. She could easily imagine letting just the possibility of being X jumping out of the shadows like a second-rate villain in a third-rate film drive her to extreme reactions. What had Herbert said? Living well is the best revenge, of course. That pious fool probably meant knuckling under some higher power, but the more common reading fits the situation. It must kill him every time I'm eating well and drinking a fine roast rather than K-broth and ditch water. So, let's pursue our best revenge, then. Of course, she still planned to shoot him through the skull if she got a chance. If that was just a second-best revenge, then so be it. Having eaten, they just accepted light snacks offered and, of course, more coffee while they chatted. This pot isn't bad. Yours is better, of course, but this is acceptable. Visha looked briefly guilty that her commander was drinking inferior coffee, but quipped, of course mine is better. She sipped it as well before adding cream and sugar. Their water is too hot for the brewing, and then they let it cool too much. The pastries are good, though. I think your time on the front has dulled your taste for good food. These are too dry and too sweet. Gladio's partner makes much better these days. I think they'll be getting married soon. She has that look in her eyes. She nodded knowingly. Tanya knew that people got married, of course. In her past life, she had even planned to herself if she found a suitable partner. But the details of how and why any two particular people decided that were still a mystery to her. She had been tall, athletic, intelligent, objectively handsome, and had a wonderful career. The salaryman had been a catch, and he had intended to pursue a relationship after getting the next big promotion, which had been only a few months away. A few MEAs, maybe a series of dates to confirm compatibility, and the deal would be struck. But now? As a pre-adult, wealthy, ex-soldier, and acquitted war criminal, who had no desire for men that she could detect, where did she fall? Anyone interested in her would likely be a gigolo type or be warped in some way. Anyone she liked, who would that be? Realizing that the conversation had lapsed, she responded gamely. Well, I'll wait for the invitation, then. We'll need to get them something nice. Can you keep track of that? Of course. Her eyes smiled at Tanya over her coffee. Were you thinking about your own wedding? What? No. Well, yes, but not. She stopped herself firmly. I was not thinking about any particular person or anything concrete on those lines. I suppose not. When would have had time to meet anyone? Everyone in our field, our former field, are older than us, usually much older if we take rank into account. I can't really see you with a non-com or an enlisted man, and the officers are older than that on average. Surely there was someone in the Republic or when you were in hiding that caught your eye. Tanya thought to the one proposal she got, from a cheeky shepherd boy. Absolutely not. Pity that. Now that you have the time and money, all you're missing is a certain someone, Their relationship had progressed to the point where they could tease each other. Now that they were on a first-name basis, Visha felt closer to Tanya than even some of her cousins. You have your Von, so maybe a noble, The nobility are on their way out by treaty, though the trappings might hang around for a while. Can you really see me with some feckless layabout? She laughed. No, I guess not. Oh, what about someone in the entertainment field? A duet rather than solo? Some of them are quite young, comparatively, and quite handsome. Still at the end of the vaudeville era, and for the next few decades, entertainers were expected to be all-rounders. They could sing, dance and act, and physical attractiveness was quite common naturally. Objectively, it was a reasonable suggestion as they would be most understanding of her diverse career. Visha. I truly am not thinking of anything like that now. In the unlikely chance that I meet someone that attracts my eye, I'll tell you first so you can give advice. Be sure of that. Tanya saw her uncharacteristically drinking coffee in the evening. If you want to get a nightcap, it won't bother me. Though I am deprived, you shouldn't be bound by that. Oh, I'm not. I just had a taste for this today. But Tanya, surely you know. No? Know what? The legal drinking age in Ildoa is 16. And military regulations no longer apply to you. So as soon as we cross the border, Tanya's eyes grew wider and wider. I knew bringing you was the best decision I ever made. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Operative T1 had felt the touch of providence. As a good communist, he did not believe in God or any other supernatural entity. But all survivors of the battlefield did believe in luck, and he felt that luck was most certainly on his side this night. Patrols that should have spotted him were conveniently called away. Doors that should be locked were open to him. The one person he encountered, an accountant of some sort, was drunk and took the flimsiest excuse as fact. His original goal abandoned, he followed his new instinct to an obscure and unadorned box in a little visited storage room. There was no hint that anything of import lay inside, and it was surprisingly small. Without taking time to inventory the contents, he just dumped them into his bag and returned the box to the shelf. His trip out was equally without incident. Comrade Pavel was debriefing V1 and P1 as he came in. Were there any other problems? None, comrade. The target and her assistant were not present at all, and we were able to complete our mission. Excellent. He turned toward T1. And how about for you, comrade T1? Did you retrieve the documents? No, they were not in the place indicated. He lied with the ease of long practice, a necessary survival trait in the Russi Federation. But I discovered something even more valuable, so I made the decision to return immediately. This was a risky move, as punishments for failure ranged from demotion to a whimsically decided death if one was judged insufficiently patriotic. The only saving grace is if a greater success can be shown, or something that would particularly entice one's superior. This was both. He showed Pavel what was in the satchel while blocking sight of it with his body. Oh, yes, good decision indeed. Comrade Loria will be most pleased. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Tanya and Visha were greeted by sunny skies, the smell of the sea and the bustling sounds of Palermo. Despite being still technically in winter, the weather was temperate and quite comfortable, especially coming from snowy Berun. A short winter had led into a thoroughly pleasant spring, and the town was buzzing with locals and tourists. They weren't set up in the best hotel, but it was just barely in second place. They had beaten the off-season seasonal vacationers by a bit, but there were still plenty of people around. Tanya looked at the luxurious and bustling lobby and asked, "Well, how did you manage to get reservations here?" The pretty people, the wealthy people, and those who were in both camps were out in force. Actually, it was a happy accident. I was talking to President Keller and he told me he knew people and arranged for our stay. She laughed, "Not for free though. But I understand that getting rooms here is almost impossible without deep connections." Well, Aiden came through for us in a fine fashion. Aiden. Herr Keller. Aiden Keller. His first name is Victor, I'm fairly certain. I happened to spot a nameplate in the bank while I was waiting for you. Tanya's mind went into high gear. If Meyer hadn't been referring to Keller, who was he referring to? There was something rotten and she needed to get to the bottom of it. Visha noticed the change in her expression immediately, even though most wouldn't have noticed. What's wrong? I made a silly miscalculation. I'm afraid we'll be quite busy soon. She shook her head in response to an unasked question. Don't worry, we can finish our vacation first. After all, how often do we get to visit the sunny waters of Ildoa? On her mental to-do list, however, was the severe interrogation and possible elimination of one far too clever opponent. They checked in and, despite their minimal luggage, the busboys were jockeying to escort the two to their room. As predicted, they girls were able to get all the clothing they required from local shops. It was there that Tanya crossed a Rubicon she had been dreading for years. She bought women's clothing for herself, when she wasn't being forced. There comes a point where getting stared at just isn't worth sticking to what is comfortable, she sighed mentally. At least Visha is happy about this. That was a monumentally profound understatement. She was ecstatic. We're going to make you look amazing. Amazing. With your skin and build, we can dress you nearly anything. You could pass from anyone 5 years younger or older with no problem. She looked at Tanya as if one her long-held dreams was finally coming true, and it was. Digirekov replied drolly, I really have no desire to look 11 again. If you have to play dress up, let's make me older instead. Make up too. Her eyes sparkled. Please. No. I'm barely tolerating the change of clothing and you want to paint me, too? Besides, aren't we going to the beach? We can't stay on the beach all the time. Besides, what the waters take away, can always be replaced. At night only. Maybe. If only to convince sommeliers that I'm of age. I'll take that as a yes, then. They had their newfound loot delivered to their hotel, only reserving their new swimsuits and beach bags. While their outfits were not at all daring, from modern standards, rarely had Tanya exposed so much skin at one time. She reasoned that in her past life, she had frequently worn shorts and a t-shirt when working out and had as much coverage, on a percentage basis, as she did now. A small, efficient taxi took them to the beach and they walked onto the sands with a fine dire guard for the commotion their arrival caused. While the beachgoers were used to all manner of people, young, old, male, female, attractive and considerably less than attractive, they weren't ready for the northern beauties that came amongst them now. Pale skin, blue eyes, and confident attitudes drew eyes wherever they went. Visha had picked a cute red swimsuit that became striped with pink around her hips. Tanya, with fewer choices due to her size and age, had finally settled for a simple blue outfit that resembled shorts on the bottom and a sleeveless top with small white polka dots. Visha shielded her eyes, surprised that the sun was so bright even before spring was in full swing. We should have gotten an umbrella. I can already feel the sun threatening to bake me. Have no fear, my pale-skinned comrade. Spread the towels out and I have a surprise for you. She did so but said, pale? Me. When I first met you I thought you looked like a vampire, but cuter, and even the southern continent didn't put any tint on you. The diminutive colonel brought out 3 packages, 2 oblong and 1 round tin with no label. These are the genius of our research division coming to fruition. The first are to cut glare and UV light. She passed one case to Visha who opened it to see a stylish pair of sunglasses. We used celluloid with a polarizing filter for efficiency and weight. You still shouldn't stare directly at the sun, but anything else is fine. But it pales beside this marvel. She opened the tin and revealed a slightly pinkish cream. Visha's nose twitched slight. What's that? It smells delicious. Tanya laughed. I suppose it does. It's primarily made with petroleum jelly, cocoa butter, and coconut oil. It's a sunscreen to protect our northern skins from this southern Sunday. Those guys are amazing, what will they make next? She dipped her finger in the cream and rubbed it between 2 fingers. Oh, it feels nice. They are clever, aren't they? She didn't mention that while the sunglasses had been in development for a while, she had told her researchers to fast-track the sunscreen development based on what she remembered from her past life. When they had decided to go on vacation someplace warm, she decided to push development of the mixture. As it turns out, it only took a bit of experimentation to come up with the right mix. It's not as good protection as an overcoat, of course, but much more convenient for the beach. The two slathered themselves with the sunscreen at Tanya's insistence. We have plenty in the hotel, don't skimp. The local wolves, who had been circling for a while, apparently couldn't stand waiting any longer when the girls oiled their limbs thoroughly and prepared to sunbathe. Hey, ladies, you are here for good time, yes, the taller of the two said in heavily accented Francois. He was dressed in the common bathing suit for men which, honestly, wasn't that different from the one for women except it was paradoxically tighter and more revealing on the sides. His friend was more tanned and muscular but slightly shorter. Tanya looked at the unwelcome intrusion with a cold stare. She responded in the same language but with far more facility. You've heard the phrase, there are many fish in the ocean. If you turn around and keep walking, you can verify its veracity. Though he had a hard time following what she said, he understood her intent. A brief frown was washed away as he turned to Victoria. This one, perhaps too young for fun? We know some nice clubs, very. His friend nodded and repeated, very. Visha just sniffed and looked away. She had a rough knowledge of Francois, not nearly as good as the colonel's, but his message was more than adequately conveyed by intonation and body language. The man's face hardened at the double rejection and he reached out a hand to grab her arm only to find he couldn't breathe because Tanya's had struck a very accurate blow to his solar plexus. As he doubled over, face red, fighting for the tiniest bit of air, he learned that while being hit there was distressing, being hit there twice was at least 10 times as bad. His friend rushed over and learned the hard way there were much more painful places that a man can be injured, this time by Visha. Spotting a distinctive uniform a ways down the beach, Tanya grabbed and pulled down the shorts of the second man, who was in no position to object or stop her, and yelled, Polizia! Polizia! A policeman arrived quickly and asked, Cosa ce che non va, signorina? He then noticed the half-naked man and his expression darkened. Their stammered objections held little water when their accusers were 2 girls, one clearly underage. The officer tipped his hat to Tanya and Visha, perhaps taking just a second too long a look at the latter, and then dragged the hapless men off the beach. As soon as they were gone, or perhaps when they were barely in earshot, Visha broke down in laughter. Tanya dusted her hands together and sat back down. It wasn't that funny. Oh, but it was. What if the world knew that the White Silver had called the police to protect her from randy beach flies? The colonel was about to say something, paused, and then just smiled. I guess it was pretty funny. After kicking off their sandals, they had rejected the knee-height swimming shoes the clerk had tried to upsell, the two went into the water. This was when Visha revealed her surprise. I grabbed a few of these from the R&D department when we decided to come here. Those are orbs. The 2 devices looked somewhat different from each other but both were smaller than a regular orb, quite a bit flatter, and had obviously been ruggedized. Yes. There's an endless amount of experimental orbs as they tried to create the next generation after the Type 97. Given a few more years, they might have come up with something truly interesting. She peeked at the stamped designations. These are the 98SM3 and 98SM5, underwater models. Tanya turned hers over in her hand and peered through the single glass lens. Looks like 2 cores in there. What makes these interesting? They stripped out most of the features and boosted others. They are mostly good for oxygen, pressure modulation, flying, temperature control, and mana shielding. And you can also hammer a nail with the casing without jarring the mechanism. Tanya said wryly, I guess that means Dr. Skiggle had no part in their design, then. Want to go for a swim, then? A deeper one, that is. Naturally. She took the orb, which had a handy chain, and put it around her neck before slipping the body of the device under her swimsuit. How deep are they good for? The testing notes didn't have a maximum depth, but they both had been used down to 400 feet before the tester's ability to manage the mana requirements ran out. Tanya pursed her lips. The pressure/air regulation is designed to prevent the bends. Visha shook her head. Of course you'd think of that. The first 2 models allowed pressurization, and that meant lengthy depressurization. The later ones, such as these, simply prevent the swimmer from experiencing the pressure, so no lengthy recovery time is needed. Clever. Well, let's give it a go, then. ******. A somewhat disheveled and definitely drunk beachgoer was adding to his already impressive collection of empty glasses at a bar/restaurant near the ocean. He was normally disheveled, so this was nothing new. And, during this time of the day, he was normally drinking, so also not noteworthy. The fact that was actually drunk was quite unusual, though, and the bartender made note of that. Ah, Bruno, what is wrong? A failed romance? A venture not go well? Your wife didn't send your monthly check. Bruno glared at the man, and then sighed. Lorenzo, you wound me. How could any of those be the case? Well, perhaps the second, but surely not the first or last. No, I drink because I think I'm losing my mind. Though quite intoxicated, you could not tell by his voice or demeanor. The bartender cleared out half a dozen glasses and decided to water his next drink, whether he asked for it or not. You live the crazy life, but you are the most sane person I know, so why do you say that? I was on the beach, of course, to maintain my bronze and perhaps find an amenable companion for the next week. His skin was an admirably shade and it highlighted his well-toned and maintained body. I spotted 2 glorious girls, one perhaps a bit young but the other just perfect. He sighed in remembrance. They were like 2 snowflowers that finally were revealed to the sun. Gorgeous skin, blue eyes, glorious hair, one blonde and one close to it. Natural, I am certain. So, what then? Were they already taken and turned you down? Please. When do I pick girls so poorly as that? To continue. A few of the local Lotharios tried their luck. He snorted in contempt. Ah yes. So different from an artist such as yourself. Bruno snorted. He didn't consider rabble like that even close to his stature. The smaller one hit Eduardo in the stomach and his friend was kicked in a most unkind fashion before a constable dragged them off. Ayond, this was too shocking and drove you to drink. Lorenzo smirked and gave his friend the watered whiskey. Nothing but insults today. No, of course not, I was intrigued. I could commiserate with their pain and then offer to show them around the Eidolon nightlife. I thought you said one was too young. Perhaps too young. Uncertainty is a glorious thing. But I digress. As I approached, they went for a swim, and never came back up. What? Why didn't you help them? What about an ambulance? I know. I thought they might need help as well, but they didn't. Hey. He emptied his drink in one go and signaled for another. Lorenzo, do you believe in mermaids? I only believe what I can see, my friend. He hesitated and refilled the glass with more of the same. Well, I swear they swam down through waters as clear as your best glasses and played underwater for a good hour. I saw it. They were moving and enjoying themselves the whole time. It was only when they swam out into deeper water that I came here. The bartender was silent for a while. This is quite the odd event. Are you going to tell anyone? Maybe you should just go lie down and rest up. You'll feel better tomorrow. Bruno looked at him, aghast. What, and miss the nightlife? *****. Thoroughly testing the new orbs was, in a word, delightful. Both women had had a very basic training course, basically, just how not to drown too quickly, but Tanya had a second lifetime behind her and plenty of practice in school and as part of her exercise routine. The orb took away all the inconveniences of swimming and she took to it like a pro immediately. Victoria wasn't surprised. She literally assumed that the little colonel could do anything unless proven otherwise. On the very short list of proven failing was anything girly. Apparently being raised by nuns and the military didn't exactly give one a knack for femininity. At least for this subject, her natural genius didn't make up for the lack. Tanya spoke with an assist from her orb. If we marketed down a very stripped down model of these, it would be quite a boon for explorers, scientists, and thrill seekers. At least for mages. Visha nodded. I think so, this is so much fun. With image capturing spells, you can even do some underwater photography. True to her words, she had been capturing pictures. Why stop there? Why not make movies? Can you imagine Vern's vision but done with actual underwater images? I hear movies require a lot of people, that's a lot of mages. But with specialty orbs, the mana requirements can be arbitrarily low. Maybe one mage in 10 has enough mana to be a combat mage, and it's even lower for women. She bit her nail and then got a disgusted look on her face as the flavor reminded her she was underwater. This will give the vast majority an option should they choose to use it. Besides, I think women are less suited for orb-based magic and are better at traditional forms. Oh. I'm almost certain of it. Not lesser magic, but definitely different and requiring more time and discipline. No one explored that route because the onset of war demanded mages immediately. When I get a chance, I need to talk to some of these old-school mages and see what they know. She vividly remembered her encounter with the American mage, her friend, and decided she needed to make time to see her even if it meant putting other projects on hold. We didn't encounter them during the war. How common could they be? That is something I'd like to know as well. I strongly suspect that there aren't many and they avoid being too overt. She sighed, sending a cloud of bubbles out of her shield. At any rate, shall we head back? They spent the next week relaxing, spending time on the beach, eating at all manner of fine restaurants and going shopping, mostly at Visha's insistence. After a few days though, they kept hearing a word said when they were near. Tanya, with her vastly improved hearing, heard it a lot. Siren? Are they calling us sirens? Objectively, we are too attractive, women. Tanya had to steel herself to finish the sentence that included her in that category. But we haven't lured any sailors to their doom that I know of. Visha pondered this. Aren't sirens depicted like mermaids? Maybe that's what it means in Ildoan. Of course. I'm sure you're right and I should have caught that myself. I think our underwater explorations haven't been as subtle as we would have liked. Well, at least they don't seem hostile. Do you want to try a different town? We still haven't hit the big tourist spots. Maybe tomorrow? We still need to go to that fancy restaurant, the one with the wine cellar that everyone raves about. Yes, good plan. She had been savoring her chance to drink wine and was more than ready for this evening. Shall we be off, then? Visha glanced around. They look so expectant. It's a shame we can't give them a last show. I do know a few Ildoan songs. Tanya thought about her pathetic repertoire of Italian music. There was one that seemed to fit. Okay, get our things packed and I'll give them a little show. There was a song that had been translated into several languages, which is how the Solariman stumbled across it. With her, currently, perfect music memory in her current studies in Ildoan, she had a good chance of doing it justice. The original was a love song to a girl, but the redone version that was popularized changed it a love of music and that seemed more appropriate. She half climbed, half floated up to the top of a rocky outcropping. In the late 20th century, it would have been removed to make for a few more square meters of beach, but here it was left alone. She immediately drew stairs, more than they already had, and then started to sing Vivo per lei with magical assistance that Andrea Bocelli would have killed to possess. Vivo per lei de quando sai, la prima volta el ho incontrata. By the time they left, there wasn't a person on the entire beach that wasn't listening raptly. Asterisk. That night, the two were dressed quite elegantly as expensive restaurants had expensive restaurant standards for their guests. Only after fighting with her own love of wine, did White Silver agree to Visha's makeup expertise. In the end, the younger girl looked years older than her actual age and quite aristocratic to boot. Certainly, the maitre d' didn't bat an eye when two well-dressed and wealthy young women came in and were escorted to their table. The meal was superb. Even better than Tanya had expected. Their seafood dishes were as fresh as morning and cunningly prepared to maximize flavor without overwhelming the palate. So they could try more dishes, they just sampled a taste or two of each plate, which they shared, before moving on to the next one. This was much how Tanya tried the wines. Her first sip of Amarone della Valpolicella almost caused her taste buds to break into song on their own. It was all she could do to avoid drinking the whole glass. No, Tanya. Pace yourself. After that she compared their Barbara d'Alba against their Barolo, appreciating the strengths of both. Ah, they are all so good. How does a girl who's never drank before have such a taste for wine? Surely not under the nuns. Hardly. Even their communion wine was 9/10 water. She sipped a Moscato to give her palate a break from the more complex vintages. I just knew I would like it from years ago. She shrugged and didn't bother to try to explain. Visha didn't mind finishing off the wine that Digirekov didn't drink. While in the Rhine, they had even shared utensils or tin cups for efficiency when it was too much trouble to dig up two sets of flatware. Even though she was drinking 10 times as much, she was completely unfazed by the amount she was consuming. That Russy blood of yours is frightening, Victoria Ivanovna Serebryakov. I'm not even a patch on my father, President Tanya von Digirekov. He can drink vodka like it was water, no like it was air. The sommelier brought out 2 tiny flutes of Prosecco, a light, bubbly wine, perfect to finish off their meal. Though she had barely felt the alcohol before now, that last glass had made her a bit woozy. Hey, I guess even that slow pace builds up. Pardon me, Visha, I'll be back in a minute. Do you want me to come with you? No, just make sure you order us some dessert. The feeling of tipsiness increased as she went to the bathroom. The room was sparkling and this is shameful. I've turned into quite the lightweight. Well, let's stop now rather than make a spectacle of myself. Her dazed brain barely wondered why the intoxicated feeling was increasing even when she wasn't drinking. That's odd. She didn't remember anything after that. Notes. An MIA is a Japanese matchmaking meeting, usually set up by one's parents but occasionally with the help of a professional matchmaker. Canonically, the Salaryman is not being conceited about his past prospects. He's ruthlessly honest about himself, perhaps even too harsh. So when he describes himself as tall, handsome, athletic, and with great financial prospects in the original text, I take him at his word. Also in canon, he's quite intelligent but couldn't handle being second best when compared to geniuses. Chapter 41, Decline and Fall. The Salaryman sat in his favorite chair comfortably, rereading the first volume of The Decline and Fall of the Roman Empire. He had designed the room to suit himself as it was his chief haven and place of relaxation. Where an otaku might have row after row of manga neatly organized onto shelves, he instead had books on military history, political theory, and economics. In contrast, the other side of the room was stocked with countless albums, CDs, videotapes, DVDs in a startlingly variety of languages. For efficiency, he ruthlessly replaced old media types with new over time, but since his collections were immaculate, he only suffered minor losses financially as he sold the old versions. He wasn't given unduly to nostalgia or the hoarding of mementos. There was nothing from his workplace in the house, not even his numerous awards for efficiency and the like. He kept work strictly at work and his home life strictly at home. Indeed, that was why his golf clubs, a necessity for up-and-coming executive, was kept at the office. Any work was done at work and he strove not give anyone an excuse to interrupt his free time. Though Japanese companies had a very possessive view of the off time of their employees, the efficiency at which he carried out his work, and the lack of problems he brought to the workplace, kept the need for unwarranted calls from occurring. He had just reached a passage in the book, The Influence of the Clergy, in an age of superstition, might be usefully employed to assert the rights of mankind, but so intimate is the connection between the throne and the altar, that the banner of the church has very seldom been on the side of the people. Hear, Gibson. No good can come of using primitive lies even to foster good ends. It's just another tool of control. Growing a bit peckish, he saved his place with a bookmark and went to the kitchen. The rest of his apartment was quite minimalist. Realtors zealously held onto the maxim, less is more, thus they liked to sell houses that were nearly empty so potential buyers could picture themselves and their possessions in the space. One day, the Salaryman intended to date and possibly marry, so he wished his currently unknown future bride to be able to move in easily. Why bother filling a space with stuff that would just have to be removed before too long? In fact, he had a spare bedroom with its own sink in case he had any overnight visitors. One bedroom might seem too pushy, but two? He could always make the case that staying the night was completely platonic if need be. But to maximize his attractiveness as a potential mate, he kept the guest bathroom stocked with feminine items of good quality such as soaps, shampoos, toiletries, and the like. Enough to show consideration without mandating a romantic response. As a bachelor, but one who enjoyed good food, he had learned to cook various dishes. Once he had a large enough repertoire to not repeat himself too often, he had stopped spending as much time on it, but he occasionally would pick up a new recipe. Today, however, he just wanted to sate himself and get back to reading, so the old college standby, instant ramen, was the natural choice. For efficiency, his sink had a boiling water tap, very useful for tea or soup. 2 minutes later, plus a few extra seconds to top it with some chopped vegetables, and he was ready to eat. Ah, he said from long habit after slurping some noodles and drinking some broth right from the bowl. Something about hot liquids was very soothing. Maybe some coffee instead. He rummaged through his cupboards and saw that he was out of beans. One bowl of ramen didn't satisfy him, unfortunately, but he maintained discipline despite still being hungry. He rinsed his bowl and chopsticks and put them in the tiny dishwasher, more than enough for his needs. He happened to glance at the door to the spare bedroom and noticed it was closed. Odd, when did I do that? As a rule, all the rooms of his house had open doors because that sent the message that he was an open person to invite visitors, or potential spouses, to likewise be open with him. Signaling theory wasn't just for work. He grabbed the doorknob but it was firmly locked. Did he have a visitor? He tried to think back but his memories were oddly fuzzy. He knocked and said, "Moshi Moshi. Is anyone in there?" He paused for a second and was about to knock again but he thought he heard something very faint inside. He pressed his ear against the door and it seemed like he heard a voice inside, weak or just soft. Female? Young? He couldn't tell for sure. "Hello? Who is it?" No reply. "Okay, I'm coming in. Please pardon me." His interior doors had real locks but the doors themselves weren't astonishingly sturdy. He stepped back and kicked the spot on the door right near the handle once, twice, and it started cracking. He braced against it with his shoulder and shoved it open amidst a spray of wooden bits and splinters. The room was unreasonably dark and a wave of weakness overcame him. He stumbled and fell to the floor. It was rough. Why was it so rough? The wood smell filled his nostrils. Cold began to seep into his body and he instinctively curled into a ball. The room was small, so small. So very, very, very small. Chapter 42, The Answer. Remember kids, violence is never the answer. It's the question, and the answer is yes. If you are triggered by bad guys being treated very, very badly, you should probably skip to the end notes for a summary. You've been warned. All that said, it's not very graphic, hat. While the senior-most generals, most assuredly including Zetter and Rudersdorf, managed grand policy, they left the younger ones to handle the day-to-day operations of the military. In fact, other than for national emergency, the buck stopped everywhere other than their offices. For example, the desk of one Erich von Rirugen. His attention to detail, incisive mind and unquestionable loyalty to the empire made him particularly valuable, so there were few who questioned how such a young man had such a high position. This also made him the nexus for lesser emergencies and disasters that his subordinates couldn't handle. The rank of the harried man almost rushing into his office was a good sign that something was amiss, something worse than usual. "General." He snapped off a salute without waiting for a response. "Already a breach of military etiquette, there is bad news." Rirugen used a meditation technique that his doctor recommended. Whilst he had a great respect for the practice of medicine, both of them realized that unfettered use of drugs might alleviate symptoms at a much higher cost. Breath in, breath out, focus, breath in, breath out. "What is it, Major?" The distraught man leaned close. "Colonel Digirekov. Breath in. Breath out. Spit it out, man. Her orb has gone missing." "Which one?" The other man closed his eyes as if that would take away the reality of his news. "The Type 95. The resulting investigation was short and practically turned over the magical weapons department. The case that supposedly held the Type 95 just contained her Type 97. Technically, until she discharged from the military, they were both assigned to her. After discharge, they simply put the case with the 97 into storage, forgetting that she had had two orbs assigned to her. Elenium Arms had requested the 95 for inspection and maintenance and made a most unpleasant discovery. An even more thorough investigation revealed that there was a long-forgotten storage room that contained unclaimed personal effects of dead soldiers. The items, for the most part, could not be returned because their former owners were without family. Rare sentiment in the overly rational empire had kept them from being disposed of and made it the perfect hiding place. "General, I found something." Rirugen's face showed momentary relief until he saw that the man carried an envelope and not the orb they had been searched for. He just held out his hand and got a chill when he discovered it was addressed to him. "Clear the room," he commanded, and the numerous clerks and soldiers hustled out. He sat on a crate and slit the envelope open with a penknife and slid a letter out. It was written with a traditional pen rather than the newer ballpoints, and Rirugen could easily recognize the handwriting. "To Erich von Rirugen. If you are reading this letter, I am on my way to the Francois Republic and you have discovered the hiding place of the Type 95. Either you have found the orb in question or you have not, and I'm not sure which is worse. Assuming you have it, and you have credible evidence of my demise, I urge you to destroy it, preferably from a long distance in an entirely unpopulated area. I estimate 10 miles will be sufficient, but more would not be unwarranted. Do not leave this decision to anyone else in the military, and certainly not any politician or bureaucrat. They will want to use it for its power, but believe me when I say that whether any wielder succeeds or fails to control the damnable thing, it will be the worse off for the empire and the world. In the best case it might simply kill them and all those around. If it's missing, then the matter is much worse than the death of one person. I will not convey the secret behind its powers on paper, but suffice to say that the wielder does not control the orb. Of all the people on this planet, I only trust myself to use it, and I have no desire to ever do so again. As a loyal officer, it's my duty to obey orders while doing what I think best for the empire, hence this subterfuge. In better circumstances, I would have already destroyed it or entreated you to do the same. Alas, those circumstances do not exist. Forgive me for entrusting this duty with you. Regards. Colonel Tanya von Digirekov, RET. Had he not already been seated, Rirugen would have found the nearest surface to collapse onto. His agile mind raced with possibilities. Is this the truth, a lie, something else? Digurekov had argued convincingly that overuse of the Type 95 would be detrimental to the war effort because it would give their enemies too much data on the greatest weapon the Empire possessed. This reasoning was so evidently true, that few questioned further than that. Despite that, all assumed that she did use it when necessary. Her numerous victories against all odds were attributed to raw talent, patriotic zeal, incessant training and, of course, that orb. What if those victories were despite the Type 95? What would make one of the most fearless warrior ever to serve actually afraid? He wanted to chalk the letter up to some fantasy or selfing scheme of Tanya's, but that didn't make any sense. He was forced to believe what was written at face value and, moreover, to trust her judgment on this matter. Despite multiple test subjects, she was the only one ever to wield the TYPE-95 without disaster. Even standard maintenance was carried out only under the most exacting of circumstances. He exited the room and finally a sergeant ventured to ask, "Did the letter help, sir?" "No, not at all. Make haste and contact von Digurekov as soon as possible. Check with her staff. I don't care what country, or continent, she's on." ******. Following some instinct, Visha went to the washroom looking for Tanya after a few minutes. Her former commander was efficient in all things and the concept of dawdling or primping was as foreign to her as the rituals from the center of Africa. I hope she didn't overindulge, not as her first experience with wine. The room was empty except for a pair of women touching up their makeup. "Excuse me, did you see a blonde girl come in here?" One woman looked puzzled, but the other replied in Germanian. "Ja. Poor thing. She fell unconscious, drunk I think, and cute waiter took her to cab." She chatted with her companion briefly who nodded. With the reddish-brown hair and foreign accent. "Did you see which way he took her?" Visha was noticeably worried now. There was no reason to bring anywhere but back to her, so where was she? To right. I saw in hall mirror." She rushed out without thanking the woman and noticed the back door in that direction. Ignoring a sign that probably declared it was for staff only, she burst into the alley. A waiter was smoking a cigarette there, looking pretty pleased with himself, until he saw Visha charging at him. He turned to run but couldn't move faster than an enraged veteran with a good head of steam. His face met the brick alley wall as she slammed into him. He shrieked as the cherry on his cigarette gave him a burn on his cheek and then he lost his breath as she threw him on the ground. "Where is she?" "I don't, who, what?" He babbled but she saw by the way he moved his eyes toward the alley entrance that he was lying. Of all the skills she learned gambling, such an easy tell was not even a challenge. "Tell me now, or you'll pray for death in the next 5 minutes." She snapped. He finally noticed that his opponent was an attractive, well-dressed foreign woman. He smirked knowing that was little she could do to him. Or what? 5 minutes later, he found himself strapped to a preparation table with his head on a downward slope after Visha propped up the legs on one side. Her Type 98 had spells to up her adrenaline and strength and the hapless man was no match for her. The rest of the kitchen staff had been scared to one side by the bizarre scene and were jabbering in Ildoan while they watched. "The colonel taught me something, now you get to learn about it. One last chance." He did his best to spit at her, "Putana." She put a napkin over his face and started pouring cold minestrone soup base over it. Within seconds he was thrashing around as if his life depended on it. "When the colonel did this to us in training, I never thought I'd need to know how to do it myself." She ignored his sputtering as he desperately tried to clear his nose and mouth and just poured more liquid into him. After a solid minute, she let him turn his head to choke and get a strangled breath before she repeated the process. She did it 3 more times and his breath became burbling shrieks between sessions. The very heavy table jumped up and down and he tried so desperately to escape. She finally tilted the table up and when he started to scream, she slapped him twice. Hard. Finally getting his attention, she said in a voice cold enough to freeze the ocean outside. "Talk. Now. Or get ready for a second helping." After he babbled out something, she just dragged him back into the alley after tying his arms behind his back. She might have dislocated one of his shoulders, but she was beyond care. "Which way?" When he seemed confused by the order, she hoisted him into the air and flew upwards. "If you are wrong, I'm going to drop you. And then hurt you again." "Where?" He managed to stammer out directions and they flew at speeds rarely seen outside of a V-1 rocket. Within minutes, they were at an abandoned farmhouse just outside the outskirts of town. There was a car parked outside of the barn and she heard excited voices inside. "Is that them?" "Yes, yes, yes. They were supposed to take here. Please. Dio, 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 mio Dio." Ignoring his begging, she threw the babbling man into the barn where his body ruined a card game, and the table it was being played on. The fact that it collapsed and helped break his fall probably was the only thing that saved his life. Visha stalked in where there was excited cursing in several languages. She narrowed her eyes and said calmly. The person who tells me where she is now, doesn't get their arms broken. Seeing their opponent, they let down their guard and the catcalls and blown kisses began. That day, the Bertolucci gang found out why the Empire was feared by the world. And why the 203rd Battalion was feared even by the Empire. In far less than the 5 minutes it took to break the waiter, she was surrounded by unconscious, groaning, sobbing and puking men. Most of them had multiple broken bones and the conscious ones were trying to crawl away with whatever limbs they had that still functioned. She grabbed the oldest one, who was also the best dressed. Talk. Perhaps made of sterner stuff, despite his beating, he just shook his head. Looking around, she saw a pitcher of water and dragged him over to it. He struggled, but between his injuries and her orb-assisted rage, he was no match for her. Confused, he didn't understand what she was doing, but when the waiter saw her pick the pitcher up, he began to shriek as if his soul were being torn out. Diavola! Diavola! This, more than anything, broke the older criminal's confidence. What did she do to him? I need to get away, no money is worth this. She brought her face close to his. Despite the blood on it, all of it theirs, she was still beautiful. So very, very beautiful. I'm not the devil, you stupid fuck. She lowered her voice and whispered in his ear. She's my boss. He talked. Notes. Chapter spoilers for those who skipped everything. Visha goes all Breaking Bad on a local gang to find out where Tanya is. Chapter 43, Not Istanbul. Two strong men hefted a nondescript crate from a delivery truck with an open bed up a gangplank to a waiting boat. The markings on the boat were real, but they belonged to a different ship entirely. The captain was dressed like a Dacian seaman, but his knowledge of that language was sketchy at best. He did his best not to speak to any locals lest they discover his lack of linguistic facility. One of the men went up to the bridge and tipped his cap to the captain. The cargo is aboard, sir, he said briefly in a dialect uncommon in any area within 500 miles of there. Excellent. How was your dealing with the local elements? The sailor laughed. I monitored the situation and they were actually fairly competent for petty criminals. As we thought, they are not unfamiliar with acquiring product to order. We might use them again if necessary. The captain snorted, let's hope not. I'm disgusted by these ignorant fools. Once they understand the truth and Ildoa is brought to heel, we can eliminate them and other corrupting influences. He stopped talking then because he ultimately served someone who, by most definitions, was as bad or worse than any Ildoan they might meet. Ah, yes. We can't tolerate corruption. Of course, ideological corruption is worse than any other. The other man asserted stoutly in case anyone might overhear their conversation. Absolutely, absolutely. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Tanya was confused, cramped. She tried to understand what was happening but her mind was fuzzy and nothing made sense, as if she trying build a tower out of sand but it kept collapsing as she reached out to it. Beyond that, she was profoundly thirsty, like she had never experienced before even in the deserts of thirsty. She reached for the tower but her arms wouldn't move. An explanation failed to reach her. Her prodigious intellect shackled somehow. In the darkness, a tube entered her mouth. She tasted stale water. Sucked reflexively. There was a brief moment of clarity. She remembered something. Something very important. She remembered to hate. The drugs took her away again. She held on to hate with both hands. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Rirujan tossed the letter into his fireplace after memorizing it. He briefly considered sharing it and even thought it might be his duty. But, ultimately, it was written to him and the responsibility was his on how to deal with it. In all his years dealing with Digirakov, he never knew her to be afraid. Cautious, worried, frantic but not afraid. It was as if fear wasn't part of her makeup at all, but this letter challenged this idea. What was so frightening about the Type 95 that she warned against anyone ever using it and that the fate of the world might be at stake? As he stirred his fireplace with a poker to make sure the letter was unrecoverable, an aide rushed in. General, a call for you. Unless this involves the colonel, I'm not available. It's Captain Serebriakov, sir. She has news. He grabbed the phone. Rirujan here. Is that you, Captain? Her voice was strained. General, Tanya's been kidnapped. I traced them to the dock and I think she's on a ship that just left Ildoa. Her exhaustion was evident, and this from one of the top veterans from the war at the peak of her physical ability. Who took her? His mind raced over the likely suspects, but there were too many. I can only guess, but maybe the Federation, she said hesitantly. I questioned local thugs working with them. All they could say was that it didn't sound Ildoan or Germanian when he overheard them talking. She drew a shuddering breath. They left the dock about 20 minutes ago, but I don't have the energy to fly after them. Sir, can you send anyone to help? Rirujan went cold. The Type 95 and Tanya vanishing at the same time? Some foreign power involved? Perhaps even the Russi Federation? Though they hadn't gotten definitive evidence to prove it, there were persistent rumors of re-education camps where the Federation would break people's wills to mold their personalities. There were thousands of POWs that were never returned or came back, ruined. Digirekov had the strongest mind of anyone he had ever met. But that just meant she could hold out longer, not that she couldn't be broken. If the Federation had her and the Type 95, it could actually be end of the world. I'll send someone immediately. ******. The lonely boat met a much larger one in uncharted waters between Ildoa and Magna Rumley. The area had seen little action in the war, but conflicts between the two bordering countries kept tensions high and the region dangerous for passage. Even with the Empire heavily restricted in the sea, there were plenty of armed ships looking for trouble. If anything, the cessation of the Great War increased tensions in the area. Without the big boys around, their local hostilities were allowed to blossom. A few years ago, they stayed mostly neutral and any fighting back then would have inevitably drawn them into the greater conflict. Rumley had been tempted to snip off a piece of the Empire but the horrible drubbing Dacia took quenched their ambitions immediately. That said, the larger ship was chartered out of Manga Rumley and tried its best not draw attention. Their way was smoothed by the liberal application of bribe money and the occasional threat, a combination that worked best in this part of the world. Slow days took them from the meeting point to the port city of Constantinople. Dirty money and dirty dealing were the lifeblood of this place and they just followed the unwritten rules. Soon, they and their cargo were in a luxurious villa after being transported with a mule-drawn cart. Honestly, the organizer would have preferred more modest accommodations but sometimes trying too hard to be stealthy was worse than being openly crooked. In a city of sin, a few rough-looking men moving a mysterious crate was as commonplace as a housewife shopping for groceries elsewhere. The only thing left to do was to prepare her for delivery. The turbaned man with a white face cloth opened the crate carefully and took stock of the situation. Her vital signs were strong, surprisingly so since she had survived on nothing but sugar water and drugs for almost 2 weeks. She was thinner, of course, but the boss would prefer that. Had she died in transit, he would have left his mask on and ran as fast as possible. There were plenty of places in the world beyond his reach. Some places. Maybe. He commanded the female servants. Get her prepared. No men are allowed onto this floor. Double the drugs as well. If she gets away you'll be lucky if he only kills all of you. After he left the room, Pavel finally took off his face mask. Finally. I'll be done with damnable mission and free at last. Chapter 44, 7th Inning Stretch. Nova returned to find Astrid unconscious on the floor. She rushed over and shook her shoulders. Astra. Astra. Her sister opened one eye blearily. What? What? Oh, you're alive. She let her go and the woman dropped onto the ground. Oof. What is wrong with you? Me, I'm fine. She picked up the groceries she dropped, frowning at a bruised tomato. So why are you sleeping on the floor? Astrid levered herself up. The situation has changed again. The big connection to Argent has reasserted itself. She waved at the map on the floor. Most of the pins were out, there were charred marks everywhere and even some holes in the wall and ceiling where errant pins had flown with a considerable amount of force. Nova sucked in air between her teeth. That's crazy. That kind of intervention will skew everything. Can you pull a scrying with that mess? She sat on a comfortable chair and drank a glass water and bit into an apple she retrieved from the pile. Does it look like I can? That was what I was trying to do before you came back. She looked at her ruined work but didn't seem disturbed by it. It's chaos, pure chaos. Nova sat down, squeaked and jumped up again. She removed a pin from the couch with a scowl and sat down again. We are going to have to act directly this time. That's an interesting thought. Look, sis, we need to do something and we don't know what's happening. We need to go in. Even blind. Especially because we're blind. If we wait until we know more, we won't be anywhere we can do anything about it. She pointed the offending pin at her sister. Let's shake the trees a bit and examine what falls out. Astrid smiled and got dressed. Asterisk. Rirujan had much better control of his expressions than his subordinates, so his meeting with Zetter almost looked normal if you didn't get very close. General, I'm activating the 203rd. They are still under central command so that should cause any chain of command issues. The older man polished his monocle with a handkerchief he kept for that very purpose. I'm sure you have a good reason, but please enlighten me. Someone has stolen the Type 95 and Digirekov has also been kidnapped in Ildoa. Likely the same perpetrators but that hasn't been verified yet. The polishing hand stopped briefly and then continued. Who? He asked simply. Serebryakov, her adjutant from the war, thinks the Federation and I concur. He put his monocle back into place and steepled his fingers before saying, the 203rd needs a refresher on naval warfare. We are barred from moving ships of war in the Adriatic but not smaller training vessels. Do what you deem best. He saluted sharply. Yes sir. Zetter looked out his window, his other work forgotten. Hold on Argent. We're sending our best to help you. Just, hold on. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. From around Berun, 3 dozen aerial mages dropped what they were doing and rushed back to headquarters. Post-war, they still hadn't had time to replace those lost in the final days or forced out due to age restrictions, so they were down in numbers. Still, only the toughest, most experienced, and hardest to kill still wore the uniform. They had served the Empire with passion and zeal and with little regard to their own lives, but never before had they sported the look in their eyes they now had. Strong men backed away from them, and even the bravest backed away in a hurry. One bar patron found himself shoved against a wall by others to make room. Yui, what the hell? Stay still for a few seconds, fool. The squashed man saw the grim-faced soldiers leave quickly and inexorably from the beer alley. He got the distinct impression that anything, or anyone, between them and the door would be gone through, not around. Who are they? That's the 203rd. White Silver's battalion. The man watched their exiting backs, gape-mouthed. The ones that had never been defeated. Never once. Only the surrender stopped them from laying waste to Europa. He crossed himself. May God have mercy on whoever they are going to face now. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. TVD, even without the president and vice president, continued business as usual. Having taken Tanya's dicta of thinking for yourself, they worked diligently. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Helen Schwab was gliding through her societal duties like the master she was. Never a wasted word or motion, even her whimsical asides had a purpose, and usually a target. Though capable in his own way, it was her guiding hand that took her husband's steel money and turned it into true power. There was no love between them, just a friendly camaraderie as each took what they needed from their relationship. 5, maybe 10, years and the paths will be complete. She smiled at one woman and her husband and frowned slightly at a certain man. The effects would be known in time. She was the center of New York society in more ways than one. And what was most visible was the least important in the end. Still, she paid a workmanlike attention to the details, and her guests left satisfied or distraught depending on her wishes for them. Afterward, she retired to her study to enjoy a glass of wine that she would not indulge in while other people were around. No need to have her faculties dulled by alcohol. She ran her fingers down the albums of her extensive library of music, specifically from a small but growing collection of daguerreotypes she amassed. Helen doubted anyone outside of Europa had a better collection, and probably few, if any, inside Europa. She stopped suddenly on the one her dear friend Argent had signed personally and wondered when she might come to visit. Her scrying abilities were haphazard at best and not to be used for anything important, being barely better than random. Active, not reactive, motion not vision, that was her forte. Oh, Tanya, we shall have such a pleasant time when you visit. Maybe I should nudge a bit? You wouldn't mind, I think. She shook her head then. No. One cannot push around Argent like that. I can pave a path so that you can come more easily, though. Finally deciding, she put on the picture album. For some reason, the images of her with the children seemed apropos. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Tanya held on, unseeing, unfeeling. Despite the darkness, she held on. Crooning. Hatred. Chapter 45, What Goes Up. Visha retired to her hotel and forced down 3 sleeping pills when it became obvious that she couldn't trace the boat. Anyone she could interrogate were already gone and well out of her reach. Even then, she might have headed out to sea, but mana exhaustion was about to make her collapse even without the pills. Even with it, she needed their help because her mind would not shut down. Finding a boat on the open ocean was folly unless she had a heading, which she didn't. The only sensible thing to do was to sleep and gather her energy and wait for help to arrive. Sensible, but impossible. Tanya. I was too slow. Help is coming, so hold on. She whispered aloud, you never let them beat you, you can survive until we get there. Visha had never felt this feeling of dread before. Fear, existential fear, when literal death lay on all sides of her, that she had experienced so many times, on so many fronts, that it was old and familiar. But this helpless, horrible pit in her soul because someone she cared about was in danger, that was new. She kept replaying the scenes from the restaurant, over and over, thinking of all the things she could have done, the signs she should have seen, the opportunities she missed. What ifs fought with faceless threats preventing rest even while she to rest. Tanya had so many enemies, and the horrors they could visit on a helpless girl were too numerous to mention. Beyond mere death or torture, there were so many that lived for a revenge and were looking for a victim to take out their hatred on. Running on adrenaline, her mind chased itself until she finally fell into a fitful sleep. Her dreams were even worse. Much, much worse. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. She was eventually shaken awake, torn from visions she couldn't remember and didn't want to. Captain Serebriakov. NNNNN, yes. She glared blearily at figures surrounding her. Weiss looked relieved. Thank goodness. We thought you might have been a victim of some accident. Visha followed his glance to a side table where an open, and partially spilled, bottle of sleeping pills lay on her bedside table. I merely had problems sleeping, she grumbled. Finally becoming fully awake, she asked, is there any news? The dour faces around her answered her question far more eloquently than any words. Newman finally broke the silence. General Rirujan is trying to get intelligence on the situation. They say he has contacts in Ildoa that might help, but it will take more time. Details she intoned bluntly. 3 days minimum. The Empire doesn't have the clout it did during or before the war, and the Ildoans are feeling their oats. The sleep, however bad it was, had cleared her mind somewhat. Get me a map of the region. Koenig nodded and pulled one out and spread it on the dining table. I get what you are trying to do. They left by boat, so they needs to go someplace it could reach fairly efficiently. She nodded and pointed at the countries. Despite Ildoa not exactly being our friends, they dislike the Federation more, so they won't go overland. They can't head to the Empire, and going west or south defeats any level of speed they might desire. Even a land transfer through the Republic is unlikely because they would still be forced into a sea route past the Commonwealth, the Alliance, and us. Weiss rubbed his chin in thought. That only leaves one route that combines sea travel, efficiency, and a clear route to the Russi Federation. Almost as one, they looked toward Mengele and the port city of Constantinople. Newman shook his head. It'd be a terrible gamble. If they went in any other direction, or even just laid low for a while, it would be impossible to recover. Koenig tapped the city. The chances are about 50-50, no 40% for that port. She pounded on the map. We need better odds before we gamble with her life. Grants walked into the room then. I think I can help with that. ******. A few minutes earlier. Grants was in charge of security around Serebryakov's suite while the more senior officers went in to consult with her. Though there, technically outlawed, orbs and rifles were hidden away, just the sheer presence of so many Imperial officers in full combat uniform was enough to guarantee that they wouldn't be disturbed. A maid came up to him hesitantly and said in broken Germanian, Pardon. He relieved her of the effort and replied in excellent Ildoan that he had learned when he had, unsuccessfully, courted a pretty Ildoan girl in his hometown. No worries, miss. How can I help? She switched relievedly to her native language and said, the police wanted to talk Miss Serebryakov about an incident. The kidnapping? I thought she'd given them the outline hours ago? Surely they have better things to do than that. No. It's about a criminal gang she encountered. She looked flustered but strangely excited as well. Please bring me to him. He gave orders that those in the suite were not to be disturbed and followed the maid to a spare room. The policeman was drinking a cup of coffee but stood up when Grants entered. Ah, one of the famous members of the Salamander Kampfgruppe. I'm sorry we couldn't meet under better circumstances. Of course. I understand you have news? That's fast work. Perhaps. He sat down, seeing no reason not be comfortable, and sipped his coffee again. Although it's more to the credit of Miss Serebryakov than any of our efforts. She shook his head with admiration obvious on his face. She apparently destroyed an entire criminal organization that had been causing problems. Because of a call for an ambulance, we were able to search the premises and find all sorts of incriminating evidence. Truly, we will likely give her a commendation when this is all over. The trouble those ruffians have given us over the years is legendary. Please, officer, time is of the essence. Yes, of course. When we interrogating them, just the mention that she might come to help us made them very voluble. They were so earnest that it was hard to shut them up. He laughed heartily and slapped his thigh several times. He only stopped when he saw the look in Grantz's eyes. Ahem. Upon review of the voluminous confessions, we discovered one of the thugs revealed a key piece of information. *****. Grants continued, we know their timetable. One of the Russis let slip that they were going to make port 11 days from now. As long as we have a good idea of the speed of their ship we can find. Before he had even finished the sentence, Visha was plotting the possible courses ruthlessly, and permanently, marking the map with her pen. Constantinople is 10 days out at the speed of a typical ocean-going vessel. No other destinations make much sense. Koenig grinned. 80%. Good enough to win a fortune in Monaco. Visha gave a fierce grin back, her white teeth bared menacingly. Good enough to bet your life on. Weiss raised his voice. Gather everyone. We're going on a little trip. *****. Rirujan growled at the Ildoan ambassador. Well, technically, he didn't growl but his whole demeanor did. The shorter man cleared his throat and suddenly wondered why his collar was so tight. He loosed it with one finger and felt the air suddenly cool the clammy sweat underneath. My dear general, even for you, this is such short notice. Ambassador Rudino. I lack the time for subtlety. Unless my request for an ocean-going vessel for training exercises is granted immediately, the world will know that quite possibly the greatest, most certainly the most dangerous, soldier was kidnapped on Ildoan soil while on vacation. That's blackmail. At any rate, we will not buckle to your high-handed imperialist bullying. My god man, do you think you are still a world power? Get out of my office. That is not blackmail. Rirujan pulled a manila envelope out of his portfolio and slowly removed something while ignoring the ambassador's increasingly strident demands. The man's blustering stopped immediately when he was what the military man was spreading on his desk. A guard looked in. Is there a problem, ambassador? No. I mean, no, all is well. And, shut the door. No one is to enter. The surface was covered with numerous photos of Rudino in what one might call compromising situations. There were even a few in color. Rirujan was somewhat surprised by the variety of activities the man was partial to win away from his wife that was still in Ildoa. He was not surprised at all that TVD's newspaper division had access to such things. The ambassador slowly looked up from his desk and met Rirujan's flinty gaze. On the other hand, my dear ambassador, this is blackmail. ******. A maid and a police clerk met behind a hotel. Once no one could see them, they transformed into a pair of cute mages from a place much further north than Ildoa. Astrid asked, how did it go? She raised one thumb and said, perfectly. Tanya's people are on the right track and should be on their way soon. Any problems with the other thing? Nova delighted in these little games and this was more interesting than most. Astrid smiled and said, it should be very, very interesting. I wish I could see the results. With a haste that amazed the 203rd, a fawning public official was very insistent that they take possession of a ship that very day. A bit bemused but quite pleased, they took possession and set off at a good clip. The captain shook his head. I don't know who is backing you, but they have some influence. I was practically dragged out of bed to ferry you and they even bought out my other contracts. Visha smiled grimly. We do know some people in high places. She looked out over the water. Is there any chance we'll catch up with them? Honestly, not much. With over a day's lead on us, unless they are on some random scout, there's no chance. Can you increase the odds a bit? Even a little faster might make all the difference. Clear skies and calm seas, it's a simple stern chase. He looked at the ex-soldier and sensed her will and underlying desperation. But my ship is strong so we can pull a few knots that I don't normally use. He bellowed, you heard her, lads. Get the lead out and put the coal in. Thank you captain. You don't know how much that means to us all. *****. The assassin known only as Silas was surrounded by a team of ex-soldiers and others with resumes less formal. The money was better than good and, according to very good sources, the target was drugged and bound. As long as they could get through the kidnappers, a task that he considered laughable at best, then they could garner the ultimate glory. He laughed and slapped the backs of his men. Think about it, boys. We will be the ones to take out the devil of the Rhine. We will be remembered forever and history will carve our names in stone for the world to see for all time. A scar-faced mercenary grinned at him. Those Russies are a pushover. They're tough, if they outnumber you 10 to 1. But a little boatful? Fuck, they'll go down with their ship cursing us all the way down. They were using a fast military ship, surplus from the Great War. It sacrificed comfort and fuel efficiency for speed. The boat had a single purpose, to deliver dangerous people someplace to commit mayhem. The Magna Rumley ship, at least according to their papers, were using the quickest route and the best speed the Russie captain could manage. In his opinion, going to a neutral county, perhaps in Africa, for a few weeks and then taking the long route around was the smart actions. Smart except for one thing, the person who ordered the mission would have everyone executed. At times, smart requires one to take a high-level examination of the situation. He swallowed coffee so bad, he considered it a punishment and only inflicted it on himself out of habit. He glanced at the drawer that had 2/5 of vodka that he fully intended to inhale the moment his package was delivered. Ah, well, we got away first. An astern chase is a long chase and we don't have far to go. Taking time to hide might be the worst plan, right? He struggled to convince himself while keeping an eye on the horizons. All the horizons. *****. A week passed with little news when a mercenary called to Silas. Ship ho! He growled, finally. His contact had given him the exact course, not hard since it was nearly a straight line, but it was still a gamble whether they would reach them in time or find them at all in the wide seas. He looked out with a pair of high-power binoculars and spied eagerly for what his lookout had seen. Hey, it's the right size on the right heading. Weapons out, boys. His second squinted but couldn't see anything with his bare eyes. How about the markings? Silas sneered. I don't expect them to keep their official markings. I certainly wouldn't. All around him, his men took out the biggest weaponry they had hauled with them. Keep to the plan. Wipe out everyone as soon as we are in range. Once the bleeding is done, we go below decks and make sure no one is breathing down there. We grab a trophy for the boss and then we sink that scow. And if we're wrong about the ship? Silas grinned. So what? Asterisk asterisk asterisk. On another ship, another lookout made a similar discovery, though it was much less well received. Ship ho! Approaching fast from astern. Not trusting in either good luck or the better nature of humanity, the captain shouted. Sound the alarm. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Silas's men were well trained, or least well experienced, and had no compunctions. The perfect crew for bloody work. They had 5 sharpshooters who were tasked with softening up the crew. After that, machine guns would finish the job. Though tense, as before any combat, there wasn't a trace of fear in them. High-power weapons and several incendiary devices, just in case, were more than enough to bring down their opponents. Certainly, it'd be more difficult to prove they'd accomplished their mission without physical proof, but his reputation would be enough. IRA, make sure to photos of the ship in case it goes down and we can't board it. Aye, sir. He patted his camera, his weapon of choice for the battle since he doubted he'd need to fight at all. Soon, they were close enough for their snipers to have a good shot at taking out a few of the crew. Go ahead and open fire. An extra half share to whoever gets the first kill. The gunfire that resulted was too disorganized to be called a volley, but a lot of lead was moved in just a few seconds. He called out to his spotter. How many down? I think it's none. Silas yelled at the others. None? Did you stupid bastards forget how to use those rifles? Sir, sir. The spotter hastily pointed at the other ship. What? Why are they flying? Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Weiss shouted commands, but the well-trained 203rd was already responding how they had been trained. Shields out, they flew toward the other ship at speeds usually reserved for fighter planes. 2 stayed behind and shielded the ship so the civilians wouldn't be in danger. Take some prisoners but take out the rest. Avoid infrastructure damage in case the colonel is aboard. Ahead of all of them, Visha and her decoys were already taking out snipers or drawing fire respectively. She was closely followed by the others, but they refrained from firing and instead opted for close combat to avoid sinking the ship accidentally. The mercenaries, not having had experience with mages, were panicking. Why don't they go down? I've hit them a half dozen times and they keep coming. Machine guns, now. Soon the air was filled with lead, but the incoming mages ignored all of it, as their shields could deflect artillery shells much less bullets, and were soon at the boat. Not willing to mess around, mage knives, bayonets and even magically enhanced shovels were mowing down the mercenaries with a speed unseen since the war. Not worrying about prisoners just yet, the men on deck were quickly, and literally, disarmed by the attacking mages. Body parts littered the deck and soon all resistance had been subdued. The smartest foes had surrendered early and cowered on the deck while their comrades had been eviscerated around them. Grants and his squad came from below decks. There's nothing there, sir. Just supplies and sailors. Newman prodded Silas with the toe of his boot. In his right hand was a shovel that dripped blood on the deck next to the assassin's head. I think this is their boss. I heard him shouting orders anyway. Silas shook quietly, trying his best not to join the dismembered mercenaries scattered around the deck. Weiss stalked over to the man. I'm going to ask a few simple questions, and if you don't answer, you get to find out what eating a magic shovel feels like. So you better hope you speak a language we can understand, or you will be quite dead a few seconds from now. I'll talk. Ask me anything. He put on a frightened face but was looking for some possible escape. So you fired on us, quite rudely I may add. Since you don't have the colonel aboard, I imagine you thought we might have her. Am I correct? No, not at all, we were. Visha, freshly rested, and not willing to waste time, put her boot on his abdomen. We don't have time for his nonsense. Remember how the colonel trained us to resist interrogation? I found out that it worked really well on those thugs in Ildoa. We have the whole ocean to work with here. He'll talk in less than 5 minutes. The oldest members of the 203rd grinned or blanched depending on how recovered they were from their training years ago. Grants, who had joined later, just furrowed his brows. Was it that difficult? Koenig put a heavy hand on his shoulder. I'd rather fight in the Rhine than go through that training again. I think we can fashion a good plank from these planks. Grab some ropes. Silas talked before they could tie him down. We were hired to capture the Devi, Colonel Digirekov. Who? Visha's face got very close to his. I can't tell you who, his voice cut off as she drove her fist wrist deep into his stomach. 60 seconds from now, you will experience the worst thing you've ever suffered in your life. You've wasted our time and now you have to suffer for it. One of the survivors, seeing the writing on the wall, got their attention. I'll talk, lass. Just keep that table away from me. Silas glared at him, traitor. The older mercenary just spit on the deck. Fuck you, Silas. I never signed up to take on the fucking 203rd. Ask me anything, haul me off to prison, I won't fight it. Silas, noticing that attention was off of him for a moment, managed to pull out a hidden weapon and pressed it against the side of Vish's neck. Okay you shitheads, here's how this is going. He didn't finish his sentence because a knife was sticking out of his chest. There was a brief report as he reflexively pulled the trigger, but the bullet stopped dead before it reached her skin. The talkative mercenary shook his head and just mumbled, idiot. In the next few minutes, he confirmed the route they were taking, their target, the employer, as far as they knew since he worked through intermediaries, and basically anything else they asked. After dumping everything he knew on them, he asked, what now? We shot at you, no doubt, but we didn't do much, right? We don't have the colonel and the boss of the operation is pretty dead. Weiss raised an eyebrow. What should we do with you? Ha! You could shoot us and just dump us in the ocean, true enough. But why bother? We won't come after you. I've got no grudges, it was just a job. Sure, no one would know, but why waste the bullets? Or the effort? Despite his situation, he didn't seem afraid. Weiss glanced at the other leaders in the battalion and then turned back. Seems like you made the right choice. He commanded, everyone, back to the ship. We're heading out. They took off and he nodded to the old merc. Try not to cross our path again, Et. The man just grinned back. I couldn't say it better myself. Hey, is this woman worth all this effort? She's not even military anymore. Weiss lifted off but said, she is who she is and we are who we are. It doesn't matter what her position is, or who we work for. Even if the world stands against us, we will stand by her. Well, fuck. Go on then. Good luck to you. He stared at the mages as they vanished onto their ship and pulled out of sight. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. The servants were efficient in setting up the room, taking either jobs, or the threats, quite seriously. The drugs in Tanya's system, suddenly doubled, kept her quite unconscious as they cleaned her thoroughly and treated minor abrasions that she had acquired during her shipping. She had lost weight during the ordeal and had somehow gained a helpless innocent look. After her bath, dressed her according to instructions and brushed out her beautiful golden locks, giving her a slight trim and applying a perfume popular with a younger crowd. They laid her on the bed covers and set about decorating the room. The new decor was typical of what one would find a girl's room, perhaps a student. The younger one looked at the blonde, waifish girl with pity. Is this really the silver songstress? No, I have no idea what you are talking about, the older servant said sternly. She protested, but, surely you've heard of her. Stop right there. With these people, there are two things that will get you shot and thrown into the sea, knowing too much or knowing too little. And God help you, you have managed to do both in one sentence. She grabbed the other woman's hands and held them tightly. Listen carefully. I have no idea who that person is. I just cleaned a room and then left. Repeat. I have no idea who the person was. I just cleaned and left. Close enough. Now finish up and let's get out of here. The man who ordered all this will be coming soon and do not intend to let him even see the trace of my shadow. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Tanya struggled to swim through the water, to get to open air. Her arms were leaden and the water's dark. Ah, where's the light? Her motions were not working right, her fists clenched. That's right, can't let go, can't let go. Slowly, very slowly, she continued to swim through darkling waters. Soon, she would reach the surface. Then she would breathe. She would take in air again. She would breathe.